Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 342, The Shadowla Group's Attack and Its End. After the announcement about the approaching enemy echoed through the settlement, those who weren't planning to take part in the upcoming battle immediately headed for shelter, far from the front lines. The rest, those ready to fight, began preparing without delay, donning armor, checking weapons, and taking up positions. The enemy helicopters were getting closer by the second, their roar already rumbling through everyone's chests. But no one panicked. These people had crossed half the world, making their way to Alaska through chaos zones, monsters, and devastation. They had faced nightmares beyond what even the wildest screenwriters could imagine. And compared to that, a group of armed Shadowla mercenaries seemed more like an annoying obstacle than a serious threat. Alex stood atop the wall, staring at the approaching helicopters. He was quietly angry, cursing Simmons in his mind. That idiot had most likely given away their location to Bison. Yet Alex couldn't help but wonder, what did Simmons promise to make that psycho show up here in person? And more importantly, whose side was Simmons really on? How deep was he entangled in this hellish conspiracy? The answer, sadly, was obvious. Most likely, Simmons, like Weskier once was, had also become a pawn of Davitha's demons. Alex was nearly certain that the Minister of Monoliths wasn't recruiting any more servants. He had a different plan: let humans fight, let them hope, and when the long-awaited victory comes, step out of the shadows and destroy everything, making them realize it was all in vain. A final act of despair. Down in the settlement, there was frantic movement, equipment was being handed out, people climbed the walls. The women from Alex's family had already arrived, fully equipped and ready for battle. Kiriko, upon hearing about the incoming attack, immediately took Anya and led her home to keep her safe. All the children had been evacuated, everyone understood that someone like Bison wouldn't hesitate to use any method. What kind of powers does this Bison have? Just so we know what we're up against, Price asked, looking at those who might know the answer. He uses psycho power. Can fly, throw things around, get into your head and turn you into a puppet. Nasty stuff, Ryu replied, gritting his teeth. So, like a Sith or Jedi? R asked, searching for a familiar comparison. A disturbance in the Force, I sense, yes, Alex said in a parody of Yoda's voice. For a second, silence hung in the air, and then everyone who'd seen Star Wars burst out laughing. The others joined in too, the look on Alex's face and his serious tone had been too funny. The girls beside him struggled to contain themselves, but his impression shattered any attempt to stay serious. Come on, say something else like Yoda, R asked, laughing. Gone to the dark side our enemy has. Stop him, we must, before the darkness consumes the world, Alex continued in an exaggerated tone. All you're missing is a lightsaber, Soap added, barely holding back his laughter. Alex just shook his head with a smirk, then turned his gaze to the approaching helicopters. Joke time was over. It was time to begin. He pulled a bow and an arrow from his inventory. Everyone on the wall immediately paid attention, each person watching with interest. One thought crossed all their minds: was he really going to shoot down helicopters with a bow? So now you're Legolas. Toji smirked. Close. Now, if you'd all give me a little space. Time to greet our uninvited guests, Alex said with a smile as he drew the string. Alex aimed at the first helicopter. His gaze was focused, movements precise. Inhale, exhale. The string hummed as it was released, and the arrow shot forth with incredible speed, aimed at the incoming machines of death. He didn't need to bring them all down, just disrupt their formation before they got too close. The arrow whistled through the air and pierced the first helicopter's hull like a knife through butter. Another was flying right behind it, and the arrow, still carrying momentum, embedded itself in that one too. With a single, well-aimed shot, Alex took out several Shadowla machines, forcing the remaining helicopters to veer off course and begin a hasty descent. With a slight smirk as he watched the helicopters descend to deploy their troops, Alex put his bow back into his inventory and jumped over the edge of the wall. He landed directly in the middle of the only road connecting Unimak Island to the peninsula where the settlement was located. Right behind him, landing with grace and confidence, were Gir, Mimi, and Stitch, determined to fight on the front lines. They were followed by Wolf, as well as Red and White, who moved to stand near Alex. The others remained on the wall, some took up defensive positions, while melee fighters waited below, ready to engage if the enemy broke through. Alex lit a cigarette, staring down the road. He wondered who would show up first, the cannon fodder, or Bison himself with one of his dramatic speeches. His thoughts were interrupted by the growing roar of engines. On the horizon, a convoy of armored vehicles bearing the Shadaloo insignia slowly approached the settlement. Alex raised an eyebrow, noting how absurdly theatrical the entire display seemed. He even suspected the enemy had little real intelligence about the settlement. Maybe all Bison knew was that Alex was here and had been labeled the false savior. But his musings were cut short by the screech of brakes. The convoy came to a halt, forming a kind of mobile barricade. Soldiers began jumping out, taking cover behind the armored vehicles. Alex narrowed his eyes. Bison still wasn't in sight. The fighters on the walls stood frozen, scanning the distance with tension, especially those who had faced him before. Where is that bastard? He's usually out in front, Yuri growled. Yeah, he likes to make a big entrance, flaunting his power, Ryu nodded, arms crossed. No need to look. He's already here, came Hayato's calm voice from the wall. What do you mean, Grandpa? Mio asked, surprised. Hayato pointed off in the distance. All eyes turned to where he indicated. In the sky, a massive stone structure was slowly approaching, like a piece of a mountain torn free, hovering in midair. A floating island heading toward them. Those who knew Bison's power understood immediately, he had grown far stronger. In the chaos of this new world, his strength, fed by fear and hatred, had clearly escalated. Alex looked up. He knew instantly, Bison was there. And as always, he was putting on a show. The platform hovered over the Shadaloo convoy, then slowly began descending toward the ground. As it touched down, Bison shot out from its center. He floated above the ground, surveying the gathered crowd with contempt, a mocking smirk on his lips. Ha ha ha. Looks like you've made yourselves comfortable here. While the world burns in flames of chaos, you heroes of the past just stand by and watch it crumble. Hypocritical, pathetic little worms, he sneered, his cold eyes sweeping over them. Those who had faced him before clenched their fists. Bison's words burned. He fed on their anger, despair, and fear. And now, he was doing everything he could to stir up those emotions. Alex stared at him silently, not sure what was going on in the man's head. But one thing was clear, the enemy had grown more dangerous, and his words weren't just taunts, they were part of a game. Those who couldn't bear seeing others suffer boiled with rage. But everyone held back, knowing Alex would be the one to fight Bison. Hey, asshole, Rebecca said loudly, stepping forward and flipping him the middle finger. You come here to talk shit or fight? If you're just here to yap, I'll put a bullet in your ass so you stop squealing like a whiny little bitch. Bison's face twisted with rage at her words. His fury grew with each passing second, especially as laughter erupted from the wall. Even Alex couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. God, he loved his cute but aggressive green-haired gremlin. He tried to calm himself, knowing Bison was lucky, still standing after delivering such a pompous speech. Because Becca was definitely not known for her patience. Bison heard laughter from below and looked down in irritation. Alex stood there, grinning up at him, but that wasn't what enraged him the most. Next to Alex stood three small creatures, and all three were flipping him off in perfect unison. The humiliation was complete. No one feared him, everyone was just mocking. So you're the so-called false savior Simmons told me about. The hero who led the people. The savior of South Korea. Do you think you can save everyone? Ha. Fine then, I'll allow you to serve me. Kneel before your new god, and I'll grant you the honor of standing by my side. The rest will die. They are worthless, weak, and don't deserve to live in the new world where I reign as God, Bison declared condescendingly, glaring down at Alex. Oh no. Alex drawled, theatrically covering his face with his hands. How terrifying, such a powerful villain. We can't possibly win. What should we do? I don't want to die. I'm so scared. Please, don't kill me. I'm afraid of pain and death. Bison's expression twisted into an even deeper sneer. The people on the wall exchanged confused looks. Those who knew Alex well began to suspect he was putting on his usual act again. Brunhild, standing on the wall, sighed wearily and rubbed her forehead. Once again, she found herself wondering why her husband couldn't act normal for just one moment, especially when a narcissistic villain appeared. I see. You've already realized that a new order has come to this world. People like you will always grovel beneath me, Bison spat with contempt. Alex kept his face hidden in his hands. His shoulders were shaking, easily mistaken for trembling in fear. But in truth, he was just trying to hold back laughter. He couldn't last long, soon he burst into loud, uncontrollable laughter, still covering his face. Bison scowled and stared at him suspiciously. PFFF. Sorry, that was a joke. Bleh, Alex said, dropping his hands and sticking out his tongue. Markings appeared on his cheeks, and on his tongue, an emblem of a fanged snake. Bison's face twisted with rage. He was being openly mocked. To make matters worse, Gir, Mimi, and Stitch began pulling faces and making silly gestures at him, amplifying the mockery. Brunhild narrowed her eyes when she saw Alex stick out his tongue. Re-establishing her spiritual connection with him, she instantly realized he was using another technique borrowed from a different world, this time, the cursed speech of the Inumaki clan. How dare you? A god stands before you. You are nothing. Bison roared, pointing a trembling finger at Alex. Nope. You're no god. And now. Fall down, Alex said coldly, pointing downward. In the next instant, Bison felt gravity crash down on him with monstrous force. His head and body were slammed toward the ground as if crushed by an invisible hand, and he plummeted like a sack of stones, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Everyone on the wall, and the shadowless soldiers on the other side, froze in shock. No one had expected Bison to collapse from a single command. When the dust settled, a deep crater gaped where he had landed. What the hell was that? Valmont asked in astonishment, glancing at Brunhild. If I'm not mistaken, and I never am. Kuda began before she could respond. That was a technique of the Inumaki clan. Damn, he can even use cursed speech. That's insanely cool. And what the hell does that mean, you fat idiot? Can you explain it in human terms? Saya chimed in, adjusting her glasses. It means every word Alex says can now become a command infused with power. He said fall, and that idiot, who thinks he's a god, dropped like a rock. Simple as that, Itami explained with the enthusiasm of a true fanboy, practically glowing. God, how many abilities does he even have? Don't you girls know? Claire asked, turning to Alex's group of women. Nope, not even half, Ada snorted, pointing at Brunhild. She might know more, she's the only one who can actually get inside his head. The other girls around Alex also began nodding in agreement. Every time Alex demonstrated something new, they would simply ask Brunhild, and always got an answer. The others didn't understand that Ada's words about Brunhild being able to peek into Alex's head were meant literally. To them, she just seemed like someone who could read his mind incredibly well. Alex stood before the massive hole in the ground, staring thoughtfully into the darkness. He couldn't help but wonder if he had gone too far with the amount of power he poured into the cursed speech technique. What bothered him most was how quickly Bison had died. Scratching his cheek, Alex decided to make sure, was the guy still alive or not? He took a step forward. Red and White followed right behind him. Approaching the edge of the crater, he peered down, there was no sign of Bison's body under the collapsed earth. Hey, Bison. You still alive? If I overdid it and you died, just say so. Stop lying there like an idiot, Alex shouted into the darkness. Your words contradict themselves. If he is dead, he cannot answer. If he is alive, he may simply be lying in wait to ambush us, Red observed, watching him carefully. Red, when you talk like that, you're not cute at all, Alex muttered, giving her a tired look. I base my behavior on logic appropriate to this situation. My cuteness is not required to match the enemy's reactions in a critical moment, she replied emotionlessly. Alex only sighed and shook his head. Meanwhile, the shadowless soldiers realized something was wrong with their leader. He might have been seriously injured, and they decided to protect him. A single shot rang out, and moments later, all the soldiers opened fire on Alex, Red, and White. Without hesitation, Alex grabbed both girls by the waist and leapt away, dodging the barrage. The soldiers on the wall saw that Alex was being fired upon, and immediately returned fire at the shadowless troops. Gunfire erupted across the area. Alex continued holding Red and White while dodging bullets, but his eyes remained fixed on the crater, where Bison had been buried. With each passing second, he became more convinced that Bison was truly dead. And for some reason, that thought brought a strange hint of melancholy. Suddenly, he noticed movement from the side. 3 figures were approaching. He recognized them immediately, Bison's closest subordinates, Victor Saget, the boxer Balrog, and the masked men, Vega. His personal guard unit, and perhaps the last of his loyal hounds. Alex swiftly leapt backward, increasing the distance and getting out of the line of fire. Setting the girls down, he met the trio's gaze. They were locked on him, and when he stopped, so did they. Well, the master falls and the dogs bare their fangs. Not afraid you'll break your teeth? Alex said, lighting a cigarette and squinting lazily. Guess we'll find out what's tougher, my fist or your face, Balrog grinned, raising a clenched fist. All right, that one's mine. Red, White, take care of the other 2. Don't drag it out, they're weak anyway, Alex said, glancing at the girls. Fine. The one in the mask is mine, said White, drawing a massive sword and pointing it at Vega. Then I get the last one, Red nodded, pulling a katana from behind her back and staring at Saget. Alex simply shrugged, watching as Red and White launched into battle. He wasn't worried about them. On the contrary, he knew exactly how dangerous they were. The moment they engaged, they went on the offensive, aiming to end the fight as quickly as possible. Alex stayed in place, standing opposite the smirking Balrog. However, his attention was already drifting. He shifted his gaze to the battlefield where the firefight was raging. There, he saw Gir, Mimi, Stitch, and Wolf bursting into the ranks of Shadowloo and starting a real slaughter. The fighters behind the wall realized their chance had come. They shouted and leapt into the fight, joining the attack. "You should be more careful in situations like this," Balrog's voice rang out. Suddenly, he appeared right in front of Alex and struck him straight in the face. Alex took the hit, lazily glanced at Balrog, and exhaled cigarette smoke, showing no sign of pain. "Twist," he said calmly. Balrog sensed danger and tried to jump back. But even if he had succeeded, that wouldn't have saved him. The hand he had used to strike Alex's face suddenly twisted in an unnatural, grotesque direction. A crunch echoed, deafening, as if dozens of bones were breaking at once. In the next moment, his limb contorted as if someone was trying to squeeze all the water out of it. Unbearable pain showed across Balrog's face, large drops of sweat appearing on his forehead. He looked at his hand in horror. It now resembled a broken, twisted chunk of flesh more than a part of his body. Bones protruded from the flesh, and blood dripped from deep torn wounds, forming crimson stains on the ground. "Ayaya!" Balrog howled, clutching his mangled hand. "Don't scream. This is just the beginning," Alex said calmly, slowly advancing. "You know, few people realize this, but I have one trait I carefully hide from those close to me." "Screw you, bastard. What did you do to my hand?" Balrog growled, writhing in pain. "Let me explain." Alex's voice was cold and frighteningly calm. "I'm cruel. I enjoy torturing enemies. Torturing them. Slowly breaking them from the inside. But usually, I hold back, because someone from my family is always nearby. I don't want them to see this, me. Demons call me a false savior, thinking I'm someone who wants to save humanity. But the truth is, I'm a monster. A monster who takes pleasure in watching the suffering of creatures like you." He stepped forward, and Balrog instinctively retreated, nearly losing his balance. "Ha ha ha." Balrog sneered despite the pain. "You're no better than us. You just hide behind your nobility. But deep down, you're the same monster." "Oh no." Alex smiled slyly. "I'm nothing like you. Unlike you, I understand that life is a gift. But not for everyone. Creatures like you, Bison, and the rest, don't deserve forgiveness or a second chance. Without you, the world could be better. Well, no. Good and evil always exist. It's balance. But even knowing that, I still enjoy killing those like you. Heroes try to save. I erase from the face of the earth. And now, explode." What? Balrog started but stopped abruptly. At that very second, one of his legs exploded, bursting into a fountain of blood. Pieces of flesh and bone sprayed in all directions. A scream rang out, piercing, filled with excruciating pain. Balrog collapsed to the ground, clutching the bloody stump. He lifted his gaze, and saw Alex. His face was shrouded in shadow, from which only the brightly glowing irises of his eyes and a stretched, unnatural smile revealing sharp teeth stood out. Balrog's body trembled. Panic flooded his mind. He couldn't comprehend what kind of creature stood before him. But the only thought tearing at his mind sounded like a verdict. This is a real monster. It should not exist among humans. Alex crouched down right in front of him, his smile growing even wider. He savored the moment. He loved bringing his enemies to such a state of fear when their minds could no longer think, only primal terror remained. He achieved this effect with illusion magic, but even without it, his presence caused trembling. "What are you afraid of, Balrog?" he whispered. "Weren't you glad when your organization watched this world burn? Or when Bison took advantage of the chaos to attack defenseless settlements where people just wanted to survive? He intimidated, instilled fear, played God. Admit it, you liked it. Being at the top of the food chain. But the truth is, your top is just the beginning, and you are at the very bottom." Alex's voice distorted, becoming alien, as if someone else was speaking. A new wave of panic gripped Balrog. "Why you, monster, beast?" he howled, trying to crawl away. His only surviving hand clawed at the ground, his legs slipping. He desperately tried to crawl as far away as possible from the figure standing before him. Alex followed slowly, laughing like a child playing with a caught toy. Suddenly, Balrog's hand touched something warm and sticky. He looked down, and froze. In a pool of blood lay the severed head of Vega. A little further away, her body, hacked to pieces. Horror began to consume him completely. His heart pounded, his breathing faltered. Trying to crawl further, he saw Sagat's body, without arms, without legs. A blade protruded from his chest. Not far off stood two girls, the same ones who were supposed to fight his allies. And now Sagat and Vega were dead, killed by them. Why are you frozen, Balrog? Alex's voice echoed again. Did your friend's death shock you so much? Weren't you happy when you crippled people in the ring? When you killed, and got away with it? How many dirty deeds did you commit? All with impunity. Did you really think it would all be forgotten? He stepped closer, his distorted voice growing louder, colder, and more terrifying. So why are you trembling like a child now? Alex stepped on Balrog's back with force. He began slowly applying more pressure, gradually increasing the weight of his foot, as if deliberately savoring the moment. Balrog jerked, trying to escape, but it was futile, the pressure on his spine became unbearable. Alex smirked slightly and lifted his foot for a moment, giving Balrog false hope. Feeling relief, Balrog briefly revived, hope for salvation flickered in his eyes. But it was a mistake. Alex's smile widened, and with incredible force, he slammed his foot down again, driving it through Balrog's back. His boot tore through flesh, broke ribs, and pierced through the ribcage, crushing all the internal organs. Blood gushed from Balrog's mouth, his eyes rolled back, and the hand he had been trying to crawl away with fell limply to the ground. He was dead. Cruel. White said quietly, watching the scene unfold. Hey, he deserved it, Alex replied, wiping his boot on the ground. People like him need to feel fear before death itself. So that fear sinks into their very essence. So that in their next life, they won't even want to become villains. A question, Red spoke up, stepping closer and pressing her nose against his cheek without breaking eye contact. Based on what you said, the fear he's experiencing now, will it carry over into his next life? Or will everything he felt in this one be wiped away? And he'll become a new person, as reincarnation theory suggests. That's a complicated question. It all depends on how you look at it, Alex answered, feeling her nose nudging his cheek. But I think we'll discuss this later. Why? White asked, looking up at him. Because Bison has come to, Alex said, gently moving Red's face away. As if confirming his words, the ground trembled. Wasting no time, Alex grabbed Red and White, and in the next moment, he was at the stone wall of the settlement. His gaze darted to where Shadowless soldiers had been moments ago, now only burning ruins and mutilated bodies remained. The entire Shadowless squad was destroyed. Only Bison was left. Alex looked up. The girls remaining on the wall looked back at him, faintly smiling. Gir, Mimi, and Stitch rushed toward him, all smeared with blood, as usual after a slaughter. Alex shook his head and turned his gaze toward the gaping hole in the ground, the place where Bison was supposed to be buried. The earth trembled again. With a roar, a filthy, bloodied body shot out of the hole. It was Bison. His uniform was torn and stained, his hair disheveled, and his face smeared with blood and dust. How dare you treat a god like this? I'll show you your place, pathetic scum, he roared, emerging from beneath the earth. Stop yelling, Alex said lazily. You're alone now. Everyone you brought is already dead. Your dogs are dead too. And now, you're the last one. Bison's face twisted with rage. He scanned the battlefield and saw that everything he had was destroyed. The soldiers were dead. The equipment was smashed. And the people on the wall, alive, unharmed, and worst of all, calm. He tried to find Sagat, Vega, and Balrog with his eyes, but they were gone. If they're dead, it means they weren't worthy to stand beside the god of the new world. Bison declared pompously. There we go again with that nonsense, Alex said wearily. I've lost count of how many times I've had to explain to idiots like you that you're not gods and never will be. So get off your high horse, and let's finish this. I've got other things to do, I don't want to waste time on trash. Bison's eyes filled with fury. The island where he had arrived began to lift into the air, under the power of his rage. His anger reached its peak. He wanted to tear Alex to pieces. Alex looked up at the rising island. Let's see, if you can protect everyone when the whole island falls on their heads, Bison growled with a mad grin. Without waiting for a response, he hurled the island toward the settlement. Alex frowned, pulled his arm back, and delivered a crushing blow. The shockwave slammed into the flying mass with a roar, shattering it midair. Fragments of the island scattered like pieces of a broken meteor. Alex exhaled irritably. Instead of fighting, Bison was trying to cause mass murder. Cracking his neck, Alex vanished from his spot, and the next second, his fist crashed into Bison's face with a dull crunch. Like a projectile, Bison flew across the sky, breaking the sound barrier, and slammed into the mountains on Unimac Island. Alex didn't waste time. Pushing off the ground, he left a trail of destruction behind as he raced after him. Those on the wall were just beginning to recover after the island's fall when they saw Alex destroy it, strike Bison, and disappear. Bison, smashing through rocky terrain with his body, crashed into the mountainside. A rockfall buried him under the debris. Alex was already standing at the foot of the mountain, patiently waiting for the bastard to get up again. To be continued. Chapter 343, Chapter 343, The Place Where Fear Was Born. Those who remained standing on the wall were still trying to process what had just happened. Everything had unfolded too quickly. Just moments ago, Bison had thrown an entire island at them, albeit a small one. In response, Alex had obliterated it with a single punch, and then, without wasting a second, smashed his fist into Bison's face, sending him flying toward Unimac Island. Everyone on the wall clearly heard the sonic boom that followed. Bison's body had broken the sound barrier. In the next instant, Alex vanished from his spot, leaving behind only shattered ground. They turned their eyes toward the direction Bison had flown and caught sight of a small dot on the horizon, the point where he had crashed into the earth. I mean, I'm not against Alex taking on the main villain, he always does that. Itami began, his voice uncertain. But, wasn't Bison supposed to be stronger? I mean, yeah, he did hurl an island at us, and that's it. What did you expect? Shino snorted, kicking Itami in the leg. Wanna go try your luck against that flying wannabe god yourself? Or will you shut up before you start spouting nonsense again? Itami whimpered quietly and began grumbling under his breath as Shino gave him another round of discipline. Seeing her clench her fist, he quickly hid behind his teammates. He knew Shino wasn't shy about using force when she wanted to prove a point. The others exchanged indifferent glances. Everyone was used to their constant bickering by now. But now, a new question hung in the air: what should they do with the bodies of the shadowless soldiers and the destruction left behind by the collapsing island? And what about Alex's sudden disappearance as he chased after Bison? So what are we going to do with all these burning machines and the pile of corpses? Ada asked wearily, pointing to the flaming vehicles and the soldiers' bodies strewn across the road. It's going to take forever to clean up. What else can we do? Coco replied, rolling her eyes. Either we clean it up ourselves, or the corpses rot on the road. Feels like they came here just to ruin our day, Rika muttered, leaning on her sniper rifle. Maybe we just pile them up, and let Mimi, and Stitch burn them. Mio suggested in a sweet, innocent tone. Mio, when did you become so dark? What happened to the sweet, kind girl I knew? Beatrix asked in surprise. The other girls began nodding, glancing at Mio. The suggestion to pile up the corpses and burn them was shocking, especially coming from her. Even the others on the wall stared at Mio with mild astonishment. Realizing she had drawn too much attention, Mio blushed and hid behind Valmet. And yet, her idea was fairly reasonable. No one was planning to bury these bastards. In a world plagued by apocalypse, they were still committing atrocities, killing those just trying to survive. No one felt compassion for them anymore. Even the masters of Ryo Zanpaku, who once followed the way of the merciful fist, had long understood that this world no longer allowed for mercy, especially toward shadowless soldiers. A distant explosion cut the conversation short. Everyone turned sharply. On the horizon, near Unimac Island, the top of a mountain had been obliterated, and massive boulders hovered in the air. Let's hope Alex doesn't destroy the whole island. Ray said with concern in her voice. It's our only way out of here. Hehehe. He wouldn't be that irresponsible, right, girls? Sherry said with a dry chuckle. There was no answer. Alex's girls looked away, unable to say anything. They knew all too well that in the heat of battle, Alex often lost control. Sherry, Jill, Claire, and Moira understood the silence immediately. Alex really could go overboard. Even Brunhild couldn't say with certainty that he'd hold back. People on the wall involuntarily began to hope that Alex wouldn't destroy the island, at least not this time. Meanwhile, Alex hovered in the sky, watching Bison as he shot out from the mountain peak. Massive boulders orbited around Bison like obedient satellites. Alex raised an eyebrow slightly, observing how his opponent's power had surged. Or rather, Bison was finally using his full strength. These stone blocks. Alex felt like he had seen something like this before. A thought even flashed through his mind: he might have to jump across these boulders to reach Bison, like in some kind of video game. Now you shall witness the full might of a god. Bison roared with a mad grin. When I crush you, the next step will be destroying everyone who ever believed in you. If you say so. Come forth, Chastiful, Alex replied lazily, extending his hand. A spear flew out from Alex's inventory, halting midair next to him and slowly rotating. Bison's eyes narrowed at the sight of the weapon that had appeared out of nowhere, but the contempt on his face remained unchanged. Not impressed, he scoffed. Clenching his fist tightly, Bison activated his psycho power, lifting massive boulders into the air. With a rumble, they tore away from the mountain and flew straight at Alex. Seeing the incoming barrage, Alex began to move his finger through the air like a conductor. Chastiful, his spear, mirrored every movement, slicing through the air effortlessly. It cut through the incoming boulders with precision, piercing them cleanly and reducing them to dust. Bison's eyes flashed with fury. His power had increased dramatically, rage boiling inside him. More chunks of rock began to break off from the mountain. With a thunderous noise, they rose into the sky and, at his command, surged toward Alex even faster than before. "Chasteful, multiplication form," Alex said calmly, watching the renewed storm of rock. The spear shone with a brilliant light, and when the glow faded, it was no longer a spear. In its place floated a swarm of hundreds of tiny daggers. Alex moved his finger again, and the metallic blade surged forward like a swarm of bees. They darted through the sky, intercepting every stone launched by Bison. Like living things, the daggers followed Alex's finger movements with uncanny precision, destroying everything in their path. When the final boulder shattered in midair, the swarm hovered above Bison's head. "Let's extinguish the flame with a rain of blades," Alex said, staring down at his enemy. He flicked his finger downward, and the swarm fell like a deadly downpour. Bison tried to shield himself, using his psycho power to raise more boulders as a barrier. The daggers struck the improvised wall one by one with thunderous impacts. When the last blade hit the stone shield, Alex raised his finger again, and all the daggers soared back into the sky. "If once wasn't enough, how about one more?" he said, lowering his finger again. This time, the daggers descended with even greater speed. Shockwaves split the air, each blade broke the sound barrier. This was no longer just a rain, it was a meteor storm, delivering death and destruction. Bison felt the threat. With every passing second, the attack grew more dangerous. He tried to retreat, shattering the mountain beneath him in an attempt to escape the relentless blades. The mountaintop exploded under the constant bombardment. Huge chunks of rock tumbled down, obliterating everything at the base. Alex realized that Bison had managed to escape, but he didn't look concerned. With another flick of his finger, he called the daggers back. They swirled around him like a swarm of metallic bees. He glanced toward the direction Bison had fled and smirked slightly, not particularly surprised the men had survived. But then the ground shook, and Alex turned his head. From where the shattered mountain once stood, black smoke began to rise. The mountain was a volcano. And volcano it was active. Bison grinned with a beastly sneer when he saw Alex's attention diverted. He poured every ounce of his psycho-energy into accelerating the volcano's awakening. The ground trembled again, and fiery boulders began erupting from the peak like meteors. "Ha ha! Let's see how you stop these while standing here," he shouted, laughing hysterically. One massive, flame-wreathed boulder wasn't aimed at Alex, it was flying toward the settlement. Bison cackled like a madman, convinced he would destroy everything his enemy held dear. But before the boulder could reach its target, a projectile streaked out from the settlement, trailing plasma behind it, and struck the rock with precision, obliterating it midair. Bison's laughter stopped abruptly. He stared at the burning sky, unable to comprehend what had just happened. "You're naive," Alex said coldly, his eyes void of emotion. "Did you really think I had to protect the settlement all by myself? My people can stand their ground, even without me." By the settlement wall stood Gir, a loyal follower of the Imperium, a devout believer in the Emperor, and an infamous member of the Disruption Trio. His paws had transformed into the long barrel of a railgun, from which the shot had just been fired, destroying the boulder. Everyone on the wall was slightly stunned. Few knew that this crazy robodog with a mischievous nature had a built-in railgun. Gir, clearly pleased with himself, returned his paws to normal and turned to those watching him. He raised one paw and gave a thumbs up. "I did good," he said, seemingly to himself. Meanwhile, Bison couldn't believe his ears. Rage surged through him again, flooding his mind like molten lava bubbling in the volcano's core. His fury fueled his psycho-energy, which further accelerated the volcano's eruption. Streams of lava burst from the crater, mirroring his boiling emotions. Alex shook his head. He could never understand why people like Bison always lost control the moment their plans fell apart. Instead of pausing to think, they acted like spoiled children when things didn't go their way. He turned his gaze from Bison to the volcano's summit, where lava continued to spew forth. This needed to end before things spiraled out of control. But Alex didn't need to intervene. Someone had already taken that task upon themselves. His shadow shivered, and from it emerged the silhouette of a girl with long, flowing hair. A trail of ice raced across the ground from Alex's feet toward the volcano's summit. Cold engulfed the mountain from all sides, rising rapidly until it reached the crater. Where lava once boiled, a thick crust of ice now lay. The volcano returned to its dormant state. "What did you do?" Bison shouted in fury, realizing the volcano was sealed beneath a massive layer of ice. "That wasn't me. That was my lovely wife," Alex replied calmly, as if discussing something trivial. Bison's brow furrowed even deeper. He realized he could no longer use the volcano as a weapon. No matter how much psycho-energy he poured into it, the lava was instantly frozen, rendered into a useless mass. Alex no longer wanted to waste time. He decided to end the fight in a special way, to make Bison experience everything he had inflicted on others: fear, pain, and despair. If he loved feeding on the emotions of others, then it was time for him to taste them himself. While Bison was focusing his psychic power, Alex appeared behind him. He effortlessly placed a hand on Bison's shoulder, and the sound of cracking bones echoed through the area. Bison screamed in pain and collapsed to the ground. Alex landed softly beside him, watching as the enemy hit the dirt for the third time. Each time, Bison rose like an undead, only to spout another pointless speech. The thought struck Alex as so absurd that he couldn't help but laugh. The Valkyrie's laughter echoed in his mind, clearly sharing in his irony. And once again, Bison began to claw his way out of the ground, covered in dirt and dust. His right arm hung limp, and his face was twisted in pain and rage. He lifted his hate-filled gaze to Alex, who didn't even bother to look back. Alex stared out toward the ocean, as if everything happening behind him wasn't even worth acknowledging. Bison activated his psychic power, intending to unleash it on his enemy, but he didn't get the chance. His body was ensnared by black hair that burst from Alex's shadow, coiling around him like a vice and preventing even a single breath. A strangled gasp escaped Bison's throat. He tried to see where the hair was coming from, and saw it extending from the darkness at Alex's feet. Alex slowly turned to face him, his eyes devoid of emotion, only cold indifference remained. You enjoy watching people suffer. You feed on their fear, their despair, their helplessness, all for pitiful scraps of power you can grasp. You imagine yourself a god. But that's just an illusion. Your power is confined to this world, and you can't even begin to comprehend how vast the universe is, or how terrifying its inhabitants truly are. Alex's voice remained calm and even. You are not a god. And you never were. I am a god. Bison hissed through clenched teeth. And nothing will change that. The lesser beings must bow before me. Another villain who can't grasp the obvious. Alex said quietly. But don't worry. I'll show you everything you ever made others feel. I'll take you to a place where despair and fear intertwine with pain and rage. A place not even your worst nightmares could conjure. He slowly raised his hand, fingers forming a familiar symbol. Domain expansion, Blood Red City. A chill ran down Bison's spine at Alex's words. He thrashed in an attempt to break free from the binding hair, but no matter how hard he struggled, the strands coiled around his body like steel chains, refusing to let him move. Suddenly, behind him, a lone red door appeared. A wave of icy cold rolled from it, racing up his spine. Slowly, almost mechanically, he turned his head and saw the door materializing out of nowhere. Though it remained closed, crimson veins like spiderwebs had already begun to spread from it, reaching out toward him. With a groan, the door began to creak open, and a violent surge of terror erupted in Bison's chest. A torrent of thick, dark blood gushed out from behind it, flowing straight toward his feet. His heartbeat thundered in his ears. A faint ripple spread across the surface of the blood, as if the very place responded to his fear. Out of the blood, pale, thin hands emerged. They reached toward him slowly, and in the next instant, grabbed his legs. The hair that had bound him vanished, as if granting him a fleeting hope of escape. What is this hell? Get it off me. Now. Bison screamed, struggling to break free from the deathly grip. He turned, but Alex was gone. That realization froze him. And in that brief moment, the hands gripped tighter, robbing him of any chance to escape. He flailed, lost his balance, and fell, allowing the hands to take hold of his entire body. They began to drag him in. Raising his gaze, Bison saw once again the same open red door, behind which lay a nightmarish city alien to this world. A red city that instilled fear deep into his very soul. He clutched at the ground with frantic fingers, trying to stop himself, but it was useless. The pale hands pulled him relentlessly. The earth was loose and soaked with blood, causing his fingers to slip. Never before had he experienced such terror. The vision of the red city awakened a primal fear rising from the very depths of his being. No matter how much he resisted, his body was drawn closer and closer to the door. Bison tried to use his psychic power to break free, but nothing worked. It was as if all his strength had vanished. The red door was approaching. He could feel it. And then, just as he was about to cross the threshold, his vision darkened, as if he had lost consciousness. When he opened his eyes, Bison found himself sitting at an old, half-ruined bus stop. Everything around seemed blurry, his vision was hazy, and he didn't immediately understand where he was. The stop looked abandoned, cracked and rusted, as if it stood on the edge of a godforsaken city. Anger began to boil inside him. He tried again to summon his psychic power, unsuccessfully. Even his body felt alien, weak, exhausted. He stood up from the bench and looked around. Above him stretched a sky dyed in a thick, saturated red. This deathly blood-colored hue seemed to press on his mind, stirring anxiety and a sense of impending doom. Suddenly, a rustle sounded behind him. He whipped his head around a dark alley. Hidden in the shadows, it seemed to be watching him. And inside Bison, a vile feeling took root, as if he was being watched. Hundreds of eyes from the darkness, invisible but present. His thoughts became tangled. Panic grew. He wanted to figure out how to leave this cursed place. He wandered the streets, narrow, winding, seemingly designed to confuse. The buildings stood close together, old and crooked, with empty windows resembling dead eyes. It felt as if the city itself was alive, watching, breathing, following his every step. And the shadows in the alleys, they moved. Bison frowned grimly, sensing the oppressive atmosphere. Only the fury raging inside him kept him from losing his mind completely. But the sounds, light footsteps, creaks, rustles, made him constantly look over his shoulder. He felt like a paranoid. But the sound, the scraping, it grew louder. Then true, overwhelming fear began to take hold. Something was scraping, like teeth, or bones against concrete. Bison's legs, as if obeying instinct, took off running. Panic consumed him. He was no longer the leader of Shadaloo. He was just a man. Without power. Without protection. Just a lonely figure in the Red City, filled with shadows, running from what lurked in the darkness. Alex sat on the edge of a rooftop of one of the Red City's buildings. All the structures in this sinister place looked alike, Gothic architecture with pointed arches, tall spires, and stained glass windows glowing with a crimson light. He lazily smoked, exhaling smoke into the scarlet sky, his eyes half closed as he watched every movement of Bison, from the very moment he had woken at the dilapidated, silent, ash-covered bus stop. Alex watched as panic-stricken Bison fled desperately, trying to break free from this nightmare. But the Red City released no one once they were within its bounds. He observed how fear and madness gradually seized Bison's mind, penetrating his flesh, soul, and very essence, slowly but inevitably. On one side of Alex sat Janya. Her long hair fluttered in the wind like living shadows. Her gaze was empty, but not from indifference, it was bottomless, as if her soul was looking somewhere beyond what was happening. On Alex's other side sat Gondal, with a soft, almost maternal smile on her lips. But anyone who knew her well understood that behind this virtuous mask lay something else. That was exactly why she had befriended Janya. Both women leaned on Alex's shoulders while he continued to watch Bison, who ran past that same bus stop once again, as if the city itself was returning him to the starting point. The shadows in the alleys moved, stirred, and watched. The moment Bison slowed even for a moment, they would reach out to him like the rotten branches of an ancient cursed tree. Who would have thought, Alex exhaled, releasing a stream of smoke, that once he lost his power, he became just an ordinary, frightened man. Mortals like him are always like that, Gondal replied, resting her head on his shoulder. As long as they have what they pride themselves on, they think they're invincible. But once they lose it, all their pride turns into fear of the inevitable. This place breeds fear and despair. Once a mortal enters here, fear begins to take root in their heart until it completely consumes them, Alex said with a slight smirk. Heh. You're right, darling. But I'm still amazed how Janya managed to subjugate an entire part of this terrifying city, with all its inhabitants. Now they watch Bison's every step, waiting for him to stumble. He'll have a miserable fate if he even relaxes a little, Gondal said, smirking. I'm sure all your sisters think you're creepy. Behind your almost saintly smile hides a true demoness, Alex chuckled and playfully pinched her nose. So what, she replied with the same expression. I just don't forgive those who want to harm my darling and his family. Especially Anya. She's so sweet, just your copy, even if not your biological daughter. Right, Janya. Janya nodded silently, showing neither emotion nor reaction. Her face remained inscrutable. Everything happening in this city seemed to not concern her at all, even though it was part of her power. All she wanted was to be near Alex. Demons, monsters, darkness, none of it mattered. In her new life, only he was important. How long do you think, darling, he'll keep running before he realizes he's running in circles? Gondal asked lazily, rubbing her cheek against his shoulder with tender affection. I don't think it will be long. He's almost there. Look closely, the first ones are starting to sense his fear. The stronger his soul radiates terror, the tastier he becomes for the locals, Alex said, pointing toward one of the alleys. Gondal shifted her gaze and noticed a strange creature, thin and elongated like a branch, with long arms almost touching the ground. Alex squinted, it looked frighteningly familiar. The creature stood motionless in the shadows, watching Bison as he ran his loop again. Its appearance, tall figure, pale skin, faceless, long limbs, black suit, and red tie. Damn. Alex muttered, rubbing his eyes. Don't tell me that's Slender Man. He stared, unable to believe his eyes. Slender Man. The cursed urban legend come to life right here in the Red City, under Janya's control. Could it be? Alex even began to suspect that before coming to this world, she somehow first went to another world where Slenderman lived, simply absorbed him, and then somehow ended up here, where they met and she took the place of his shadow. "Zhanya, my love," he said quietly, "could you explain how the damn Slenderman ended up in your domain?" "Slenderman?" Gondal repeated, tilting her head slightly. "He's an urban legend from one of the worlds. They say he kidnaps people, especially children. No one knows why, because no one ever returned. And now he's here. I get the feeling that before arriving in this world, Zhanya somehow ended up in his world, and just absorbed him. And now he's part of her world," Alex said without taking his eyes off the figure in the alley. Alex and Gondal exchanged glances with the ghostly girl. She simply nodded slowly in response, confirming Alex's words that she indeed had absorbed Slenderman. Alex noticed the nod and sighed. It was clear from Zhanya's face that before arriving in this world, she had already been in others, and most likely all those worlds were closely tied to urban legends. Alex didn't even want to know who exactly Zhanya had absorbed during the time and what entities had now become part of her Red City. The thought that she might have already absorbed beings like Kayako and Sadako was, to say the least, unsettling. "My love," he began cautiously. "How many ghosts from urban legends have you absorbed before we met?" Zhanya looked at him, then her shoulders slowly rose and fell, expressing uncertainty. It seemed even she no longer knew the exact number. Alex wearily ran his hand over his face, realizing that all possible ghosts from myths and scary stories could reside in her Red City. This only strengthened his conviction that she had traveled through worlds where urban legends became reality. "Darling," Gondal asked cautiously, "is it bad that Zhanya absorbed them? Could it somehow harm her?" "No," Alex shook his head. "She's protected by my power and my essence, just like you and the other Valkyries. It's just, if these beings were released into the human world, another apocalypse would begin. The damage depends on the strength of the absorbed ghost. The stronger it was, the more harm it can cause if freed. Especially if these are ghosts like Kayako, Sadako, or Slenderman, who's currently standing in the alley watching Bison." "You mentioned two. Kayako and Sadako," Gondal clarified, frowning slightly. "Sadako," Alex corrected her. "Those two are embodiments of curses. Sadako spreads hers through a cursed videotape. And Kayako, her curse is the house itself. Just stepping inside dooms you. You can get rid of Sadako by passing the curse to someone else. But Kayako's victims are always doomed to die." He thoughtfully scratched his chin. Then, as if from nowhere, Regan Leaf appeared behind him. "Maybe you should just throw all the idiots who annoy you in here," she suggested, adjusting her glasses slightly. "You say death is a relief. And the Red City could be turned into a prison. Eternal confinement, fear, and pain sounds like a good punishment to me." Alex looked at her and smirked. "I'm not against it, but it all depends on Zhanya herself. I don't want to overwhelm her with that work," he said softly, gently running his fingers through her hair again. In fact, he was increasingly liking the idea, turning the Red City into a place with no escape, a dungeon for those who dared to consider themselves evil but were actually insignificant. No reincarnation, no forgiveness. Only eternal suffering. Alex was already considering sealing the souls of such beings, denying them even the mercy of destruction. But the decision remained with Zhanya. It was her world, her city, and only she could decide how to use its power. Alex, Gondal, and Regan Leaf all turned simultaneously toward the ghostly girl, awaiting her answer. Zhanya nodded slowly. Her silent consent spoke louder than any word. She did not object. Moreover, she was ready to take on this burden for Alex's sake. For the one who made her a part of himself. Unable to hold back, Alex hugged her, pulled her close, and gently kissed her pale cheek. A faint blush and a barely noticeable smile appeared on Zhanya's face, then vanished immediately. But Alex noticed. And that was enough. Holding Zhanya, he, along with Gondal and Regan Leaf, once again turned their gaze to the running Bison, who was still circling in the looping city, consumed by terror, madness, and paranoia, growing stronger with every passing second. To be continued. Chapter 344, Chapter 344, The Red City that will become a prison for sinners. Bison, the newest inhabitant of the Red City, was still consumed by the primal fear that had seeped into the very core of his being. Driven by panic, he sprinted forward blindly, not caring where he was going. His thoughts spun feverishly around one goal: get out of here as fast as possible. With each passing second, the city pressed down harder, casting a heavy blanket of terror over Bison's mind. In his frantic run, he kept passing the same bus stop where he had first regained consciousness, but he didn't even notice it. He could feel it, something was watching him with every step. The moment he so much as slowed down, the oppressive sense of approaching danger intensified, making the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. Screeches, whispers hiding in the alleys, grew louder and louder. Whenever he tried to stop, the sounds crept closer. Bison tried to catch his breath, to steady himself, but the panic only grew stronger. He was trapped, caught in a hopeless maze. Every move brought him back to the cursed bus stop. No matter which direction he chose or which street he ran down, it all led back, as if the city itself was mocking his desperate attempts to escape. But he couldn't stop. He knew he was being hunted. Something unseen, alien, was reaching out to him with clawed hands from the darkness, ready to drag him into one of the alleyways. He could hear his heart pounding like a drum, his lungs burning from lack of air. And yet, he didn't give up. Anger and pride slowly began to override the fear. The face of the one who had sent him here kept rising in his thoughts. With every new memory, his rage grew hotter, pushing out the fear, filling his body with a fire of fury. But the sounds didn't stop. On the contrary, they seemed to be playing with him. Every time Bison turned his head, they fell silent. He spun around like a madman, trying to spot the source of the sickening slurping and scraping noises. His eyes were bloodshot, from exhaustion, rage, and desperation. Even blinking became torture, his eyelids felt like lead, and opening them again took effort. I won't die here. I'm a god. I'll become the ruler of the new order once I get out of this damn place. He growled through clenched teeth. He didn't yet know that in the Red City, the concept of death did not exist. Everyone who ended up here had already crossed that line. Here, it was impossible to die. The only thing that remained was eternal existence in a loop of fear and madness. Pushing away the intrusive noises, Bison tried to figure out how to escape this trap. He had already realized that everything kept bringing him back to the beginning, the bus stop. So, he needed to choose a different path, break the loop. A desperate idea formed in his mind. He decided to turn into an alley that even he found disturbing and repulsive, too dark, too dead. He stepped forward, smothering his terror with anger. He walked without looking back, ignoring the tightening anxiety that gripped his heart with every step. The shadows between the buildings grew thicker, and darkness loomed ahead. The deeper he went, the more uneasy he became. The light dimmed, and Bison could barely see anything. Until he finally slammed into a tall brick wall. He stopped. And only then realized the sounds had vanished. A suffocating silence settled over everything. The wall in front of him seemed like an insurmountable barrier. Normally, he could have simply smashed through it with his psychic powers, but now he couldn't feel them. He tried to focus, to summon even a spark of power, but it was all in vain. Shit. Shit. Why is there a dead end? Don't tell me I have to go back again. Bison growled, clenching his fists. And then he noticed a strange piece of paper stuck to the wall. What the hell is this thing? He stepped closer, squinting to try and read what was written. Bison's eyes narrowed in fury as he tore the tattered sheet off the brick wall. Glancing at the message, he snorted with contempt. Don't look, or it will take you. Crumpling the paper, he threw it aside. The fear that had gripped him just moments ago had finally receded, giving way to fury directed at Alex. He hadn't even noticed how everything seemed to change the moment he stepped into the alley. The world became quieter, dimmer, as if reality itself had shrunk. But convincing himself that if he could enter, he could also leave, he turned away from the wall. And didn't notice how that very piece of paper, the moment it touched the ground, dissolved into the darkness, swallowed by the shadows. After taking a few steps, Bison heard a whisper. It coiled in his ears like mockery, like a voice, no, a challenge. It begged, no, ordered him to turn around. And Bison, no longer in control of himself, slowly turned his head. On the brick wall behind him was cast a tall, broken shadow. It didn't resemble any tree, long, thin, with spindly branches, it looked like the silhouette of a man. A man who couldn't possibly exist. A chill ran down his spine. His heart clenched. Panic slowly, but relentlessly, began to smother his mind, drowning out the remnants of his rage. But the worst part was, the shadow was moving. He knew there were no trees behind him. He knew it. But the branches moved, fluid, alive. One of them, thin as a dried-up hand, slowly reached forward, as if trying to pierce through the wall itself. Bison froze. His body refused to obey. He was afraid to blink, it felt like if he closed his eyes, he wouldn't be able to open them again. His heart pounded, ready to burst from his chest. The shadow kept moving, and fear peaked as the branch suddenly reached out from the wall, now no longer just a shadow, it was real. Fighting through the terror, Bison turned and bolted toward the safety of the street. But the hand, long and gnarled, lashed out after him, clamping onto his shoulder like a vice. His heart stopped for a second, then exploded in a wild rhythm. He was being dragged backward, toward the wall. The noise, that same sound, like a broken television, began to fill the space around him. It grew louder, closer, more unbearable with every second. Stopping by the wall, Bison, driven by fear, slowly turned his head. Towering above him stood a faceless, tall, and emaciated creature, staring down at him. His mind tore apart in panic. Aawa. A blood-curdling scream burst from his throat, echoing off the walls, rising up to the rooftops. And the moment he screamed, the branches behind the creature came alive. They writhed like tentacles and surged forward. They pierced him, into his mouth, eyes, ears, and nostrils. Bison felt every touch, every flash of pain. And the noise, white, hysterical, sounded until the very end, until the final moment, before darkness fell. He shot up, eyes wide open, gasping for air. His heart raced wildly. He touched his face, eyes, ears, nose, checking if everything was still there, still alive. The memory of the tentacles was so vivid, he could almost feel them invading him again. The pain still echoed in his head, not like a memory, but like something real. He looked around. That same bus stop. Run down. The one where he had first woken up. But now there was a sheet of notebook paper lying nearby with the words, "Can't run." His eyes filled with rage. He crumpled the note and hurled it away with fury. Was it a dream? A vision? Or a warning of what awaited him if he didn't leave the city? The noise in his head grew, making it impossible to concentrate. Bison grabbed his hair, trying to hold onto a single clear thought. But everything was foggy. He was starting to forget. Memories of what happened before the bus stop were dissolving, as if the noise was erasing them one by one. He looked up and stared across the street, into the alley opposite. And froze. There, in the shadow, it stood. That very creature. The noise surged, intensifying, filling his entire being. Hopelessness, fear, and despair surged all at once, leaving no room for choice. And Bison ran. He ran away from the creature. Away from the city. Away from the horror. At that same moment, on the edge of a rooftop not far from the bus stop where Bison had just fled, sat Alex, Janya, Gondel, and Regan Leaf. They had been watching his every move all this time, even his death at the hands of Slenderman. Alex watched the scene unfold with an amused grin, realizing that he no longer needed to waste time on elaborate interrogations or torture. Now, he could simply send every unworthy villain to the Red City, a place where there was no death, no mercy, and no escape from the nightmares that dwelled within. One thought kept circling in his mind: just how many urban legends had Janya devoured before they met? That mystery gnawed at him. Depending on the number of entities she'd consumed, he was considering adding more to their ranks, creating his own world of nightmares, a personal hell for people like Bison. What a fascinating creature, that Slender Man. I never would have thought such monsters truly existed in other worlds, Regan Leaf remarked, adjusting her glasses as she curiously observed the scene below. Actually, every scary story parents tell their children turns out to be true in some world or another, Alex replied, holding Janya's cold, pale hand. These creatures are born from human fear. Feeding on it, they grow stronger. But now they're just cute little pets in Janya's personal horror zoo. And everyone who ends up here, they're nothing but food for these beasts. Darling, did you really decide to turn this world into a dungeon for trash like that, Bison? Gondel asked playfully, swinging her legs as she sat on the rooftop's edge. Janya doesn't mind, Alex replied with a wide smile. I'm even thinking of expanding the monster collection, to give every guest here something special to play with. Alex, sometimes you act worse than any villain you've ever faced, Regan Leaf sighed. Hey. My brother is literally Lucifer. It runs in the family, we both have a thing against sinners, Alex shrugged innocently. If you say so. Oh, look, seems like Bison died again. And, yep, he's waking up at the bus stop, Regan Leaf said, half believing Alex's words as she turned her attention to the stop where Bison had indeed just regained consciousness, for the third time. Alex and the girls shifted their gaze to the bus stop. Bison was screaming hysterically, realizing he had ended up in the Red City once more. Alex smirked, imagining just how fun things would get with Slenderman. At least until Bison ran into something even worse. Alex wondered, how many times could Bison keep running before he completely broke? He shared his thoughts with the two Valkyries, curious to hear their take. But like him, they didn't give a clear answer. As for Janya, no one bothered to ask. The silent ghost girl wouldn't have responded anyway. She simply didn't care about Bison's fate. Their thoughts were interrupted by Bison's frantic scream. Stop hiding. Come out. I know you're watching me, you coward. Alex and the girls looked down again. Bison was roaring like a wounded animal, his face turned to the crimson sky. Alex raised an eyebrow, surprised at how quickly he was breaking down. Even the Valkyries hadn't expected such a weak will from someone who fancied himself a god. That's when Alex began formulating a plan. He wanted to give Bison false hope, make him keep moving forward. A wicked idea was already taking shape, one that would be truly excruciating. Regan Leaf, Gondel, and Janya looked at him, a grin worthy of a true villain blossomed on Alex's face. The two Valkyries exchanged glances, shook their heads, and vanished into Alex's spiritual space. Zhanya cast her empty, cold gaze at him. His shadow spread across the rooftop and wrapped around the girl, and in a moment, the ghost disappeared into her. Alex remained alone, sitting on the roof and watching as Bison once again screamed into the sky. "Well then," he muttered, shrugging. "Time to act. I said, come out. Give me back my power. Fight me fair, without your dirty tricks. Stop hiding, coward." Bison shouted, hoping to provoke his tormentor. "I wasn't hiding," Alex's mocking voice came from behind him. "You're just too careless to notice me." Bison heard the voice of the man he hated with every fiber of his being and spun around sharply. His gaze fell on Alex, calmly sitting at that cursed bus stop. Alex was lazily leaning on his elbow, watching him with a smirk, holding a cigarette between his fingers. Bison's eyes filled with blood. Rage began to flood him, taking over his mind once again. He felt no fear or pain, only the desire to tear Alex apart. In a fury, Bison sprang from his place and lunged forward, determined to kill the one who caused his suffering. But as soon as he took a single step toward Alex, the latter simply snapped his fingers. At that instant, Bison's body shot up into the air like a cannonball and crashed with a thunderous noise into the side of a building. He fell heavily to the ground, a limp heap of flesh and pain. Alex slowly rose from the bench, flicked ash off his cigarette, and leisurely walked toward the fallen enemy. The city fell silent. The white static noise that had previously filled Bison's mind disappeared, leaving only the sound of footsteps, steady, muffled, and terrifying. Lying on the ground, Bison looked up with hatred. Alex stood nearby, taking a drag and exhaling smoke right in his direction. "So this is how the great leader of Shadaloo fell," he said mockingly. "A man who fancied himself a god, dreaming of imposing a new world order. And in the end, he was just a hysterical child afraid of the dark and alleyways. Let me out of this place." Bison hissed through clenched teeth, holding back a scream. "Alas, I can't," Alex replied calmly. "But you can get out yourself. All you need to do is find the red door. The very one you came through. Do it before you become a permanent part of this world. The longer you hesitate, the less time you have left. The clock is ticking, Bison." He spoke quietly, without emotion, but every word stabbed into Bison's mind like a knife's blade. Bison snarled, clenching his fists in rage. He wanted to curse Alex but didn't have time. His body began to vanish, turning transparent until Alex disappeared completely. Left alone, Bison struggled to stand. The thought of the red door had lodged itself firmly in his mind. He had to find it, immediately. But he forgot one important detail. When Alex disappeared, the red city came back to life. The rising static noise echoed again in Bison's ears. He didn't have time to react. From the nearest alley, thin, reaching branches burst out. They wrapped around his legs, coiled around his ankles, and pulled him into the darkness. Bison screamed hysterically, struggling, scratching the asphalt with his hands, trying to grab onto anything. But they dragged him closer and closer into the alley. The noise in his ears grew louder, almost deafening. And when his body completely vanished into the darkness, he saw that creature again. The very same slender man. The one who had already killed him twice. And now, it was time for the third. A hysterical scream came from the darkness of the alley, then faded away. Meanwhile, Alex stepped out of the red door with a satisfied smile. He found himself in the same place where he had fought Bison before, at the foot of a mountain, which turned out to be a volcano. Alex stretched, deeply inhaling the cool, fresh air. He raised his eyes to the sky, but there was no serenity in them, only irritation. The one responsible for Bison's appearance here was still free. He was hiding behind the thick walls of his headquarters, weaving his intrigues. Derek Clifford Simmons. Alex muttered with a grim smile. National Security Advisor. Leader of the family. Well then. Since you want to play, Simmons. We'll play. Just don't complain later. Let's see if you can last longer than Bison, or if you'll become a crying child too. It's all up to you. He looked toward America. Toward the National Security Agency's headquarters, where Simmons was located. The smile on Alex's face twisted. He stopped smiling and, humming a dark melody under his breath, summoned Yamato. With a few swings of his blade, he opened a portal. Now that Zhanya had given him full permission, he could gladly fill the Red City with new inhabitants. He no longer needed to torment his enemies, those who lived in this nightmarish place would take care of that. Alex stepped into the portal, humming a tune that sounded like a flute. The portal closed behind him, leaving only silence, and a sense of impending horror. At the same time, Derek Clifford Simmons was in the National Security Agency headquarters. He was dressed in a strict black suit and a light shirt. Now he stood in a room resembling a monitoring station, where all the staff were tensely watching the satellite image of Unimac Island, the place where Alex and Bison had just fought. Simmons, thoughtfully gazing at the large screen, slowly spun the ring with the emblem of the family organization on his thumb. A smug, almost imperceptible smile played on his face, the smile of a man who believed he had played his hand perfectly and remained the winner while his enemies gnawed each other, distracted from the main goal. It was Simmons who invited Bison to the secret meeting at headquarters. He skillfully played on the vanity of men like Bison, arrogant, obsessed with power and greatness. Everything went according to plan. Bison attacked the settlement where Alex's group was located. This gave Simmons two immediate benefits: to find out what else the false savior was capable of, and to get rid of an overly confident figure who had long become an inconvenient pawn on his chessboard. "Sir, we've lost Bison's signal. What are the further instructions?" "Continue surveillance," asked an employee without taking his eyes off the screen. "No. I've already got everything I wanted." "Stop the surveillance and erase all the data," Simmons answered calmly. "Sherry Birkin. That foolish girl didn't even realize how much she helped us. She told us things we can use against our savior." The employees silently nodded. They were loyal servants of the family and followed orders without question. Simmons smirked slightly, turned around, and headed to his office. Since the start of the zombie apocalypse, he had done everything to concentrate power in his hands. And now he was close to his goal. He walked toward the office where he planned to establish contact with the being he had a deal with. Some time ago, a priest who called himself a messenger of the great creator had come to him. He offered Simmons eternal life, power, and unlimited possibilities, in exchange for loyalty. The offer was too tempting to refuse. Simmons agreed without hesitation. He entered the office, unaware that the door behind him began to change shape, turning into a scarlet, bleeding structure. Blood flowed down the floor, and pulsating red veins appeared from beneath the walls, wrapping around the corridor walls like a web. But Simmons didn't see any of it. He approached the bookshelf, moved aside the necessary volume, and activated a hidden safe. From it, he took a crystal orb, an artifact left by the priest, through which contact could be established. Sitting at the desk, he placed his hand on the orb. Usually, after touching it, activation would follow, a flash of light, the priest's voice, vibrations. But now, nothing. Simmons frowned. He tried again and again, but the orb remained cold and dead. At that moment, the lights in the office began to flicker, and the computer monitor turned on by itself. Simmons' face darkened with irritation and confusion. He was about to stand up when suddenly he heard a sound, the quiet click of a lighter. He jerked his head up and saw a silhouette of a man in the shadow of the sofa. The only thing that stood out in the darkness was the crimson ember of a smoldering cigarette. Simmons lunged for the desk drawer, but it was empty. "You can stop looking for the gun." "It's not there," came a calm voice from the darkness. Simmons froze. Slowly, he raised his eyes to the man in the shadow. When the cigarette ember moved closer to his face, Simmons recognized him. Alex. The very false savior whom the priests feared so much and avoided until their time had come. And now he sat in Simmons' office like a master, although just a few minutes ago he had been on the other side of the continent, in Alaska, on Unimac Island. Alex sat on the leather couch in Simmons' office, calmly smoking a cigarette. Light wisps of smoke drifted up toward the ceiling, while his gaze was fixed on Simmons' face, which showed growing confusion. Alex immediately understood that Simmons was desperately trying to figure out how he had ended up here. After all, just a few minutes ago, Alex had been in Alaska. "I see you're surprised, Derek Clifford Simmons," Alex said slowly, enunciating each word with a cold, almost mocking tone. "How did you get here?" Simmons frowned, a note of alarm in his voice. "That no longer matters. It's all meaningless now. Neither your pact with the underworld priests, nor how you set up Bison." Alex exhaled smoke and leaned forward slightly so that his face became more visible in the darkness. "Yes, I know you sent Bison to a certain death to get him out of the way. You thought I wouldn't find out. Or maybe you hoped I wouldn't come after you. That your pathetic schemes would hide you from my sight." He paused for a moment, giving Simmons time to digest every word. "To some extent, you're right. I wouldn't have come if I hadn't suddenly found a little free time. Although, to be precise, it's not just me who came." "What?" Simmons whispered, feeling a cold shiver run down his spine. From behind him came a rasping sound, a dull, painful, strangled noise, as if made by a person with a broken neck, desperately trying to scream in their death agony. The sound instantly froze Simmons with terror. He knew that rasp. He recognized it. Slowly, his heart pounding, he turned his head and saw a woman. But calling her human was impossible. Her long black hair fell over her shoulders like a waterfall of night. Her face was pale, gaunt, with deep shadows under her eyes, emphasizing eternal grief and suffering. Her clothes were torn and stained, as if she had just crawled out of a grave. Bones protruded through her skin in places, her body bore signs of violence, decay, and death. And all of it was accompanied by that same eerie, alien rasp. Horrified, Simmons turned his head back, toward where Alex was sitting. But now he saw only two eyes, empty, glowing iridescent eyes shining in the dark. He wanted to say something, but never got the chance. The woman suddenly grabbed his face. Everything plunged into darkness. The last thing Simmons saw was the cold, piercing gaze of those very eyes. Alex calmly left the office, if it could even still be called an office. The red door he had passed through led straight into the Red City. Closing it behind him, he watched as it disappeared, replaced by an ordinary door, as if nothing had happened. But for Alex, everything was more than clear. The meeting with Simmons only confirmed his suspicion. Zhang had indeed captured Kayako and settled her in the Red City. This was already the second cult entity from urban legends he had encountered. And he wondered, how many more such guests had Zhang swallowed? He strolled slowly down the corridor of the National Security Building, whistling a melody reminiscent of the sound of a flute that played in only one place in the entire multiverse. The light flickered and went out where Alex passed, enveloping his figure in thick darkness. Behind him trailed a barely audible whistle, breaking the oppressive silence. He thought, what if he created his own house of horrors, just for fun? To watch people lose themselves, scream, go mad. The idea was starting to appeal to him. Taking a step into the shadows, Alex vanished. The corridor lights came back on. Everything looked normal again. Only absolute silence remained, and no one in the building even suspected that Derek Simmons had disappeared, forever, leaving no trace. To be continued. Chapter 345, Chapter 345, The experiment team assembled. Alex's hand slowly extended from the shadow of the tree closest to his house. It was his first time traveling through shadows, and even for him, the experience was unusual. Passing through the dimensions of darkness felt different, not like teleportation magic or opening portals with Yamato. Everything seemed denser, more viscous. As if he was crawling through the very fabric of the night, filled with foreign gazes. I doubt I'll want to use this method again, Alex muttered, shaking off remnants of foreign darkness from his fingers. Unless it's to scare someone. Whistling a sinister melody, the kind that could make even the bravest shiver, he headed toward the house. Returning through the main gate of the settlement felt pointless. The day had already been full of revelations and surprises. Now, he had his own prison, a place where he could lock away all the trash that dared stand in his path. Besides, he had dealt with two problems that might have caused him serious trouble in the future. Now they were part of the Red City, and there was no way out for them. With light steps, Alex approached the house and pushed the door open. Still whistling that same eerie melody, he stepped inside. The moment he crossed the threshold, all the girls' eyes turned to him. Confusion was clear on their faces, and some even showed obvious concern. They didn't know what that melody was, but it sent chills down their spines. Can you stop whistling that? Coco was the first to speak, shivering slightly. It sounds, how should I put it? Blasphemous. Alex offered with a smirk as he settled on the couch. Close. More like, really creepy, Ada replied, rubbing her arms as if she had suddenly gotten cold. I got goosebumps the moment I heard it. Not surprising. You can hear this melody in only one place in the entire infinite multiverse. In a way, it's a lullaby, he said with a grin, leaning his head back. I don't even want to know who it's meant for. Better tell us what happened with Bison and why you were gone so long, Saya said, eyeing him intently. You want the short version or the long one? Alex asked with an innocent smile. This time I'll take the medium one, Rika grinned. Alex raised an eyebrow, let out a quiet chuckle at the joke, and shook his head. Before beginning his story, he headed to the kitchen to make some coffee. The girls exchanged glances and immediately understood, if Alex was asking the length of the story question, that meant things were about to get interesting. Turning on the coffee machine, he waited for the brew to finish. Meanwhile, the girls started gathering in the kitchen, grabbing snacks and drinks like it was a casual campfire gathering where people told scary stories. Alex smirked to himself at the comparison. When the coffee machine finished its work, Alex poured himself a cup and returned to the living room. Everyone had already gathered, the girls were sprawled across the couches, and even Anya, Alice, Nobukatsu, and the three troublemakers, Gir, Mimi, and Stitch, were sitting at the small table. Spotting an open space, Alex sat down between Namio and Kariko, placing his mug on the table. So, where were we? He asked, getting comfortable. You were about to explain why the fight with Bison took so long. And where that creepy melody came from, the one that's still giving me chills, Chiquita reminded him. Let's start with this, Alex said with a slight smile. I've seriously started to wonder if I should stop anti-reviving every idiot who stands in my way. What are you getting at? Chumley frowned. Did you do something to that Basta? She stopped herself, noticing the kids, to that idiot Bison. Exactly, Alex confirmed. But before I go on, who here remembers what I said about the Red City? I do. Shizuka replied cheerfully, raising her hand like a diligent student. That creepy place with the ghosts, right? Close. It all revolves around Zhanya, the strongest ghost from another world. She's from a reality where urban legends aren't just stories. And she's so powerful, she took control of most of the Red City. And what's your point? Why bring up ghosts again? Does this have something to do with your decision to stop killing villains? Valmont asked, crossing her arms. Exactly. Today I learned that before Zhang Yi arrived in our world, she passed through others. She absorbed countless ghosts and legends. How many exactly, I don't know, but that's not the point. The important thing is, she gave me permission to use the Red City as a prison. For people like Bison. And for other scum I might run into along the way. The girls stared at Alex in surprise, then shifted their gaze to his shadow. They all knew perfectly well that Zhang Yi resided there. At that moment, the shadow trembled slightly and took the shape of a girl with long, flowing hair. Some of the girls even thought Zhang Yi was showing off. After all, she had helped Alex more than any of them. But most of the group were far more interested in Alex's words about the Red City and his intention to turn it into a prison for trash like Bison. Nodding, Alex began to lay out his plan in detail, to make the Red City into a kind of hell, where sinners would be doomed to suffer. He wanted to show the girls what happened to Bison after he ended up there, but unfortunately, Anya, Alice, and Nobukatsu were in the living room, and Alex clearly wasn't about to scar their young minds with nightmare fuel. The girls understood and decided to get the details later. However, ones like Rebecca, Rika, Revei, Nobuna, and Rory were far more interested in what kinds of creatures lived in the Red City, and which ones Zhang Yi had already devoured. Alex simply shook his head. Even he didn't know how many spirits and monsters she had absorbed before they met. He had only seen 2 of them himself, and that was more than enough to spark the girls' curiosity. Realizing that there was no point in hiding it anymore, Alex finally named the ones he had seen, Slender Man and Kayako. The girls weren't familiar with the first name, but they knew plenty about Kayako. During their movie nights, when Rebecca was in charge of the picks, she almost always chose horror films. One time, she played a movie about a ghost girl named Kayako. Ever since then, the girls hadn't forgotten that eerie image. I wonder what Kayako looks like in reality. Yuriko murmured, glancing at Alex. In the movie, she was played by an actress, but the one living in the Red City is a real ghost. Kayako's busy right now. She's got a guest too, Alex said with a faint smile. What do you mean, busy? I thought you said that. What's his name? Slenderman was the one chasing Bison. Cammy frowned, trying to recall the name of the entity currently having fun with Bison. Well, I kind of lost my temper. Might have gotten a little carried away, and kidnapped Derek Simmons, Alex said innocently, raising his brow. Wait a second, Ray interjected, you mean to tell me you threw not only that idiot who thought he was a god into the Red City, but also the second idiot who sent the first one after us? That's one way to put it, Alex replied casually. Turns out Simmons had already struck a deal with the priests. So I figured, to hell with him, let him have some fun. The moment I lured him through the red door, he became Kayako's newest victim. So yeah, he's going to be occupied for a while, Alex added with a grin. That's actually convenient, Ada said lazily, leaning back against the sofa. First it was the evil corp getting in the way, then the demons who can't stand the sight of you. And now one of our potential enemies is out of the picture. I'd call that a nice bonus. Are you smiling like that because he annoyed you? Or because he tried to hit on you? Alex teased, raising an eyebrow. Not my fault I'm so desirable. Not even the Demon King could resist, Ada replied with a narcissistic tone. Alex couldn't hold back a laugh. He knew full well how obsessed Simmons had been with Ada Wong. So much so that in the original timeline, he even turned a woman into her exact double. But jokes aside, Alex and the girls returned to the main topic, discussing their next moves. If the priests had managed to sway someone like Simmons, a man standing atop a crumbling society, then they could likely recruit others too. Alex understood this better than anyone. He knew how mortals, hungry for power, were willing to betray everything and everyone just for a fleeting moment of ego satisfaction. Still, his plans remained unchanged. Before taking any major steps or going after the second priest, he needed to know how the resistance effort was progressing, and for that, he needed intel from Chris. If Alex acted prematurely, the demon army might mobilize and launch a full-scale assault. For now, they were busy destroying the red markers across the globe, which gave humanity a temporary respite. But that was a matter for the near future. If Chris didn't reach out, Alex had a backup plan. If Chris wouldn't come to him, then Alex would go to Chris. Knowing that their strategic course hadn't changed, the girls decided there was no need to rush things. Life in the settlement had stabilized, work was manageable, and their defenses had proven themselves when Shadowlow's army unexpectedly attacked. All that remained was to wait for the right moment to act. Deciding to have dinner and wind down with a movie, Alex and the girls moved to the dining area. The conversation continued through the meal, but at one point, Alex's gaze settled on Rory. He wondered, why not grant her a blessing, just like the gods do? He didn't want his sweet reaper to serve some deity from another world. Even the girls who had stayed in Orario had received blessings from the goddesses of his family, one way or another. Rory noticed Alex's thoughtful gaze and couldn't resist winking at him. Seeing her smile, Alex decided to ask her directly. After all, it was her choice whether she was ready to become his apostle. He already knew how to do it, he had more than enough experience. What interested him was only one thing: what would Rory become after that? Everything pointed to the idea that she could be called the Apostle of Destruction, or perhaps the Reaper of Destruction. Alex thoughtfully stroked his chin, pondering possible titles for his Gothic bride-to-be. Still, he understood one thing clearly: before taking any action, he had to hear Rory's answer. After dinner, the group moved into the living room. Preparations for a cozy movie night were in full swing. But after the recent conversation about ghosts, the little gremlin named Rebecca couldn't resist and picked yet another horror movie from her vast collection. Noticing Rebecca's choice, Alex acted immediately. He sent the kids upstairs so they wouldn't see anything scary and suffer from nightmares afterward. Alice, Anya, and Nobukatsu were far too young for such entertainment. Showing care as both a father and an older brother, Alex personally took Anya and Alice to the kids' room. Gir, Mimi, Stitch, and Nobukatsu had already rushed ahead. The kids always had something to do, especially since Gir and Mimi were constantly inventing new board games. But today, instead of tabletop games, they had set up an impromptu video game tournament. "Daddy, that bad man, are you going to punish him too?" Anya suddenly asked as she walked up to Alex and gently squished his cheeks. "Which bad men do you mean?" "There are so many, I've lost track of all their names," Alex replied with a smile. "The one who made Mama Zhangya turn into a ghost," Anya added in a whisper, thinking Zhangya couldn't hear her. But of course, she heard everything. Alex's shadow suddenly shifted, the silhouette of a girl emerged from it, and a pale hand slowly reached out. Zhangya rose silently from his shadow and hovered behind him, wrapping her arms around his shoulders. Her eyes were fixed on Anya, who immediately tried to pretend she hadn't said anything. For a normal child, such a sight would have caused nightmares for years. But for Anya, Zhangya was just another mom. Even if she was a ghost. Alex felt the cold of her hands on his neck and understood why she had appeared. He had also been thinking about the bastard who had turned Zhangya into a vengeful spirit. He knew who the man was. He knew where to find him. And if necessary, he would personally travel to any world to capture him and throw him to Zhangya for judgment. "I think it's only fair to find him, catch him, and send him to the Red City, along with the rest of the bad guys," he said, gently stroking Anya's hair. "Right," Anya said, eyes blazing. "Bad people shouldn't be walking the streets. They should be punished. Or better yet, hit with a stick." Alex couldn't hold back a smile. Seeing his little daughter, full of righteous fury, talking about punishing with a stick, was genuinely heartwarming. Zhangya silently watched Anya. In her eyes flashed a tenderness, a feeling one wouldn't expect in the heart of a ghost. She lifted one hand from Alex's shoulder and gently reached toward the girl, as if afraid to touch her. But Anya was not afraid at all. On the contrary, she gladly snuggled up to her ghost mom's hand. Her face lit up with a happy smile as she rubbed her cheek against the cold palm. Not used to such closeness, Zhangya quickly pulled her hand back and disappeared back into Alex's shadow. He just sighed with a slight smile. Still, Zhangya is very sweet. Even if she is a ghost. He knew she kept watching Anya. Just from the shadows. Alex couldn't stop smiling, watching how shy Zhangya could be. After chatting a little with Anya and discussing the plan to beat the bad guy with a stick, he decided to return to the girls. Before leaving, he didn't forget to remind the group of kids not to stay up too late. But, as usual, the kids ignored his words and continued to happily take part in their mini-tournament. Sighing and shaking his head, Alex went down to the first floor, just as the girls had finished preparing everything for the evening movie night. Snacks and drinks were neatly arranged on the table, all that was left was to start the film. Alex sat down next to Rory, who immediately settled on his lap, while Mio and Renka sat on either side of him. The next day, Alex was sitting in the living room with 02 curled up between his legs. He was bored, not knowing what to do with himself, until the pink-haired Sweet Tooth came over and asked him to file her horns. Since he had nothing better to do and definitely didn't want to refuse, 02 smiled broadly and sat on his lap, giving him access to her horns. Once she got comfortable, Alex noticed with surprise that her horns grew at about the same rate as fingernails, which meant they would need regular care in the future. He took a small file out of his inventory and began carefully filing the horns, trying to make them neat and symmetrical. 02 happily swung her legs as Alex focused on his task. During this, Alex thought he should check the horns of Anya and Lucy as well, since it was unclear how much theirs had grown. Maybe they would need some shaping too. This was his first experience with this kind of task. Of course, he had helped Haruheim brush her tails back in Orario or styled other girls' hair, but filing horns was something new. That's why he was especially careful, not to damage the horns and, most importantly, not to hurt 02. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. "Come in," Alex said without turning around. The door opened, and Rebecca Chambers and Claire appeared in the doorway. The first thing they saw was Alex sitting on the couch with 02 comfortably perched on his lap. The girls froze, watching how carefully he filed her horns. Alex gently blew off the tiny filings and admired the result, symmetrical and neat. Turning around, he saw who had come in. "Yo, Rixa, Claire. What brings you here so early?" "Missing me?" he asked, pulling out a soft cloth from his inventory to wipe the horns. "You could say that. But if you're busy, we can wait," Rebecca Chambers replied with a smile. Alex nodded and invited them to sit down while he finished. After examining 02's horns from all angles, he took out a small mirror so she could see the result for herself. 02 looked at her neatly filed horns with interest. Satisfied that everything was fine, she smiled happily, kissed Alex on the lips, and hugged him tightly. He returned her warm smile. It truly was a valuable new experience that might come in handy in the future. While Alex was busy with 02, Rebecca Chambers and Claire looked around the house with interest. It was their first time here, and they were pleasantly surprised by how cozy and comfortable it was, especially compared to how some other people's houses looked. "Well, I'm done now. So what did you want? Just to hang out, or was there another reason?" Alex asked as he began braiding 2 braids in 02's pink hair. "You could say both reasons," Claire replied with a light chuckle. "Rebecca wanted to see you both just because and for something important. Rebecca, if you want to spend time with me, come anytime. I'll always find a moment for you. Now tell me, what's the second reason?" "I'm listening closely," Alex said, continuing to braid 02's hair. Rebecca Chambers blushed slightly at Alex's words. After all, they had kissed only yesterday, and now she felt shy meeting his eyes. Claire, noticing how her friend was embarrassed again, couldn't hold back a laugh. The night before, she, along with Sherry, Moira, and Jill, had interrogated Rebecca after the Châteauneuf issue was resolved. When the girls learned that Rebecca had kissed Alex, they spent almost the entire evening pestering her with questions, demanding all the details. Seeing that her friend was still blushing, Claire gently nudged her with her elbow, encouraging her to speak. Rebecca cleared her throat, trying to control her nervousness. "I'll remember that I can come to you anytime. But right now, I need your help with something," she said, trying to keep her voice steady. "Oh, now you've really got me curious. What do you need done? Kill someone? Beat someone up? Tie someone to a tree? Or maybe send them into space on a rocket?" Alex asked with a smile, playfully twirling 02's braids between his fingers. Wait, none of that." Claire jumped up, clearly worried about Alex's imagination. "And besides, how exactly are you going to send someone on a rocket? Are you really going to build one just for that?" "I said, on a rocket, not in a rocket. I'd just tie the poor guy outside and launch him into orbit." "So, what's this thing you need help with?" Alex asked with a slight smirk. "I think I've managed to synthesize a few experimental versions of an anti-demon virus," Rebecca explained, pulling capsules out of her bag. "And now I need test subjects. That's why we came to you." So you really pulled it off. Impressive. So, do you want me to bring you a couple of demons? Or do you want to go hunting yourself?" he asked, raising an eyebrow with interest. "Either option works for me." "You decide what's easier for you," she replied, putting the capsules back into her bag. "Then I think it's best to head out right away and test the virus in the field." 02, want to come for a walk?" He turned to the girl on the couch. "Nah. I'll stay home. Your science stuff isn't really my thing," she said lazily, sprawling out comfortably. "All right then. Rebecca, Claire, go grab your gear. We're going to catch some little test subjects," Alex declared, rubbing his hands in anticipation. The girls nodded and went off to get ready. Left alone, Alex quickly changed, grabbed his pistols, and headed for the door. Before leaving, he reminded 02 to let the others know he'd be gone. Once outside, Alex thought it wouldn't make sense to take the motorcycle. So he pulled out his favorite ride from the inventory, a black 1967 Chevrolet Impala. Smirking, he slid behind the wheel, started the engine, and savored the deep roar of the motor. Now all that was left was to pick up Rebecca and Claire. Pulling up to the house where Claire, Rebecca, Jill, Moira, and Sherry lived, he impatiently honked the horn. "Whoa. That's an Impala. Where have you been hiding such a beauty?" Moira exclaimed as she stepped out of the house and spotted the car. It's been in my inventory all this time. I'm not about to leave my girl unattended. I don't like idiots messing with her, Alex smirked, stepping out of the car. Damn. Why were you hiding her? I'm dying of envy. You could say this Impala is now one of a kind in this world, Moira said, peeking under the hood. Envy is a bad feeling, Moira, Alex remarked, leaning on the car roof and lighting a cigarette. Oh, give me a break, she scoffed, rolling her eyes. Don't you need to get to the armory? Last I remember, you, Bika, and Reveille run the show there, he asked, exhaling smoke as he sat on the hood. I can skip it today. There's not much to do anyway. And you guys are going to hunt demons to test Rebecca's virus, right? Moira asked, settling on the hood next to him. Bingo. So, you coming with us? Why not? Nothing else to do. Since you're inviting, I'll go get my gear, she said, standing up and heading back inside. Alex watched Moira disappear into the house and shrugged. One more person or one less, didn't make much difference. In any case, it was good he took his car today. While waiting for the trio of girls to get ready, Brunhilde, Coco, and Yuriko approached, curious about where he was headed. Alex openly explained that Rebecca Chambers had managed to synthesize a virus capable of fighting demons, and now it needed to be tested in the field. If the virus proved effective, it would become a key part of his future plans. Brunhilde, Coco, and Yuriko immediately agreed. They understood well enough, the final battle was near, and every chance to strengthen their position before the upcoming conflict must be seized. Perhaps this biological weapon could turn the tide. As Alex shared his plans and thoughts about the future with the girls, Rebecca, Claire, and Moira emerged from the house, fully geared up. Brunhilde, Coco, and Yuriko said their goodbyes, asking him later to tell them how it went. Alex nodded, got behind the wheel, and Claire and Moira gently pushed Rebecca into the front seat before settling themselves in the back. Starting the engine, Alex steered his Impala toward the exit of the settlement. Once outside the safe zone, he pondered where to go. He needed a place where finding a few demons for the experiment wouldn't be too difficult. So, where are we headed? Moira asked, leaning forward. There aren't any demon nests within dozens of kilometers around here. You'll find out soon enough. For now, hold on tight. Rixa, grab the wheel, Alex replied with a mysterious smile. Rebecca hadn't even fully processed his words before he let go of the wheel and climbed out through the car window. Frightened that they might crash or flip over, she grabbed the steering wheel tightly with both hands. Meanwhile, Alex, having gotten outside, called for Yamato. A few quick gestures later, a portal opened right in front of the car. The Impala sped through it without slowing down. When the car emerged from the other side of the portal, Alex deftly climbed back inside and slowed down a bit to get his bearings. Don't ever do that again, idiot. Rebecca snapped, giving him a light punch on the shoulder. I almost had a heart attack. Where are we even? China. More specifically, Hong Kong, Alex replied with a satisfied smile. I think there should be plenty of demons here. You can open portals over such distances. Damn, Moira said in amazement, staring at him with wide eyes. Ah, it's tough being cool, Alex sighed dramatically, theatrically putting his hand to his forehead. Yeah, we get it, you're cool. So how exactly are we supposed to find demons? They usually stick together in groups, Claire smirked. We only need one. The rest are just for warm-up. You could say the demons will be playing Russian roulette today, some will get lucky, some won't, Alex answered casually. Claire just sighed wearily, deciding not to argue. No matter how strange he acted, she felt safe around him. Alex wasn't in a hurry. There was plenty of time, so he could afford to drive around the ruined Hong Kong a bit. The last time he'd been here, the city was being bombed while his team tried to evacuate survivors. Now the streets were empty, the silent buildings a reminder of what had happened. To be continued. Chapter 346, the experiment succeeded and an interesting discovery. Alex, Rebecca Chambers, Claire, and Moira were sitting in the Impala, slowly driving through the ruins of Hong Kong. Alex was focused on the road, carefully steering around rubble and collapsed buildings that blocked their path. He couldn't help but think about how much the city had changed since their last visit. Back then, he and his team were rescuing Price, Chun-Li, Cammy, and other survivors, while also destroying the evil corporation's lab that housed the Red Marker. The entire underground base had been wiped off the map, and it was there he first heard demons calling him the false savior. Since then, that nickname had stuck among intelligent demons. They spoke it with contempt, restrained fear, or bitter mockery. Alex couldn't help but smirk at the memory. The city had become even darker and more devastated. Skyscraper wreckage, melted asphalt, shattered vehicles, and the lingering marks of war were everywhere. Rebecca, Claire, and Moira scanned the ash-covered, debris-littered streets. They knew that Hong Kong had fallen not only because of the demon invasion but also because Alex's group had ordered a massive bombardment to save those who were still alive. Alex was looking for any signs of demon activity, 1 or 2, no more, just enough to test the experimental virus Rebecca had recently synthesized. But the city felt dead. No sounds, no movement, not even a shadow. Just emptiness. Strange. Alex thought. Even demons didn't stick around here. He was certain that no human could have survived in such a hell. Even if someone had avoided the demons, the ruined city itself would have been their grave. Still, Alex had a way to save time. He focused and released a mana pulse into the surrounding space to scan the area. The pulse returned seconds later, and Alex detected several small groups of demons scattered throughout Hong Kong. Most likely just remnants, stragglers left behind after the main invasion. But something about the readings caught his attention, something odd, vaguely unsettling. Still, before investigating that, he needed to reach the nearest group. Turning the wheel, Alex steered the car in the right direction, but soon an entire collapsed building blocked their way. And now what? Going around? Or are you gonna start doing your ninja tricks again? Moira smirked, squinting at him. Why not? Alex shrugged, stepping out of the car. He walked to the road and slapped his palm against the ground. The earth began to tremble, cracks forming in the asphalt as thick roots broke through. Within seconds, they surged upward, lifting the collapsed building like giant wooden hands. Moments later, the path was clear. Young trees burst from the ground, rising high above the ruins. The 3 girls watched in renewed amazement. Rebecca and Claire had seen something like this before. In South Korea, Alex had grown a giant tree that had stunned them with its beauty and power. I wonder if that tree you created in South Korea is still standing? Rebecca asked, glancing at Alex. Of course. It's a tree. Unless someone decided to chop it down. Though, considering its size, good luck with that, Alex chuckled, climbing back into the car and hitting the gas. They continued on, chatting about the tree and other oddities they had seen on recent expeditions. As the car rolled slowly through the shattered city, Alex felt he was getting closer to a cluster of demons, from the feel of it, just regular imps. He sensed them huddled around corpses, devouring the remains. Stopping at a safe distance so as not to startle the creatures, Alex and the girls got out of the car. How did you even find anything in this ruined city? Moira asked, watching him with genuine curiosity. How do your powers work? It's pretty simple, Alex began, scratching his chin. I send out a chakra pulse in all directions. When it comes back, I can sense where everything is. Like animal sonar? Rebecca asked, frowning. Exactly. Just way more effective, Alex nodded with a satisfied smile. Having received an answer to their question, the girls didn't stop, they were eager to learn more. They were especially impressed by how Alex could process so much information at once. According to him, he was collecting data from the entire city using a mana pulse. As he answered their questions, Alex moved forward slowly through the ruins with the girls, helping them navigate through obstacles, cracks in the asphalt, debris from collapsed buildings, fallen beams. The atmosphere was tense, but not gloomy, a blend of quiet anticipation and focused determination. As the group approached the estimated location of the demons, Alex gestured for them to move as quietly as possible to avoid alerting the enemy. Slipping through a hole in the crumbling wall of a building, they were immediately hit by the sickening sound of wet chewing. Creeping closer and peeking down, they saw a disturbing sight, a group of imps hungrily gnawing on someone's remains. Claire, Moira, and Rebecca all turned away at once, the scene was too revolting. Alex, however, felt a spark of excitement. He wasn't going to miss this chance to catch his first test subjects. Without a word, he stepped forward and dropped down with a soft thud, right into the middle of the feasting horde. The imps reacted instantly, shrieking and turning toward him, but Alex stomped the ground. Thick, wooden roots burst through the floor like serpents, wrapping around the creatures and pinning them down. The imps growled and thrashed, but the roots held firm. The girls peeked through the gap and saw that everything was already over. The imps were securely bound. Moira even gave a low whistle. Test subject secured. You can come down, Alex said, giving them a thumbs up and a grin. And how exactly do you expect us to do that? We can't all leap from that height like you, Claire called down, rolling her eyes. Jump. I'll catch you, Alex replied, arms open. He could have just jumped back up and carried them down, but apparently, none of them felt especially hesitant. Moira didn't even wait. She jumped first, right into Alex's arms. He gently set her down and stretched out his arms again. Claire followed next, wearing a slight smile as she landed neatly in his hands, then slipped down beside him. Only Rebecca remained. She clearly hesitated, the height wasn't insignificant. Alex just smiled and nodded, silently reassuring her. Taking a deep breath, she stepped off, and a moment later, found herself in Alex's arms. Rebecca slowly opened her eyes and realized his face was only inches from hers. See? Not scary at all, he said with a slight, almost kind smirk. Of course not. I only fell several stories and ended up in your arms, she muttered, rolling her eyes. But I caught you. Everything went perfectly. Which means I deserve a reward, Alex added, raising an eyebrow. Rebecca paused for a moment, then smiled and kissed him on the lips. While they were busy with that, Claire and Moira examined the bound creatures. Hearing a familiar sound behind them, the girls turned and saw Alex and Rebecca kissing. Hey, you two. This isn't a date, Moira said in an exasperated tone. Don't forget why we're here. You can kiss later. Moira, I've told you, jealousy is an ugly emotion, Alex replied, breaking the kiss. It's not jealousy. It's irritation, she shot back, rolling her eyes. Then it wasn't a kiss. It was just lip contact, Alex teased with the same sarcastic tone. Claire shook her head while Moira snorted irritably under her breath. Alex gently set Rebecca Chambers down on the ground and approached the girls. Meanwhile, Rebecca began examining the still-living imps. Fortunately, the roots Alex had used to bind the demons were strong enough, none of them could so much as twitch. Alex, Claire, and Moira waited patiently while Rebecca finished inspecting their potential volunteers for the virus test. Alex, meanwhile, was considering the usefulness of testing the virus on a variety of demon species, but unfortunately, they'd only encountered imps so far. He just shrugged, gotta start somewhere. If the virus Rebecca had prepared didn't work even on low-level demons like these, there would be no point in trying it on stronger ones. Finishing her examination, Rebecca pulled out 3 vials of the virus. Well. Are you going to inject them yourself, or should I do it? Alex asked, looking at her. Better if you do it, she replied, handing him the injectors. I'll document everything. We need accurate records. So what exactly is this virus supposed to do? Are they just going to die? Explode? Melt? Moira asked, eyeing the tied-up trio of demons. Or turn into zombie demons, Claire suggested. Honestly, I'm not exactly sure myself, Rebecca said thoughtfully, turning her gaze toward the imps. We only ran a few preliminary tests in the lab. The only thing we know for sure is that the virus has a strong effect on demon blood. Well, we're about to find out. Whether they burst or melt, we'll see soon enough, Alex said, twirling the injectors between his fingers like he was juggling them. The girls nodded, it was better to test than guess. Alex walked over to the first imp, grabbed its head firmly, and prepared to inject it. Wait. Which sample are you about to use? Rebecca stopped him. The first one I grabbed, according to the label, it's number 2, Alex replied, squinting at the markings. Start with the first, Rebecca said, taking the injector from his hand and giving him the one marked with a number 1. Without complaint, Alex shrugged and injected the virus into the imp's neck. As soon as he released its head, the demon appeared to shut down, going limp in the root's grasp. Alex gave the injector a surprised look, wondering if the virus had been too strong. The imp had died almost instantly. Moira and Claire also watched in surprise. But their relief was short-lived. The imp suddenly snapped its head up and let out a wild, piercing screech. The sound was so sharp and unbearable that all 3 girls immediately covered their ears. What the hell? Why is it screaming like that? What the hell was in that thing? Moira shouted over the demon's screech. The virus, obviously. But I didn't expect this kind of reaction, Rebecca yelled back, pressing her palms to her ears. Alex, maybe do something before it lures the entire damn city to us with its screaming. Claire barked over the noise. All right, Alex said calmly, and snapped his fingers. The scream stopped instantly. A thin, bleeding line appeared on the imp's throat. Alex had simply sliced its vocal cords without killing it. He understood that if the demon died too quickly, they wouldn't learn anything useful from the test. Lighting a cigarette, Alex stood with the girls and watched what would happen next. Within seconds, the imp's body started convulsing. It coughed, then gagged up the first lump of blood. The girls instinctively took a step back. The imp continued spewing more and more bloody sludge from its mouth until it began choking on its own blood. With one final heave, it vomited a torrent of crimson fluid, and then went still. Holy crap. Rebecca, what kind of cocktail did you put in that thing? Moira asked, staring in shock at the imp's remains. Seriously, Alex agreed, gesturing at the corpse with his cigarette. It literally puked itself to death. We decided to test demon resistance to the most dangerous viruses in human history, Rebecca explained calmly. The first injector contained a hybrid strain of anthrax, bubonic plague, and smallpox. Naturally, all modified to only affect demons. It took some effort, but as you can see, the results speak for themselves. She nodded toward the massive scarlet stain left behind by what used to be an imp. Alex raised an eyebrow in surprise as he looked at the injector marked with a 1 in his hand. He hadn't expected such a powerful cocktail of viruses to be in his palm, especially one that would affect a demon. However, he was sure the effect would be gradual, so he had to wait a couple of minutes before the imp started to die. When the demon finally collapsed dead, Alex silently handed the empty injector back to Rebecca Chambers and pulled out a notebook from his inventory. He began making detailed notes, describing the reaction, reflecting on the first virus prototype, and pointing out what needed to be improved in future developments. The virus's lethality didn't concern him, but the methods of transmission definitely needed work. Waiting for a few minutes was way too long, every second could cost dearly in a fight. While he was writing, 3 girls approached him, interested in his notes. Rebecca immediately started running through possible improvements in her mind, following Alex's thoughts. Infection speed, transmission routes, lethality, everything needed to be calculated and refined. Alex finished writing, tore out the page, and handed it to Rebecca. She carefully folded the sheet and put it in her pocket. We tested the first one, 2 more left. What's next, Recca? Claire asked, glancing at Rebecca. The second one is different. Well, it's still a virus, but its effect is the opposite, Rebecca replied, choosing her words carefully. How's that? A virus but not really a virus. Moira raised an eyebrow, surprised. I'll try to explain. Demons, like humans, can bleed. So their blood can clot, too. The second virus is supposed to cause blood coagulation inside their bodies. But how exactly that will happen, I don't know, Rebecca said thoughtfully. Well, we'll find out now. Come on, Alex, inject the second one, Claire nudged him with a smirk toward the next imp. Alex shrugged, approached the second demon, and injected the virus. He released the imp's head and stepped back. Everyone started watching. This time, the demon didn't scream. Instead, its body began twitching convulsively. Alex wanted to ask if this was normal, but the imp's trembling only grew stronger. It seemed like some insane speed was awakening inside it. Then, suddenly, everything stopped. The demon went limp, hanging lifelessly. Well, that wasn't as impressive as the first one, Moira commented with slight disappointment. Tell me about it. It just vibrated a little and died, Alex added, inspecting the body. He stepped closer to make sure the imp was really dead. He leaned in, and at that moment, the demon exploded in a bloody shower. Blood, bones, and entrails flew everywhere. Alex found himself right in the blast's epicenter, from head to toe he was soaked. The girls were lucky, Alex had shielded them unintentionally. Alex's eye twitched nervously. Standing there covered from head to toe in demonic guts, the girls tried not to laugh but barely held back, the trembling of his shoulders clearly showed how angry he was. Alex, you okay? Rebecca asked cautiously, patting him on the back. Ugh, yeah, I guess. Just feels like something got in my mouth. He mumbled, spitting out bits of the imp. You know what? I'm changing my mind. This version of the virus is better than the first, Moira said, barely suppressing her laughter. Alex shot her an irritated glance. Of course, it was easy for her to say, she wasn't the one covered head to toe in blood and guts. Suppressing his anger, he pulled a bottle of water and a towel from his inventory. Wetting the towel, he began wiping his face and hands. As he cleaned himself up, his thoughts drifted back to the second virus. The effect had been much more destructive, but the delivery method remained inconvenient. Injecting each demon individually by hand was inefficient. Rebecca noticed how diligently he was wiping and came over, gently taking the towel from his hands. Let me help, she said, carefully wiping the blood off his face. Alex didn't object. He just stood there, thinking about how to modify the virus so it could spread like a real infection, from one demon to another. Thanks, Recca, he said quietly, handing the towel back and tossing it aside. No problem. But are you really okay? Even I can see your eye is still twitching, she said with concern in her voice. I've been in worse situations. It just happened so suddenly. I didn't even have time to react, Alex shrugged. No one expected the demon to explode like that. Who would have thought the blood clotting effect would cause such a reaction, Claire added with a slight smirk. Sighing inwardly, Alex decided it was time to finish this and pulled out the last injector with the third virus. This time, to avoid getting caught in a bloody rain of entrails, he took a transparent police shield from his inventory and held it in front of him. After injecting the virus into the imp, he raised the shield again, just in case. So what's the third virus? Claire asked, turning to Rebecca Chambers. To be honest, I'm not exactly sure what the effect will be, Rebecca answered with noticeable uncertainty. According to the data, it should dissolve the red blood cells inside the demons. But what the actual result will be, I have no idea. The second virus, for example, was only supposed to clot the blood, not blow up the body from the inside. Alex, Claire, and Moira stared silently at Rebecca, who now seemed to doubt the consequences of her own creation. Alex frowned, analyzing what he'd heard. If the virus really dissolved erythrocytes, its impact would be more widespread and possibly far more dangerous. And he was right, the demon's body literally began to melt, turning into a disgusting, rotten slime. Alex even smirked to himself, recalling a scene from the Gremlins movie. When exposed to sunlight, their bodies started to dissolve into a foul-smelling, greenish mass. A nauseating stench poured from the imp's dissolving flesh, so thick it felt like the air had become viscous. The three girls simultaneously covered their noses, trying to hold back their nausea. Even Alex felt his nostrils fill with the revolting stench. God, what a stink! Moira croaked, barely holding back vomiting. That's putting it mildly. I feel like I'm gonna throw up, Claire added, covering her face with her hands. Unable to bear it any longer, Alex scooped up the girls in his arms and, using his strength, leapt powerfully through the hole in the ceiling. Without wasting a moment, he carried them toward the street. Only once outside did they begin to eagerly breathe in the fresh air, as if fleeing from a nightmare that had haunted them until the very end. I hope it's just the smell stuck in my nose, because if not, we're going to have to burn all our clothes, Claire said, taking deep breaths through her mouth and nose. The virus worked, but using it against clusters of demons is like hitting the enemy and yourself at the same time. Not even a gas mask would save you from this stench, Alex grumbled, lighting a cigarette to mask the foul smell with tobacco smoke. Definitely, Moira snorted, leaning against the wall and wiping sweat from her forehead. After this virus, the phrase, chemical weapon, took on a whole new meaning. I nearly threw up the dinner I ate last week. Rebecca, what do you think? Will you and the scientists keep working on this third virus, or switch back to the first two? Alex asked, exhaling smoke and glancing at her. It's effective, but way too dangerous, especially considering the smell, Rebecca admitted with a crooked smile, covering her nose with her hand. Better not. It's scary to even imagine what would happen if a bunch of demons turned into that stinky slime, Claire added, her face pale. Alex just smirked, seeing how clearly Claire and Moira were against further development of that virus. After catching their breath and shaking off the sticky feeling of the stench that followed them onto the street, the team headed back to the car. Once there, they immediately got inside, ready to leave. Well, since we're done here, maybe we should go back. Or continue our date for 4. Moira suggested with a smile. Moira, only you could call this a date. Especially considering how it ended, Claire snorted, rolling her eyes. Of course we can go back, but I have one more little errand in this city, Alex said, starting the engine. So you really decided to continue our date? I don't mind, but a date where you have to test viruses on demons is a first for me, Claire laughed. You could say that. Remember when I said I used chakra as a sonar? Alex asked, glancing at the girls. And what did you sense? Rebecca asked, intrigued. We'll find out soon enough. I don't have a clear answer yet, he said with a mysterious smile and pressed the gas pedal. The three girls exchanged looks, also curious about what Alex had sensed using his sonar. Suddenly turning the wheel, he steered the car toward where he had detected a strange presence. Alex skillfully maneuvered between debris and rubble until he reached a huge crater in the ground, the very place where the evil corporation's laboratory had once stood. He stopped right in front of the crater, and the girls immediately became alert. Alex, what is this place? Claire asked, squinting. This used to be a laboratory. Now there's only a hole left, Alex replied, closing his eyes and sending out another chakra pulse to precisely locate the source of the strange sensation. When the pulse returned, he snapped his eyes open. It's close, he muttered, turning the wheel and pressing the gas again. The road led them to a half-ruined building that, despite the damage, looked surprisingly intact compared to the other ruins around. So, what exactly did you sense here? Moira asked, studying the building in front of them. It's hard to say. Just a strange feeling. Like something's calling. I've never felt this before, Alex said, shaking his head. Then let's see what exactly caught your attention, Claire said, stepping out of the car first. Alex followed her, with Rebecca and Moira behind him. Approaching the building, he pushed the old door. It crashed to the floor with a bang, raising a cloud of dust. Grimacing, Alex drew his revolver from behind his back and was the first to enter. The girls turned on their flashlights and followed him, lighting up the dark corridors. Guided by the pull of his feeling, Alex led them deeper into the building. The closer they got to the source, the stronger he sensed that strange energy, thick, oppressive, unfamiliar. Soon they reached another door. Alex pushed it open, revealing a stairwell. Which way now? Down or up? Claire asked, shining her flashlight on the stairs. Down, Alex answered shortly. But be careful. The stairs look like they're held together by a promise. I trust you'd catch us if anything happens. But you better go first. If it holds you, it'll hold us, Moira smirked, gently pushing him forward. Alex chuckled softly but obeyed and began to descend. The girls followed cautiously, lighting their way. Step by step, they made their way into the depths of the underground. The deeper they went, the clearer Alex felt that whatever was calling him was very close. The sensation was new, frightening, and at the same time, compelling. Something ancient, forgotten, and intriguing. When they reached the bottom, Alex looked around and noticed another door in the corner, large, metallic, covered with rust. Carefully, he pulled the handle and slightly opened it, letting the dim flashlight beams inside. The girls followed closely behind, trying not to fall behind. Suddenly, Claire stopped and whispered. "Do you hear that?" Alex, Moira, and Rebecca froze, listening. After a few seconds of silence, voices sounded, muffled, distant, as if coming from deep within the underground. Alex raised an eyebrow in surprise. These were human voices. What caught his attention even more was that the strange feeling he'd sensed all this time came exactly from that direction. As they moved forward, they gradually began to make out what the strangers were saying. Lirock, Tah sa, Veh fa. Vayl Bailey Ahl. The voices sounded rhythmic, in unison, like a mantra. The same words repeated over and over without stopping, like a broken record. Alex and the girls exchanged wary, anxious glances. Tension grew in their chests. "Sounds like a ritual," Alex whispered, looking ahead. "And judging by this, they're trying to summon someone. I can't think of any other explanation." He gestured for the girls to be as quiet as possible. They began to creep slowly down the dark corridor, trying not to make a sound. The closer they got, the louder the voices became. Soon, a dim, flickering light appeared ahead. Drawing nearer, they hid behind a pillar and peeked inside the room. Before them was a gruesome sight, a hall soaked in blood and littered with mutilated bodies. In the center stood figures in cloaks, their faces hidden beneath hoods. They formed a circle and tirelessly repeated the same words, as if hypnotized. Lirock, Tah sa, Veh fa. Vayl Bailey Ahl. Alex's eye twitched. He instantly knew, yes, they were cultists. And yes, they were actually preparing to summon someone. "Don't tell me they're really trying to call a demon," Rebecca whispered, peeking from behind the cover. "So what? It'd be interesting to see if they succeed or not," Alex smirked, watching intently. "I've only seen this kind of thing in movies," Moira added, trying to suppress the tremor in her voice. Despite the danger, Alex decided to observe. He had never seen a real summoning ritual before, only theories, guesses, and myths. He was curious whether it would actually work. Considering how bloody the scene was and how concentrated the energy in the air felt, he guessed the odds were about 50-50. But the main question was, who were they trying to summon? A petty imp? A miserable spirit? Or something far, far worse? He was especially interested to see whether these cultists would summon a minor demon or someone more serious. Given that any demon could now simply break free from its bloody nest and enter this world, Alex's curiosity about who the cultists were trying to bring forth with this ritual grew even stronger. And that was what intrigued Alex the most. To be continued. Chapter 347, Chapter 347, Another Villain Who Couldn't Survive Long. Alex, Claire, Moira, and Rebecca Chambers stayed hidden behind cover, their eyes locked on the group of cultists who, with fanatical persistence, were trying to complete a summoning ritual. Even Alex struggled to understand why they would go through all this trouble, especially now, when hundreds, if not thousands, of demonic nests had already spread across the world, allowing creatures from other dimensions to easily cross into reality. Scanning the ritual chamber, Alex quickly tried to assess what they were dealing with. His first thought, the cultists were trying to open yet another nest using an ancient ritual as a portal. The second, far more troubling, was that they aimed to summon a specific entity, possibly a high-ranking demon, and rip it from the depths of hell into this world. At that moment, Claire gently tugged on Alex's sleeve, catching his attention. He turned to her, and their eyes met. Without words, Claire was asking, "What now? Do we wait? Or do we intervene?" Alex shook his head, making it clear, he was genuinely curious to see who they were trying to summon. And if it turned out to be just another nest, he'd be more than happy to beat the cultist senseless for wasting his time. He gestured for the girls to remain completely silent. Any careless movement could disrupt the ritual, and that meant he wouldn't get the answer he came for. "Alex, do you really think this is going to work?" Rixa whispered, tugging his sleeve again. "More likely yes than no. Judging by who we're dealing with, they've got a real shot," Alex whispered back, eyes fixed on the ritual. The girls only nodded in silence and continued watching. If Alex believed the ritual might succeed, then even they started to feel curious about exactly who, or what, these maniacs were summoning. The cultists' voices grew louder, echoing through the chamber in a deep, humming vibration. Time passed, and nothing happened. Alex began to lose patience and was about to assume these idiots had messed something up. But then, one of them suddenly threw off his cloak. His body was covered in strange symbols, drawn in blood. He stepped into the center of the circle and lay down on his back. Alex raised an eyebrow. Self-sacrifice. These lunatics are really going all in, he thought. Claire gripped his arm tighter this time. Are we going to save him? Or are you going to let them kill him? She whispered tensely, her fingers clutching his sleeve. Why save him? He's one of them, Moira whispered doubtfully, picking up on the question. Alex silently shook his head. He had no intention of saving anyone. Regardless of the ritual's outcome, he'd already decided, all the cultists here would die. He couldn't allow a group capable of summoning demons or opening portals to roam free. The ritual entered its final phase. The cultists began to circle the sacrifice, chanting their mantra. Alex watched with an expression caught somewhere between boredom and irritation. But his demeanor changed instantly when the blood-drawn pentagrams lit up with a dark glow. He understood, the ritual was nearly complete. The lead cultist raised a black dagger above his head, its blade now etched with a glowing red pentagram. His voice grew louder with every word, almost a roar, echoing across the chamber. With this blade, I open the gates. Come forth at my call, Prince of Hell. Grace us with your presence and reveal your true power to this world. With those words, he drove the dagger into the chest of the man lying in the circle with fanatical determination. In that instant, the symbol on the blade flared even brighter. The victim's body convulsed violently. Blood poured from his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. It flooded the entire circle, but strangely, it did not spill beyond its borders. Alex and the girls watched the unfolding scene with undisguised interest, especially when the man's body sank into the blood, as if it were thick sludge, something that should have been physically impossible. Alex could feel it in his skin, the ritual had worked. And judging by the head cultist's words, the one they were summoning wasn't just anyone, it was the Prince of Hell himself. He stroked his chin, deep in thought. Perhaps the demon that Becca and the others had killed earlier had been summoned to this world in the same way. Which meant, this could happen again soon. Meanwhile, the cultists continued their chanting. The blood inside the circle bubbled more and more violently, pulsing in sync with their voices. The louder the incantations became, the more furiously the blood surged. Alex felt it, the ritual was reaching its peak. The Prince of Hell was about to arrive in this world. And he was right. With the final word of the cultist's chant, everything fell silent. The blood stopped boiling, the pentagrams faded, and an oppressive stillness filled the room. Did they mess up? Moira asked doubtfully, scanning the now empty circle. No. They succeeded, Alex said, shaking his head. You sure? Rixa whispered, glancing at him with worry. Alex nodded. He saw the world differently than the girls. His eyes caught things that remained hidden to others. He saw how the pool of blood had changed, it was now a portal, a window into another world. No. More than that. It was a bridge, connecting reality to something foreign, something otherworldly. Alex even felt a spark of admiration. Opening a portal to another world with this kind of technology, he had only read about such things in books, seen them in films or other sources. But seeing it with his own eyes, it confirmed the truth. And he could feel it, the presence of the Prince of Hell was becoming more and more distinct. His arrival was inevitable. The cultists kept praying, whispering their spells without pause. Suddenly, the blood shot upward in a powerful geyser, drenching the kneeling cultists around the circle. When the surge subsided, a tall figure stood in its place. Horned, with gray skin and crimson armor that resembled aristocratic garb, the demon looked like a noble of hellish descent. The three girls froze in place, stunned by what they saw. Despite Alex's earlier words, they hadn't truly believed the ritual would succeed until now. Alex raised an eyebrow in surprise. He partially recognized the demon standing before him. Prince Azric, we welcome you to our realm, the head cultist declared, bowing even lower, pressing his face to the floor. The scent of this world. It reminds me of Argent Nur. The same stench of blood and fear. Mortals still wish to fight. Wonderful, Azric said, inhaling deeply with satisfaction. Alex narrowed his eyes. According to his memory, Azric should have been long dead. He remembered how the demon had died at the hands of the Doomslayer, whimpering, shrieking, begging for mercy. Alex wondered, had Azric been resurrected? As far as he knew, that should have been impossible. Maybe a copy. Or a descendant, he thought. One thing was certain, this wasn't the same Azric he remembered. But even so, the power radiating from this demon was far greater than that of the Prince of Hell who had once been slain by Becca and the others. Alex sensed the girls beside him tense up. Their unease was justified. Azric exuded a primal fear. And he was strong. Looks like we have some rats eavesdropping on conversations they shouldn't be hearing, Azric suddenly said, turning his head sharply toward their hiding spot. Alex grimaced at the words and slowly stepped forward. With a subtle gesture, he signaled to the girls to stay hidden. Azric watched him with growing interest. The head cultist, shaking with panic, pointed a trembling finger at Alex. "You shouldn't be here. False savior. You're supposed to be far from this place," he shouted. "Hey, I go wherever I damn please. And don't point that finger at me. Or did you really think I'd miss the fun little summoning show for a mutt named Azric?" Alex grinned, lighting a cigarette. "So this world has its own savior too. But you're different from the ones who stood in my way before." Azric narrowed his eyes, studying Alex. "And you were supposed to be dead. But I'm not rubbing it in, am I? Oh, how you screamed when the Slayer tore you apart. How did it go again?" "No. Alex mocked, clearly enjoying the way Azric's face twisted in rage. Azric's eyes widened at Alex's words. He had been certain, absolutely certain, that no one in this world could possibly know the story of Argent Nur, let alone the history of hell itself. And especially not the name of the being every demon in the underworld feared above all. Alex observed Azric closely, watching the demon's face change expression by the second, as if ancient, long-buried terrors were awakening within him. And now Alex was sure, this wasn't just any demon. This was Azric. No doubt remained. And there was only one being who could have brought him back. Davith. Claire, Moira, and Rixa huddled behind a pillar, listening intently to the conversation. The way Alex casually called the demon by name, the way he spoke to him, it left no doubt. He knew Azric. He knew he was supposed to be dead. He had even referenced the exact moment of his death. The girls exchanged glances. Suspicion was growing in their eyes. Alex was clearly hiding something. He knew too much, and preferred to keep it to himself. "That's impossible. You weren't there. All the night sentinels died, and the monster was sealed away in the Kadinger sanctum. Who are you? What are you?" Azric growled, his voice filled with fury, glaring at Alex from beneath his brow. "And who told you all the sentinels were dead?" Alex replied with a faint, dangerous smile. "Or haven't you heard? The Slayer is free again. Or did you come here without even figuring out where you were? Shame, really, because none of them are in this world. What a tragedy." His voice was thick with mock sadness. "Ha ha ha." Azric laughed loudly, lifting his head with arrogance. "If the monster isn't in this world, then this world will fall like all the rest. They may call you a savior, but you will never become that monster." "Oh, Azric." Alex shook his head, mocking amusement in his tone. "Looks like death didn't do you any good. Or maybe you were just too honored to be resurrected by the Dark Lord himself. Or perhaps the thought that the Slayer isn't here has made you bold. But let me tell you a little secret." He grinned, revealing razor-sharp teeth. "I don't need to become a monster. I was born one." Azric's eyes widened in horror, but what happened next sent panic through his demonic heart. Alex's shadow, cast by the flickering flames, suddenly stopped moving. It froze, detached from his body. And then it began to change. In the next instant, the shadow took on the outline of a woman, with long, flowing, alive hair. It grew rapidly, stretching across the ritual hall like a spreading plague. Claire, Moira, and Rixa looked down in shock. The shadow covered the entire floor. The cultists noticed too. Panic began to rise, slowly at first, but relentlessly. A wave of creeping dread slithered through their chests, growing stronger and stronger, until it reached its peak. Dozens, no, hundreds, of eyes suddenly opened across the shadow. All at once. Pale, thin, unnatural hands burst from the darkness, grotesque and unreal. They grabbed the cultists and began tearing them apart. Like paper, the bodies shredded under the blows of these silent executioners. Claire, Moira, and Rixa instinctively shut their eyes. The sight was too horrific. They didn't know exactly what was happening, but just one glance at the way those thin arms were tearing the cultists apart was enough to make them turn away and fight the urge to vomit. Alex and Azric hadn't looked away from each other the entire time. Azric's gaze was tense as he tried to understand what kind of being stood before him. But in Alex's eyes, there was no fear, no aggression, only boredom. "What are you?" Azric asked hoarsely, narrowing his eyes. "You're not human, not mortal. Are you another nightmare from the past, like that monster?" "Who knows, Azric?" Alex smirked. "Only one being knows what I really am. But for now, I'm your new playmate. We're going to play together. And you're going to remember. You'll remember the pain, the death, the agony you felt when you died at Slayer's hand. And remember this, no one will bring you back again. Not now. Not ever. That's a promise." He stretched out his hand, and with a loud crack, the flail appeared, a heavy weapon with a long chain. It dropped to the floor with a dull clang, scattering sparks. The moment Azric saw it, it was like he was struck by lightning. The memories of his death crashed over him like an avalanche. He involuntarily stepped back. Panic filled his eyes. He felt the same thing he had felt back then, when he had stood before the Slayer, the same looming death, as inevitable as time itself. Alex's face turned cold, emotionless, like he had donned the mask of an executioner. He began walking forward slowly, the flail scraping across the stone floor, sending up sparks with every step. Azric realized the truth, he had to run. He had to warn the Dark Lord. A new monster had appeared in this world. He turned abruptly, hoping to vanish into the shadows, but he didn't make it a single step. He collapsed onto the stone. Twisting around, he saw a pale, slender hand gripping his ankle. Azric thrashed, trying to break free, and when he finally did, the shadow fell upon him. He looked up, and met a pair of iridescent eyes gleaming from the darkness that now veiled Alex's face. No. Oh! Azric screamed, throwing up his arm in a desperate attempt to shield himself. Yeez. Alex replied with a wide, toothy grin. Alex raised the flail, and with a smirk, brought it crashing down. The spiked iron ball smashed into Azric's arm with a sickening crunch, shattering bone. But he didn't stop. The blows kept coming, again and again, each one aimed at the demon's face. Rixa, Moira, and Claire snapped out of their daze, only to be greeted by a horrifying scene, Alex, methodically beating Azric to death with the flail. Unable to bear the sheer brutality of it, they turned away, even for them, it was too much. And yet, despite the horror, they had heard enough from the exchange between Alex and the demon to understand something crucial: Alex was not human. He had been compared to a monster feared even by demons. Even this prince of hell, whose body was now being smeared across the stone, had trembled before that monster. Metal kept striking flesh with a heavy, sickening sound. Azric's screams grew weaker with each blow, until they were nearly silent. Alex raised the flail one last time, but didn't bring it down. He merely smiled, and the weapon vanished from his hand. Alex cracked his wrist, and his fingers flared with a pale, almost deathly flame. He plunged them into Azric's chest and clenched. There was a sound like breaking glass. The girls turned around, and saw Azric's body turning to ash. What the hell just happened? Moira asked in a stunned voice. He died. That's all, Alex replied calmly, shrugging. Are you serious? Then maybe you can explain what the demon meant. Claire said coldly, her face unreadable. What do you mean? The no, or the ah. Alex sneered, mocking the dying demon's screams. No, not that. We already understood why he was screaming. Why did he say you're not human and not mortal? Rixa asked, not taking her eyes off Alex. Because I really am not human. And not mortal, he said carelessly, lighting a cigarette. So who are you then? Some kind of savior weirdo. An angel fighting demons. A hero from ancient legends. A super cool guy. Moira squinted, guessing possible answers. Almost got it, Alex shrugged, and confetti magically floated in the air. I'm the Demon King from another world who saves worlds from destruction. Ta-da. The girls exchanged skeptical looks and involuntarily started scanning his head for horns. Then his arms and legs. Alex's eye twitched nervously. He was already tired of this, the same thing every time. He even started thinking about growing a couple of horns on his head just as a joke so no one would ask him silly questions about where his horns are. I don't have horns. And no hooves either. How many times do I have to say it? You're not the first to try and find them, he said irritably. Sorry, demon, horns, all that stuff, Rixa said embarrassed. Even my brother doesn't have horns. Only wings. Why should I be an exception? Alex muttered, rubbing his face. And who's your brother, if you're so sure about it? Claire smirked, trying not to laugh. Alex silently pointed downwards. The girls followed his gesture but didn't understand what he meant. He kept pointing down, hoping they would get it. And finally. You mean? Rixa began, that your brother is. Who exactly? Moira asked, looking at her. Lucifer, Claire said, trying to process the new reality. Bingo, Alex smirked, walking past them. He calmly headed back to the corridor leading to the stairs that went up to the surface. The day had been interesting, especially with Azric's appearance and death. Rixa, Moira, and Claire remained standing, stunned. The news about who Alex really was left them speechless. They exchanged looks, and realizing Alex was leaving, hurried after him. They caught up with him near the exit, just as he was almost at the car. If your brother is Lucifer, then your father is. Rixa started, hinting. Yeah, Alex nodded. How does it feel to kiss the Son of God? Nice. Wait, what? That's not what I meant. Rixa immediately blushed. If your father is that one, then why are you even here? Alex sighed tiredly and got into the car. He understood that the explanations would take quite some time, and telling the whole truth in the middle of a ruined Hong Kong wasn't the best idea. The girls, noticing that he had settled behind the wheel, silently took their seats inside the car. As soon as the doors closed, Alex began to tell everything from the very beginning, just like he had with others before them. He almost knew by heart all the questions that were about to come. Why was he in this world? Why didn't God intervene? Who was he really? These and dozens of other questions he had heard many times before, from other girls, in different circumstances. His answers sounded steady, almost mechanical, like an answering robot, what he did for a living, why he hadn't destroyed the villains immediately, what heaven and hell looked like, and why he hid his true nature. But for Rixa, Moira, and Claire, all of this was new. Every answer from Alex was like a revelation to them. Their reactions were a mixture of shock, amazement, and confusion. Alex's identity, his power, his origin, even the mention of family, all of it turned their understanding of the world upside down. As the car slowly drove through the ruined Hong Kong, the girls tried to process what they had heard, while also trying to lighten the mood a bit. So, wait, Rixa really kissed the Son of God? Damn, that's pretty cool, Moira said, trying to get used to the new reality. That's the only thing that surprised you? Rixa gave her a tired look. And the fact that two super-powerful beings are waging a war over this world, one of them created the red markers, and the other is the very progenitor of demons, you don't care about that. The main thing is that I kissed Alex. Well, Alex did say it's his job to take them both out. And unlike you, I haven't kissed the Son of God yet, Moira replied with a sly smile, crossing her arms. Rixa's not the only one who kissed him, Claire chimed in, leaning wearily against the back of the seat. He's definitely no stranger to kisses. Alex listened silently to their banter, slightly taken aback. But deep down, he was glad the truth hadn't broken them, or maybe they just hadn't fully grasped it yet. He knew new questions would come soon. Did he have doubts about whether to tell everything? Of course. But once he started, he couldn't stop. Especially with Rixa, she would find out the truth eventually anyway, once their relationship grew closer. And the fact that Moira and Claire were now in the loop wasn't such a tragedy. While the girls tried to ease the atmosphere with jokes, Alex rolled down the window and activated a portal leading straight to Alaska. The car smoothly entered the portal and, after a couple of seconds, emerged onto a snowy highway near a settlement. He stopped at the house where the girls lived, turned off the engine, and got out of the car. The girls followed him, stopping nearby. We're here. If you have any more questions or need help, you know where to find me, Alex said with a slight smile. Sure, Demon King. But first, I need a hot bath to process all this, Claire sighed. My advice, just don't overthink it. Everything will settle down, Alex replied, trying to keep it simple. Wonderful. Advice from the Son of God. How sweet. Here's your gratitude, Claire said, giving him a peck on the cheek. Sweet of you, Alex chuckled, not hiding his smile. Now I've kissed the Son of God too, Claire smirked and headed inside the house. Hey, I don't want to be last. Moira said abruptly, stepping up to Alex. Here's my gratitude. She grabbed him by the collar and kissed him on the cheek. You're just doing it because you want to kiss him, Rixa said dryly. Maybe, Claire answered innocently, disappearing inside. Moira just winked at Alex and followed her. Only Alex and Rixa remained on the porch. She stepped closer, stood on tiptoes, kissed him on the lips, then hugged him tightly. This trip and everything they had learned had truly brought them closer. Much more than before. Rixa pulled away, smiled, said goodbye, and disappeared behind the door. Alex stayed standing for a moment, then went back to the car and headed home. Upon arriving, he entered and found Alcina and Nemio chatting animatedly. You're back already? How did it go? Alcina asked, looking at him. Without answering, Alex waved his hand, and his clothes changed into casual homeware. He approached the couch, jumped onto it, and laid his head on Alcina's lap, closing his eyes and taking a deep breath. Seeing that he ignored her, Alcina frowned. Her eye twitched, and she pulled Alex's cheek. Nemio quietly laughed, watching this. I asked a question. How did the virus experiments go? Or are you pretending not to hear? Alcina repeated sharply, pulling his cheek again. I heard. Just wanted a bit of love, and you're torturing me. Where's all your love, Alcina? Alex mumbled, opening one eye. You'll get it tonight. But for now, tell me how it went. Stop playing with me, she replied, sighing irritably. Alex looked at Alcina with interest when she promised he'd get his dose of love tonight. Certain images immediately popped into his head, but catching the annoyed look from his beloved, he quickly cleared his throat, pushing the thoughts away. At first, he wanted to explain everything at once to everyone, to avoid endless repetition, but since things had gone this way, he'd have to make some small sacrifices. Alex began recounting the events, from arriving in ruined Hong Kong and the experiments on the imps, to the appearance of cultists and the summoning of the Prince of Hell, whom he ultimately killed. Nemeo and Alcina listened attentively, and when the story came to the revelation of his identity, Alcina couldn't help but comment. "You brought it on yourself." "Letting that idiot talk too much," she said coldly. Alex just shrugged, settling comfortably on her soft lap, and closed his eyes, savoring a rare moment of peace. After a short rest, Alex decided to visit Brunhilde, Coco, Yuriko, and Saya to share the results of the virus experiment. Getting up, he threw on his coat and left the house, heading toward the building used for meetings. When he entered, everyone was already there, the girls, as well as Balalaika, Svetlana, and a few others. "Yo, looks like you're all here," Alex said as he walked inside. "Back already? How did it go?" Yuriko asked with a light smile. "Pretty well," he nodded, approaching the table. "Then spill it." "We need to know what to expect from the new weapon," Svetlana said, folding her arms. Alex began telling everything in order, answering questions as they came up. His story made it clear to everyone that they now had another powerful tool in the fight against demons. He also asked if Chris had made contact while he, Claire, Rixa, and Moira were away. Saya shook her head. "No, he hasn't. Except Hannibal called. Said he sent a group of civilians toward the settlement." Alex raised an eyebrow in surprise. Listening to further explanations, he realized Hannibal had indeed taken his advice and started relocating civilians closer to the settlement, leaving soldiers at the base. Alex approved of this decision and was even pleased, a step in the right direction. When the conversation ended, Alex decided to stay with the girls. Fortunately, they were almost done with their tasks, and soon they headed home together. On the way, Alex told them about the summoning of the Prince of Hell and how the prince accidentally revealed his identity, which forced Alex to come clean to Rixa, Moira, and Claire. "You let them talk again, huh?" Brunhilde said with a tired smile. "Thanks, girls." "Feeling all your endless love," Alex said dryly. "You asked for it," Coco snorted. "You always give those bastards way too much time to talk. Isn't it easier just to take them out?" "Coco's right," Yuriko confirmed. "All they do is drool and spout pompous nonsense." "Well, next time I'll just beat them silently," Alex grumbled, feeling his eye twitch. "Oh, do you even believe that yourself?" Saya smirked, pinching his side. All right. You're right. But hey, sometimes I just want to let the enemy have their say." "Suit yourself, dear." "But they never say anything new anyway," Yuriko smiled. Brunhilde, Coco, and Saya nodded in unison, agreeing with her. Alex just shrugged and went home with the girls. Soon it was time for dinner, and Alex went to gather the rest of the girls. It took a little while, mostly because, as usual, he accompanied some home before going for the others. After dinner, as usual, there was movie night, followed by well-deserved rest and sleep. To be continued. Chapter 348, the day the conversation about summoning magic went off the rails. That same day, after Alex, Claire, Moira, and Rixa conducted an experiment testing 3 different viruses on demons, they witnessed a shocking event. A group of people performed a summoning ritual and called forth a Prince of Hell into this world. The demon turned out to be quite talkative and, without realizing it, indirectly revealed Alex's identity, hinting that he wasn't a mortal at all. Alex had no choice but to tell the 3 girls the truth, who he really was and why he had come to this world. However, upon returning home, he was met with equally sharp reprimands. Each of the girls in his family, as if in agreement, said the same thing: "It's your own fault. You let the enemy talk too much again instead of finishing him off right away." Surprisingly, the girls were barely interested in the results of the viral experiment. What intrigued them far more was the summoning ritual of the Prince of Hell itself. They were curious whether the viruses developed by scientists could truly work against demons. Once they got a firm yes, they quickly lost interest in that subject. However, Alex's story about the ritual sparked genuine excitement. The girls bombarded him with questions, eager to know every detail. After all, up to that point, they had only seen such things in movies and TV shows like Supernatural, and now they couldn't wait to find out how reality compared to cinematic fantasy. Fortunately, Alex could project memories using magic, which made telling the story much easier. However, when the girls saw that the ritual looked painfully cliché, with pentagrams, incantations, and sacrifices, they sighed in disappointment. Demons were summoned exactly the same way as in movies. The banality of the event was written all over their faces. But the next day, during dinner, a question was asked that made everyone pause mid-bite. "Is it possible to summon Alex through a ritual too?" "I mean, he's technically a demon," Shizuka said thoughtfully, placing her finger on her chin. All eyes immediately turned to her. Even Alex froze for a moment, staring at the girl intently. As he pondered the question, silence fell over the room. The girls' faces grew thoughtful, each one now wondering if it was truly possible to summon Alex. And Alex was no exception. He rubbed his chin, deep in thought. On one hand, he was the embodiment of the concept of destruction. On the other, he was a demon, the very first one, created by the Creator himself. He tried to recall which powerful beings could be summoned through rituals. The answer was simple: many. However, the essence of summoning was always the same, creating a channel between the summoner and the entity. Simplified, it was like calling a deity on a cell phone and hoping it wouldn't kill you just for bothering it, all thanks to your little containment spell. But there was one problem: all known summonable entities had existed for a long time, while Alex was relatively new. That meant one thing: no summoning ritual for him should exist. Good question, Shizuka. And I don't think I'll be able to stop thinking about it now. Saya said as she adjusted her glasses. If Alex is a demon, then in theory he can be summoned. But he's the first demon, that adds a whole different layer of complexity. Ugh, Shizuka. There you go again with your headache-inducing questions. Now I'm curious too, can you even be summoned, Alex? Rika groaned, pinching Shizuka's side. Hey. I just asked a question. Why the pinching? Shizuka pouted, slapping Rika's hand. You just asked, but now we're all going to be obsessing over it. How do you even come up with stuff like that? Renka huffed, clutching her hair. Who said all your nutrients go to your chest? Clearly none of them stick around in your head. Coco muttered, shooting an annoyed look at Shizuka. All the girls nodded in agreement. The question Shizuka raised was now stuck in their heads, refusing to let go. Now they truly understood why Alex got so frustrated when he couldn't find the answer to something that intrigued him. And even though they threw irritated glances at Shizuka, the truth was, they all desperately wanted to know the answer too. Even Brunhilde couldn't resist. She, too, was intrigued by the question. Even Rory, who had a connection with a deity and served as its apostle, became curious: was it really possible to summon such a powerful being as Alex? 02 and Lucy, on the other hand, got lost in the conversation and decided to ignore the topic entirely. Red and White, however, decided to gather as much data as possible for the future. What about you, Brunhilde? Yuriko turned to her. You're the oldest and most experienced among us, and you've spent so much time in the realm of the gods. Even I'm stumped by this question, Brunhilde sighed. I want to say it's possible. But Alex isn't just a demon. He's the embodiment of destruction. So I can't give a definite answer. Girls, aren't you forgetting something? Ada suddenly spoke, drawing everyone's attention at the table. What exactly? Siko raised an eyebrow with interest. Just ask Daddy. He's right here. If Daddy can be summoned, then he'll definitely know whether or not he can be summoned, Anya said with a wise seriousness, nodding solemnly as if she'd just revealed some great truth. That's true. Ray murmured, nodding as well. Why rack our brains when we can just ask Alex himself? All the girls turned their eyes to Alex, who was still staring thoughtfully at the ceiling, stroking his chin. His thoughts were still wandering, trying to find an answer to the question Shizuka had asked. He didn't even notice that the girls were practically burning holes in him with their stares, they were watching him that intently. Alex was deep in thought: was it even possible to summon him? From what he remembered, John Constantine had supposedly managed to summon Lucifer a couple of times to strike deals. That was where he began his line of reasoning: if even Lucifer could be summoned, then it was logical to assume he could be too. However, even this thought hit a dead end. He didn't actually know how those kinds of rituals worked. He had summoning spells in his arsenal, but they all dealt with creatures like dragons, godly vessels tied to specific concepts, or divine weapons. The question Shizuka had asked turned out to be interesting even for him. He knew that beings from the chaos could be summoned using the Necronomicon, demons through rituals and sacrifices, and angels and gods through prayers and by creating a suitable vessel capable of containing their essence. And even then, it all depended on the power of the specific being and the form it existed in. Cupcake, you still with us? Or do you not have an answer to Shizuka's question either? Becca snapped her fingers in front of his face. Actually, Shizuka's question really did catch my interest. I've been thinking about it. But I can't give a clear answer, Alex admitted, finally lowering his gaze to the girls. But still, do you have any ideas or at least a theory? Cammy asked, gesturing animatedly. After all, you're the one closest to all this magical nonsense. She's right. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't even know magic existed, Beatrix added, nodding enthusiastically. Well. First, you have to understand what summoning really is. It depends on the type of being you're trying to summon. It doesn't matter if they're good or evil. For example, you can even summon a person from another world without making them go through the standard procedure. You know, the ice guy thing from anime, Alex said, drawing a circle on the table with his finger. You mean like in those mangas where high school kids get summoned to another world to defeat the Demon King? Mio clapped her hands excitedly, as if she'd just solved a riddle. Exactly. The essence of that kind of summoning is pretty simple. The spell searches for a person with specific characteristics, usually a so-called hero. Though in practice, those heroes are often more trash than talent. In games, for instance, there are classes called summoners. They can call upon spirits, dragons, and other beings. And it looks something like this. Azeft, Alex said, finishing the circle and activating it with a spell. The girls stared at the summoning circle with interest as it began to glow. A second later, a small red dragon appeared inside it, a baby, about the size of a plush toy. Anya and Alice's eyes practically lit up with delight at the sight of the little creature. The dragon yawned, looked around in confusion, and when it spotted Alex, it let out a soft rumble and nuzzled his hand like a puppy. The girls' eyes widened in shock. It was the first dragon they'd ever seen, even if it was just a tiny one. As you can see, that's how a summoning spell works, said Alex, gently stroking the dragon, which purred contentedly in response. This little guy came from another world. It all depends on the spell and its parameters. Alex, that's adorable and all, but could you explain it in more detail? Ada asked, resting her chin in her hands. Alright, let's keep it simple. Summoning is basically like calling someone. The magic circle is your phone, and the spell itself is the number you dial to reach the one you want, Alex explained as plainly as possible. Then by your logic, we should be able to call you too. Or are you out of range because your dad's the big boss? Reveille asked, squinting at him while rocking back in her chair. In theory, yes, I can be summoned. There's this drunk guy who fights demons and other nasty stuff, and he managed to summon my brother, Lucifer, a couple of times, Alex said, tapping his finger on the table and toying with the dragon's tail. Hot stuff, I'm really thrilled some drunk can summon your bro, Rika said sarcastically, waving her arms. But you still haven't answered, can you be summoned? Exactly. Honestly, we don't care about your brother, Nobuena added, folding her arms across her chest. Okay, I'll make it even simpler. Theoretically, yes, I can be summoned if the spell specifies something like summoning the first demon or the one who brings destruction. But, here's the catch, in the world where the ritual is being performed, there might already be beings that match those conditions. And if I'm not present in that world at the time, then breaking through the interdimensional barrier would be extremely difficult. It's like trying to call a number that's already busy, or blocked by another country, Alex explained with a tired sigh. So, Coco said thoughtfully, twirling a lock of hair, if the one trying to summon you is strong enough, or if you're already in that world, then it's possible, but only if a bunch of conditions are met. Exactly. It all depends on several overlapping factors. Even Nyan and Yog can be summoned, there are worlds where books describe how to do it. But honestly, it's better not to, Alex added, tracing his finger along the table as the dragon scampered happily. What would happen if someone actually did summon them? Alcina asked curiously, raising a brow. Trust me, that's something better left unknown. There are things you truly shouldn't mess with, Alex said quietly, catching the dragon and holding it close. The girls just nodded in silence when they saw the serious expression on Alex's face. They didn't need words to understand, summoning the beings Alex mentioned would end in disaster. For everyone. Alex knew full well what it could cost the entire universe if Yog and Nyan were brought into it, especially given how temperamental those two could be. Even Odin had to sacrifice not just humanity, but the gods themselves to summon Nerexo, an avatar of Nyan. And Nyan and Yog. They weren't avatars. They were the originals. Their arrival would demand a much greater price. Well, that's settled. But what are you going to do with that dragon? Valmont asked, pointing to the little creature in Alex's arms. No. Daddy, don't. Please keep him. Can I have him, please? I promise I'll take good care of him. Anya shouted, running up to Alex and tugging on his sleeve. Alex looked at Anya, who was practically hanging off his arm, and met her tearful eyes. Something inside him began to crack. He threw a pleading glance at the other girls, hoping for support, but the moment Anya turned to her mothers with the same expression, they immediately looked away, pretending they hadn't seen anything. They didn't want to upset her. Alex squinted, realizing he wouldn't be getting any help. On one hand, he wasn't against Anya having a pet dragon. On the other hand, it could be dangerous. The girls' looks clearly said, let's see how you deal with this one. He didn't even bother looking at Red and White, he knew them too well. Those two would rather dissect the dragon for research. Giving it to 02 or Lucy was also risky, but more for everyone else around them. Sighing internally, Alex tried to look away from his daughter's pleading gaze, but his heart was softening by the second. All right. We can keep him. But only on one condition. Alex began, realizing he couldn't resist anymore. Yay. Daddy, I love you. Anya shouted, throwing her arms around his neck and smothering him with kisses on the cheek. Anya, Daddy's not done talking yet. Alex said with a smile, feeling his cheek grow wet from her overwhelming love. Okay. Anya nodded quickly. First, you'll make a contract with him. That means he'll be yours and yours alone. Second, you'll take care of him yourself, feeding, bathing, walking. A dragon is not a toy. He's your friend and protector, and he needs to be looked after. And third, until we return to my home world, he must stay inside the house or my workshop. Understood? Alex said, stroking her hair gently. Yes. I promise I'll take good care of him. Anya replied seriously. Good. Now give him a name. That will seal the contract, Alex said, gently placing the little dragon on the table. Anya looked carefully at her new friend, thinking hard about what to name him. The girls also leaned in with interest, everyone was curious to see what name she'd choose. Meanwhile, Alex glanced at Alice and winked, silently hinting that she, too, would have a pet in the future. He was already considering giving her a summoning contract. Alice caught his look and nodded with a bright smile, she understood that her big brother had something planned. I know. I'll name him Bond. Anya declared with a proud and wide smile. Alex and the girls choked a little. The name was unexpected. Alex even found it oddly symbolic, after all, the lab he rescued Anya from had listed her as Subject 007. And now, her dragon bore the name of the famous Agent 007. Brunhild noticed the approving nod from Alex, as if something had clicked in his mind. She re-established her spiritual link with him and was also surprised at how perfectly Anya had chosen the name. The moment Anya spoke the name, the dragon began to glow slightly, and a golden bracelet appeared on her wrist, shaped like a dragon biting its own tail. It was the sign, the contract was complete. Anya was now its rightful owner. She looked at the bracelet in awe. Let me guess, that bracelet means the contract with the dragon is sealed. Ada asked, pointing at the piece of jewelry on the girl's wrist. Exactly. Though the sign can vary. Some get a bracelet, others a tattoo, Alex explained with a nod. Congratulations, Anya. You have your own dragon now. And remember what your dad said, you have to take care of him, Namio said with a warm, motherly smile. Okay, Mom, Anya replied with a serious nod. Well then, go and play, Kiriko said with a sweet smile. Alice, Anya, and Nobukatsu couldn't wait any longer and ran off with joyful shouts to play with the little dragon. Gir, Mimi, and Stitch weren't far behind, they all wanted to have fun with the new pet. Alex and the girls stayed behind in the dining room, sipping tea and coffee after dinner, watching the colorful group rush toward the children's room. Am I the only one who thinks we're going to have to keep an eye on that dragon anyway? Chun-Li asked doubtfully, glancing around the table. Yeah, unfortunately, that's exactly how it is, Yuriko replied with a tired smile, rubbing the bridge of her nose. It's always the same, kids get pets, but it's the adults who end up taking care of them. And it's not even a cat or a dog, it's a dragon. Valmont snorted, resting her elbows on the table. I honestly have no idea how to take care of it. Does it need walks? What do you feed it? What are its habits? Well then, go and tell Anya all that, Ada stretched lazily, leaning back in her chair. Want to ruin your daughter's mood? None of us want to upset Anya, Chiquita sighed, twisting her coffee mug in her hands. No matter how you look at it, she's our daughter now. We're stuck taking care of a dragon, which, by the way, could grow to the size of a house. A collective sigh hung in the dining room. The girls simultaneously shot irritated looks at Alex, after all, he could have summoned something less troublesome. But no, the Demon King decided to give the girl not a hamster, not a puppy, but a real dragon. Alex silently endured their judging stares. He fully understood the parental truth, when a child gets a pet, the adults automatically take responsibility for it. But still, how are we supposed to take care of it? Rory asked, tapping her fingernail on the wooden table. In my world, dragons were wildly aggressive. And very dangerous. Alex summoned it, let him deal with it himself, Saya snorted. Or maybe he's got a little book somewhere called, How to Train Your Dragon. Oh, great Demon King. There's no manual like that. Alex muttered, massaging the bridge of his nose. But I do know where to get one. Wait, you seriously want to go to another world just for a book? Nobuna asked, clearly intrigued. Alex raised a finger, signaling, everything's under control. He was hoping for one single being who could help in situations like this. Pulling his phone out of his pocket, he quickly typed a message and sent it. The girls watched him with interest until suddenly a small portal opened above the table. With a dull thud, a thick book with a bright cover fell out, How to Train Your Dragon for Dummies. Ah. Alex, what was that just now? Revi was the first to recover, pointing at the book lying in the middle of the table. In the current situation, I shouldn't leave this world, Alex calmly explained, putting away his phone. But we need the book right now. So I turned to someone who can get it, instantly. And who was that? Alcina asked, sipping her tea. His father, Brunhild replied calmly, picking up the book. He helped. I'm liking my future father-in-law more and more, Coco smirked, moving closer to peek at the text. The girls nodded in agreement. Alex just smiled, glad that his father had solved the problem so quickly. He was already starting to feel a headache from thinking about how to take care of the dragon. With Gir, Stitch, and Mimi, everything was much simpler. Those three were quite independent and smart, but the little dragon, that was a whole different matter. While Alex was lost in thought, the girls headed to the living room. They sat in a circle, carefully studying the book, all to be ready for any situation related to the new pet. Knowing that tonight's movie night was postponed, Alex quietly went upstairs. He gently cracked open the door to the children's room and saw Anya, Alice, Nobukatsu, Gir, Mimi, and Stitch running around the room, squealing as they tried to catch the flying little dragon. Alex smiled softly and closed the door. Let them play. He knew the dragon wouldn't hurt anyone, after all, it already had an owner. And it would obey her. Always. Going back downstairs, Alex noticed the girls were deeply and tensely discussing how to properly care for dragons. Not wanting to disturb them, he decided to go outside for a walk and breathe in the cold night air. Throwing his coat over his shoulders, he gave a short whistle, calling the wolf to join him. The robo-wolf immediately left standby mode upon hearing the signal and came to its master. Alex and the wolf left the house, and once on the porch, Alex lit a cigarette and settled on the steps. The wolf lay down beside him like a vigilant guardian. The silence of the night enveloped them. Alex's thoughts slowly filled his head, and not the most pleasant ones. Especially the vision of Gir, Mimi, and Stitch riding the dragon, reenacting a scene from Game of Thrones, burning some poor city to the ground. Alex flinched at the absurd but, alas, possible scenario. He knew that if he didn't keep an eye on those three, something like that could very well happen. Looking up at the sky where the first stars were beginning to shine, Alex placed his hand on the wolf's metallic head and gently stroked its muzzle. Taking a drag from his cigarette, he felt a calm settle inside him. The wind blew in his face, the chill sobered him slightly and reminded him that it would all end soon. Just a little more, and his work here would be done. Then he could finally go home. Take a vacation. A family vacation. Visit a couple of peaceful worlds where there were no villains, no idiots, no Nyan avatars dreaming of devouring entire timelines, no dark lords destroying realities. A smile appeared on his face on its own. He even gave a slight nod, as if he was already mentally on vacation, surrounded by loved ones. What are you sitting here grinning like an idiot for? Did the girls kick you out of the house? Came Shino's mocking voice. Alex opened his eyes and saw her standing in front of him, hands on her hips, looking at him with irony. His smile flickered at her words. He patted the step beside him, inviting her to sit. Shino raised an eyebrow but, hesitating for a moment, still sat down next to him. Without realizing it herself, she leaned slightly toward him, almost pressing her shoulder against his. So what brought you here, Shino? Alex asked, extinguishing his cigarette. Looking for some warmth and hugs on such a cold night. No, idiot, she snorted. The people Hannibal sent have already arrived at the settlement. I came to tell you. Actually, Itami was supposed to do it, but he found 1,000 reasons why it should be me again. Itami's doing his usual thing. Alex muttered. But why are they so late? They were supposed to arrive last night, or at least during the night. But they only showed up now. They said they ran into demons and had to take a detour. The guy with the mohawk explained everything. That's why they're delayed. Shino leaned even more on his shoulder. Alex frowned slightly. So Hannibal sent Bosco to watch over them. Interesting where exactly they encountered demons, he muttered, stroking his chin. You can go ask yourself, Shino shrugged. They're still settling the newcomers in. I think you'll make it before they scatter to rest. Then I'll go, Alex said, standing and offering her his hand. Won't you keep me company? Well, since everyone else ditched you, Shino smirked, taking his hand, I'll pity you. Otherwise, you'd end up completely alone. Alex laughed and whistled for the wolf. The robo-wolf's eyes lit up as it jumped down the steps and walked beside them. Shino headed toward the vehicles the people arrived in. Alex noticed military trucks. People were unloading their belongings from them. He was impressed, Bosco and the others had managed to get such a large group here safely. Most likely, they were lucky, no demon nests in the area, which made the route much easier. Alex didn't see Bosco among the soldiers, apparently, he had been taken straight to headquarters. Looks like Bosco's already at the HQ, Alex said, looking at Shino. Or maybe he's already asleep, who knows, she shrugged, throwing her hands behind her head. Alex gently ruffled her hair, only to immediately get an annoyed swat. Smiling, he headed toward the headquarters. Inside, he saw not only Bosco but also Peck, the handsome one. Alex couldn't help but be glad Murdoch hadn't arrived, otherwise, everyone here would have a headache. Especially if that psycho managed to worm his way into the company of Gir, Mimi, and Stitch. Oh, Alex. Just in time, Soap said, noticing him and Shino. Yeah. Did you need me? Alex smirked, approaching the table. Something like that, kid, Price replied, pointing to Peck and Bosco. The guys said they ran into a suspiciously large group of demons on the way here. And where was that? Alex immediately asked, suddenly serious. Price silently unfolded the map toward Alex, allowing him to take a look. Alex lowered his eyes and raised an eyebrow, noticing the marked region. The area wasn't too close, but not too far either, almost halfway between them and Anchorage. The only thing that came to Alex's mind was that the demons were gathering to move precisely in that direction. For now, it seemed they were just accumulating strength, preparing to march on the settlement with a massive horde. How many were there? Alex asked calmly, shifting his gaze to Bosco and Peck. Not just a lot, a hell of a lot, Bosco shook his head, clearly displeased with what he saw. So what do we do, Alex? Send scouting teams? Or do we strike first? Ghost asked, looking at Alex intently. No need for anything. I'll handle it myself, Alex replied, shaking his head. Oh, seriously? And how do you plan to do that? Using your ninja tricks again? Or showing us something new? Soap asked with a smirk, intrigued. Alex just smiled mysteriously and said nothing. Whistling for the wolf, he stepped out of headquarters under the watchful eyes of the others. He needed to find a high enough place to execute his plan. Looking around, Alex spotted a sizable elevation just outside the settlement and headed there. When he reached the top, he pulled a bow from his inventory. Don't tell me you seriously plan to shoot a bow. Shino's voice came from behind. She had followed him and now looked at the bow in his hands with disbelief. Are you sure that's even possible? You'll see soon enough, Alex replied calmly without turning around. Wolf, connect to the satellites and target the designated area. We need a full picture. Connecting. Targeting. Demonic presence detected. Target locked. Ready to fire, the wolf responded in a mechanical voice. Alex nodded and took out a spear from his inventory, the very one he had once used to defeat Hercules during Ragnarok. A crack was visible on its tip. Alex sighed. It was time to say goodbye to an old friend. Shino watched the scene in confusion. She couldn't wrap her head around why Alex had pulled out a damaged spear. She thought he was going to shoot it with the bow. But that was madness. Alex took a deep breath and, as if not noticing her, placed the spear into the bow like an arrow. At that moment, it began to glow and slowly change shape, transforming into something more like a giant arrow. He drew the string to its limit, his eyes narrowed, and his face grew focused. A moment later, he released the string. A strong gust of wind instantly swept across the hill, making Shino squint and step back. When she opened her eyes, she saw the arrow soaring into the sky, leaving behind a sparkling rainbow trail. People in the settlement looked up, thinking a shooting star was passing overhead. Shino watched the retreating arrow in fascination, and then, on the horizon, a brilliant flash lit up the sky. A second later, a powerful explosion rolled through the area, and its thunder echoed back to the settlement. Target destroyed. All sources of demonic energy eliminated, the wolf reported in the same emotionless voice. Well, that was a piece of cake. Hey, Shino, you can close your mouth now. A fly might fly in, Alex said with a smirk, turning toward her. What? Damn it. How did you do that? What was that even? She blurted out, still unable to believe her eyes. Magic, Alex answered calmly, spreading his arms as if it was the most natural thing in the world. Shino could only nod in bewilderment, unable to fully comprehend what she had witnessed. Alex chuckled softly, watching her expression, and gave her a moment to collect herself. Then he lit a cigarette and glanced toward the place where the explosion had just subsided. Chuckling to himself, he just shook his head, another one of the demon's plans ruined. Patting Shino on the shoulder, he began to descend the hill, pulling the still stunned girl behind him. She kept looking toward the destroyed demon lair but gradually came back to herself. Like everyone else in the settlement, she silently repeated the familiar phrase, if Alex did it, no need to be surprised. After seeing Shino safely to her home, Alex said goodbye and headed back to his own. To be continued. Chapter 349, Rory Apostle of Destruction. After walking the still-stunned Shino home, Alex continued to chuckle to himself, pleased that he had once again managed to surprise someone with his abilities. The girl simply nodded silently and, as if in a light trance, stepped inside, leaving Alex at the doorstep. As soon as the door clicked shut behind her, he couldn't hold back a quiet laugh. What a cute reaction. He muttered with a smirk, turning and heading home. That short walk in the destruction of a demon cluster turned out to be more than enough to fulfill his daily adventure quota. Not even the recent summoning of the little dragon, who had ultimately become Anya's pet, brought him as much satisfaction as wiping out a horde of demons with a magical bow. The explosion from one of his arrows was especially impressive. It resembled a powerful nuclear blast, scorching everything within dozens of kilometers. On his way back, Alex closed one eye and used an observation spell to get a bird's-eye view of the recent battlefield. The sight was more than satisfying: scorched earth, cracked and torn, with a massive crater at its center. Making sure not a single demon survived the bombardment, Alex nodded to himself in approval. Even though Wolf had confirmed that all demonic presence had been eradicated, he preferred to see it with his own eyes. When he returned home, he was greeted by a familiar, yet cozy scene. The girls were deeply engaged in a discussion about how best to care for a baby dragon. Not wanting to interrupt, Alex headed to the kitchen with a firm resolve to eat something unhealthy. Opening the fridge, he grabbed a cold drink, then began pulling a variety of snacks from his inventory: salty, sweet, and everything else that fell under the junk food category. He set his phone on a stand and put on a background video, then got comfortable, propped his legs up on a nearby chair, cracked open a can of beer and a bag of chips. Immersing himself in a book he also pulled from his inventory, he savored the rare moment of solitude. This habit, reading with background noise, had started long ago and stuck with him. "I see you know how to have fun even on your own," came a familiar voice. Alex looked up. Rory had entered the kitchen, a little surprised by how he was spending his free time, having transformed into some kind of lazy king. Smiling, Alex motioned for her to come closer. Rory didn't hesitate. She ran over and hopped onto his lap, wrapping her arms around his neck. "And why are you here all alone? Tired of us already?" she asked, exhaling warm air onto his neck. "Of course not. You were also into your dragon-taming book discussion that I didn't want to interrupt. And you, my beautiful apostle, what brings you to me?" Alex said gently, stroking her hair. "I can read later." "I just wanted to keep you company, so you wouldn't be bored," Rory replied with a warm smile. Alex smiled back and kissed her. After the kiss, he adjusted her on his lap to make sure she was comfortable. Reopening the book, he resumed reading, no longer alone. At some point, he reached for his beer but didn't find it. Glancing over, he saw the can in Rory's hand, with the chips now resting on her lap. As if nothing had happened, she sipped the beer and munched on the snacks, having taken over his junk food. Alex just sighed, opened another can, and kept reading. But in the back of his mind, one thought had already started to take shape, something he had been considering for a while now, something that involved Rory. And now was the perfect moment. He set the book aside and looked at her. Rory felt his gaze and turned around, still holding the can near her lips. "Rory, would you like to become my apostle?" Alex asked directly. "What's with the sudden question? Are you jealous that I serve another god and not my husband?" she smirked, looking him in the eyes. "You could say that. I don't like the idea of my wife serving some third-rate deity from another world. I want you to be mine. Only mine, as my wife, and as my apostle," he said seriously, locking eyes with her. "Such a jealous demon king," Rory drawled, placing the can on the table and wrapping her arms around him. "But I don't mind. We're bound forever anyway." Alex wrapped his arms around her waist and, after a brief kiss, lifted Rory into his arms like a sack of potatoes. "Then let's go. Time to perform the ritual," he said. Carrying Rory through the living room, he entered his workshop and headed straight to the worktable. Performing the ritual wasn't difficult, he already knew how to do it. All that was left was to put it into action. He sat Rory down on a chair and took a seat across from her. "Ready?" he asked with a soft smile. "Of course. This will bring us even closer," Rory replied cheerfully, swinging her legs. Alex nodded and focused, preparing to grant Rory his blessing. He had seen goddesses bestow blessings on their chosen before, so he knew what needed to be done to make Rory his apostle. However, the moment the ritual began, he realized this was nothing like the divine gifts typical of the Damachi world. A massive magic circle flared beneath their feet. The invisible thread that once bound Rory to the god Emroy snapped. In its place, a new bond began to form, deeper, more profound, linking her to Alex as his apostle. And once that connection was complete, the transformation began, one that even caught Alex off guard. Rory's body and clothes were bathed in a soft yet radiant light. Alex raised an eyebrow in surprise. He hadn't expected such a dramatic change. When the glow faded, a new Rory stood before him. Her hair had grown longer, now black and smooth, cascading freely over her shoulders. Her bangs covered her forehead, and her eyes gleamed with the same rainbow light as Alex's. Her apostle attire had completely transformed. She now wore a gothic black dress with a corset, lace, and silver accents. The dress was short, revealing her slender legs clad in black stockings with lace garters. Even her weapon had changed, from her usual halberd to a massive black scythe glowing with a violet hue. It radiated destructive energy. Alex was stunned. Rory was significantly stronger now, and that wasn't even accounting for the fact that she now carried a fragment of his own power, the power of destruction. "How do you feel?" he asked, his admiring gaze traveling from head to toe. "Surprisingly good. And more importantly, I feel much closer to you." "Oh, and I think I've got a new weapon now, cute," Rory said with a grin, playfully spinning the scythe in her hands. "Not just the weapon. You've got a new outfit too, and a couple of other changes," Alex said with a soft smile. Rory paused, turned to face him with curiosity, and tilted her head. Alex pulled a full-length mirror from his inventory so she could see herself properly. Rory looked at her reflection and gasped softly, the changes were truly dramatic. While her height remained the same, her apostle outfit was far more striking and elegant. The black and silver color seemed to emphasize her bond with Alex. But what surprised her the most were her eyes, now shining with the same rainbow glow as her husband's. She twirled around to examine herself from all angles. Alex, watching her calmly, suddenly noticed that even her panties had turned black. A thought flashed through his mind: does apostolic attire include underwear, or is this just a coincidence? That idea lodged firmly in his brain. "What are you thinking about?" Rory asked, settling on his lap after finishing her inspection of her new appearance. "I can't stop wondering if apostolic clothing includes underwear, or if that was just your regular pair." Alex replied with a serious face, as if unraveling one of the universe's greatest mysteries. "Normally, no. But it looks like after becoming your apostle, my underwear automatically matched the outfit." "That answer your question, my perverted husband?" Rory said with a grin, leaning closer to his face. "Oh, definitely. Now I can stop agonizing over it. But how do you feel? No discomfort? What's it like being an apostle of destruction?" Alex asked, gently cupping her cheeks. "I feel amazing. The outfit's cute, the weapon's powerful, and I really do feel stronger than before," she said with a smile. "That's obvious. Though at first, you'll feel a strong urge to destroy things. But don't worry, you'll get used to it," Alex said with a cheerful grin. "So that's what that feeling is. Makes sense now. It's your destructive nature rubbing off on me. I suddenly want to break something too. How do you deal with it?" Rory asked, tilting her head thoughtfully. "I don't," Alex shrugged. "I embrace it. I just direct it toward the right targets. I build things designed for destruction. Sometimes I ruin the plans of idiots trying to devour this world, shattering their order, to create a new one. Though honestly, those are just excuses. You'll understand it soon enough yourself. Destruction isn't just about breaking things. It's one side of a coin, the other side is creation. You and I now, we're part of that balance. It's beyond death, soul, or order. Phew, that's deep. Being Emroy's apostle was way simpler, and now, just a few minutes with you and we're already diving into philosophy," Rory joked, teasing him a little. "You'll get used to it," Alex chuckled. "Now, let's test your new scythe. I'm curious why it took that form." "I usually prefer blades," he added, kissing her on the cheek. Rory nodded and gracefully slid off his lap. He took her hand and led her toward the training ground, the same one he and Becca often used to test new weapons. Once they arrived, Alex activated the system. Targets of various sizes and durability began popping up throughout the field. He gave Rory a gentle nudge forward, offering her the stage to go all out. The perimeter was lined with all sorts of targets, from humanoid figures the size of people to enormous ones the size of giants. These weren't just for show. At Becca's insistence, training for interworld travel required preparation for enemies of every imaginable scale. With ease, Rory vaulted over the safety railing and landed in the training zone. In one swift dash, she closed the distance to the first target, and with a spin of her scythe, unleashed a devastating horizontal slash. The blade sliced through the target with such speed that it left a glowing trail in the air. But that was only the beginning. The target didn't just break apart. It vanished, vaporized by the destructive power embedded in Rory's new weapon. Without stopping for a second, she spun around and dashed toward the largest target, which resembled a giant. With a single leap, Rory soared to its top, began spinning, and with great force delivered a vertical strike, slicing the body of the giant from head to base. Like the previous target, the giant instantly evaporated under the destructive power. Alex watched calmly, without much surprise. What interested him more was how skillfully Rory was handling her new power and how much her physical abilities had grown since becoming his apostle. He noted to himself that her potential had multiplied, and would continue to grow. With a slight half-smile, he nodded, observing how Rory swiftly moved across the training ground, cutting and literally splitting the targets. However, Alex's thoughts were abruptly interrupted by a powerful burst of destructive energy. He turned to see Rory had destroyed a significant part of the training ground, unleashing an enormous amount of power. Slightly surprised, Alex raised an eyebrow. Only a few minutes had passed since Rory became his apostle, and she was already demonstrating such destructive might. With a snap of his fingers, he activated the magic circle embedded in the floor, which immediately rewound time, restoring the training ground to its original state. Rory, finishing her training, looked a little tired. It was her first experience controlling such a powerful and dangerous energy. Taking a deep breath, she approached Alex, holding her scythe in her hand. "So, how was your first experience wielding the power of destruction?" Alex asked with a gentle smile, handing her a bottle of water. "Amazing. Such power. But it's not easy to control. I almost wiped out your entire training ground." "Good thing you know how to restore everything quickly," Rory said, taking a sip. "That's no surprise. Destruction is one of the primal concepts that arose alongside creation. In time, you'll get used to it. Then it will become as natural to you as breathing," Alex replied with the same smile. Rory returned a warm smile and nodded. The thought of losing control didn't scare her. She already had experience handling divine powers, so adapting to destructive power wouldn't be difficult. And, as Alex said, the urge to destroy things gradually faded into the background. Alex examined her carefully once more, checking for any side effects. Satisfied that the core of her existence was merging ever more firmly with the energy of destruction, he nodded with approval. Over time, her essence, like his, would carry the very nature of destruction. After finishing all the checks, Alex and Rory left the workshop. As soon as they stepped outside, the nearby girls immediately noticed Rory, more precisely, her updated outfit and new weapon. "What's with the new look and style? Finally ditched that giant axe and picked something your size?" Becca asked with a teasing tone. "This isn't just a style change. Rory has completely transformed." Brunhilde was the first to notice the details. "In what way?" "She just dyed her clothes black like Alex and swapped her axe for a scythe." "Reaper style, or what?" Ray raised an eyebrow, puzzled. "The eyes. Her eyes are now the same as Alex's. They used to be pink, but now." Yuriko added, studying her friend closely. The girls immediately turned toward Rory and noticed with surprise that her eyes, once pink, now shimmered with a radiant, rainbow-like light, exactly like Alex's. This instantly sparked their curiosity. What had happened in the workshop for Rory to change so much? Their gazes simultaneously shifted to Alex, waiting for an explanation. Even Brunhilde, usually reserved, was genuinely intrigued. She couldn't shake a strange but familiar feeling, as if she had encountered a similar aura before. It was exactly the same sensation she had felt the moment she used Volender with Alex. Now, a similar feeling emanated from Rory. Noticing how the girls were staring at her, Rory only gave a sly smile, like a winner in an unseen competition. That smile immediately irritated the others, as if they had lost to her in something important, though they couldn't quite put their finger on what. "Alex, maybe you could tell us what you two were doing in your workshop?" Valmet asked, shifting her gaze from the satisfied Rory to Alex. "In short, I didn't like that Rory was serving some foreign god. So I offered her to become my apostle. The changes in her appearance are the result of that transformation. Now Rory is an apostle of destruction," Alex answered calmly, sitting down on the couch. "Wait, are you saying you just got jealous of some genderless deity from another world and decided to make her yours?" Saya squinted skeptically. "Oh, Pinky, you have no idea how jealous my cupcake can be," Becca chuckled with an exaggerated tone. "It's a good thing he didn't storm into that world and beat up that god." "Hold on, seriously? Alex could have gone to another world just to deal with a god out of jealousy?" Mio asked in astonishment. Becca and Brunhilde nodded simultaneously. All eyes turned back to Alex, whose face remained completely calm. He denied nothing. Why would he? Everyone knew he could be jealous. He just usually hid it well. But now, the situation was different. The girls giggled, imagining Alex bursting into Rory's world with a stick, shouting threats, and punishing the poor god. "So how strong is Rory now?" Chunli asked, studying her friend carefully. "She's currently the second strongest in our family. It used to be Brunhilde and Becca, but now it's Rory. I wasn't joking when I said she became an apostle of destruction. Her power has grown to a new level. During a test, she accidentally wiped out almost the entire training ground where Becca and I were testing destructive weapons," Alex explained. "Damn. Becca said you were testing some seriously dangerous stuff on that range, and everything held up. And she managed to destroy most of it." "Impressive," Reveille said, surprised. "Isn't that dangerous?" Yuriko asked with concern. "I mean, will it be hard for her to control this new power?" "To be honest, I'm almost used to it already," Rory replied with a smile, her palm gently glowing with purple destructive energy. My body adapts on its own, as if I've been connected to this power since birth. At first, of course, there was a wild urge to destroy something. But after I messed around on the training ground with his toys, that all passed. The girls stared in amazement at her glowing hand. Alex nodded, recalling that he had experienced something similar when he became the embodiment of destruction. Those thoughts and impulses quickly fade as soon as you start to feel like a part of that power. Some of the girls exchanged envious glances. They, too, wished to become Alex's apostles. But he immediately clarified, this was not the best path for them. Rory already had experience handling divine energy, unlike the others. Besides, why take that path when there are countless ways to become stronger? However, the girls looked at him with slight irritation. Alex just shrugged and reminded them. You're getting stronger every day anyway. Especially after our special training sessions. Massages, evening exercises, you know what I mean. Understanding the hint, the girls rolled their eyes in unison but still nodded, realizing he was right. Alex knew perfectly well what the girls were thinking. He understood that they just wanted to help him with his difficult work, saving worlds and dealing with all the challenges that came with it. Yet he was also aware of what that could lead to. That's why he only entrusted them with tasks they could handle safely. He didn't want any of them to get hurt. Alex wasn't the kind of hero who dragged his family into every dangerous adventure, only to later suffer from guilt or fall into destructive fits of rage if someone close got hurt. He knew himself too well and understood how easily he could lose control in such situations. So, he preferred to take on all the dangerous work himself, leaving those who wanted to help with less risky but still important tasks. Deciding to change the subject, Alex asked how their study of the book on dragon care was going. The girls only sighed heavily. Taking care of a dragon turned out to be much harder than caring for a regular pet. When the dragon was young, looking after it was like caring for a puppy, but as it grew older, things became more complicated. Fortunately, Alex could afford such a domestic monster. Nevertheless, the most responsible girls, Brunhilde, Yuriko, Kiriko, and Nemio, expressed concern about one important aspect. According to legends, myths, and stories, dragons are obsessed with gold. Their greed for treasure wasn't just a whim, it was part of their nature. Alex could only nod in response to this worry. But he had prepared in advance. In his inventory, he kept treasures taken after defeating a one-eyed dragon in a dungeon, an enemy Erebus had merged with, who wished to become the enemy of the whole world and accelerate humanity's progress. Hearing this, the girls sighed with relief. Others, on the contrary, showed keen interest in the contents of the dragon's hoard. In the end, Alex had to show them all the treasures guarded by that very dragon. And so the day ended, examining gold and shiny trinkets. The next morning, Alex woke up to the now familiar sensation: someone was chewing on his cheek again. The first thing he tried to do was guess who had decided to make a morning snack right on his face. Over time, he had learned to recognize the culprits by their teeth and biting style. Today, it was 02. She mumbled something in her sleep about a sweet cake while holding onto him tightly. Sighing, Alex gently freed himself from her grip. Opening his eyes, he saw that almost all the girls were still asleep. Only Nemio and Kiriko were already up, preparing breakfast for the whole family and feeding the little ones. Carefully slipping out of Lucy and 02's tight embraces, Alex got up from the couch and started getting dressed as quietly as possible so as not to wake anyone. They had stayed up late the night before discussing how to care for the dragon, and the conversation had stretched well into the night until everyone finally collapsed from exhaustion. Leaving the room, Alex headed downstairs and walked into the dining room. There he saw Anya, Alice, and Nobukatsu already awake, though looking sleepy, not surprising since they had also been playing with the dragon hatchling late into the night. The little one was now chewing on a piece of raw meat, comfortably settled on the table. Alex didn't even want to look at Stitch. He was, as usual, lying face down on the table in a half-asleep state, drooling and unsuccessfully fighting his hunger. Alex passed by the kids, lightly tousling their hair in an attempt to perk them up a bit, just a little longer and their faces would be buried right in their cereal bowls. In the kitchen, he quickly kissed Nemio and Kiriko, grabbed his coffee mug and a plate of food, then returned to the dining room. Sitting down at the table, Alex smiled as he watched the half-asleep kids struggling with all their might not to bury their faces in their breakfast. "I told you yesterday not to play until late at night. And now you look like zombies trying to wake up," Alex said, resting his cheek on his fist. "Sorry, Daddy. We just got carried away playing with Bond," Anya mumbled, rubbing her eyes sleepily. "I heard, little one. You were running around the room until late. But still, you look better than Stitch." If his mouth weren't moving and his eyes were closed, I'd think he was still asleep, Alex smirked, pointing at Stitch, who was managing to chew cereal with his eyes shut. Was all Anya could manage, slowly nodding with half-open eyes. "You can sleep a bit more after breakfast. It's a normal day today anyway," Alex added, sipping coffee from his mug. The kids could only nod drowsily, continuing to eat their cereal listlessly. Alex shook his head with a slight smile. Morning was clearly starting as usual, until there was a loud plop. He turned toward the sound and saw Stitch's face had fallen right into the cereal bowl, bubbles starting to form. Seriously? Alex sighed, getting up from the table. He approached Stitch, took him by the head, and gently tilted it back so that he could open his mouth. Then he simply poured the remaining cereal with milk into his mouth and helped him chew. All the while, Stitch didn't even wake up, he just snorted loudly, somewhere between sleep and eating. After finishing the feeding, Alex let go of his head, which dropped back onto the table with a thud, and Stitch immediately began snoring deeply. Massaging his forehead to fight off a rising headache, Alex returned to his seat to finish his coffee. What was that sound? Kiriko asked as she entered the dining room. Stitch was trying to drown in his cereal bowl. Had to perform a rescue operation, Alex muttered, still holding his head. Kiriko glanced over at Stitch, who was now sleeping with his head thrown back, snoring as if trying to win some competition. Smiling, she just shook her head. Then Namio came out of the kitchen, drying her hands with a towel. Hearing what had happened, she quietly chuckled and went back inside. When Gir and Mimi finished their portions, they simultaneously grabbed Stitch like a trophy and, carrying him above their heads, dragged him to his room. Alex barely held back his laughter, especially when he noticed Stitch was still snoring loudly. As the evacuation of Stitch was underway, the girls began trickling into the dining room, yawning and rubbing their eyes. That's when they saw the scene, Gir and Mimi carrying the loudly snoring cosmic dog. This sight fully woke everyone up and sparked a wave of laughter. The girls giggled, each giving Alex a quick peck before sitting down at the table. Breakfast continued in a warm, homely atmosphere. The girls ate leisurely, discussing what to do for the day. However, it quickly became clear there were hardly any serious tasks. The main workload fell on Coco, Brunhilde, Yuriko, and Saya. A new group of people had arrived in the settlement, and they needed to be accommodated. The rest could afford a rare day off, just relaxing at home, lounging around, and resting. Meanwhile, Alice, Anya, and Nobukatsu finished their breakfast, grabbed the little dragon named Bond, and hurried off to their childhood activities. Alex, when are we heading to America? Chiquita asked, turning to him. Soon. We need to wrap up a few things first, then we'll return to Anchorage, and from there, on to the USA. I think Hannibal has already contacted a friend at the military base to arrange for our reception, Alex replied thoughtfully, sipping his coffee. And what are those few things? What are you tinkering with in your workshop again? Ray squinted suspiciously at him. I'm not tinkering with anything, Alex said, rolling his eyes. I'm just waiting for Rekka and the scientists to finish modifying the virus against demons. Then I'll be able to turn it into a weapon. Isn't the virus already a weapon? Ada asked, raising an eyebrow in surprise. In essence, yes. But I want to make it more effective. Simply put, to make infecting demons easier so the cleansing of cities goes faster. And how do you plan to do that? Coco asked, resting her elbows on the table. In the best tradition. I'll make it into a bomb, so the virus can be sprayed over a city. I'm thinking of using either rain or fog. I have a few ideas, Alex said, tapping his finger on the table with a wide smile. I've already told you, handsome, you can be scary sometimes, Rika giggled. But that doesn't change the fact that you all love me, Alex said with an exaggerated gesture. Even us. Nagahide smirked, pointing to herself and a blushing Katsui. Not yet, but who knows how fate will turn out, Alex answered with a warm, calm smile. Nagahide chuckled softly and smiled slightly, not denying Alex's words. Katsui, flushed bright red, just lowered her gaze, trying to hide behind her plate. While everyone continued breakfast and discussed the upcoming trip to the US, Alex mentally reviewed the plan for the next stage of his work. But first, he had to wait for the new version of the virus to be ready. Only then could he move on to the next part of his complex but carefully thought-out strategy. To be continued. Chapter 350, The Girl's New Gear, and How to Deal with Idlers. After breakfast, Yuriko, Brunhilde, Coco, and Saya went off to handle settlement matters. The day's agenda was to house the new arrivals from the Anchorage military base. The group was quite large, meaning they first needed to properly assign everyone housing, and only then begin building new homes. Fortunately, the settlement's territory allowed for expansion. In the worst case, Alex could simply push the protective stone wall further out, his strength made that possible. Brunhilde, Yuriko, and Saya calmly headed off, while Coco, as usual, grumbled on her way out that she wanted to be lazy too, though no one ever really listened. Once breakfast was over, Alex brought the dishes to the kitchen, then settled into an armchair in the living room with a book, deciding to pick up where he left off yesterday, right before Rory's journey to becoming an apostle began. The other girls had also finished eating and peeked into the living room, thinking about what to do. Shizuka was the first to make a decision. She grabbed her things and headed for the clinic. There were always people in the settlement who needed treatment. Especially one notorious group. While ordinary workers got injured only occasionally, this bunch showed up at the clinic practically every evening. Day after day. Alex, I'm heading out. I can feel those idiots are going to show up injured again, Shizuka grumbled, carrying a portable medical capsule in her hands. I don't want to leave Mari alone with those maniacs. Oh, Shizuka, when did you become so grumpy? So what if someone got injured again? Rika smirked. Not someone, the same ones every single day. Mari and I just walk into the clinic, and they're already at the door, covered in bruises and scrapes. Always the same, brawls or overzealous training, Shizuka pouted. Haha, Ryu and Ken being themselves, Chun-Li laughed. It's not funny. And it's not just them, Jean, Sean, and the rest are just as bad. At least with Kenichi it's understandable, that pervy old man Kensei is always beating him up. But why do they keep showing up with broken bones? I'll talk to Mom to make Dad calm down. Sounds like he's back to his old habits again, Renka said seriously, barely holding back laughter. Worst case, I'll just load them up with work. Let them build or chop down trees, anything that leaves no time for fighting, Alex shrugged. Shizuka nodded irritably, gave Alex a goodbye kiss, waved to the others, and left. As soon as the door closed behind her, a wave of laughter exploded in the living room. Alex just shook his head, he genuinely felt sorry for Shizuka and Mari, who had to deal with that wild bunch every day. After she left, Becca and Revei also found something to do. They gathered their gear and headed to the armory to upgrade their arsenal. Alex only realized they were leaving when the girls kissed him goodbye. He waved to them and returned to his book. However, his peace didn't last long. Alcina came up and placed a hand on his shoulder. When he looked up, she held out her hand, clearly wanting something. Without asking questions, Alex pulled a new book from his inventory that he thought she might like and handed it to her. In thanks, she kissed him on the cheek and dove into reading. Alex wasn't surprised. Alcina rarely left the house, which gave the other girls plenty of reasons to joke about Madame Dracula, much to her irritation. With Shizuka, Becca, and Revei gone, the rest of the girls didn't have much to do. Kiriko and Namio took up housework like proper homemakers, while the rest either lazed around or wandered aimlessly. The laziest ones didn't even bother looking for something to do, they just went back to sleep. Not upstairs, but right there in the living room, turning it into an impromptu pile of cozy nappers. Soon, the girls decided to play some video games to entertain themselves. They settled on a fighting game, the perfect genre for some friendly competition. Hearing the familiar sounds of the game, Alex looked up and saw them battling each other with intense enthusiasm on the console. A worried thought instantly crossed his mind, let's just hope this doesn't end in a real fight. He knew his girls. It could. Silently, Alex prayed that the virtual tournament wouldn't spill into reality. Then he returned to his book, listening as the girls argued about who was cheating and who was just bad at the game. Everything was peaceful, until he felt someone lie down on his lap. Lifting the book and looking down, he saw Renka curled up on him like a cat, rubbing her cheek against his stomach. Alex smiled and, holding the book in one hand, gently ran his fingers through her hair with the other. Renka purred happily and continued her feline act. However, she had a different plan entirely. This was a calculated move, to distract Alex from his reading. Realizing that purring alone wasn't enough, she went on the offensive, nibbling his hands, pinching his cheeks, and doing whatever she could to demand his attention. What's wrong, Renka? Are you really that bored? Alex asked, glancing down at her with a barely restrained smile. Now that she had his attention, Renka quickly changed her posture, from lying down to sitting up. She wrapped her arms around his neck and affectionately nuzzled his cheek. Alex studied her closely, wondering what prompted this sudden wave of affection. Even the other girls paused the game, curious about what Renka was up to and why she was acting like a cat in heat. Alex, you love me, don't you? She asked with a sly smile, starting off carefully. Of course. How could I not love you? You're adorable, Alex replied calmly, placing a hand on her waist. Then, if you love me, can you do something for me? Renka whispered, gazing into his eyes. Alex raised an eyebrow, instantly realizing this was all just a prelude to a request. But now he was curious, what exactly did she want? And not just him, the other girls were watching with wide eyes, clearly wondering the same. Alex glanced at them and noticed they were staring intently at Renka. He gave a subtle nod as if to say, all right, go ahead, I won't say no. Renka couldn't hold back, she hugged Alex tighter and gave him a big kiss on the cheek. Maybe you'll thank me later, Alex chuckled, feeling her lips press against his skin. But for now, just tell me what you want. Yeah, stop clinging to him already. Now we're curious, what are you trying to get out of Alex? Ray said with mild irritation, as if she was about to pull Renka off his lap. You guys are so serious. I just wanted to know if Alex has anything in his workshop that could help us in battle. Unlike some of you, we don't use guns, Renka said, casting a meaningful look at a few specific girls. And who stopped you from learning how to shoot? Ada replied lazily, lying on her side with her hand supporting her head. I learned how to shoot and now I get to be lazy. For starters, my mind isn't filled only with fighting and training, I also think about Alex, Renka said defiantly, rolling her eyes. And my training is focused on mastering Qiyu, the martial art used by the first emperor of China. Who the hell cares if it's ancient or not? Just say what you want from Alex already. Rika interrupted, losing her patience. Renka bared her teeth and started growling at her. Rika only smirked back, as if to say, go ahead and try. The other girls also started cheering on Rika, urging Renka to finally spit out her request. Renka felt like everyone had betrayed her. She glared at them angrily, then turned her gaze to Alex. Her eyes softened, filled with hurt, as if she hoped he'd take pity on her. Alex wasn't sure whether to laugh or sympathize, he was already used to how quickly the girls could change their expressions. Even Alcina had put her book aside and was now looking at Renka with interest. Alex made an exaggerated show of regret, silently hinting that it was time to get to the point. Alex, do you have anything that could help in a fight against enemies you have to get close to? Renka asked, giving him her best puppy dog eyes. Sweetheart, I need details. I've got all sorts of things that could help in battle, weapons, gadgets, you name it. What exactly do you need? Alex replied, gently pinching her cheek. I think I know what she wants, Cammy said thoughtfully, staring at the ceiling. Me too, Mio added. Alex mentioned those things, what were they called? Cacodemons. The ones that look like floating meatballs with teeth. I remember the girls complaining that it's hard to get close to them because they fly. The melee fighters all nodded in agreement. Indeed, it was difficult to reach such demons, especially if there wasn't a ledge nearby to jump from. Alex looked at Renka. She nodded rapidly, confirming that this was exactly what she had meant to ask. Well, in that case, I've got not just a few useful items, but also a couple of techniques that'll help you reach those flying beasts, he said with a smile. Oh, let me guess, my brilliant husband, Alcina said with a smirk, setting her book down. You've got techniques that let ordinary mortals run through the air. Did I nail it? The girls exchanged glances, first at Alcina, then at Alex. They all knew full well that he possessed a vast knowledge of techniques from countless worlds. So it didn't surprise them one bit that he could teach people to run through the air, especially considering how his body flicker technique had already made their lives so much easier. Alex nodded with a slight smile, confirming Alcina's words. Yes, he really did have such techniques. But, as always, there was a catch, something the girls needed to hear before they rushed off to start training. All right, out with it, Ada said lazily, tossing a paper ball at him. Even I'm curious what it's like to run through the air. Okay, Alex chuckled, raising his hands. In truth, there are many techniques that allow you to either fly or run through the air. But most of them are pretty hard to master. So right now, I can only offer two, and even then, with some conditions. He held up 2 fingers, putting emphasis on the word two. And what are these techniques? Chiquita asked, raising an eyebrow. The first one comes from a world where Shinigami exist. Think of them as reapers who guide souls to the other side, Alex explained. Oh. I know where that's from. Mio perked up. The boys at school were always talking about that anime. I think it was called Bleach. With the red-headed swordsman. Exactly. Mio's right. That technique is from that world. But I'll say it right away, traveling there wouldn't suit everyone. Most likely only Siko, Beatrix, Nobuna, Ray, and maybe Rory, he added with a faint smile. And why only them? What are we, chopped liver? Renka huffed, plopping herself onto Alex's lap and tugging on his cheek. The other girls he hadn't named nodded in agreement. It's simple, he began. In that world, a Shinigami's main weapon is their Zanpakuto, a physical manifestation of their spiritual energy. Since most of you don't use bladed weapons, there's not much point in going there. Unless, you want to forge your own Zanpakuto. But that's a conversation for another time. For now, you can just watch the anime or read the manga. Anyway, in that world, there's a technique that lets you form a platform beneath your feet using reishi, basically, spiritual particles. Alex, I hate to break it to you, but, can we even sense these so-called spiritual particles if we're not Shinigami? Valmet asked skeptically. Alex gave a lazy yawn and said, Ladies, I already taught you how to use chakra. Trust me, getting you to sense reishi is just a matter of technique. The girls exchanged looks, thinking it over. And realized he had a point. Everyone in their family had learned to use chakra to some degree, even Yuriko, Namio, and Kiriko. Especially after Alex offhandedly mentioned that chakra could slow aging. Of course, most of them used it primarily as extra defense, in case of surprise attacks. Even with the energy shield Alex had made for them, an enemy still needed to be stopped somehow. All right, that world does sound interesting, but let's put the Shinigami technique on hold. What's the second one? Seiko asked calmly. The second technique comes from the world of pirates, Alex began, but was immediately interrupted. You mean that place you're always rambling about? Where you want to become Pirate King and find some One Piece? Ray asked with a smirk. Ahem. Yeah, you're right, Alex coughed, scratching the back of his head. In that world, there's an organization called the Marines, and they have a technique called Jeppo. The idea is simple, you kick off the air to rise higher. Think of it like a double jump in a video game. Except you're not limited to just one, you can do as many as you like, combining Jeppo with other movement techniques. He coughed again, remembering his childhood dreams of becoming the Pirate King. Since you're done explaining the techniques, how about telling us what you've got stashed in your workshop? Nobuna drawled, leaning back against the couch and propping her cheek on her fist. We all know it's not like we'll master this stuff overnight. Well, I do have something left, Alex nodded. Becky and Stitch's combat suits already have a built-in double jump function, kind of a Jeppo imitation. They're equipped with air boots that generate pressure beneath your feet, letting you kick off the air and jump higher. He raised a finger, emphasizing the last point. Then why are we still sitting here? Renka exclaimed, jumping off his lap. I want to try what it's like to do a double jump, like in a game. She grabbed Alex's hand and pulled him along, unable to hide her excitement. Alex didn't resist, he gave in to Renka's enthusiasm and let her pull him out of the chair. As soon as she succeeded, she eagerly started pushing him from behind, steering him toward the workshop. The other girls stood up with interest, they wanted to see the air boots too. Chatting cheerfully, they followed Alex and Renka to his workshop. Renka didn't stop for a second, she kept pushing Alex, urging him toward his workspace. The girls had been here before, so they didn't linger at the entrance, quickly scanning the familiar mess. When Alex finally reached his desk, he sighed deeply, trying to remember where he'd put those very air boots. While he rummaged through his memory, the girls caught up and began inspecting the room. Alex opened one of the cabinets and started digging through it, sorting through boxes with ridiculous labels. As usual, the shelves were a mess, finding something specific wasn't easy. Recalling Brunhilde's warning, the girls cautiously peeked inside cabinets filled with both harmless knickknacks and potentially dangerous inventions. Their curiosity flared, and they eagerly examined the strange objects Alex had created. Finally, in one of the cabinets, he spotted a box labeled Double Jump. Alex immediately knew that was exactly what he needed. Unlike the built-in boots in Stitch's and Becky's suits, he needed a separate pair now. He pulled out the box, opened it, and confirmed that inside were silver greaves. Nodding, he closed the lid and carried it to the table. Turning toward the girls, Alex heard their laughter, they were engrossed in joking about the silly names on the boxes and playfully teasing him about the creative mess. Shaking his head, Alex got back to work and started checking the greaves' functionality. They were operational, but he quickly noticed one flaw, the current version only allowed for one jump at a time. He needed to make them suitable for repeated use. Wasting no time, he began a quick upgrade. What are you working on? Didn't you say they were ready? Nobuna asked, leaning on his back and peeking over his shoulder. That's the old version. I'm just going to improve it a bit, and everything will be fine, Alex muttered without looking up. Don't want to upset you, but one pair won't be enough. Or do you expect us to share them like kids with toys? Ada added with a smirk, lightly poking his cheek. Don't worry. I'll make personal greaves for each of you. Right now, I'm just perfecting this prototype, Alex replied, rolling his eyes. Can we choose the color? Rika asked with interest, leaning on the table. Color, style, and how they'll match your outfits, Alex answered dryly, still focused on the greaves. The girls nodded happily and immediately started discussing out loud what they wanted their air greaves to look like. Meanwhile, Alex finished the upgrade and now all that remained was to make new pairs according to their preferences. While they debated and went over the details, he tiredly rubbed his face, once again reminded of an undeniable truth: girls can spend endless time choosing clothes, and shoes, especially shoes. When they finally settled on their choices, Alex decided not to waste time and used creation magic to speed up the process. Each girl received her own unique pair, perfectly matching in color, shape, and even style. Only Alcina, Kiriko, and Namio politely declined, they simply didn't need such devices since they didn't take part in battles. I never cease to be amazed at how useful magic can be. 1 second, and done. And the best part, the greaves are comfortable, no pinching anywhere. You could even go to a fancy restaurant in these, Ada commented, gracefully showing off her new gear on her legs. Yeah. It's like getting a free boutique along with a husband, Rika smirked, getting used to her new footwear. Thanks, ladies. I really felt your love, and didn't feel like a free clothing store at all, Alex snorted. Don't be upset. Want me to cheer you up? Chiquita offered with a mischievous smile as she settled on his lap. You'd better practice with the new toys. You might get hurt otherwise, Alex grumbled, wrapping his arm around her waist. Great idea. So, girls, who wants to see who masters the new gear faster? Cammy challenged, looking around at the others. Hey, get ready to eat dust, Renka smirked, accepting the challenge. You can train at the range, it's free right now, Alex said, pointing toward the training area. Nope, we're going to the settlement's playground. Chunli replied with a playful grin. And why? Alex raised an eyebrow in surprise. Alex, what a silly question. Of course, to show off. So everyone can see what a talented husband we have and how cool our new toys are. Chiquita answered cheerfully and kissed him on the nose. Alex looked at the girls, who nodded seriously. But he knew perfectly well, they just wanted to show off their new air greaves. Before he could say anything, the girls all kissed him on the lips in gratitude. Even Nagahide and Katsui, slightly embarrassed, kissed Alex on the cheek to thank him for the gift. He smiled as he watched the girls rush off, they were eager to show their upgrades to the rest of the settlement. Only Alex, Alcina, Kiriko, and Namio remained in the workshop. They silently watched the others run away, smiles on their faces. Alex sighed softly and, together with the three women, headed back to the lounge. While Alcina, Namio, and Kiriko began chatting about various topics to pass the time, Alex couldn't focus on his book. The girls, making him move around, had awakened an inner restlessness. Now he wanted to do something to avoid slipping back into a lazy state again. At that moment, Anya came down the stairs from the second floor. As usual, her pet, a baby dragon named Bond, was comfortably perched on her head. The girl noticed her thoughtful father sitting in the chair and, smiling brightly, made a nimble jump and landed on his lap. What are you up to, Daddy? She asked, cupping his cheeks with her small hands. I'm thinking about what to do with myself, Alex smirked, gently poking her nose. Your mom's made me move around, and now I need to find some use for the leftover motivation before I switch back to energy-saving mode. Then shall we go for a walk? Anya suggested hopefully, her eyes sparkling, already dreaming of an adventure. We can go for a walk, Alex nodded. But Bond stays home. Remember our agreement? Until we return to Daddy's home world, Bond must stay inside. He softly stroked his daughter's head and began massaging her cheeks. Anya nodded vigorously, so much that Bond nearly slipped off her head. Alex couldn't help but laugh. Namio quietly giggled as she watched the sweet moment. Getting up from the chair, she reached out to take the little dragon. Bond, now in her arms, rubbed his snout contentedly against her palm, yawned, and instantly fell asleep. Alex shook his head, recalling last night when the girls compared the baby dragon to a kitten or puppy. It seemed they were right, for now, when he was little, there was hardly any difference. Holding Anya in his arms, Alex stepped outside, pondering where to go. While he thought, Anya was looking in one direction and noticed her mom's jumping to impressive heights. Curious, she tugged at her father's cheek to get his attention. When Alex looked at her, Anya pointed toward the direction where she had seen Renka jumping, using the air greaves and trying to keep her balance so she wouldn't crash to the ground with a bang. Daddy, why do my moms jump so high? Anya asked with curiosity. That's all thanks to the new device your daddy made for them, he replied with a smile. They asked me to create something to help them reach the flying toothy meatballs. Anya nodded seriously, though she didn't fully understand what her father meant. Still, she looked as if she had just heard something very important. At that moment, Alex finally decided on their destination. He would visit Rixa. Recently, she had learned the truth about who he really was, the Demon King, together with Moira and Claire. He was curious how she had taken the truth and how she was coping with such a revelation. Setting Anya on his shoulders, Alex headed toward the clinic. Along the way, they chatted about trivial things, and time flew by unnoticed. Upon arrival, he set his daughter down, picked her up in his arms, and went inside. First, he decided to visit Shizuku and Mari, and only then go upstairs. Approaching one of the rooms, Alex peeked inside. As usual, a group of familiar guys were lying on beds, laughing loudly. He wasn't surprised, they were regular clients. Closing the door, he guessed that Mari and Shizuku were probably in the lounge. Heading there, Alex slightly opened the door, and he was right. Inside, both women were engaged in a lively conversation. Mom! Anya exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Shizuku. Anya! Shizuku replied with the same happiness, rising from her chair. And Alex too. Shizuku quickly jumped up from her seat, ran over to Alex, and immediately took Anya from him, pressing the girl against her full chest. Anya, already used to this display of affection, quickly lifted her head to avoid being trapped again between two soft pillows. Shizuku laughed and gently rubbed her cheek against her daughter's crown. What brings you here, Alex? And with your daughter in your arms, no less, Mari asked kindly with a warm smile. Just out for a walk. Killing time, going back and forth, Alex shrugged as he sat down on a chair. Mari nodded understandingly and glanced at Anya, who had comfortably settled on Shizuka's lap. Like any caring mother, Shizuka was trying to feed her daughter some cookies, and Anya, like a little hamster, nibbled on the treat, blinking adorably. Mari couldn't help but smile warmly at the sight. By the way, I saw your regular patients. Have they been here since morning? Alex asked with a smirk. They haven't left since yesterday. Those idiots got injured again during training, so they're just lying around recovering. I'd love to kick them out, but I'm such a fragile girl, I can't handle these muscle-bound gorillas, Mari replied with a theatrical sigh. Want me to help? Alex said lazily, resting his cheek on his fist, watching her with interest. You're going to kick them out? Mari raised an eyebrow, glancing at him. He just nodded silently. Mari thought for a second, then with an irritated sigh nodded back, giving the green light. Alex smirked with satisfaction, stood up from the chair, and left the room. Anya and Shizuka watched him go. For a moment, the little princess even felt a bit sorry for the poor guys who were about to be kicked out, but that thought quickly vanished when Shizuka handed her another cookie. Approaching the room where the regular clients were resting, Alex burst open the door with a loud bang. Instant silence fell over the room, everyone stared at him. The smile on Alex's face was so wide and menacing that everyone's hair stood on end. What are you doing here, Alex? Ryu asked nervously. There's an eviction order, Alex announced with the same wide grin. What? What order? Jean started to ask but didn't get the chance to finish. Alex didn't bother explaining. He walked over to the first victims, Ryu and Ken, grabbed both by their legs, and dragged them toward the exit. Kicking the door open with ease, he tossed them out onto the road right in front of the clinic. They landed flat on their faces. Without wasting a second, Alex returned and hauled the rest out in just minutes, repeating the process 3 more times. As soon as the last guy was outside, Alex slammed the door right in front of their noses, just as they were about to protest. The stunned and annoyed guys stood on the doorstep, unable to believe what had happened. Passers-by who witnessed the scene burst into laughter. Alex returned to the lounge, gave a thumbs up, and, sitting back down on the chair with a calm expression, said, "Done. Just kicked them all out and slammed the door. Now they definitely won't be sparring." Mari and Shizuka burst out laughing, imagining the scene. Even Anya, with her mouth full of cookies, gave an approving thumbs up in response. Alex smiled too. He liked seeing everyone happy. He decided to sit a little longer with Mari and Shizuka before heading upstairs with Anya to visit Rixa and find out how she was handling the truth about his real identity. To be continued. Chapter 351, How to Commit Demon Genocide in a Holy Place. Alex was still sitting in the clinic's break room with Shizuka and Mari. After the regular, perpetually injured visitors were unceremoniously kicked out, the clinic finally fell silent, allowing everyone to relax a bit. Without them, there was much less to do, and usually Shizuka and Mari just passed the time waiting for new patients, or went home, declaring their workday over. Alex was chatting with Mari about a little bit of everything, while out of the corner of his eye he watched Shizuka feed Anya cookies with loving care. The girl was curled up on her lap, munching on the treats with appetite, looking like a little hamster. Alex was planning to head upstairs soon to finally talk to Rixa. He hadn't disturbed her yesterday, she'd been completely absorbed in her lab work. He understood, this was how Rixa was coping with the heavy new truth, the truth about the world, and about him. Everyone handles such revelations in their own way. So Alex didn't press her, simply gave her time to process it all. But today, with a few free minutes on hand, he decided to take advantage of them. When the conversation with Mari and Shizuka came to an end, Alex gently lifted Anya from Shizuka's lap. Shizuka pouted, clearly disappointed, she wanted to pamper her daughter a bit longer. At home, Anya was always surrounded by the other women or busy playing with the kids group, so now Shizuka had a rare chance to spend quality time with her. But Alex had just cut that chance short. Seeing Shizuka's sulking expression, Alex and Anya exchanged a glance, then both kissed her on the cheeks at the same time. Shizuka immediately melted, her face blooming into a happy smile. All right, time to continue our journey. Anya, say goodbye to Mom, Alex said, standing by the door with the girl in his arms. Bye, Mom. Bye, Mari. Anya waved cheerfully. The women smiled and waved back, and Alex, giving a slight nod, left the room and headed upstairs with his daughter. First, he decided to peek into the lab, just out of curiosity. What were they up to now? Gently opening the door, he peeked inside with Anya. And just as expected, the usual storm reigned within, the group of scientists was once again fiercely arguing. Alex glanced at the board and immediately understood the reason. The dispute was over a virus developed by 2 different teams. Each one insisted their version was more effective, and no one was backing down. Dad, are they stupid or what? Anya whispered, pointing at the arguing adults. No, they're just big kids. They're fighting over whose toys are cooler. Don't mind them, they'll calm down soon. Let's go check on Rixa instead, Alex replied, quietly closing the door so they wouldn't have to listen to the scientific squabble. Is she my new mom? Anya suddenly asked, looking up at her father. Who knows, Alex said with a faint smile. Maybe yes, maybe not yet. But I think she might be soon. You wouldn't mind, would you? Nope. The more moms, the better. They all love me and spoil me. Anya declared seriously, nodding energetically. Yeah, all you care about is being spoiled, little gremlin, Alex chuckled and gently pinched her nose. Anya giggled, trying to squirm away. Shaking his head, Alex walked up to Rixa's private office. He knew exactly why she had claimed it as her lab. After all those endless arguments with her colleagues aboard the aircraft carrier, she had finally had enough, and seized the first opportunity to get a room of her own. He gently pushed the door open and peeked inside. Rixa was asleep, her face resting on her arms on the desk. Alex and Anya exchanged a glance, then quietly stepped inside. He sat down next to the girl, and Anya looked at him questioningly, wake her up or not. Alex just raised a finger to his lips, signaling, shhh, let her rest. Anya nodded seriously and even pressed her hands to her lips, as if taking an oath of silence. Alex smiled softly, opened his inventory, and pulled out a warm blanket. Carefully, he draped it over the sleeping Rixa, who, despite her exhaustion, looked peaceful. Looking at her, Alex guessed that she had probably spent the entire night working in the lab until she passed out from fatigue. Not wanting to wake her, he decided to let her rest a little longer. Taking his phone and a pair of earbuds from his pocket, he put one earbud in his ear, gave the other to Anya, and played a random movie he thought she might enjoy. Anya settled into his lap, leaning her back comfortably against his chest, and stared at the screen with interest. The two of them quietly watched the movie while Rixa continued to sleep at her desk. Time passed unnoticed. After a while, Rixa began to stir. Slowly opening her eyes, she lifted her head a little and rubbed her stiff neck, the price of sleeping at her desk. Stretching and rubbing her face with her hands, she noticed a warm blanket covering her shoulders, something that definitely hadn't been there before. Looking around, she finally saw Alex and Anya sitting nearby, both quietly watching a movie with faint smiles on their faces. Alex noticed Rixa waking up and looked at her with a smile of his own. Looks like you're awake. How was your nap? He asked, removing the earphones from his ears. Horrible, she muttered, rubbing her neck. Everything's sore. Have you been here long? Not really. When we came in, you were already asleep. I figured you could use the rest, so we decided to pass the time with a movie, Alex said with a smile, gently stroking his daughter's cheek. Thanks for the blanket, Rixa said with a hint of gratitude, handing it back to him. Don't mention it. I've got all kinds of stuff in my inventory. Want me to help with your neck? He offered, tucking the blanket away and watching her continue to rub her stiff muscles. I'd appreciate it, Rixa nodded. This pain's driving me crazy. Alex nodded and motioned for her to come closer. Rixa grabbed a chair and sat with her back to him. He reached out, his hands glowing softly with a green light, and began to gently massage her shoulders and neck, gradually easing the tension. Rixa felt a pleasant warmth spread through her body as the fatigue slowly melted away. His hands were steady and gentle, making her nearly drift off again. Alex worked with quiet focus, the kind of skill that only comes with experience, and he definitely had it. He had massaged the girls in his family more than once and knew exactly how to release muscle tension. Anya watched the scene unfold with interest. Hearing Rixa's thoughts, she began to wonder, was her dad really that good at it? Lifting her eyes to him, it was clear she was about to ask for a massage of her own. Alex, noticing her thoughtful look, nodded knowingly. Anya beamed and snuggled back against his chest. So, feeling better? He asked with a smile as he finished the massage. More than better. It feels like all my exhaustion just melted away, Rixa said with relief, rolling her neck. Now I get why the girls around you always seem so refreshed. It's all about the massages. It's not just the massages, Alex replied with a smirk. But tell me, how'd you end up asleep in the lab again? What do you think? Rixa rolled her eyes and poked him in the chest. It's not every day you find out the guy next to you is the son of a god and the first demon on top of that. Add in the invasion of two insanely dangerous beings into our world. Honestly, I'm surprised I didn't have a full-blown mental breakdown. Yeah, the truth has always been a heavy burden. It's like learning the ending of a book before reading the first chapter, Alex sighed. But I'm glad you held it together. How are Claire and Moira doing? They seem okay. Moira talked with Becca and Revei. Claire had a chat with the other girls, she said, covering her eyes with her hand. And you decided to just lock yourself in the lab and deal with it all alone. Not very sweet of you, Rixa, Alex said, shaking his head. You're one to talk, she huffed. This is all your fault. So, how did the others react to your true self? Surprisingly calmly. Most of them were more curious about the different worlds and how to travel between them. I think they're more drawn to the idea of adventure than scared by the threat of universal annihilation, he said, spreading his arms. Anya mirrored the gesture with a smile. Rixa raised an eyebrow in surprise, watching Alex and Anya stretch their arms in perfect sync. She barely stopped herself from sighing, they're so alike. Father and daughter, even their movements matched. Even though Rixa knew Anya wasn't Alex's biological daughter, anyone seeing them like this would assume they were related by blood. If she didn't know he had rescued the girl from a lab on Veskra Island, she might have believed it herself. When the conversation shifted to other worlds and the possibility of traveling between them, Rixa couldn't help but grow curious. She looked at Alex intently, waiting for him to continue. Her gaze clearly said, "Tell me more." Alex caught the hunger for knowledge in her eyes and didn't hesitate. There are countless worlds out there. Some are ordinary, not too different from this one before the virus outbreak. Others are absolutely absurd, he said with a faint smile. For example, there's a world where hats wear people, not the other way around. Or one where chairs sit on people. And finally, Alex paused dramatically, there's a world where vegetables grow humans like regular crops. Rixa listened, growing more and more suspicious that Alex had lost his mind. But he described everything with such confidence and so many details that she couldn't help but believe, or at least allow herself to consider that he was telling the truth. There are other, more normal worlds too. Like one similar to Harry Potter or the Lord of the Rings. So not all of them are as crazy as you thought at first, he added, as if trying to reassure her. Rixa relaxed a bit, realizing not all alternate realities were the product of a madman's imagination. Anya, on the other hand, was fired up with enthusiasm. I want to go to the world where chairs sit on people. That sounds like fun. Ugh, with all this information, my head's going to explode, Rixa muttered, rubbing her forehead. But tell me, are you really going to be able to handle those two powerful enemies? My daddy will definitely handle them. Anya declared proudly, puffing out her chest. He's super cool and strong. He's already saved 3 entire universes. Amazing, right? You're such a daddy's girl, Rixa smiled and couldn't resist pinching the girl's cheek. Well, if you say so, then he'll manage. Now that your worries are settled, we can get to the most important thing, Alex said, grinning. What else could that be? Rixa asked warily, narrowing her eyes. Are you going to be one of my moms? Anya asked innocently, raising her hands over her head. Rixa froze. She looked at Anya, then shifted her gaze to Alex, who was only smiling mysteriously. Her cheeks flushed, surprised, confused, and something else. A mother. So, Alex's wife. She couldn't deny it, she really liked Alex. They had already kissed. She had even thought about being with him, but Anya's blunt question knocked the ground out from under her feet. Noticing her hesitation, Alex decided to lighten the mood. Listen, Rixa, let me give you a few reasons that might help you decide, he said with a playful smile. And what reasons do you have to convince me to be your girlfriend? She smirked, looking at him suspiciously. First, he began, pretending to give a business presentation, you get a handsome, strong, amazing husband. Second, a sweet and charming daughter. Third, a big family made up of all kinds of people, even gods. And finally, you get the chance to travel between worlds, learn new things, and keep growing. How's that? Rixa couldn't hold back and laughed, clutching her stomach. She definitely hadn't expected such a proposal. No romantic candles or rings, just a funny sales pitch, as if he were selling a family package deal called Happiness Plus Adventure. But honestly, she couldn't deny, it sounded tempting. She liked Alex. A lot. And the idea of becoming part of this big, noisy, lively family warmed her heart, especially since she had no one left in her world. You know. She sighed, wiping a tear from laughing. When you put it like that, I can't say no. All right, I'll be your girlfriend. Since you agreed, it's time to seal the deal. This journey's going to be a long one, Alex said, stepping closer. And how exactly do we seal it? Rixa raised an eyebrow. Well, how else? Anya declared, grabbing Rixa's hand. With a kiss. Now kiss my daddy and become my new mommy. Rixa didn't resist when Anya pulled her by the hand. She leaned in closer and gently kissed Alex on the lips. Anya smirked proudly, she had managed to get herself another mom who would spoil her. If Alex had heard his daughter's thoughts at that moment, he would have definitely called her nothing less than a pink-haired gremlin. The kiss didn't last long, Anya started actively pushing their hands apart to prevent the moment from dragging on. The little palms decisively wedged between them, making Alex and Rixa burst out laughing. Their eyes met on Anya, who, with a serious expression, was trying to separate the adults. Enough already, Anya muttered, puffing out her cheeks. Rixa couldn't help but gently pinch the girl's cheek, then suddenly realized she really did have a daughter now. And, surprisingly, she wasn't opposed to it. In fact, she liked this sweet, stubborn little girl. Well, now that the main questions are settled, how are you doing with the virus? Alex asked, raising an eyebrow. We dropped by the scientists, and they almost started fighting over a disagreement. I'm curious, were you able to modify the infection mechanism? You could say thanks to you, yes, Rixa replied, pulling out a tablet. After your confession about being the Demon King and all that, I decided to throw myself into work to distract myself somehow. In the end, I managed to significantly improve the first virus, the very mix of plague, smallpox, and anthrax. I made it more deadly, and now it can be transmitted through the air. And thanks to your portable mini-lab, I was able to conduct field tests. The results showed the virus quickly passes from carrier to carrier, and its lethality and spread rate have increased many times. She handed the tablet to Alex, showing him graphs and calculations. Alex took the device and carefully flipped through the data. He was a bit surprised by Rixa's pace of work, but considering the lab was connected to his personal server and used the computing power of GIR and Mimi, the result made perfect sense. Despite the virus's effectiveness, he was slightly worried about the possibility of mutations, especially if the infection accidentally jumped to humans. Aren't you afraid the virus might mutate and become a threat to humanity? He asked, handing the tablet back. There's no reason to worry. The virus can only mutate if there are factors triggering adaptation, Rixa calmly explained. If it's used exclusively on demons and contact with humans is prevented, there won't be any mutations. Historically, virus mutations happened as a response to the development of immunity in humans. Even something as simple as the flu has mutated thousands of times over its history. The first flu outbreaks made people seriously ill, sometimes fatally. Archived data and genetic analysis show it was originally extremely dangerous. Interesting. Luckily, that's not something I need to worry about. I basically can't get sick, Alex said with a slight smirk. Mom, Rixa is smart. Anya suddenly said, nodding firmly. That's right, little one, Rixa smiled warmly. And if you ever do get sick, I'll cure you right away. No getting sick for you, understood? Alex watched their interaction with warmth. But his thoughts soon returned to the virus. Now he had to find a place to test it. He even regretted having destroyed an entire horde of demons the day before, one that had been preparing to attack a settlement. It had been foolish. Sighing, he pondered where he could find a new horde without revealing himself. His thoughts tangled until suddenly a click sounded in his mind. Another red marker thread he had been tracking every day had been cut. This was the second one in recent weeks. The last time it happened was when he destroyed Weskier. That meant the demons were becoming active again and continuing to destroy the red markers. Your face changed. Did something happen? Rixa asked, noticing the change in his expression. It's nothing, he shook his head. Just thinking about where to test the improved virus. And where do you plan to do that? Something tells me finding a demon gathering won't be easy, she sighed, shaking her head. Don't worry, I know a place where there are plenty of them. We can head there right now, Alex said, giving a thumbs up. And where exactly are you going? Rixa asked, narrowing her eyes. To Italy. More precisely, to the Vatican, Alex answered with a mysterious smile. Dad, what kind of place is that? Anya asked curiously. How to explain? The Vatican is like a country within a country. It has its own laws. The people living there believe they worship your grandfather, but in reality, they're just using his name to control others, Alex said, thoughtfully stroking his chin. You have quite the prejudice against the church, especially considering who your father is, Rixa noted, watching him closely. Alex just shrugged, refusing to justify himself. In his eyes, every religion was, in one way or another, no more than a tool for controlling people. If faith were truly spiritual, sex wouldn't exist in the world. But to Anya, his words sounded strange. She couldn't understand what a country within a country was or how it was even possible. All right, let's not waste time. I want to deal with this as soon as possible, Alex said, getting up from his chair. Wait, I'll gather everything we need, then we can go. But are you sure we should take Anya with us? What if it's dangerous? Rixa asked, nodding toward the girl, who was comfortably settled in his arms. It's all under control. She's safer with me than anywhere else in the endless multiverse, Alex said confidently, shaking his head. Rixa looked at him suspiciously but still nodded. She was still uneasy about Alex's mysterious power. As a scientist all her life, grasping the scale of his abilities was difficult. Especially now that she knew who he really was, the son of a being at the origins of all existence. Not wanting to burden herself with questions without answers, she took off her white lab coat, put on a jacket, and slung a backpack with packed things over her shoulder. I'm ready. You can start conjuring your portals, she said, zipping up. Alex nodded, carefully handed Anya into Rixa's arms, and summoned Chastiful. In the next second, the spear began to change, its form transforming into a large flying cushion. Anya squealed with delight when she saw the weapon turn into something so cute and soft. Rixa, on the other hand, froze in confusion. The transformation of a battle artifact into something so homey was too unexpected for her. Still, she decided to postpone questions for now so as not to clutter her mind. Alex wrapped his arm around Rixa's waist and gently helped her and Anya sit on the cushion. Anya immediately began squeezing it with her hands to test its softness and finally lay down on it with a satisfied expression, pressing her cheek against it. Rixa nervously stared into the space beneath them, trying not to think about the possibility of falling. Meanwhile, Alex summoned Yamato. With one swift motion, he sliced the air with the blade, the portal opened with a characteristic sound, as if the fabric of reality had been cut with a knife. He stepped inside, and the cushion with Anya and Rixa smoothly followed him. On the other side of the portal, Rixa realized with anxiety that they were at an enormous height. Clouds slowly drifted past them. Is this really the place? I hope you didn't get the coordinates wrong, because all this doesn't inspire much confidence, she said, scanning the sky. The clouds don't look like cotton candy at all, like they said, Anya muttered disappointedly as she sat on the cushion. Who told you that, Anya? Rixa asked, surprised. Lucy and 02. They said clouds are cotton candy. The girl pouted and complained softly. Alex couldn't hold back his laughter. He shook his head. How 02 and Lucy managed to fool even Anya, who could hear thoughts, was a mystery. Rixa also laughed, imagining Anya trying to find the taste of clouds with a serious face. Luckily, Alex had already shown his daughter the moon so she wouldn't think it was made of cheese like in old fairy tales. As for where we are, Alex pointed downward. We're right above the Vatican. More precisely, above St. Peter's Square. High in the sky, right over its very center. I'll take your word for it, Rixa said, turning away, but I'm not going to look down. It's way too high. Alex just shrugged and said nothing more. But Anya, on the contrary, looked down with curiosity. Alex understood perfectly well how curious children could be, so without a word, he extended his hand toward Rixa and Anya, creating an invisible barrier that would prevent them from falling off the floating cushion. Now Anya could safely look down, if, of course, she wasn't afraid of the height. She immediately understood what her father had done and smiled at him broadly. Alex returned the smile warmly and lowered his gaze downward. Below them unfolded a gruesome scene. Right in the center of St. Peter's Square lay the shattered remains of a destroyed red marker, around which demons slowly roamed, trampling the bodies of dead necromorphs, those that had died immediately after the marker's destruction. Alex wasn't particularly surprised that one of the markers was near the Vatican. Faith in God had always reigned in this place, and he could easily imagine how the local clergy had swapped their God for a new, much darker one. Deciding not to waste any more time, Alex blew a light breath downward. Black clouds began to thicken under his feet, and the sky was split by the first rumble of thunder. Rixa looked at him in surprise. You just blew, and already clouds, she murmured, glancing upward. All right, let's do the virus. We'll spray it with the rain now, Alex said, extending his hand. Rixa nodded, took off her backpack, and quickly pulled out a vial filled with a deadly virus. Alex took it, tossed it lightly in his palms to feel the weight, and after a brief pause, opened the container and simply dropped it into the thickening clouds. Thunder rumbled again, this time much louder. The demons in the square simultaneously raised their heads to the sky. At first, an ordinary rain began, but as the drops touched the ground, they immediately evaporated, leaving behind a whitish, almost transparent mist that rose upward, filling everything around. Only a second passed when one of the demons staggered and suddenly vomited blood with chunks of internal organs. This was the start of the nightmare, the others followed. St. Peter's Square turned into hell. Everywhere there were retching roars, bubbling sounds, and the noise of bodies falling. The demons vomited blood and pieces of flesh, convulsed violently, and died. Alex watched silently, noting every detail. If these had been humans in the demon's place, he would have been considered a monster. But this time, the genocide was aimed not at humanity, but at hell. Imps, hell knights, barons, mancubi, cacodemons, all that filth writhed in death spasms. Even Alex had to nod in approval. Rixa was right, the new version of the virus was far deadlier than the previous one. Seconds passed, and all the small fiends were already dead. The larger demons still held on but were on the brink of death. Yet the most important thing was that their deaths attracted the attention of the others. Demons from all over Rome began rapidly converging on the square, and, infected, they died just the same. The virus spread from one to another like the plague. In fact, plague was part of this deadly cocktail. Within minutes, it had spread throughout the city. The longer the rain fell, the faster the demons died. So what's down there? Rixa squinted. With your clouds, you can't see a damn thing. Thank God for that. Believe me, you don't want to see it. It's like watching a plague outbreak in fast forward. The virus has already spread through all of Rome, and it's doing it damn fast, Alex said as he lit a cigarette. That effect. According to the simulations, it should have taken about an hour. But here, it's less than 10 minutes, Rixa muttered, tapping her finger on her chin. I think it's because I dispersed it through the rain. That sped up the spread, Alex replied, pointing down. Rixa nodded in agreement. Indeed, if the virus had been dispersed the traditional way, it would have taken much longer, as the calculations had shown. But the rain played its role perfectly. Alex could only hope that the virus wouldn't spread beyond Rome's borders. He didn't want all the demonic filth in Europe to die off at once. That could ruin his plans. But even he had to admit, the carnage unfolding below was truly a bloody spectacle. To be continued. Chapter 352, the experiment succeeded, but the plan failed. Alex hovered high in the sky directly above St. Peter's Square. Beside him, sitting on a soft, floating cushion, were Anya and Rixa. They couldn't see anything below, the thick dark clouds, conjured by Alex himself, obscured everything happening beneath them. It was through those clouds that he had dispersed the virus meant for the demons, right onto their heads. Alex was genuinely relieved that Anya and Rixa couldn't see what was going on under those clouds. The scene below was not for the faint of heart. As he had warned, watching the virus in action was like witnessing a plague unfold on fast forward. It all began when Alex, standing atop the cloud he had created, tossed into it a vial filled with the deadly substance. That marked the beginning of the horror that swept through all of Rome. The first infected demons became carriers of the infection. One by one, they spread it to others, and every demon that died in St. Peter's Square attracted more of the still living ones from all over the city. They were drawn to the dying, as if guided by the call of blood. That unconscious pull was what caused the virus to spread with such terrifying speed. Alex kept his eyes fixed on the scene. The clouds didn't obstruct his vision, he clearly saw the demons writhing in agony, vomiting blood and entrails, unable to resist the virus's destructive power. He glanced at Rixa and couldn't help but think, under different circumstances, she could have been a truly dangerous villain. The virus she had created worked fast, transferring from demon to demon almost instantly, and left no chance of survival. Alex smirked to himself, Rixa truly had enormous potential. But he also knew she was kind and would never use her knowledge for evil. She wasn't that type of person. He turned his gaze away from the bloody spectacle and looked at Rixa. She was squinting and frowning, trying to see what was happening below through the dense clouds. It made Alex smile. Her cute, frustrated expression was so funny he could barely hold in his laughter. Even Anya puffed her cheeks in disappointment at not being able to see anything. Alex didn't want them to see what was happening below. Not just because it was too brutal for a child. What was going on down there could break even an adult, even someone like Rixa. He looked down again. More and more demons were pouring into the square, drawn by instinct or panic, and in doing so, they only accelerated the spread of the virus. By now, tens of thousands had already been infected. Even high-level demons, barons of hell, cyber demons, hadn't escaped infection. True, the virus killed them slower than the smaller ones, but that only made their suffering far more agonizing. Rixa and Anya couldn't hear what Alex could. They were floating too high. But he heard everything. The screams of demons filled with pain, their dying roars, the choking on blood, the raspy moans. The ground below was already covered in mountains of corpses. And with each passing second, the number of living kept dwindling. Suddenly, Alex noticed something strange. He looked away from the square and turned to the side. In the distance, demons had begun to retreat. As if someone had given the order not to approach the infected and to abandon the city. He narrowed his eyes, watching the fleeing shadows, and clicked his tongue in irritation. Rixa immediately turned to him, noticing the shift in his expression. Something wrong? You look like you just ate 3 lemons at once, she said with a smirk. The demons are starting to retreat, Alex replied, lighting a cigarette. Looks like someone gave the order to pull back. And how many managed to escape? Rixa asked curiously. About half, he said darkly. 1/2 died, the other fled. Seems like whoever sent them realized pretty quickly that something was going wrong and ordered a retreat. Anya clapped her hands. Daddy, what if we take one infected demon and throw it at the ones who are running away? Then they'll get sick too. Alex smirked. Idea's great, little one. But I won't do it. Let them run. The less information the one behind this gets, the better for us. Rixa nodded thoughtfully. So you want him to think someone else is responsible? That second villain you mentioned? Alex looked at her, exhaling a cloud of smoke. Exactly. He nodded, confirming his words. He wasn't in a rush to reveal that humans truly had the technology to wipe out entire hordes of demons. Let the demons keep thinking of humanity as weak ants that could be crushed at any moment. Let them believe their only real threat was the so-called main enemy, who had to be eliminated before they could conquer this universe and every soul in it. Alex understood perfectly that Davith and the Minister of Monoliths were playing a delicate game of chess, where every piece mattered. Otherwise, the demons wouldn't be so focused on destroying the red markers. They wanted to seize territory, suppress the marker cult, and weaken their opponent's position. That was exactly what Alex planned to exploit, to direct Davith's army's suspicions toward the Minister of Monoliths and his fanatical cult. Especially since the cult had enough scientists capable of pulling something like this off, developing a virus that could cause such a massacre. The most important part, it all happened right after the destruction of the red marker. That alone should sow doubt. Alex didn't mind playing into that, complicating the plans of both Davith and the Minister. Stirring the flames of war between them. Even more. But one thought haunted him: what if it all backfired on humanity? If the demons decided the red markers were too dangerous, they might shift their attention to the remaining humans. And then... Alex ran a hand across his forehead, feeling the tension building. He could only hope the demons would continue targeting the cultists and necromorphs, rather than turning toward human settlements. What's wrong? Rixa asked, noticing how he stared into the void with a grim face and clenched his fingers around it. You look like a villain whose plan just blew up in his face. After our little virus experiment, 2 scenarios are possible. First, the demons start ferociously attacking the marker cult's territories and the areas where the red markers still exist. Second, they focus on humans, deciding to finish off what's left of us. I'm hoping for the first outcome. As for the second, we're not ready for that, Alex replied and let his cigarette butt fall into the void below. And what are the chances of that second option? Rixa asked, frowning. Less than 3%. All the demons we wiped out were just dumb cannon fodder. They follow orders, like dogs on a leash, obeying their master's will. Now imagine someone started mass killing that master's dogs. What would he do? Obviously, retaliate by punishing the owner of other dogs. Alex spoke calmly, but there was a cold, calculated tone in his voice. Creepy analogy, Rixa muttered, rubbing her forehead. But I get where you're going with this. Has anyone ever told you that you act like a villain? Especially since you deliberately stirred up tension between 2 psychos. Sometimes. But not often, Alex replied with a casual shrug. Rixa only sighed. She couldn't stop being amazed at how he managed to turn any situation to his advantage, even one so bloody. And yet, she couldn't help but admire how he manipulated his enemies, playing them against each other to keep them away from humanity. Alex thought it was time to descend and take a look around. With a wave of his hand, he dispersed the clouds, from which cold rain had been pouring. The darkness faded, and St. Peter's Square was revealed before them, covered in demon corpses. Mutilated bodies lay everywhere, and crimson streams of their blood flowed over the stones, like a scarlet river draining into the gutters. Anya wanted to look down, but Rixa reacted in time. She quickly grabbed the girl and covered her eyes. She had no desire for the child to witness that hell. Now she understood why Alex had called it a nightmare below. Even for an adult, it was hard to look at such a mass of dead demons. Anya struggled a bit, but catching on to Rixa's thoughts, she calmed down. She understood that if she saw this, she might end up upsetting her dad if she later started having nightmares. Alex gave Rixa a thankful nod when he noticed how gently she covered his daughter's eyes. He didn't want Anya to see the massacre either. I'll go down and clean it up, Alex said, looking at Rixa. We need to deal with the aftermath of our experiment. Rixa silently nodded to his words. But Alex was thinking not only about cleaning up the consequences of the experiment, he also planned to destroy what remained of the shattered red marker. Besides that, he intended to retrieve a special item, a gift that had been lying next to the marker all this time, waiting for its moment. It was meant for the Minister of Monoliths as a surprise. After all, if there's no reason to use it, why let such an artifact gather dust? Allowing himself a moment to relax, Alex dropped like a shadow, falling swiftly toward the ground. Just before hitting it, he slowed down and landed gently on the blood-soaked St. Peter's Square. He looked around. The once majestic and beautiful place had been disfigured by the presence of necromorphs and demons. It was hard for Alex to believe that his first visit to this legendary square happened under such conditions. He let out a heavy sigh. Deciding to scout the area, Alex headed straight to the remains of the red marker. He needed to retrieve his gift. Approaching, he kicked a massive shard aside, and it tumbled away, revealing a small black cube, the very surprise prepared for the minister. Shame you never got to be used. But no matter, I'll find a use for you eventually, Alex muttered, picking up the cube. I don't even want to imagine how you plan to use your invention. Even if you call it a gift, that kind of present could wipe an entire city off the map, came the voice of Alvitor, who had appeared in her spirit form. As usual, she perched herself on his shoulder. Don't exaggerate, Alvitor. We need to destroy all the red markers completely so that idiot has no chance of getting back in the game, Alex said, putting the cube into his inventory. If you say so. But you know, based on your memories, this place used to be full of tourists. And now, only demon corpses and those disgusting necromorphs, she replied, resting her elbows on his head. An apocalypse always leaves emptiness behind. Gondal responded sadly. Darling, what do you think? How many mortals are still alive? Hard to say. Alex replied calmly at Gondal's appearance and continued surveying the area. When it all began, Earth had around 8.21 billion people. Now, if 5% survived, that would be lucky, though most likely, it's less than 2, he said with a heavy sigh. Even if it all started because of a being from the chaos, manipulating humanity, people still share responsibility for what happened. Some played God and triggered the catastrophe, while others, chasing immortality, opened gates to a world ruled by something even more cruel, said Regan Leaf, who had just appeared. Alvitor and Gondal nodded in agreement. Even Alex slightly shook his head. He knew, out of 8 billion people, maybe there was one who could withstand the whispers of an outer god. It's easy to say no, in theory, but in practice, resisting temptation when you're promised power and dominion, that's nearly impossible. There will always be those who confidently claim they can handle it. But words are not actions. Before destroying everything for good, Alex decided to take a walk around the square and check out the Vatican. He was interested in a single artifact that, according to legend, was kept there, the Spear of Longinus. He wanted to know whether it truly held any power, or if it was just another myth. The Valkyries, having left his spiritual domain, regarded Alex's intentions with suspicion. Their first thought was that he was once again planning to steal something to add to his collection. However, Alex was only interested in one item. Depending on the universe, the Spear of Longinus could be a true relic of immense power. He easily found St. Peter's Basilica, where the spear was stored. Approaching the display case, Alex gazed at the artifact that, according to legend, had pierced the body of Christ, and let out a disappointed sigh. The spear emitted no power. It was nothing more than an ancient piece of metal. Alex, you do realize that if the spear actually had power, they wouldn't have left it here like a museum exhibit, right? Regan Leaf asked. It was worth checking. What if people really were that dumb, even under the minister's control? He shrugged. Regan Leaf didn't argue and returned to his spiritual space. Alex hadn't expected the other sacred artifacts to be of any use either. He glanced around the room. Beautiful, but useless. Storing a piece of iron with a legend, a scrap of holy cloth, or the Pope's crown was pointless if they had no power. Historical value, sure. Practical use, zero. The only worlds where such relics truly held power were those where legends turned out to be true. Alex knew several such universes. One of them was the homeland of Brynhildr and the other Valkyries. Another was the Fate universe. And, of course, the world where his brother, Lucifer, lived. Frustrated that he couldn't add anything to his collection, Alex left the Vatican and stepped out once again onto St. Peter's Square. He looked around. No changes. Clicking his tongue in annoyance, he cursed silently. He had hoped to lure someone out. But as it turned out, Davith didn't care about the death of demons. The other high-ranking members of his army, priests, princes, weren't planning to meddle in a place where at least several tens of thousands of demons had died. Even the Minister of Monoliths paid no attention to the destruction of yet another red marker. Alex had hoped his actions would attract someone's attention, allowing him to play the role of a desperate hero trying to save everyone, unaware of the true enemy he faced. But oddly enough, the effect was the opposite. That annoyed him. Shame. I was hoping someone would show up. Wanted to have a word with that Dark Lord, but it seems he's decided to lay low, Alex muttered, glancing up at the floating platform where Anya and Rixa were. Darling, not everything goes according to plan, came Gondal's voice in his mind. The other Valkyries agreed with her, plans don't always go the way you want them to. Alex rolled his eyes in irritation. He had even prepared a few dramatic lines to provoke Davith into retaliating. But after a moment of thought, he realized that the Dark Lord would likely only show interest if his plans were seriously disrupted. Which meant, it was time to move on. His next target was the second priest, who was located somewhere in Spain. Alex knew the exact location, and more importantly, who ruled there before the demons arrived. That part of Spain had once been under the control of the Los Illuminados cult. Alex wondered if Osmond Sadler had joined the demons or had been eliminated. He was also curious whether the demons were using Las Plagas parasites to enhance their army. He even wanted to see demons infected with plagas. But deciding not to fixate on that just yet, he set the questions aside. He would get his answers soon enough. After capturing the second priest, Alex planned to execute the next phase of his plan. And he was certain of one thing, the priest would not enjoy his fate. Fire style, ash cloud, Alex said, forming hand seals. Forming the seals, he took a deep breath, then began to exhale a black cloud of ash. It spread like a wave, rising above the ruined buildings and expanding in all directions until it covered the entire territory of Rome. Rixa, sitting on the floating cushion high in the sky with Anya, watched as the dark cloud enveloped every corner of the city. She didn't understand what Alex was planning or what the strange smoke creeping through the streets was. When Alex felt the ash had reached every corner of Rome, he stopped breathing and sharply clicked his teeth. Sparks flying from his teeth ignited the ash, triggering a chain reaction. The next second, an explosion rocked the city. It was so powerful that it nearly leveled Rome to the ground. The fiery wave caused by the flammable ash blast destroyed the entire city. Even the Vatican did not escape its fate. The bodies of demons and necromorphs evaporated in the flames, and the buildings collapsed, leaving only smoke and ruins behind. When the dust settled, Rome no longer existed. The Vatican, once a place where tourists from all over the world gathered for spirituality, disappeared along with it, no trace remained. Alex looked around, admiring the aftermath. He knew no one would restore this place. With so many survivors struggling to stay alive in this world, people certainly had no time for religion now. He understood that in a world where civilization was facing catastrophe, no one would care about shrines or cultural heritage. Satisfied that everything meant to be destroyed was destroyed, Alex ascended into the air, rising to the level where Anya and Rixa hovered. You said you'd come down to clear things out, not destroy the whole city. Or does your idea of clearing out mean wipe it all out? Rixa asked as he approached. Is there a difference? Either way, I eliminated the consequences of the demonic interference, he shrugged. How do other girls even deal with this? We've been together less than half an hour, and I'm already struggling with your way of handling problems, Rixa sighed, pressing her palm to her forehead. Mom Rixa, you'll get used to it, Anya said in her childish voice. Other moms said Dad always does this. Like Brunhilde's mommy used to say, you can't build something new without destroying the old. See? Even Anya understands that truth, Alex smirked and gave a thumbs up toward his daughter. You too, just, ugh. Rixa replied with an irritated sigh, still trying to adjust to the changes in her life. Alex and Anya laughed, then looked at Rixa, who was rubbing her face in frustration, clearly not thrilled about what she now had to get used to. Whether she liked it or not, all of this had become part of her life. Stopping his laughter, Alex summoned Yamato and, drawing his blade, made 2 smooth swings, opening a portal home. There was nothing left to do in Rome, the virus had been successfully tested, and unfortunately, the enemy had not been provoked into appearing. There was only one option left, to return. Passing through the portal into Rixa's private laboratory, Alex froze for a moment. Rixa, who followed right after with Anya still sitting on her lap on the floating cushion, also stood still, stunned. When the 3 of them returned to the lab, they were met by Claire and Jill, both of whom, seeing what was happening, also froze. They had come looking for Rixa, worried about her disappearance. She hadn't left the lab all day, and when the girls realized she wasn't there, they started guessing where she might have gone. And just at the moment they were about to leave, a portal opened behind them. First Alex stepped out, followed by Rixa, floating on the cushion and holding Anya on her lap. Alex, Anya, and Rixa silently looked at Claire and Jill, who couldn't believe their eyes as they stared back. Where have you been? And what's with the flying cushion? Jill finally burst out, trying to make sense of it all. In Rome, Alex replied casually. And the cushion, well, a flying cushion is just a flying cushion. Claire looked at him suspiciously, then shifted her gaze to Rixa, clearly seeking an explanation. But Rixa just shook her head, implying that this was just another one of Alex's quirks and his nature. Claire let out a heavy sigh, fully understanding where this was going, especially after her recent talks with Alex's other girlfriends. Accepting his lifestyle was hard, but she had come to terms with it. Jill, however, unaware of the silent exchange of looks, remained in the dark. Okay, let's just say the cushion is just a cushion. I'll pretend I didn't see your daughter and Rixa flying on it. But why did you have to go all the way to Rome, she asked, deciding not to overwhelm them with questions all at once. Mom Rixa worked a lot and made a green thing that kills bad demons. And Dad said it had to be tested. Then he went like, phew. And black clouds appeared. And then there was a big boom like, bang. And the ground shook. Anya started excitedly, retelling everything she remembered in her childish voice. Alex looked at his daughter with interest as she took the initiative with her little hands. He was sure she wouldn't say anything extra, and even if she did, the adults would just take it as rich childhood imagination and love for her cool daddy. Alex subtly gave Anya a thumbs up, appreciating her storytelling. Claire and Jill watched with amusement as the little girl waved her hands enthusiastically, recounting the Roman adventure. But then both realized one thing, Anya had called Rixa Mom. And that meant only one thing: Alex and Rixa had started dating. Claire glanced at her friend in surprise, not expecting such boldness from her. Jill, on the other hand, sincerely rejoiced for Rixa, who had finally decided to take a step forward. "And what happened next, little one?" Jill asked gently. "Then Mom Rixa took out the green thing, and Dad was like, 'Bring it here, now we're gonna spray it with the rain.'" Anya continued enthusiastically, imitating her father's voice and even mimicking the gesture of pretending to smoke a cigarette. Alex couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. He just couldn't stop. Anya, trying to sound cool, looked incredibly adorable. Even her cigarette gesture was more charmingly childlike than serious. Claire, Jill, and Rixa also giggled, unable to resist the little girl's charm. Anya proudly lifted her head, convinced she had perfectly portrayed her cool daddy. "Oh, that was fun." Jill smiled, wiping away tears. "So, how did the experiment go? Last time you just caught a couple of demons, but this time, apparently, it was different." "In short, everything went perfectly. You could say we cleared all of Rome," Alex replied, sitting down on a chair. "In the literal sense, don't forget to add that," Rixa said dryly, jumping off the cushion while holding Anya. "Considering your clearing means wiping the city off the face of the earth." Claire and Jill exchanged looks, then glanced at Rixa and finally at Alex, who just shrugged. They became curious about how exactly he managed to level an entire city. Without holding back, Alex started sharing the details of how it all went down and how it ended. Listening to his story, Claire and Jill finally understood why Rixa said that clearing in his terms meant total destruction. Alex didn't deny it, although he didn't specify that he had done it deliberately, to erase all traces left by the demons and necromorphs. "So what's next? The virus seems to be working. What are your plans now?" Jill asked as she sat down on a chair. "I think it's time to head to America. I need to contact Chris and see how things are going with him. We'll base our next steps on that. If he's still in the early stages, we'll support the military bases. Because even for me, what's happening in Raccoon City right now remains a mystery," Alex said, stroking Anya's cheeks as she settled on his lap. "Wait. Aren't you supposed to be aware of everything that's going on?" Claire asked, surprised. Claire and Rixa exchanged surprised looks. They were sure that with Alex's abilities, he knew everything happening in Raccoon City. However, he deliberately avoided using tracking magic. According to the Red and White, the mysterious director, also known as the Minister of Monoliths, was currently in that city. And Alex wasn't sure that he wouldn't notice any magical interference. So, he limited himself to satellite surveillance only. To back up his words, Alex took out his phone and, activating a projection, displayed images of the city floating in the air. The pictures were so distorted it looked like someone had deliberately tampered with them to hide what was really going on. "Maybe there's a jammer there," Jill suggested, peering closely at the images. "Doesn't look like a normal block." "It's something else," Claire said thoughtfully. "So, the only way to find out what's happening is to get close enough," Jill concluded, looking away from the hologram and back at Alex. "That's right. But first, we need to check on Chris. If he's doing fine, that's good. If not, we'll help. The virus is ready, only the final steps remain before the end," Alex said, putting his phone back in his pocket. "When are you planning to leave?" Claire asked, watching him closely. "I need to finish a few things. A day, maybe 2. After that, I'll open a portal to Anchorage, then take a plane to the base in the US, where Hannibal's friend is waiting for us. That's where we'll start moving," Alex said lazily, leaning back in his chair. "Then be sure to let us know when you're ready. Meanwhile." Claire smirked, "If you don't mind, Rixa and I have some girl talk to catch up on. We need to discuss how she suddenly ended up with a husband and a daughter." "No problem, ladies. I was just about to head home anyway. My motivation's drained, I'm basically in power-saving mode now. Rixa, if you decide to move in with us, just say the word, I'll help you move your stuff, don't carry it yourself," Alex said, standing up with Anya in his arms. "Bye, Mom Rixa. Bye, Claire. Bye, Jill." Anya cheerfully waved goodbye. "Bye, sweetheart. Don't worry, you'll know when I move in with you," Rixa replied with a smile, waving back. Alex nodded and headed toward the exit with his daughter. Anya kept waving until the doors closed behind them. Jill and Claire smiled as they watched them leave. No sooner had they disappeared through the door than Claire and Jill simultaneously turned to Rixa, eagerly awaiting an explanation. "Well," Claire drawled meaningfully. Rixa realized she'd been caught. She knew exactly what they wanted. But how could she explain that Alex had proposed like a salesman pitching a family plus adventure package? She sighed deeply. All paths to a normal explanation were blocked. The culprit, as always, was Alex, who just couldn't do things the normal way. To be continued. Chapter 353, A busy day has come to an end. After leaving Rix's lab, Alex, carrying Anya in his arms, headed toward the clinic's exit. On the way, he made sure to stop by Shizuka and Mari to say goodbye, which almost resulted in a delay. The girls clearly wanted to chat a bit longer. Fortunately, Alex pretended to be barely standing and not at all eager to stay even a minute more. The trick worked, and Shizuka didn't insist on keeping them. At the clinic's entrance, Alex noticed that Anya was practically glowing with happiness. He immediately suspected that her joy had something to do with their recent adventure in Rome, the annihilation of the demons, and incidentally, the city itself. The girl had clearly enjoyed it. Alex pondered, maybe it wouldn't be Gir, Mimi, or even Stitch who would shape Anya's personality, but he himself, her father. And at some point, she might become a reflection of him. Mentally picturing Anya laughing brightly in front of a burning city, Alex felt a mix of emotions. On one hand, it was oddly adorable. On the other, a little terrifying. But as always, he decided not to interfere and simply observe where it would all lead. He wasn't against the idea of Anya turning out like him, as long as, in his view, she didn't become bad. Everything else was trivial. Whether she wiped one city off the map or 20, what mattered was that she stayed kind and sweet. Alex glanced at Anya, who was comfortably settled in his arms, and thought with light irony that someday, at least one of his children would inherit his destructive tendencies. After all, he himself wasn't always rational. Instead of a precise purge of demons and necromorphs, he had simply erased Rome from the map. And during the fight with the mechanical men in Becky's universe, the destruction of an entire galaxy had brought him unmatched satisfaction. Still, Anya was far too young for such feats, and Alex wasn't worried. Not yet. As he approached the house, he noticed an irritated Chun-Li standing on the porch. Nearby, Yuri was chatting cheerfully, which clearly only added to Chun-Li's frustration. Alex instantly realized that something must have happened while he was gone, and the best way to find out what was to simply ask. As he came closer, both women noticed him. Chun-Li looked at him with slight guilt, while Yuri wore a wide, triumphant smirk. When Anya saw one of her moms, she cheerfully waved. "Anya, come to me. I need you to heal my heart," said Chun-Li, gently taking the girl from Alex's arms. Anya didn't resist and happily let herself be hugged. Chun-Li pulled her close, as if trying to squeeze out all the lingering irritation and soak in her daughter's calming energy. Yuri raised an eyebrow at the sight, amusement flickering in her eyes. "What a sweet and tender side of you, Chun-Li." "I didn't expect that," she said with a smirk. "You're just jealous that I have an adorable daughter, and you're still unwanted," Chun-Li retorted with the same smile. Yuri's eye twitched. She hadn't expected Chun-Li to fire back in kind. Sparks of rivalry flared between them once again. Alex froze in mild confusion, and most of all, Anya looked lost as she sat in Chun-Li's arms, glancing between her mom and her rival, unsure how she ended up in the middle of their spat. The two women locked eyes, tense, sharp. The air seemed to crackle with the scent of an impending fight. But suddenly, Yuri smirked and looked at Anya, as if a wildly entertaining idea had just struck her. "Hey, little one, want me to be your mom too? I'm way cooler than this long-legged one who only knows how to be strict," Yuri said mockingly. "Don't even think about it. I won't let you pollute my daughter's head with your horrible habits. You're a walking disaster, lazy, irresponsible, and completely lacking in self-control," Chun-Li replied, pulling Anya behind her. "Hey. Why are you hiding her from me like I'm some kind of disease?" Yuri protested. "Because you are a disease. I'm afraid just one look is enough for Anya to pick up your bad habits," Chun-Li shot back, narrowing her eyes. "You little." Yuri growled, baring her teeth. The two women erupted into a fiery argument. Yuri tried to snatch Anya from Chun-Li's arms, while Chun-Li skillfully dodged and held her daughter close, not letting her rival get anywhere near. Like two wild cats, they circled each other, neither willing to give an inch. Anya, meanwhile, laughed with pure joy, clearly enjoying the commotion and the fast-paced chaos. Alex watched the scene unfold with a blank expression, unable to grasp how things had escalated to this point. He couldn't deny that Anya was the most adorable little angel in the family, so much so that even Yuri had fallen prey to her charm. But how had that led to Chun-Li and Yuri now battling for the right to hold her? It all started with a seemingly innocent remark. Yuri, caught up in emotion, had offered to become another mom to Anya. Alex had considered stepping in to stop them, but when he heard Anya's delighted laughter, he decided, let her enjoy it. After all, it wasn't every day two women, one her mother, the other a potential mom, engaged in a full-on chase for her affection, even if it began as a jab at a rival. Before Alex could blink, both women sprang into motion. Chun-Li darted across the yard with Anya in her arms, doing her best to stay ahead of Yuri. Yuri chased after them, flailing her arms dramatically and shouting sarcastic remarks. Anya, caught up in the thrill of the game, laughed so loudly and joyfully that even the sparrows in the trees turned to look. Having abandoned any attempt to make sense of it, Alex just stood there, watching it all unfold. All he had wanted was to find out why Chun-Li looked grumpy and Yuri seemed annoyingly satisfied with life. Even the Valkyries, who had been in the spiritual space, emerged outside, so bizarre was the scene that they couldn't ignore it. And it wasn't just Alex who was puzzled. Even the Valkyries, warriors who had seen the battles of gods, stood baffled. They shared Alex's thoughts. How the hell had this turned into a marathon? He'd already lost count of how many laps Chun-Li and Yuri had made around the house, but one thing was clear, neither of them planned to back down. Their rivalry ran too deep. The shouting and pounding footsteps drew the attention of the other women inside the house. When they stepped outside, the first thing they saw was Chun-Li and Yuri speeding past like a whirlwind. Their eyes immediately turned to Alex, who stood off to the side wearing a face that screamed he'd just realized his life was actually a sitcom. He shrugged as if to say, "Don't ask me, I don't get it either." The girls glanced once more at Chun-Li and Yuri, who darted past them again like a pair of racing comets, and, unwilling to get dragged into the madness, silently came to the same conclusion: out of sight, out of mind. Without another word, they returned to the house, mentally leaving Alex to deal with the aftermath. "Alex, aren't you going to stop those two lunatics? I've lost count of how many laps they've made around the house," Gyrolol said wearily, hovering behind him in her spiritual form. "But Anya's having fun. Listen to how adorably she's laughing," Alex replied with a soft smile, eyes still fixed on the two racing women. "She may be having fun now." Rangriz interjected gently. "But..." Alex turned his head slightly, looking at the Valkyries. "But what if she suddenly starts to feel sick?" Gondal added in a quiet but pointed tone, her piercing gaze locking onto Alex. "Just because Chun-Li is holding her doesn't mean she can keep it up forever." Alex flinched under her stare, cleared his throat, and disappeared in the next instant. He reappeared holding Anya safely in his arms. The little girl barely registered the sudden shift, but upon seeing the hovering Valkyries, she lit up with joy and waved enthusiastically at them. They smiled back at her. Even Hwak and Alvitar, usually fussy like spoiled princesses, couldn't help but return the gesture with warm smiles. After a short farewell, the Valkyries returned to Alex's spiritual realm. Meanwhile, Chun-Li was still running from Yuri, who continued throwing sharp insults as she chased her. But suddenly, something odd caught Chun-Li's attention. Without slowing down, she glanced back, and froze. Anya was gone. Her arms were wrapped around empty air. "Wait," she shouted, thrusting her hand forward in a gesture to halt Yuri. "What, already tired? Ready to admit defeat?" Yuri taunted mockingly, but her smirk faltered when she saw the look on Chun-Li's face. "No. Anya's gone," Chun-Li said quietly, showing her empty arms. Yuri stopped dead in her tracks. Both women stared at each other in shock, realizing they had genuinely lost the child, and hadn't even noticed when it happened. What kind of mother loses her kid while running? Yuri snapped. "Don't you dare blame me. You're the one who was chasing me down, trying to snatch her away. And what was that nonsense about, want me to be your mommy too?" Chun-Li fired back defensively. Not far from them, Alex stood holding Anya in his arms. Together, they watched the two women continue their intense argument over her disappearance. Alex and Anya exchanged a look and giggled quietly, trying not to attract attention while Chun-Li and Yuri raged on. After a moment, Alex lightly tapped Anya's cheek, signaling her it was time to let the ladies know she was safe before they launched another wild goose chase. "Mommy. I'm here," Anya called cheerfully, waving her hand. Chun-Li and Yuri froze and turned simultaneously, eyes landing on the little girl who sat cozily in Alex's arms, waving at them with an innocent smile. Chun-Li immediately flushed red with a mix of relief and fury. She had nearly suffered a heart attack thinking her daughter was gone, only to discover she'd been safe with Alex the entire time, completely unbothered. Neither woman was particularly surprised. Knowing Alex and his abilities, it was entirely in character for him to whisk Anya away without anyone noticing. Still, that didn't make Chun-Li any less annoyed. "Well, now that you've finally stopped," Alex said calmly, "mind telling me what exactly is going on here? What's there to explain?" Yuri replied, pointing at Chun-Li's legs. "I came for that." Alex followed her gaze and immediately understood what she meant. They were talking about the air leg guards the girls had received. He shifted his eyes to Chun-Li, who nodded irritably, confirming Yuri's words. Alex raised an eyebrow, not quite grasping how things had escalated into yet another quarrel over footwear. He waved his hand, signaling that he was waiting for an explanation. "Your friend lost the bet, and now you have to make me the same kind of leg guards so I can jump through the air too," Yuri said with a wide grin. "I didn't lose. You just cheated." Chun-Li snapped back, shooting her an annoyed look. "That's what losers always say. Or is the great Chun-Li too proud to admit defeat?" Yuri teased. "All right, enough of you two. Or you'll start running in circles again. A win is a win, a loss is a loss. Whether there was cheating or not doesn't matter anymore. I don't usually play by the rules either, so, it's all good, Alex said, shrugging. See? I told you. Even your husband thinks it's fine, Yuri said smugly, leaning back with her hands behind her head. Chun-Li ignored her jab, turned around, and walked silently back into the house. She decided the easiest way to be an adult here was to not argue and just leave. Alex shook his head with a smile, watching her go, and Anya imitated her father, folding her arms across her chest and shaking her head too. Well, now it's your turn. When do you want your personal air leg guards, and what style will they be? Alex asked, turning his gaze to Yuri. Oh, you agreed so quickly. I thought you'd want something in return. This isn't even fun, Yuri replied with a mischievous smile, looking at him. Well, if you want to pay, you can do it your way, Alex said, lazily yawning as a wave of laziness washed over him. So, I can repay you however I want. Maybe you want something more handsome. Yuri said, stepping closer and wrapping her arms around his neck. That's for you to decide. But for now, let's head inside. I'll see what I can come up with for you, before laziness completely takes over me. Boop, Alex added, lightly tapping her on the nose. Anya laughed and lightly tapped Yuri's nose too, which visibly flustered her. The girl instinctively glanced at Anya, who smiled sweetly and reached toward her face again. Suddenly, Yuri couldn't hold back, she snatched Anya from Alex's arms and hugged her tightly. Watching the scene, Alex only smiled warmly. His little demon princess could conquer anyone with her innocent smile. And if someone happened to be too stubborn, her father always had a stick ready to put the fool in their place. Entering the house together with Yuri, Alex noticed the other girls in the living room laughing at Chun-Li, not only because she had lost, but also because she hadn't even noticed that Anya had slipped from her arms. Is it always this lively here? Yuri asked with a smirk, looking around. Usually, yes. Sometimes even worse. Why do you ask? Alex replied, taking off his cloak and hanging it on the coat rack. I'm thinking about moving in with you. It'd be convenient to annoy Chun-Li and test your nerves, Yuri said without hesitation. You want to be my mom too? Anya suddenly asked, comfortably settling in Yuri's arms. Maybe, baby, Yuri answered, casting a meaningful glance at Alex. It all depends on whether I can tie up your dad so well that he definitely won't run away from me. Don't say things like that in front of the kids, Alex grumbled and gave her a light flick on the forehead. Yuri laughed, put Anya down on the floor, and the girl immediately ran to the rest of her moms. Alex smiled warmly after her, then gestured for Yuri to sit down. He pulled out his phone from his pocket and handed it to Yuri, asking her to choose the style for the upcoming air leg guards. If they were going to make them, better do it now before the last bits of motivation crumbled under the weight of the laziness he was already starting to feel. Yuri nodded and dived into the selection, quickly joined by the other girls. The discussion erupted energetically. Namio, the responsible hostess, had already brought tea and placed it in front of Yuri. Alex watched as everyone gathered around, giving advice and arguing over the design of the leg guards. He wanted to hurry Yuri along but was immediately ignored, the female voices drowned out his words. Realizing he had no choice, Alex headed to the kitchen for a cup of coffee, the fuel needed to keep productivity alive. Brewing himself a strong drink, he returned to the living room, set the mug on the table, and with a tired sigh collapsed on the couch, resting his head on 02's lap. He closed his eyes, almost falling asleep, when he suddenly felt something soft nudging his lips. A faint sweet taste revealed it was a candy, and Alex realized 02 was feeding him sweets. He opened his mouth, and the candy was immediately placed inside. 02 continued feeding him, ignoring the loud discussions around them. Alex was nearly dozing off when someone began persistently poking his cheek. Opening one eye, he met Red's blue eyes, who silently nodded toward the girls. Alex understood, the discussion was finally over. Getting up, he approached Yuri, who was sitting in a chair, and she handed him the phone. Alex glanced quickly at the chosen design, nodded, yawned, and dragging his feet, headed to his workshop. After sitting at the table for about 10 minutes, pretending to work, he simply used his powers and quickly created the air leg guards in the required design. Returning, he placed the finished pair in front of Yuri. You're fast. Hope you're not this speedy about everything, Yuri said with a sly smile, starting to try on the leg guards. Don't worry. We have a very capable husband, Rika smirked, winking at Yuri. Hehehe, noted. Now, Chun-Li, how about a rematch? Or are you still digesting your last defeat? Yuri asked, standing up and stretching her legs in the new leg guards. Chun-Li silently headed toward the door leading to the yard. Yuri immediately followed her. Curious, the other girls quickly trailed behind, everyone was eager to see how the new contest would end. The house fell silent again, though not everyone joined in the excitement. Kiriko and Namio decided to stay behind. They didn't feel like participating in these childish games. Alcina also had no desire to watch the battle, considering it childish nonsense. 02 and Lucy were simply tired after testing their leg guards and preferred to rest. Red and White stayed close to Alex, deciding that spending time comfortably inside was much nicer than rushing back outside. Gradually, evening came, and the girls began returning home. Brunhilde, Coco, Yuriko, and Saya were the first to arrive, having spent the whole day busy with settlement matters. Soon, Shizuka returned as well, a satisfied smile on her face. Her regular group of patients hadn't appeared today, which made her day, and Mari's, much calmer and more relaxing. While dinner was being prepared, Alex casually mentioned testing a demon virus in Rome, immediately piquing the girls' interest. But Anya, unknowingly, betrayed her father by announcing that she had been there too. As soon as she said that, Alex was bombarded with looks full of reproach, so intense it felt like new holes had opened up all over his body. Even Kiriko and Namio, who were cooking dinner, came out to the living room to scold Alex for his irresponsible behavior. All the girls began scolding him in unison, saying he shouldn't have taken Anya along, reminding him of the risks and dangers. Alex could only listen with a stone-cold face, knowing deep down he had expected this when he decided to take Anya and Rixa with him to Rome. "What's all the noise? What's going on?" Becca asked, entering the house with Revi. Alex took Anya with him to test the virus in Rome, Saya reported, pointing at Alex and almost poking him in the face. "So what if he did? What's the big deal? The little one saw demons dying." "It's not the end of the world," Becca said carelessly, shrugging as she pulled off her hoodie, staying in her bra and shorts. Saya stared at her, speechless. Even Revi calmly shrugged, as if nothing unusual had happened. The other girls just rolled their eyes, well aware that both Becca and Revi had gone through similar experiences as children, which had become a foundation for their friendship, along with their similar personalities. Alex gave a thumbs up to Becca and Revi in approval but immediately got a snap on the hand from Brunhilde. Her look clearly said, "The conversation isn't over yet." Alex just smiled and pretended not to notice. The other girls soon returned too, just in time for dinner. Alex noticed Yuri among them with some surprise. From their chatter, it was clear that Yuri and Chunli had started another argument, which ended in a draw. So Yuri stayed for dinner. Alex didn't mind, but when all the girls rushed together toward the bathroom, he didn't manage to stop them. He noticed too late, just as the doors slammed shut. Sighing, he decided to let them sort things out themselves since they had brought Yuri along and invited her in. Alex's thoughts were interrupted by a sudden knock at the door. "Were you expecting someone?" Coco asked, glancing at him. "Me? No. Maybe something happened in the settlement," he replied. But Saya, Brunhilde, Yuriko, and Coco all shook their heads, indicating that it was unlikely anything could have happened in the settlement in the 5 minutes they had been home. "Well, why are you just sitting there? Go open it. After all, you're our semi-recognized leader of the settlement," Saya said, tugging on his leg and pulling him off the couch. Smirking, Alex stood and headed to the door. When he opened it, he saw Rixa standing on the doorstep with a bag at her feet and a slightly embarrassed smile. "Hehehe. Hello again. So, I came," she said with an awkward laugh. "Let me guess, you got kicked out of your place?" Alex asked with a light smile. "Sigh, you could say that. To quote Moira, it was more like, why are you still living with us? Are you bragging that you've got a handsome husband and a sweet daughter now? That's it, move in with your Alex." "Maybe we'll move in with you later," Rixa rolled her eyes, clearly annoyed. "Ha ha ha. Well, now you're with us. Here, I'll help with your bag, and come on in." "Just in time for dinner," Alex said, bending down for her bag. "Thanks, and sorry for the trouble," Rixa said with a smile. "No problem. We're family, after all." As Moira said, Alex winked, laughing. Rixa scrunched her nose cutely, barely hiding her irritation. Her friends had basically kicked her out of their shared home. Alex led her inside and closed the door behind her. "That was a quick move in," Coco remarked, raising an eyebrow. "Don't even remind me," Rixa grumbled as she walked into the living room. "What happened?" Yuriko asked, looking at her closely. The other girls kicked her out. Alex smirked, taking the bag and heading upstairs to bring it to their shared room. All the girls stared at Rixa, waiting for an explanation. She just nodded, confirming Alex's words. After a couple of minutes, prompted by their curiosity, she reluctantly but with a smirk told them how Moira had said. "Why are you still living with us? Want to brag that you've got a handsome husband and a sweet daughter now? That's it, move in with him. Maybe we'll move in with you later." After that, the room burst into laughter. Even Rixa couldn't help but smile. Alex, coming down the stairs and hearing the laughter, chuckled, guessing what was going on. At that moment, Kiriko peeked out from the dining room. Dinner's ready. Everyone to the table. As soon as the long-awaited word was spoken, Gir, Mimi, and Stitch came tumbling down the stairs with a crash. They rushed to the dining room like a hurricane. Following gracefully from the upper floor, Alice and Nobukatsu jumped down, and Anya hurried after them, running down the steps. The whole group dashed past Alex, nearly knocking him off his feet. Even the girls were a bit taken aback by such a wild reaction. "Is this considered normal for you?" Rixa asked cautiously, pointing toward the dining room. "You'll get used to it," Yuriko replied with a kind smile. "It's always like this here. Especially before meals." Alex and the others just nodded. For them, such behavior from this perpetually hungry and hyperactive group had become routine. Only in the mornings were they much quieter. Everyone headed into the dining room. Rixa took a seat at the table, but her attention was drawn to something unexpected. A strange little creature was sitting right on the table, happily gnawing on a piece of raw meat. "What on earth is that?" she asked in surprise, pointing at the small dragon. "Mom, that's my pet. His name is Bond." "He's awesome, right?" Anya exclaimed joyfully, glowing with pride. Rixa nodded mechanically, casting a bewildered glance at Alex and the other girls. "Yes, it's a dragon. And yes, he's Anya's pet," Coco explained calmly as she sat down at the table. "Wait, you have a dragon, and he's your daughter's pet?" Rixa said, sounding robotic and still not quite believing what she was seeing. Alex wanted to show off some magic. Ended up summoning a dragon. Then he couldn't say no to his daughter. So now he's with us. By the way, he can grow to a very impressive size, Yuriko added, lazily leaning on the table and glancing at Alex. "Is there anything else I should know? You know, so I don't faint from surprise later." Rixa asked ironically, still adjusting to this new reality. Without blinking, Coco began. "Well, first of all, Brunhilde is a real Valkyrie. And she has about a dozen Valkyrie sisters. They either live in Alex's soul or somewhere nearby. Honestly, I don't fully understand it myself. Oh, and there's also a ghost girl. Very dangerous. She lives in his shadow. You forgot to mention Rory," Saya added. "She's also from another world. She used to be an apostle of a god until Alex flew off the handle with jealousy and made her his own. Oh, and in Alex's original world, gods live among people. And Becca is actually blessed by one of them." Rixa looked at everyone with a slight squint, then slowly reached for a glass of water. "Great. So, at least no one here's a vampire." "Well, about that." Alex started, but immediately fell silent under the collective gaze of the girls. "Alcina here plays the role of Madame Dracula who never leaves her domain," Revi said, pointing to Alcina sitting nearby. One by one, the other girls recalled things Alex had forgotten to mention. The flood of information literally knocked Rixa off her feet. All she had known before was that Alex was the son of some great boss who created everything, and that there were two dangerous beings in the universe trying to destroy it. Everything else was a real revelation to her. While Rixa was processing what she had just heard, the other girls, having enjoyed a hot bath, began to gather in the dining room to have dinner. When Yuri entered the room, she gave Alex a smirk and winked playfully. "Cool. You even have a pet dragon," she said, noticing Bond peacefully chewing on a piece of raw meat on the table. "I see you're not too surprised," Alex remarked, watching her sit down at the table. "Well, a dragon is definitely interesting, but it's not as shocking as the fact that you're the Demon King and your father is the great boss himself," Yuri replied with a lazy grin. "Although your bath is just gorgeous. I'd give it a 10 out of 10. So, the only thing that impressed you was our bath, and nothing else?" Beatrice asked with a curious tone. "What? Baths are important. They help you relax. And Alex is a demon." "Well, a demon is a demon. What's the difference?" Yuri shrugged. "Besides, I still haven't thanked him for killing the bastard who murdered my parents." "Who are you talking about? When did he do that?" Renka asked in surprise, looking at Yuri. "That scum, Bison," Yuri growled, narrowing her eyes. "By the way, he's not dead," Rory said with a wide grin. Yuri frowned and shifted her gaze from Rory to Alex. "What do you mean, not dead?" "He's trapped in the nightmare world. Alex calls it the Red City," Brunhilde explained calmly. The other girls nodded in agreement. They already knew that Alex planned to use the Red City as a prison for anyone who stood in his way. Yuri looked at Alex, demanding an explanation. He sighed and decided to tell them what the Red City was and what was happening there now. When he described what Bison was going through, Yuri burst out laughing loudly, sincerely regretting only that she couldn't witness his suffering firsthand. Alex just sighed quietly. Yes, Chun-Li had also lost her parents because of Bison, but her reaction was much more restrained. Although she too was glad he got what he deserved. "So what's up with that bastard now? How's he doing in your nightmare city? Yuri asked, still smiling but calmer now. I don't know, maybe he ran into another monster. Or he's still having fun with Slender Man. Either way, his days can hardly be called good. And the worst part for him is, it'll last forever, Alex replied, putting a spoon to his mouth. Sounds just perfect. Can you show me? I want to see with my own eyes how that scumbag suffers, Yuri said with a bloodthirsty smile. Alex shrugged and nodded but obviously wasn't planning to add torture scenes to dinner. Yuri was perfectly fine with that, her smile only grew wider. Dinner continued in a calm, almost homely atmosphere. Everyone chatted, laughed, and simply enjoyed the evening. So, what do you usually do in the evenings? Yuri asked, finishing the last bite. We have a family movie night every evening, Shizuka answered with a warm smile. Yuri and Rixa exchanged interested glances. The idea of watching movies together clearly appealed to them. However, Alex knew that a movie night in this house was far from a peaceful event. It was an entire war, a battle of tastes where the girls divided into camps, held debates, and tried to push their film choice. Until someone gave up, or a compromise was reached. To be continued. Chapter 354, Zombieland Airlines. 2 days flew by unnoticed. As Alex had said, he was completely absorbed in the work that needed to be finished before he could move forward with his plan. First, he went to retrieve his gifts that were still lying near the ruins of the red markers, destroyed by demons. The reason was simple, he didn't want such dangerous weapons just lying around unattended, waiting for some idiot to accidentally trigger a bomb and blow up the entire district, along with himself. Even though Alex had implemented safety mechanisms and locking systems, he was sure that if the weapons ended up in the hands of a fool, anything could explode. But there was something even more important, he had no intention of leaving such technology to humans. His bombs were decades ahead of this world, and the thought that someone could use them to start another war, killing each other after the apocalypse, only irritated him. So he decided to act. The second part of the plan was to create a system for dispersing a virus against demons. Alex had plenty of ideas, and that's exactly what kept him from settling on a final version. He understood perfectly well that replicating what he did in Rome, creating clouds, causing rain, and spreading the virus directly onto the demons' heads, was something regular people simply couldn't do. So, the system had to be so simple that even a complete idiot could launch it, aim it at a city, and not destroy everything in the process. He wrestled not only with the effectiveness of the system, but also with how to prevent people from turning this technology against themselves. In theory, after Davatha's death, all demons were supposed to either perish or return to their homeworld, hell. But Alex wasn't going to rely on theories. He knew that demons were still roaming different countries, and new ones were breaking through portals opened by cultists. And while necromorphs could be dealt with by destroying a red marker, though that wasn't easy without serious firepower, things were far worse with demons. They kept coming. And every portal was the result of human stupidity and lust for power. It took Alex half a day to build the required device. In the end, he assembled a compact system capable of launching a capsule filled with the virus into the sky. Upon detonation, it would disperse its contents into a thick mist that settled right on the heads of demons. The mechanism was simple, but reliability and safety, that's what took up most of his time. Alex knew, sooner or later, humanity would turn even this invention against itself. He knew people far too well. Once the common threat disappeared, once the demons were gone, everything would return to the way it had always been. People would start fighting again, for resources, for land, for power. For ego. For ambition. Even now, all it took was for him to open the radio transmission logs gathered by GIR and Mimi via satellite to see the same thing, yet another great leader handing out promises of unity, when in truth, he just wanted to regain his former power. History repeated itself. The words sounded noble, but behind them was the same old desire, to sit on the throne once more, even if it was in a world that had survived the apocalypse. When Alex told the girls about it, the house filled with laughter. Especially from the likes of Brunhild, Coco, Yuriko, Ada, Valmet, and Chiquita, each of them had encountered such hypocrisy in their lives. They knew perfectly well that behind all the beautiful speeches and slogans, it was always the same thing, power, control, and the thirst for dominance. The only difference now was that, after the catastrophe, the former rulers had fewer restrictions, and freer hands. Alex didn't even consider getting involved in all that. He had already made his decision, to finish his part of the job, destroy Davath and the Minister of Monoliths, and return the fate of the world to the hands of humanity. What they chose to do afterward wasn't his concern. He wasn't obligated to save anyone. He didn't have to become some messiah leading humanity into a bright future. And he definitely wasn't planning to stay in this world longer than necessary. When he voiced this out loud, all the girls supported him unanimously. Alex had already done more than he was supposed to. Even helping the settlement's residents hadn't been part of his original plan. But he helped because he could. Because he wanted to. But to carry this world on his shoulders? No. He was just doing his job. The rest was up to people themselves. Once Alex got the confirmation from the girls that he didn't have to bother with the whole world restoration nonsense, he simply nodded and returned to his workshop to finish his work as quickly as possible. Aside from the viral bomb, he also created several upgrades for the combat suits, for those who would be taking part in future battles. Truthfully, he didn't have to do that either, it wasn't his responsibility. But Alex wanted to spoil the others a little, let them feel like real killing machines. And so passed 2 short days, unnoticed. Too fast, as if they never happened at all. Now the sun was rising outside, its first rays slowly pushing back the night's darkness. At that moment, Alex and the girls were still asleep, unaware that the day they had been preparing for had already arrived. Today they would head to America, to finally piece together the full picture of what was happening there. Alex had received a call from Hannibal just the day before with clarification. They would be met at the Lewis McCord military base by an old friend of Hannibal and Price. That was reassuring, they'd be welcomed without too many questions. But Alex was more concerned about something else, the state of the plane that was supposed to take them to the base. He didn't want to waste time on repairs again, the phases of his plan were already starting to drag. And although Murdoch swore the plane was fine and would get them there in one piece, Alex, like the others, didn't fully take the madman at his word. Anyone who knew Murdoch understood, trusting him without checking was like playing Russian roulette. Alex was still asleep. But even in his sleep, he began to feel something strange, though oddly familiar. No, this time his face wasn't under attack from the teeth of one of the girls who happened to be dreaming something weird and decided to bite him in her sleep. The sensation was different now. He felt something pressing against his chin. Half asleep, he slowly opened one eye and discovered a female foot stubbornly pressing into his face. He tilted his head slightly to see whose foot it was, and his gaze landed on a pair of black panties. A girl had somehow ended up between his legs and made his face her footrest. It was Yuri. How she managed to sneak into the room was anyone's guess. Ever since she stayed over for that family movie night and ended up sleeping in Alcina's old room, she hadn't wanted to leave. That room had been officially assigned to her, but apparently last night she decided to return to Alex and the others. Alex tried to gently move her foot away from his face, but the moment he shifted, Yuri twitched and smacked him right in the nose with her heel. His eye started twitching in irritation. But before he could react, Yuri landed a second hit, again right on the bridge of his nose, then turned on her side with a sweet, silly smile and hugged his leg. Alex's patience finally snapped. He shoved her foot off his face and gave Yuri a firm smack on the butt. The slap echoed so loudly, it seemed like it could have been heard outside the house. Hey! Have you lost your damn mind? Yuri shrieked, jumping off the bed. That's for kicking me in the face, twice. And how the hell did you even end up in our room? Alex asked irritably. He was in no mood for jokes. Mornings, in his opinion, were meant to start with coffee, not a heel to the nose. Yuri squinted, looking sleepily around, and finally realized she wasn't in her own room. The other girls were also beginning to wake up, and judging by their expressions, they weren't thrilled about this kind of wake-up call either. But Yuri just shrugged after a moment, as if this was perfectly normal. So what if she ended up in bed with Alex and the others? Hardly a tragedy. What's with all the noise? Ada groaned, eyes still closed. Someone has a habit of sleepwalking and decided to crash in our bed, Alcina grumbled as she got up from the couch and headed off to change. The girls, still shaking off sleep, looked over at Yuri sitting on the couch and rubbing her butt, where a very distinct handprint was now visible. They groaned in unison, there was no chance of going back to sleep now. Chunli shot Yuri an irritated glance but wasn't in the mood to start a fight. She didn't want to be the cause of unnecessary tension over something so trivial. One by one, the women began to slide off their beds and couches, getting ready to wash up and change clothes. I thought you'd at least argue with me, Chunli, Yuri teased, crossing her legs and throwing a daring look at her rival. No energy. I'd rather drink my coffee than argue over you jumping on my husband in the middle of the night, Chunli yawned, taking off Alex's t-shirt she'd used as pajamas. Besides, the handprint on your ass is a fair punishment. Not everyone's a morning person like you. Some of us need caffeine just to function, Yuriko mumbled lazily, pulling off her nightgown. The rest of the girls mumbled their agreement and began changing clothes, trying not to trip over themselves in their lingering drowsiness. Namio and Kariko, already dressed, headed off to wake Alice, Anya, and Nobukatsu so they could wash up and join them for breakfast. Alex sat on the edge of the couch, rubbing his face and trying to fully wake up. He glanced up and saw the girls getting dressed. He watched them for a few seconds, but in his mind, he was already calculating how long the flight to Joint Base Lewis McCord would take and what potential problems they might run into there. What's the matter, handsome? Enjoying the show so early in the morning? Yuri whispered, wrapping her arms around his neck and pressing her chest against his back. I'm thinking, not gawking, Alex replied, glancing at her. And you should get dressed. We're heading out right after breakfast. What's wrong with my outfit? Or would you prefer I wasn't wearing anything at all, she purred, blowing gently in his ear. Alex slowly turned his head. Yuri was wearing nothing but black panties and a short tank top. He couldn't exactly say it wasn't appealing, but this wasn't the time or mood. If the others got roped into this little morning game, their departure for America would be delayed at least a day. Quit throwing yourself at him. What, are you in heat or something? Renka muttered, shooting a grumpy glare at Yuri. Don't be jealous, sweetheart. He just likes what he sees. All he has to do is ask, and I'll show him even more, Yuri smirked, lifting her shirt just enough to almost flash her chest. If you want to flaunt your boobs, get in line, Becca said lazily. The only thing that might surprise Alex now is the fact he hasn't seen you completely naked yet. Yuri just smirked, turned to Alex, planted a firm kiss on his cheek, and gracefully jumped off the couch, striding toward the exit. Her hips swayed seductively with every step. Alex couldn't help but watch her go. If it weren't for the morning kicks to the face, he might have called that a pleasant bonus. When the girls finished changing, Alex went downstairs with them to the first floor, heading to the dining room for breakfast and a much-needed coffee boost. First thing in the kitchen, he approached Anya and kissed her on the crown of her head. The girl had nearly fallen asleep, her face buried in a bowl of cereal. Alex sat down at the table and took a sip of his coffee. Breakfast was consumed in complete silence. Everyone was trying to fully wake up and recover after being rudely awakened. Alex stared into the dark depths of his cup while the inner voice of laziness began to stir in his mind. It whispered that everything could be postponed another day, that he could just stay home and rest, and fly to America tomorrow instead. But Alex quickly suppressed that feeling. Today was definitely not the day to postpone his plans. After finishing breakfast, the girls started gathering their gear. A new journey awaited, and this time more of them were going with Alex. The reason was the uncertain situation in the city they were heading to. Nobody knew what to expect. Alex glanced over at Gir, Mimi, and Stitch, who were still finishing their breakfasts, and whistled to hurry them up. They instantly cleared their plates and dashed off like a whirlwind to get their gear. Alex himself didn't need to pack anything. He always carried everything necessary on him, following the principle, better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it. When the girls finally packed up, they came down to the living room, where Alex and those staying behind were already waiting. Girls, got everything? Nothing left behind? Yuriko asked, carefully inspecting the team. Seems like we've got it all, Mom. If worst comes to worst, Alex's pockets are bottomless. He has everything you might need in there, Saya replied, adjusting her backpack. Saya's right. I wouldn't be surprised if there was a nuclear warhead in his coat. Or a tiny sun, Ray chuckled. Who said I don't have that? Alex smirked, raising an eyebrow. That was a joke, dummy, Ray snorted, grabbing his head and turning it back. All right, if everyone's ready, let's move out. The sooner we arrive, the sooner we deal with the situation, Alex said, getting up from the couch. Can I not go? I'm just really, really lazy. Ada stretched, covering her mouth as she yawned. I just want to sleep. No. March out of the house, you've gotten way too lazy. I'm honestly surprised you haven't gained a couple of extra pounds yet, Coco said, pushing Ada toward the door. Hehehe. My husband helps with that. Thanks to our nightly workouts, obesity isn't a threat, Ada smirked, winking at Alex. Not just you, Ray added lazily, nodding. The other girls nodded in agreement, while Alex stayed sitting with a blank expression, wondering how the conversation about the trip had somehow slipped back into talking about intimate topics. Well, he was used to it by now. Female logic could steer a conversation anywhere. Before leaving, Alex went up to Anya, hugged her tightly, and whispered that he would miss her. He didn't bother lecturing the kids about listening to their elders. There were already plenty of strict girls in the house who would take care of that. After kissing the remaining girls goodbye, he joined the others and headed to the meeting point. The group going to America was fairly large. Alex had anticipated that reinforcements might be needed but didn't want to bring everyone at once. If necessary, he could always open a portal and bring the others later. Just in time. This time you're not even late, Lem said with a slight smile as they arrived. Oh, get lost, old man. The morning's been rough enough without you. And we still have a 5-hour flight ahead, Alex yawned. Can't you just open that portal of yours again and get us there right away? R asked, crossing his arms. For the especially gifted, to open a portal somewhere, I first need to have been there. Or do you think I've already crawled over every inch of the planet? Alex replied irritably. I was just asking why you're so worked up. R raised his hands in a peace gesture. The handsome guy's just unhappy he didn't get what he wanted this morning, Yuri giggled, hugging Alex from behind and resting her chin on his shoulder. The guys, overhearing that, shot Alex looks full of envy and hidden resentment. Noticing this, Alex instinctively reached for the inner pocket of his coat, intending to pull out his stick and teach these psychologists a lesson. But Valmont gently stopped his hand, shaking her head. It's not worth it, they won't learn anyway. The guys flinched slightly at the movement. When Alex simply withdrew his hand, they sighed in relief. No one wanted to find out what he was about to pull out. Scanning the group, Alex frowned slightly. There were more people than he had expected, and he wondered if they would all fit in the transport. After a moment's thought, he summoned Yamato and with 2 quick motions opened a portal directly to the military base in Anchorage. One by one, everyone began passing through it, trying not to hold up the process. Itami, Melnick, settlement defense is on you. Make sure everything stays calm. If worst comes to worst, call me, I'll be back, Alex said, addressing the 2 men. Yes, sir, they replied, saluting. Alex nodded and stepped into the portal. Emerging on the other side, right on the military base grounds, he scanned the perimeter looking for Hannibal. After a short search, he spotted him, standing near Peck and Bosco, listening to their report. Alex approached with a slight smile and greeted the old acquaintance. Kid, your tricks still amaze me. Honestly, damn convenient, Hannibal smirked, nodding at Alex. Haha, thanks. So, show me your magic plane you said would get us straight to Lewis McCord, Alex replied, raising an eyebrow. Hannibal smirked and waved his hand, motioning for them to follow him. The whole group trailed behind him toward the nearest hangar. When they stepped inside, they were met with a time-worn C-130 Hercules. Its exterior was rusted in places, and the plane looked, to put it mildly, exhausted. Alex squinted skeptically and glanced at Hannibal with a, "Are you serious?" expression. Hannibal caught the look and simply chuckled. Don't worry, kid, this old guy will definitely get you there. Well, maybe, he added with a grin. What the hell do you mean by maybe? Becca protested. Are you not sure yourself if this heap of metal will even fly? Calm down, my love, I'll figure it out, Alex said, gently running his hand through her hair. Well, if you say so, good luck. We'll probably step aside, Peck laughed, moving away with the others. Alex sighed deeply, pulled out a cigarette, and lit it. His gaze fell back on the iron bird, and he shook his head. All right, get settled for now. I'll check if this thing can even take off or if it's time to scrap it, he muttered, exhaling smoke. The group began to settle in the hangar, giving Alex and his team room to conduct the inspection. He signaled for GIR, Mimi, Stitch, and Wolf to come over. Boarding the plane, he assigned tasks. GIR and Mimi started inspecting the cabin and the overall condition of the fuselage, while Alex, along with Stitch and Wolf, headed for the cockpit. Taking the pilot's seat, Alex began the diagnostics. Stitch, sitting nearby, started playing war games. Pew pew. Bang bang. Mayday, mayday. We're falling. Ah, boom, he sang, acting out an aerial battle scene. You can play later. Let's finish the check first, Alex replied wearily. All right. Stitch grumbled and began pressing buttons on the panel as if he were seriously helping. Alex shook his head with a smile and turned to Wolf. Connect to the system. We need to find out if there are any hidden electronic problems. While they worked, the others waited in the hangar for the results. Half an hour later, Alex stepped out of the plane, lit another cigarette, and exhaled with relief. The plane could fly. Surprisingly, this rusty vessel was still operational. So, how's our bird? Are we taking off, or are you going to mess around here for half a day? Soap called out as Alex stood by the stairs. We're taking off. We'll make it to the destination. But it's still a rusty piece of junk. Honestly, I'm surprised it's still flying, Alex replied, rubbing his neck. Alex, are we really not going to crash? Honestly, I don't want to experience free fall in a flying coffin, Shizuka said nervously. Don't worry, everything will be fine. The check showed it'll hold up. Now grab your gear and take your seats, Alex said, waving his hand and giving the command to load up. Everyone began gathering their equipment and headed toward the plane. Alex returned to the cockpit to wait until everyone was ready for takeoff. He sat in the doorway of the pilot's cabin, watching the others stow their gear under the seats. Unfortunately, the military cargo plane lacked the comforts of passenger liners, so they would have to endure the stiff, uncomfortable seats. And then Alex remembered one important detail. The toilet. Or rather, its semblance. On this plane, it was just a hole in the floor hidden inside a metal compartment. Alex, we're ready to depart, Jill said, coming closer. I forgot to warn you about one rather important thing, he replied, standing up. And what is it that you forgot to tell us at a time like this? Maybe you thought it'd be more fun to mention it during the flight. Becca snapped irritably, rolling her eyes. There's no proper toilet here, Alex said seriously, looking at the women on the team. So I strongly recommend you use the restroom now. We have over 4 hours in the air ahead of us, and trust me, it's better not to tempt fate. Are you joking? Shizuka asked, stunned. How is it even possible, a plane without a toilet? Couldn't you? I don't know, come up with something. Renka asked hopefully, looking at him with puppy eyes. Ladies, I can only say one thing, no. So march to the bathroom before it's too late, Alex said, pointing toward the plane's exit. The girls exchanged glances and, without a word, quickly left the plane. Why didn't you tell them there actually is a toilet? Soap asked with a laugh as he came closer. You mean that hole in the floor that can hardly be called a toilet? God forbid. You know how particular girls can be, Alex smirked, shaking his head. Ha. Well, we'll manage somehow anyway. Worst case, in a cartridge box, R laughed. The guys all laughed together, sharing memories of some of their less comfortable flights during service. Alex knew the girls would take a while, so he returned to the pilot's cabin. When he went inside, he found a funny sight. GIR and Stitch were dressed in pilot uniforms, complete with caps, and nearby stood Mimi dressed as a flight attendant. Alex just sighed heavily and shook his head. Get back in your seats, jokers, he muttered, seating GIR in the co-pilot's chair next to Stitch. He settled into the pilot's seat himself and began preparations for takeoff. Ha. I thought you might need a co-pilot, and you've got 2 of them, came Chiquita's voice as she peeked into the cockpit. Do you have flying experience? Alex asked her with interest, turning toward her. A little. I wasn't in the army for nothing. Now, kids, make some room for Mom. Mom will help Dad get this junker into the sky, she said with a smile, taking the co-pilot's seat and kicking GIR and Stitch out. As expected, protests followed. At least before, they had to share the seat, but now they were completely pushed out. All right, no grumbling, Alex said. Take an example from Mimi. GIR and Stitch glanced at Mimi, then looked at each other and started pulling a bunch of costumes out of their bags, rummaging around for a flight attendant outfit. Alex watched them with a blank stare, mentally cursing himself for the idea of making so many cosplay costumes for them. Without further distractions, Alex and Chiquita focused on preparing for takeoff. So, what's the status? Are we taking off soon? Mio asked, peeking into the cockpit. Almost. Just a few more moments, then we'll start the engines, Alex replied, checking the instruments. Mio nodded and returned to the cabin to warn the others about the upcoming takeoff. Alex put on his headphones and turned on the radio. You are now flying with Zombieland Airlines, this is your Captain Alexander speaking. Outside time is 8 a.m., the weather is great, clear skies, and no birds in sight. Please listen carefully to the safety instructions. In case of an emergency on board, emergency exits are located on the right and left sides. If for some reason you cannot leave the cabin, it's recommended to break through the fuselage with your head and enjoy the wonders of free fall, without a parachute, Alex began the radio announcement in a serious tone. Everyone in the cabin stared at GIR, Mimi, and Stitch, dressed as flight attendants. Without losing an ounce of seriousness, they started demonstrating the correct actions to take in emergency situations. Please pay attention to the demonstration of life jackets and oxygen masks, which, unfortunately, we do not have, Alex continued cheerfully. So if you want to get a breath of fresh air during the fall, just turn to the passenger on your right. They might help you. Or at least say goodbye. The passengers exchanged glances, many staring with disgust at those seated to their right. We'll be cruising at an altitude of 11,000 meters, with an estimated flight time of about 4.5 hours. Please turn off your mobile phones or switch them to airplane mode. Otherwise, our flight attendants will personally switch you to free flight mode. Thank you for choosing our airline. Our motto, we'll get you there even if it's hell. We wish you a pleasant flight, Alex finished his professional announcement. Chiquita, sitting nearby, couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Oh God, you're hopeless, she said through her laughter, wiping away tears. Though, knowing you, I'm not even surprised. Laughter rippled through the cabin, the pre-flight tension vanished like a wave. Alex smirked and began taxiing toward the runway. Together with Chiquita, they smoothly gained speed, and by pulling the yoke toward himself, Alex lifted the plane into the air. The sky welcomed them without resistance. To be continued. Chapter 355, Arrival in the USA. I apologize if sometimes the chapters are not on schedule. It's just that the medicine I take knocks me out so much that I can't even hear the alarm clock, expressionless face with open mouth dashing away. Hearing the laughter coming from the cabin, Alex and Chiquita began taxiing the plane onto the runway. It was the first time Alex had ever piloted a plane, but fortunately, his unique ability allowed him to learn and adapt to any conditions quickly. He moved carefully, slowly guiding the old beast out of the hangar. Despite his bravado, Alex fully understood, this plane was an ancient wreck that should have been scrapped long ago. There was no doubt about it. And while he reassured everyone that they'd make it to their destination, deep down he was preparing for the worst. Just in case, he had reinforced the hull with magic so it wouldn't fall apart midair. The last thing he wanted was to manually deliver everyone to their destination. Once the plane reached the runway, Alex and Chiquita began starting the engines. "Well then, time to make this old man fly," Alex said with a slight smile. "Just hope you didn't mess up your calculations. Because if this junk doesn't take off, you'll be hauling everyone out of here yourself," Chiquita replied, checking the switches and preparing for takeoff. "Don't worry. She'll take off. Whether she wants to or not," Alex smirked. Chiquita only shook her head with a smile. The plane began to slowly accelerate. Alex carefully monitored the instruments, watching the speed indicators so he wouldn't miss the takeoff point. Once the needle reached the required value, he nodded to Chiquita, and together they pulled the yokes back in sync. Due to the plane's age, the body began to vibrate slightly during takeoff, causing panic among those who were flying for the first time. Even though the girls knew Alex could handle nearly any situation, the trembling metal made it hard to stay calm. The plane slowly but steadily lifted off the ground. Alex was extremely cautious. He was most afraid of accidentally using too much force and ripping the yoke out completely. That would definitely be a catastrophe. Luckily, everything went smoothly. The plane reached the proper altitude. Alex and Chiquita began stabilizing the course, activating the necessary levers and buttons. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Alex's mind: if he had already mastered piloting a plane, then the next logical step, a spaceship. Yeah, exactly. The only issue was, to gain that kind of experience, he'd first need to hijack one. Alex pondered, in which universe could he pull something like that off? To his disappointment, he realized he knew very few such worlds. This realization made him sigh deeply. Chiquita noticed his heavy sigh and turned to him. "So, what crazy plan is hatching in that crazy head of yours this time?" she asked, giving Alex a light smack on the shoulder. "First of all, my plans aren't always crazy. And second, my head is perfectly normal. I am entirely sane," Alex grumbled, rolling his eyes. "Maybe I'd believe that if I didn't know you. But all those stories about the dungeon and Becky's world speak for themselves. So come on, spill it, what are you plotting this time?" Chiquita smirked. Alex opened his mouth to argue, but then stopped himself. She was right. Everything he did in the dungeon, the attacks on adventurers for fun, all the chaos he caused in Night City, it definitely didn't fit the category of harmless pranks. If it were just jokes, he wouldn't have a bounty on his head in Orario, and there wouldn't be a 7-figure reward for him in Night City, dead or alive. Alex shook his head silently, finding no excuse. Chiquita saw the look on his face, and burst out laughing. "What's going on here?" came Shizuka's voice as she peeked into the cockpit. "Nothing yet. Just Alex thinking up something again but won't share," Chiquita replied with a smile. Planning to beat someone up again or steal something?" Shizuka asked, placing a finger to her chin, clearly intrigued. Alex was completely speechless after Shizuka's question. He even paused to think, were his thoughts really that transparent? Could every girl now guess his plans with no effort at all? And as if to confirm it, a resounding and confident yes echoed in his mind, in the voices of all the Valkyries. Alex's eye twitched, and his mood soured entirely, especially because Shizuka had guessed everything with scary precision. She'd hit the nail on the head. He really was thinking about beating someone up, and stealing a spaceship. "So, Alex, what kind of mess have you gotten yourself into this time?" Valmet asked as she poked her head into the cockpit. "Nothing serious. I just imagined how cool it would be to have my own spaceship," Alex muttered monotonously, imitating a robot voice. The girls exchanged glances, and everything became clear without a word. The moment Alex said spaceship, they all understood. He wasn't planning to build one, he was planning to steal one. Probably from some poor soul. Their shared realization flashed in their eyes, and they all turned to Alex at once, who sat with the calmest, most lifeless expression possible, as if he wasn't plotting anything illegal at all. Curious why Shizuka and Valmet hadn't come out of the cockpit, the other girls peeked in to see what was going on. And once they heard the topic, the exact same thought crossed all their minds: Alex wants to steal a spaceship. "Sweetie, so when are you planning to pull off this heist?" Becca asked cheerfully, settling herself onto his lap with ease. "I'm not planning to steal anything, yet. Maybe later," Alex replied, realizing it was pointless to deny it. "Do you even need that ship?" Mio asked, slightly embarrassed. "You can already fly through space just fine. And not just fly, you fought there." "Mio, you don't get it," Rika chimed in with an expert tone. "Having a personal spaceship is completely different. It's ours, you get it. Our very own ship." Alex and Becca nodded in sync, fully agreeing with Rika. The other girls froze for a second, thinking, and realized they didn't understand a thing. Why would they even need a spaceship if Alex could create portals and transport them anywhere, even to other worlds? Why go through the hassle of flying through the cold, endless void of space when they could skip all that? Alex, catching the thoughtful looks on the girls' faces, understood exactly what they were thinking. That's why he added that he wasn't planning to steal anything, at least not yet. Maybe later, and only for the sake of the collection. Even he didn't want to waste time on more space nonsense right now. Alright, forget the ships. How long do we have to fly? Ada asked, bringing everyone back to reality. We just took off. At least 4 hours of flight, Chiquita answered with a tired glance at her. I was just asking. These seats in this junk heap are so uncomfortable my butt's already gone numb, Ada grumbled, rubbing the affected area. Alex sighed heavily, pulled a small cushion from his inventory, and silently handed it to Ada. She accepted the gift with a joyful smile and kissed Alex on the cheek in thanks. The other girls, noticing the gesture, stared at Alex with such intense gazes that he flinched, and instantly pulled out pillows for everyone. In return, he received a few more kisses and plenty of satisfied smiles. Smiling, Alex shifted his gaze to Becca, who was comfortably seated on his lap and clearly had no intention of leaving. He didn't mind. Then he reached out to offer a pillow to Chiquita, but she declined. Thanks, but the pilot's seat is still more comfortable than those flying stools in the cabin. We heard you were handing out pillows for more comfortable seating, came Claire's voice as she peeked into the cockpit. You don't happen to have a couple more lying around, do you? Or, maybe 4. Alex turned his head and saw Jill, Claire, Moira, and Sherry looking into the cockpit. The girls looked a little sheepish, asking for pillows was mildly embarrassing. Alex just chuckled and, without a word, pulled out 4 more pillows and handed them over. They might not be his girls, but comfort for everyone was sacred. Jill, Claire, Moira, and Sherry returned to their seats with grateful smiles, while Alex found himself lost in thought again. Once more, he realized he might be spoiling those around him, even the ones he didn't have any kind of relationship with. But he brushed the thought aside. Doing small nice things for girls had never been difficult for him. It was just part of his personality. Sure, some of them might act spoiled in everyday situations, but when it came to serious matters, every single one of them would step up. So for now, let them enjoy it. A sudden shout from the cabin snapped him out of his thoughts. Hey! I see you handed out pillows to the girls. What about us, huh? Or does our friendship mean nothing to you? Where's the brotherly solidarity, the manly unity? R yelled indignantly. Alex raised an eyebrow and smirked. He switched on the autopilot, gently lifted Becca off his lap, and placed her in the pilot's seat. Becca and Chiquita exchanged glances as a wide, very suspicious grin spread across Alex's face. They already knew where this was going. I'll go have a word with our dear comrade, Alex said, leaving the cockpit. As soon as R saw him approaching, he quieted down, and his smile slowly faded. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead. The guy sitting nearby instinctively scooted away, no one wanted to get caught in the crossfire. Alex's smile promised nothing good. Listen, R. I get the feeling you're a bit too comfortable back here, and that means we need to adjust things a bit. Don't worry though, we have excellent flight attendants on board who can make your flight even more enjoyable, Alex said, pointing to GIR, Mimi, and Stitch. R and the others turned to look at the trio of attendants, all holding a long rope and clearly waiting for Alex's signal to make R's flight much more comfortable. R swallowed hard at the sight of the rope, not wanting to know what it was for. He was too afraid to even imagine what that mischievous trio planned to do with it or how exactly they intended to improve his flying experience. Ah, so, what's the rope for? Soap asked with a crooked grin, already sensing this was going to be fun. Judging by the looks of it, for people who love to run their mouths, Ghost answered calmly. So unless you want to end up dangling outside, Johnny, I'd suggest you keep yours shut. You're joking, right? We're at 11 kilometers altitude. Toji cut in, staring at Ghost. Do I look like someone who knows how to joke? Ghost replied in the same flat tone, his expression unreadable. The guys glanced at Ghost's skull mask and instantly remembered his strange sense of humor, or rather, the lack thereof. They were quickly starting to believe he wasn't joking about tying someone up and tossing them out if they talked too much. And the faces of GIR, Mimi, and Stitch, who were nodding in unison, served as confirmation. Even Alex nodded along, showing that he wasn't joking. The guys immediately sat up straight, afraid to utter even a word, each imagining themselves tied up, dangling outside the plane, swaying freely in the wind. Alex couldn't hold it in anymore and burst into loud laughter, clutching his stomach. He never actually intended to tie anyone up and toss them out, it was just a joke to scare R and make him shut up. Hearing Alex's boisterous laughter, the guys relaxed a little. Lem and Price, in particular, knew he was just messing around. They exchanged a look and smirked at each other. Relax. No one's getting tossed out the hatch, yet, Alex said between laughs. The guys let out a collective sigh of relief, though they still sat quietly just in case. Lem and Price shook their heads with a chuckle. The joke had worked. The guys had been genuinely spooked, even knowing Alex was just playing around. God damn it, Alex. Screw you. I really thought you were gonna throw me out. And hell, you probably could. R exploded, pointing at him. So, you still want the pillow or not? Maybe you'd prefer other services. Alex winked, raising his eyebrow playfully. Yeah, shove your damn pillow, you know where. R snapped, still jabbing his finger at him in irritation. Oh, surprise me, Alex grinned. Name a place I haven't been sent to yet, preferably somewhere with a nice view. R just grumbled something under his breath and slumped back into his seat, not saying another word. Alex chuckled, turned on his heel, and headed back to the cockpit. Settling into the pilot's chair, he pulled his phone from his pocket and, like the irresponsible pilot he was, casually set it on the dashboard and started a movie, just to pass the time. Chiquita and Becca returned to the cockpit just as the movie was starting. Quickly realizing that watching a film was far more entertaining than staring at the endless clouds outside, they happily joined in. Only a few minutes passed before the sound of the movie drew the attention of the girls in the cabin, and soon the cockpit was packed full. The girls clustered around, eagerly watching the screen. Hey, mind making it so we can actually see the damn thing? Reveille said, voicing everyone's thoughts. Your phone screen isn't exactly a cinematic experience. Alex nodded, flipped the phone, and activated the built-in mini projector. That instantly sparked a wave of approval. Snack bags rustled, drinks hissed open, the cockpit turned into a full-blown movie theater. Alex watched the scene unfold with mild surprise. Every one of the girls had their own phones, he'd personally handed them out. But for some reason, they all preferred to huddle together in the cockpit to watch a movie. Still, he didn't object. As long as no one interfered with the flight controls, he didn't mind. Meanwhile, the guys in the cabin, not wasting any time, asked the flight attendants, Gir, Mimi, and Stitch, for an extra projector. The trio delivered it without a problem. Former military men, long accustomed to Spartan conditions, had to admit, this was probably the most comfortable flight they'd ever experienced on a military aircraft. A movie, snacks, and peace, not at all what they expected on a mission in the middle of the apocalypse. The flight went smoothly, except for one thing, the cockpit had become so cramped it felt more like a tin can. Alex himself was practically flattened into his seat under the weight of 3 girls sprawled across his lap, elbowing each other from time to time to get more room. He simply sighed, watching them sip their drinks, silently praying to every god he knew that none of them would need to use the restroom. Fortunately, that potential disaster seemed to pass them by, at least for now. The flight was coming to an end. They were nearing their destination when a voice suddenly crackled through the radio. C-130 Hercules, respond. This is Joint Base Lewis, McCord. Over. The girls immediately quieted down and began exiting the cockpit. Alex slipped on his headset and opened the comm channel. This is C-130 Hercules. Captain speaking. We read you. This is the base. Major Payne speaking. You must be the guy we're expecting. Over. Seems like it. My team and I are on final approach. No issues on your end. Over. All clear, kid. We've cleared Hangar 3 for you. Bring it down. We'll talk once you're on the ground. Out. Copy that. Beginning final descent. Out. Alex nodded to Chiquita, signaling it was time to prep for landing. She immediately understood and took her position. Meanwhile, Alex was deep in thought. The Major's voice sounded painfully familiar. But he didn't dwell on it. He'd find out soon enough when they met face to face. Attention, this is your captain speaking, Alex's voice echoed through the cabin. We've been cleared for landing. Buckle up, it's gonna get a little bumpy. At his words, everyone quickly returned to their seats and strapped in. Alex and Chiquita began their descent. Just as he warned, the aircraft started to shake slightly. The landing was a bit rough. The tension in the cockpit was palpable, but Alex and Chiquita handled the controls with steady hands, following the markers guiding them in. It was at that moment that Alex finally understood why people say taking off is easier than landing a plane. The wheels touched down, screeching across the runway as the aircraft began to brake. Once the plane came to a full stop, Alex steered it toward Hangar 3, just as instructed, and just as expected, soldiers were already gathered there, ready to guide them in. Shutting down the equipment, Alex leaned back in his seat and exhaled deeply. What's with the sigh? Chiquita asked with a smirk. That landing was pretty decent. Nothing fell off, far as I can tell. Well, turns out landing a plane is way harder than I imagined. That was my first time, Alex muttered, slipping a cigarette between his lips. First time and already that smooth. Not bad, my hero. But enough lounging, they're waiting for us, Chiquita said with a grin, kissed his cheek, and swiftly snatched the cigarette from his mouth. Alex chuckled, shook his head, and stood up to follow her. As they stepped into the cabin, they saw the rest of the group was already geared up and ready to go, all equipment slung over their shoulders. Alex nodded to the team and walked over to the lever to lower the ramp. With a soft hum, it descended, and the team began their exit. At the bottom, a man in uniform was already waiting. Alex recognized him instantly. Now it made sense why the voice on the radio had sounded so familiar. This wasn't just a Major Payne, this was the Major Payne, complete with the iconic hat, mustache, and trademark smirk. Nice landing, kid. So you're the miracle boy who helped Hannibal, huh? Humph. You look kinda scrawny. Didn't they feed you back home? Payne said, giving Alex a once-over from head to toe. I've had my share of experiences, Alex replied calmly, extending his hand. Name's Alex. Thanks for welcoming us. Major Benson Winifred Payne. But you can just call me Major Payne, he introduced himself, giving Alex a firm handshake. Then his eyes shifted to Price and Lem standing behind. Well. Familiar faces. Price and Lem. Still kickin', huh? Looks like you're still alive too, and still a pain in the ass, Price replied with a grin. You haven't changed. Still a bastard, Lem added, lighting a cigarette. Payne grinned, flashing a row of white teeth with a single golden one gleaming among them. Alex, slightly stunned by the encounter, quickly pulled himself together. He was already getting the feeling this universe was going to keep surprising him. Without offering, more like ordering, Payne gave a nod, motioning for the group to follow. Alex just shrugged and walked after him. But what worried him most wasn't Payne or his behavior, it was the reaction of the two gremlins, Rory and Becky. If Payne started acting like his usual self, things could go sideways fast. Those two weren't exactly the type to put up with rudeness. Alex figured the only thing missing now was Payne's signature laugh to complete the whole picture. Soon, they arrived at a large hall. Alex and his team took their seats, ready to hear what was going on in this city. Hannibal says you're some kind of miracle boy, Payne started, taking a seat at the table. We'll see about that. What can you do for us? First, tell me what the problem is, Alex replied calmly, lighting a cigarette. Then we'll talk help. If you really are a wizard like Hannibal keeps yapping about, then listen up. We're not dealing with demons, mutants, or those inside-out freaks everyone keeps whining about on the radio. We've got a people problem. Living, breathing humans. And damn it, they're causing way more trouble than the dead ever did, the Major said, his voice laced with frustration. Alex and his team exchanged surprised glances, taken aback by how drastically the situation in the city differed from what they'd expected, especially considering that the main problems here were being caused by people. Alex realized that regular zombies were still present in the city, but according to Payne, the majority of the trouble came from humans. He took a drag from his cigarette, quietly contemplating the situation. People. Are you serious? Toji asked, adjusting his glasses. Do I look like I'm telling jokes? Or maybe I've got a speech problem and your tiny brain couldn't grasp what I said, you slant-eyed freak, Payne snapped. Toji flinched, as if he'd been thrown right back into a military barracks. What kind of people are causing you trouble? Saya interjected, pushing her glasses up. Well, look at you, the local know-it-all, Payne sneered. Listen up, Miss Thirst for Knowledge. We've got the goddamn Ku Klux Klan stirring up trouble, a bunch of racist assholes. And the second group? Some nutcases in robes preaching the end of the world and spouting all kinds of crazy doomsday garbage. Full-blown lunatics, he said with disgust, waving his hand dismissively. Saya looked ready to explode with rage, but Shizuka gently placed a hand on her shoulder, trying to calm the storm building inside her. It wasn't just Alex who hadn't expected that kind of answer, the entire team felt the same confusion. But when you really thought about it, in an apocalyptic scenario, extremist groups like the KKK and others of their ilk could easily crawl out from the shadows, chanting slogans like, "Make our country great again," and other such nonsense. Still, Alex was less concerned about the racists and more intrigued by the mention of the cultists. The only cult that immediately came to mind was the Church of the Marker. He didn't even consider Los Illuminados a serious threat anymore, their territory had been wiped out long ago, especially after one of the Hell Priests moved in. So this end-of-the-world cult, what are they preaching? Something about the convergence. Or maybe they're talking about the Marker. Alex asked, narrowing his eyes and studying Payne's expression. No damn clue what you're rambling about, Payne muttered, scratching his chin. But they're always carrying around some book. Shit, what was it called again? Whatever. We've got someone here who actually understands what those crazies are babbling about. Alex frowned, a single possibility coming to mind, only one book he could think of that could become the centerpiece of a cult. But he wasn't entirely sure it could have ended up in this universe. If it had, though, that meant another massive headache landing squarely on his shoulders. He decided to wait for the person who supposedly knew about the book and the cult to confirm his suspicions. Payne stood up, flung the door open, and barked. "Tiger. Get in here. Move it, double time." Everyone's ears twitched involuntarily at Payne's shout. He sighed. Just hearing the name, he immediately realized everything was unfolding exactly like it had in the original timeline. Payne had found himself a psychologist girlfriend and adopted a boy named Tiger. And sure enough, a second later, a boy of about 6 burst into the room, snapped to attention, and saluted Payne. A warm, almost fatherly smile spread across Payne's face. Price and Lem exchanged skeptical glances. They clearly weren't expecting the kind of expression from their old comrade. "Tiger, son. Go find that woman who was spouting nonsense about cultists and a book. And while you're at it, ask your mom what we're having for dinner," Payne said in a tone that sounded like it belonged in one of those old movies where dads actually knew how to parent. "Yes, sir." Tiger barked back and sprinted off. Payne nodded proudly after the boy, closed the door, and returned to his seat. Ah, kids. They grow up so fast. Just yesterday, he was afraid of the monster in the closet and wetting the bed. Now he's acting like a real soldier, he said, wiping away a single tear. "Don't tell me you actually told him that story." Lem rasped, choking on cigarette smoke. "What's wrong with that? A boy's gotta grow up, and growing up starts with realizing that the little train really could," Payne replied proudly, nodding. Alex nearly choked. Even he thought that the story of the little train that could wasn't exactly the best bedtime tale for a child, at least, not the twisted version Payne likely told. The others, unfamiliar with the reference, exchanged intrigued glances. Becca leaned toward Alex and asked quietly. "Is this guy completely out of his mind? What the hell little train F is he even talking about?" Alex just shook his head and whispered. "I'll explain later." The girls nodded. All that was left now was to wait for the woman who could explain the cult and the mysterious book. Alex hoped his worst suspicions would turn out to be wrong. But knowing his luck, he was already bracing for the likelihood that his first guess was spot on. He exhaled quietly and listened as Payne, Lem, and Price started reminiscing about the good old days to pass the time. To be continued. Chapter 356, another headache and a meeting with a group of survivors. While Alex and his group waited for the mysterious woman who could shed light on the enigmatic book that had become the foundation of a doomsday cult, Lem, Price, and Payne continued chatting, reminiscing about the good old days. In truth, however, Major Payne was more interested in what the hell was happening in the rest of the world, and how Lem and Price had managed to travel so far from home that they ended up all the way in Alaska. Lem and Price gladly shared their story, recounting the journey across half the globe and the hardships they had faced. Payne quickly realized that the key figure in the entire story was Alex, who had somehow managed to lead a whole group of survivors through a dying world in search of a safe haven. His respect for Alex visibly grew. A young man accomplishing something like that, it was admirable. Meanwhile, the rest of the group was still trying to make sense of the weird story about the little train. The girls were especially curious. They couldn't understand why such a seemingly childish tale triggered such a strong reaction from Lem, Price, and even Alex. The title sounded ridiculous, but their reaction definitely wasn't. Everyone silently wondered what kind of bizarre tale could cause such a stir. Alex, on the other hand, was completely lost in thought. He was trying to figure out which book it could possibly be. While he had one guess at first, he was now starting to realize that there were quite a few books capable of inspiring a dangerous cult. Some could manipulate the mind, others could literally rewrite reality. And if such a book really had found its way into this world, then he had yet another massive headache on his shoulders. If I think logically, he pondered, if each of these books exists only in one universe, I can narrow down the search. But even then, there are still too many. "So, Alex, do you have any guesses what this book might be?" asked Cammy, lightly tapping his thigh to get his attention. "No idea," he sighed, shrugging. The entire group stared at him in surprise. Even Alex, the guy they all viewed as a walking encyclopedia, wasn't able to give a straight answer. "What do you mean, no idea?" Jill asked again. "Not even a guess." "The problem is, there are just too many books like that," Nathan interjected, picking up the thread. "We don't even know what the book's about, so we can't narrow it down." All eyes turned to Nathan, and he just raised his hands in a shrug, reinforcing his point. Alex nodded. He completely agreed. From supernatural relics to books on manipulating the masses, any of them could become the center of a cult. Alex already had enough on his plate. The marker cult was still building red obelisks, accelerating the convergence, trying to turn the planet into a flesh nightmare. The group realized that even the two most well-read members among them, Alex and Nathan, couldn't give a clear answer. Simply because the pool of possibilities was too wide. What if the book they're worshipping is just some stupid fairy tale? Jake remarked, folding his arms and leaning back in his chair. Maybe, Chunli said, crossing one leg over the other. But considering everything happening in the world right now, I wouldn't be surprised if it turns out to be something sinister. Everyone in the room nodded. They had more than enough to deal with already, the ancient obelisk that fell from space and could brainwash people into monsters, Weskier, who had opened a gate to hell and let demons into the world. The arrival of a creepy book only added to the chaos, but at this point, nothing surprised them anymore. And yet, everyone was haunted by the same question: what the hell was that book? Their thoughts were interrupted by the sound of a door opening. All eyes turned toward the entrance. A girl appeared in the doorway. Alex recognized her immediately, Lara Croft. Of course. If anyone could know about an ancient book that a cult had formed around, it would be her. And what are you doing here, Lara? Nathan asked, squinting at her. Oh, you're alive, Lara replied with a smirk. Luck really is on your side. Always crawling out of messes. Last I heard of you, you were heading to China, planning to steal something again, weren't you, Nathan? She smiled slightly as she looked at him, and the whole room fell silent, anticipating what came next. Alex wasn't particularly surprised to learn that Lara Croft and Nathan Drake knew each other. Considering they were both archaeologists and treasure hunters, it made perfect sense. He knew well enough that Nathan was the kind of adventurer who wouldn't hesitate to snatch something from someone's pocket if it brought him closer to a discovery. And Lara could simply buy any artifact she needed, thanks to the fortune left behind by her late father. If you know this girl, maybe you could introduce us? Soap asked, looking at Nathan. Her name's Lara Croft. We're rivals, I guess. Both archaeologists, Nathan replied, grimacing. You forgot to add, Nathan, that I'm better than you. And that you're always trailing behind, Lara added with a friendly smile, teasing him. Nathan sighed in frustration, not even trying to argue. He was still bitter about the times Lara had beaten him to a discovery and claimed the prize while he was still fighting through the jungle or deciphering puzzles. While he struggled, Lara was already standing on the pedestal with the artifact in hand. Those sitting nearby patted him on the shoulder in sympathy but didn't bother hiding their grins. Nathan thought they were trying to comfort him, but when he saw the smirks on their faces, he realized, those bastards were just glad for an excuse to mess with him. And what the hell took you so long, woman? Was it really that hard to drag your ass over here so we wouldn't be waiting all goddamn day? Major Payne grumbled, glaring at Lara. How many times do I have to tell you, stop calling me woman? I don't call you bald bastard with a gold tooth, do I? Lara shot back irritably. And what the hell am I supposed to call you? I don't see anything swinging between your legs. The moment you grow one, I'll stop. Now shut up and tell these idiots about the damn book before I lose my patience and put a bullet in your ass, Payne snapped in the same grating tone. Silence fell. Everyone in the room froze, stunned by how Payne spoke to Lara. Alex watched her reaction with interest. He knew that if someone had talked like that to the women in his group, he wouldn't even have to lift a finger, they'd turn the guy into a pile of broken bones themselves. And if Payne had insulted any of them, he probably wouldn't be talking anymore, literally. Everyone held their breath, watching Lara. She slowly reached for her pistol, her face twisted in irritation. One more word, and she might have turned and emptied the entire clip into Payne. But, to the disappointment of a few onlookers, she didn't. Lara let out a heavy sigh, held back her anger, and moved her hand away from the weapon. Alex immediately understood, this clearly wasn't their first clash, and Lara had learned to manage her emotions. Looks like there won't be a shootout. I was hoping she'd at least put a round in that idiot, Becca muttered in disappointment. Maybe she's just used to him by now and doesn't give a damn anymore, Rika said, tossing her legs onto the chair in front of her. Would you not give a damn? Cammy asked, glancing over at her. Hell no. I'd have emptied a mag into that bastard the second he opened his mouth, Rika snorted, rolling her eyes. The girls exchanged glances and, without saying a word, nodded, yes, they would have done the same. Alex shook his head and turned his gaze back to Lara. She was taking deep breaths, trying to fully suppress her irritation. Finally, regaining her composure, she walked further into the room and sat down on a chair, casting a heavy glare at Payne. So why did you call me here? If it was just to throw insults, I'm leaving, she said coldly, crossing her arms. Hell no. I didn't call you here just for that. Tell these idiots about that damn book you wouldn't shut up about, Payne snapped, pointing at Alex and his team. Alex's eye twitched. Watching a movie with Major Payne was one thing, but meeting him in real life. That really made you want to smack him across the face with a stick. Lem and Price, already used to Payne's antics, knew there were a few people on their team who might actually follow through if he kept going. They exchanged glances and looked at Alex, hoping he could keep the hotheads from throwing punches. Lara raised an eyebrow at Payne, then looked over at Alex's team. There's not much to explain. A bunch of lunatics got their hands on a very dangerous book I'd been hunting for a long time, she said calmly. Get to the point. We don't have all day to listen to how you dusted off library shelves, Reveille muttered, shifting in her seat. All right, straight to the point then. A group of fanatics got hold of a book called Naturum de Monto, Lara said without expecting much of a reaction. Fuck. Alex cursed, clenching his jaw. He buried his face in his hands and groaned in frustration. His worst fears had come true. On top of everything else, now he had a new headache. Just what he needed. Naturum de Monto had found its way into this universe. Nathan's eyes widened in disbelief. He hadn't expected a book like that to even exist here, let alone surface in a place like this. As an archaeologist, he knew full well about the book's existence and had been searching for it across the globe, just like Lara. Those who didn't know what was going on began glancing at each other in confusion. But Alex's reaction made one thing abundantly clear: the book wasn't just dangerous. It was potentially catastrophic. Meanwhile, Alex was already running through possible scenarios in his head. They needed to act fast before the situation got any worse. The last thing he wanted was for a fourth party to join the conflict, one that, just like the others, would turn against humanity. He came to a simple but reliable solution: kill the cultists, take the book, seal it, and hide it in the inventory where it would gather dust until the end of time. In the worst case, destroy all versions of it across all universes to permanently eliminate the threat. Did you really manage to find Naturum de Monto? How did you even pull that off? Nathan asked, surprised. Unlike you, I know how to get things done, Lara smirked. Though, honestly, I didn't exactly find it. I almost got to it, but as soon as I got close, the whole world went to hell, and the book ended up in the hands of those maniacs. Now I have no idea what they're doing with it. Wait, hold on. Can someone please explain what's even going on? What book are we talking about? Ada interrupted, trying to make sense of the situation. Naturum de Monto, or simply put, the Book of the Dead. Cursed trash. In short, it's an ancient spell book written in cursed blood on the skin of accursed men, Alex explained, pulling his hands away from his face and showing his frustration. Honestly, I'm shocked the world hasn't completely collapsed just because this crap is in the hands of idiots. Wow, looks like you've got competition, Nathan. Now you're third, Lara teased with a smirk. Don't start, Nathan waved her off. If I knew half the stuff in Alex's head, I'd have long surpassed you as an archaeologist. All right, you two, enough arguing about who's better at digging up stuff that's been buried for ages. Let's solve the problem with this cursed book, Saya said firmly. So, Alex, what's the plan? And what's this book all about? You're the most informed here, Lem asked, lighting a new cigarette. Everyone stared at Alex, who rubbed his face irritably. It was clear, if anyone could find a solution, it was him. Noticing how everyone awaited his answer, Lara raised an eyebrow in surprise and scooted closer to Nathan to learn more. He began whispering quietly in her ear, sharing details about Alex so she'd understand why his word carried the most weight here. Meanwhile, Alex was formulating a plan. First, deal with the KKK, then the cultists. What annoyed him the most was how quickly the infection spread from the possessed, the so-called Deadites. These tiny demons inhabited human bodies, and the only way to stop them was to dismember the body and burn it to ashes. Even if only the skeleton remained, it would still be controlled by the entity. Payne, do you have any intel on where the cultists and those idiots from the KKK are hiding? Alex asked, looking at Payne. Damn it, no. If I knew where those bastards were, I'd have leveled them to the ground long ago. They're like rats, hiding in their holes and only coming out when they think it's safe, Payne replied irritably. What, we seriously have to go hunt them down? That sucks. Shizuka groaned, slumping her shoulders. Everyone expressed their disappointment. Time was already tight, and now they had to search the whole city. Alex tapped his fingers on his knee as he opened a map on his phone and started pondering where both groups might be hiding. He guessed that among the KKK members, there were surely those preparing for the apocalypse, so it made sense to look for bunkers. Maybe they had one big centralized bunker if they were an organized group. As for the cultists with Naturum de Monto, that was simpler. Those idiots had probably, as the genre dictates, holed up in a cabin in the woods and set up their sect there. Alex, I hope your brilliant brain has already come up with something. I don't want to be running all over the city hunting these lunatics, Ray said, hugging his arm. Come on, Alex, we're counting on you, Soap encouraged. Don't distract me while I'm thinking, Alex muttered, rolling his eyes. Well, do you at least have some ideas? Saya asked, leaning on his back and peeking over his shoulder. Alex nodded, stood up from his chair, and stretched, loosening his stiff shoulders. Scanning the room, he spotted a table pushed aside, walked over, and with some effort slid it into the center of the room. Everyone immediately understood it was time for a briefing and took their seats without further ado. Payne, sensing the seriousness of the moment, approached with interest. Alex waited for everyone to gather, then flipped his phone over and activated a projection. Above the table, a hologram of the nearby area appeared, with marked points already highlighted. Looks like you've marked several targets, Price noted, lighting a cigar. Quick work. That wasn't hard, Alex shrugged. First up, those damn KKK. They're the easiest to track. Usually, you find people who seriously expected the end of the world among them. So, bunkers. And yeah, they love shooting to keep in practice. So our first target. He zoomed in on the map, highlighting a specific point. Shooting range, Soap finished for him, slamming his hands on the table. I wouldn't be surprised if one of those bastards were in the place. So we check the nearest shooting ranges first. If they're empty, we move on to the other spots. It's not that simple, Johnny, Ghost quietly interjected, his voice dull, almost emotionless. Among such paranoids, anything is possible. Explosives, traps, mines. Our gear protects us, of course, but if someone gets caught in a big blast, no armor can save you from shrapnel or shock. Skeleton face, you forgot to mention one more thing, Chiquita said with a smirk. They might have hostages. People they grabbed in the first days of the apocalypse. They use them as slaves. And if we're not careful, we won't be the only ones going up in smoke. We'll all be scattered around like damn confetti. A chill ran down the spines of many at her smile. Alex nodded in agreement. He fully understood that among the possible hostages there could be slaves. The only question was how many people both groups had managed to capture. The KKK most likely used people as labor. But the cultists, the chances that they left anyone alive were vanishingly small. So, who do we start with? Ada asked lazily, leaning her elbow on Alex's shoulder. The racists or the crazies? I think we'll start with the racists. As for the cultists in the woods, I don't want to mess with them just yet. Because, like in every stupid horror movie, they're probably holed up in some damn cabin. And, of course, in the forest, he added, rubbing his face tiredly. Seriously? Shizuka asked, her voice trembling. Like in the movie The Cabin in the Woods. Shizuka, you silly fool, Rika sighed, ruffling her friend's hair. Do you even realize how many movies have that exact title? I'm too tired to list them all. All right, Alex concluded. The cultists will be dessert. For now, we'll check the nearest possible locations, maybe not everything is lost, and there's still someone to save and bring back to base. Then we'll deal with the sect. He turned off the hologram and slipped the phone into his pocket. Everyone nodded in agreement and started preparing for the operation. Fortunately, Payne agreed to provide transport. Alex had already sent the locations to search. Dividing into two groups, he went with the girls in one direction, while the men headed the other way, agreeing to meet somewhere midway. Waving goodbye, Alex got behind the wheel, and the convoy set off. Almost immediately, zombies started appearing on the road, wandering aimlessly and without purpose. As if on cue, they began throwing themselves under the wheels, grabbing at doors, and jumping on the hoods. They had to take 2 vehicles to fit everyone. When they reached the first location, Alex slowed down near a roundabout fountain. Before he could get out, Revi, Becca, and Rika, positioned on the roof of the Humvee, opened fire and cleared the area. Where to now? Valmont asked, standing beside Alex. Hold on. Let's see if anyone's hiding here. I don't want to believe they've already been taken, Alex replied with a quiet sigh. Then why the delay? Yuri snorted and slapped him on the butt. Use your miracle powers and let's move on if it's empty here. Alex felt the smack and rolled his eyes in annoyance, typical Yuri behavior. Sighing, he sent out a mana pulse in all directions, checking the surroundings for any signs of life. Catching faint traces of a small group of people, he glanced at Chiquita, who was already behind the wheel, and nodded at her. Alex, did you find something? Jill shouted, peeking out of the window of the second car. Yes, a little further down the street. There's a group hiding there. We'll need to cover a couple of blocks, he informed them, turning his head toward the others. Chiquita and Jill nodded, started their engines, and led the vehicles forward. Alex signaled to move slowly, better to be cautious. He walked ahead of the convoy, guiding the way. Beside the vehicles marched Valmont, Claire, Becca, and Rika, ready to repel an attack at any moment, whether from zombies or mutants jumping out of an alley. On Wolf's back sat Gir, Mimi, and Stitch. They looked around while softly humming a marching song to pass the time on the journey. Meanwhile, Chun-Li, Cammy, Yuri, Mio, Renka, and Shigeru moved across the rooftops, carefully watching their surroundings. Their task was to spot any possible threats in advance and warn the group. Alex, we found parked vehicles a couple of alleys away from your position. Is this what you were talking about? Cammy asked over the radio. Yes, that's them. Wait for us, we're coming, he confirmed. Alex nodded to the others, and the group quickened their pace. Turning around another corner, they entered a spacious alley. Along the walls were various vehicles, from RVs to regular sedans and even a motorcycle. Within seconds, the scouts jumped skillfully from the roofs to the ground. "How many of them are there?" Sherry asked, approaching Alex. "Apparently, it's a pretty large group. And, by the feel of it, there are children among them. I hope they're peaceful." "I don't want to start a fight, especially with kids around," he answered grimly. The girls exchanged glances. The presence of children was definitely not encouraging. No one wanted a firefight to turn into a tragedy. Lighting a cigarette, Alex asked everyone to stay alert. He took Rixa and Shizuka with him, just in case there were wounded among the group. The rest took up defensive positions. Alex and the girls approached the vehicle parked crosswise in the street, as if it served as a barricade protecting the building's entrance. Dead zombies lay scattered everywhere, and a bloody trail stretched all the way to the door. "Looks like someone was seriously hurt," Rixa noted, pointing at the bloodstains. "Or bitten," Alex muttered, shaking his head. Shizuka and Rixa silently nodded. Alex was the first to climb onto the vehicle, crossing the barricade, then helped the girls follow. He carefully scanned the surroundings until he felt someone's gaze. Looking up, he noticed a curtain moving in one of the windows. They had been spotted. He gestured to the girls toward the window. They understood the signal and tensed. Alex drew a black pistol from his holster and cautiously approached the door. Shizuka and Rixa stood on either side of the entrance, ready for a sudden shot. Even with energy shields, getting shot in the face isn't exactly pleasant, even if the shot won't hurt them. Pressing his ear to the door, Alex started listening. Through the whispers, he recognized a child's voice. The kid had noticed them. Arguments could be heard behind the door. Someone was scolding the child, another trying to reassure everyone that everything would be okay. Alex's expression darkened. The situation was complicated. "I know you're inside. Maybe you'll open up. Let's talk calmly. We're not enemies. We're from the Lewis McCord military base. Nobody intends to harm you," he said, lightly tapping the door with the pistol's barrel. Silence immediately fell behind the door. Only faint sounds of someone moving quietly were heard. Alex rolled his eyes in irritation. "Alex, has anyone ever told you that sometimes you sound like a villain?" Rixa smirked. "Why's that?" "I just politely asked them to open the door," he replied, puzzled. "For starters, how you said it, 'I know you're inside.' That's literally a line from movies where villains break into their victims' places," Shizuka added with a grin. Alex sighed, raised his eyebrows, and muttered, "Great. Now I'm scaring peaceful people again." "Perfect." Both girls quietly giggled at Alex's words, while he just shook his head, showing patience. Alex knocked on the door again and repeated that he and his group meant no harm. They came in peace. From inside, muffled whispers could be heard again. The people behind the door were debating whether to open it or wait until the uninvited guests left on their own. If Alex hadn't wanted to avoid becoming a target unnecessarily, he would have kicked the door down long ago. But he didn't like to barge in without reason, especially when other lives were at stake. He waited patiently. Finally, there was a scraping sound behind the door. Someone was removing a barricade. Alex noticed the lock click, and the door slightly opened. A revolver barrel appeared through the narrow gap, aimed right at his face. Rixa and Shizuka tensed but did not intervene. They knew that even if Alex were in the middle of a nuclear blast, he'd probably just light a new cigarette. "It's very kind of you to point that gun at my face," Alex said dryly, exhaling a cloud of smoke right into the gap. "But I'd advise you to put that iron away. If I wanted to do something to you, I wouldn't be waiting so long outside the door." The person behind the door seemed to snap out of it and immediately lowered the weapon. The door swung wider open, revealing a man on the threshold whom Alex instantly recognized as Rick Grimes, the hero of a famous zombie series. Alex raised an eyebrow, unable to hide his surprise. It made sense that in a world full of the undead, he could meet anyone, but seeing Rick himself was unexpected. That meant the rest of Rick's group could be nearby. "You said you're from a military base?" Rick asked skeptically. "More like we're temporary guests there. Just arrived from Alaska today. But that can wait. Judging by the bloody trail leading to your door, someone here is wounded. And we have everything needed to help him," Alex replied, shrugging. "Come in," Rick nodded briefly. Alex signaled to Rixa and Shizuka, and the three entered the building. Inside, in a cramped room, the rest of the group was gathered. Alex quickly scanned them and counted 12 people, not including Rick. Surprise flickered in his eyes. Shane was alive, despite Herschel and his daughters, Maggie and Beth, being in the room. And Merle, judging by the absence of his iconic metal hand, wasn't thrown onto the rooftop of the mall as expected. Pale Glenn was sitting on the floor, his leg tightly wrapped in cloth soaked through with blood. "Before talking, maybe we should help your friend first." He's got, to put it mildly, a hole in his leg, Alex said, pointing at the wound. We'd be very grateful. We're almost out of medical supplies, Dale said, usually the voice of reason in the group. Alex nodded and glanced at Shizuka. She understood him without words, took a medical capsule from her backpack, and headed toward Glenn. The others made room for her to work. Glenn was pale but conscious. While your friend is helping, maybe we can talk, Herschel began. You said you came from a base. Did I get that right? Almost. We're not exactly military. We were invited to help. The base is having problems with those causing chaos in this city. We were assigned to deal with it, Alex said with a slight smile, sitting down on a chair. And what can you do? Merle snorted, twisting his face. Shake your rattle in front of them. Or will that busted blonde scare them with her chest? Ha! He didn't finish his sentence, a metallic object whistled past his head and hit the wall. Merle's mouth hung open, as if he'd swallowed a fly. All eyes immediately turned to Alex, whose hand was stretched forward. A thin scratch appeared on Merle's cheek, a drop of blood trickling down. Behind Merle, deep in the wall, an iron coin was embedded. Its sharp buzzing still echoed in the silence. Several people in Rick's group swallowed involuntarily, everything had happened too fast. I don't care how much crap your mouth can spew, Alex said calmly, a disturbingly kind smile spreading across his face. His sharp teeth gleamed like a predator's. But know this, I'm more than capable of turning you inside out if you don't shut up in time. You're not the first fool with a long tongue, and you certainly won't be the last. The coin didn't pierce your skull only because there are kids here. I don't want them to see your stinking corpse. Daryl immediately raised his crossbow, aiming at Alex. Shane followed suit, lifting his shotgun. But Alex didn't even glance their way. His gaze remained fixed on Merle, a look so cold it felt as if death already rested on his shoulder. Calm down. Dale intervened, raising his hands in a placating gesture. Everyone's on edge, that's understandable. But let's not turn this into a bloodbath just because someone can't keep their mouth shut. As you say, old man, Alex smirked, leaning back in his chair and clasping his fingers behind his head. Better tell me how it happened that your guy got hurt. It's all that idiot's fault, Glenn spat, glaring angrily at Merle. He said he had friends here. Just didn't warn us those friends were damn racists who opened fire on me the second they saw me. Quite the twist, Alex whistled. And we just came for their souls. So, maybe you'll tell me where those bastards are hiding. Would hate to waste time looking. And, what do you plan to do with them? Beth asked cautiously, her voice trembling with tension. Beth, Herschel said sharply, shooting his daughter a stern warning look, don't ask questions you don't want the answers to. Alex only smiled softly. But anyone who knew people well understood everything, neither he nor his group intended to spare those who attacked Glenn. Alex decided to wait a bit longer. Let Shizuka finish helping the wounded, the conversation would definitely continue. To be continued. Chapter 357, Chapter 357, the location of the racist's bunker has been discovered. After Alex nearly took off Merle's head with an iron coin, a heavy silence settled over the room. Even Dale's attempts to defuse the situation fell flat. Daryl and Shane kept a wary eye on Alex, especially after seeing the coin embedded in the brick wall behind Merle. But what unsettled them most was the fact that no one had even seen the moment he threw it. It had happened too fast. The only thing that somewhat eased the tension was Shizuka, who was treating Glenn's gunshot wound, the result of his unfortunate meeting with Merle's so-called friends. As it turned out, they were complete racists who opened fire the moment they saw Glenn. Alex watched Rick's group calmly. His gaze briefly stopped on the girl, Sophia. In the original story, she was supposed to get lost and eventually die, turning into a walker. But here, she was alive. Alex knew this reality wasn't bound to the canon. Even Merle still had his hand, and Shane was alive. Carol, sensing danger, instinctively shielded Sophia with her body. Alex noticed the gesture but said nothing. He would have done the same. Don't be afraid of him, came Rick's calm voice from beside Alex. He might look like a villain, but he won't harm children. We have a daughter too. Her words eased the tension slightly, not completely, but enough for some members of Rick's group to exchange glances and truly take note of the woman standing beside Alex. Rixa, scanning the group, noticed a pregnant woman, Lori Grimes. Sadly, Alex already knew the baby wasn't her husband's. I wonder if Rick knows whose child it really is. The thought crossed Alex's mind. He never imagined he'd get a front row seat to this soap opera. I see you have a pregnant woman with you. Allow me to examine her. From the looks of it, she's in the late stages, Rixa offered kindly. I think she's fine. There's no need to worry, Rick replied cautiously, stepping protectively in front of Lori. Still, I insist, Rixa said gently but firmly. I promise not to harm your wife. I just want to make sure everything's okay with the baby, especially after what you've all been through. Rick hesitated. Shane joined the conversation, watching the exchange tensely. Alex, observing the moment, smirked inwardly. If he had popcorn, he would have leaned back and enjoyed the show. The scene unfolding was straight out of a drama series, Rick and Shane silently clashing over one woman. Lori, noticing the growing tension, gently took Rick's hand and gave a subtle shake of her head. It's fine. Rick sighed, nodded, and stepped aside, letting his wife through. Shane looked at him with disapproval. But now, Rixa had her chance to act. Rixa took Lori by the hand and led her to a quieter spot. Rick placed a hand on his son Carl's shoulder and nodded toward Lori. The boy, wearing a serious expression, walked over to his mother and stayed by her side. Rixa sat Lori down on a chair, pulled a compact medical capsule from her backpack, and began the examination. Were you a doctor before? Lori asked while Rixa adjusted the equipment. I was, once, Rixa nodded. I used to be a doctor in a police special unit. After our division was disbanded, I went into science and became a professor of biochemistry. When everything started, I was giving a lecture at the Seoul Institute. And how did you meet your boyfriend? You two are a couple, right? Lori asked cautiously. With Alex? That's simple, Rixa replied with a slight smile, putting on a stethoscope. When the chaos began, he was in Japan with his family. Now take a deep breath and cough. Wait. Maggie interjected, listening closely. If you were in different countries, how did you even meet? To keep it short, Rixa said without looking up from her work, Alex and his family were vacationing in Japan. Then he and his team hijacked a military ship from there, traveled to a bunch of places gathering allies, and we met in South Korea. He was helping with city evacuation, holding back a horde of demons and zombies to save civilians. Lori and Maggie exchanged stunned glances. The rest of the group also stared at Rixa, then at Alex, who was lazily watching Shizuka stitch up Glenn's leg wound. Noticing their reactions, Rixa merely shrugged and continued the examination, as if what she said was completely ordinary. And what did your boyfriend do before all this? Dale asked, clearly curious. Alex. Rixa chuckled. He prefers to call himself a private contractor. But to put it plainly, he's a former mercenary. She finished the examination and leaned back. Everything's fine. The baby is developing well. You just need to be careful and not overexert yourself. Otherwise, labor might start early, she said softly, packing up the equipment. Lori nodded with a faint smile, just knowing the baby was okay was already great news. Alex glanced over at her and Rixa, and a subtle smile flickered on his face. He also noticed both Shane and Rick exhale in relief, and he barely held back a laugh. On one hand, Lori's actions were understandable. Rick had been in a coma, and no one knew if he was even alive. And Shane couldn't be blamed either, they both thought Rick was dead. But Alex wasn't going to say anything about it, it wasn't his place, especially since he had only known Rick's group for a few minutes. Once Rixa finished examining Lori, the tense atmosphere finally began to lift. All right, I'm done. I stitched the wound, but don't overstrain your leg. If the stitches tear, we'll cut it off. Of course, you can take the risk if you really want to lose a leg, Shizuka said with a sweet, almost childlike smile. Her tone could send chills down the spine of even a seasoned fighter. Gee, got it. Thanks. No need to cut anything, please, Glenn stammered, swallowing nervously. Shizuka smiled sweetly, then suddenly hugged Alex around the neck. He shot her a glance, holding back a smirk. More and more, it seemed like the girls in his family were starting to corrupt Shizuka, making her more cunning. He even had a good guess who was behind it, but he didn't plan to interfere. After all, no matter what, Shizuka was still his adorable airhead, kind and sincere, even if she talked about amputations with a smile. Are you two dating? Maggie asked uncertainly, pointing at Alex and Shizuka. There's more of us. A lot more, Rixa answered with a crooked smile. And explaining why is complicated. The guys exchanged glances, then looked at Rixa, and finally at Alex. The envy in their eyes was almost tangible. But Alex didn't care, he was used to those kinds of looks. Men always looked at him that way. He shifted his gaze to Rick's group and moved on to the next step, questions. He was particularly interested in where those bastards from the KKK came from, since Merle seemed to know them, even though they'd shot Glenn. All right, we helped your friend. I think it's only fair if you answer me now. Where exactly did you encounter that group your chatty buddy here is familiar with? Alex said, nodding toward Merle. Hell no, they ain't my friends. Especially after they tried to put a bullet in my ass. Merle snapped. But you used to consider them friends. Or at least acquaintances, Alex shrugged. All right, Merle, calm down, Rick interjected. If you've got a map, I'll show you where we ran into them. Alex nodded and pulled a phone out of his pocket. He activated a holographic projection of a map and placed the device on the table. Everyone stared at it in mild shock. What the hell is that? Where'd you get something like this? You run away from a sci-fi movie or something? Andrea asked, staring from the map to Alex. Nope. Made it myself, he replied flatly. Now stop wasting time. Show me where you saw them. Because besides a group of racists, there's another problem in this town, and it's a lot worse. Can you clarify what other problem you mean? Dale asked cautiously. Cultists, Shizuka said seriously. And they've got a very, very nasty book. They live in a cabin in the woods and do their dark stuff. You serious right now? Cultists? With a book? Maybe someone's pulling your leg, Daryl scoffed. Alex narrowed his eyes and spoke with a slight note of irritation. Listen, Robin Hood. Do you think I'd care about them if it was just some joke? We've traveled halfway across the world during this apocalypse. Trust me, every country closed its borders, and the radicals took over. Every day, I hear someone preaching about the greatness of the nation. The apocalypse was the perfect excuse for groups like that to seize power. Racism, fanaticism, death cults, it's all common now. He raised a finger, as if making a point. Veterans like Dale and Herschel just nodded with a mix of regret and understanding. They'd seen enough of life to know how the world worked. The rise of nationalist factions in various countries wasn't a surprise to them. To reinforce his point, Alex opened a journal compiled by GIR and Mimi, showing Rick's group what was happening across the globe. As Alex read out excerpts from different countries, Rick's people began to realize, if you listened carefully, you could hear the same themes. Promises, slogans, calls to action, they all sounded the same, just worded differently. After finishing, Alex closed the journal and brought the map back up. Just point to the spot on the map, so we don't waste time searching, he said to Rick. He silently pointed to one of the markers. Alex saw that the group of racists had set up at an old shooting range. Nodding, he immediately sent the coordinates to his team, instructing them to start moving toward the location slowly. You said you were from Alaska, didn't you? Dale suddenly asked, squinting. So the broadcast we heard, was that from you? The voice sounded familiar. That's right, Alex nodded. We have a settlement in Alaska. You probably heard us. Are you planning to go back there once you're done here? Carol asked carefully, clearly trying to learn more. Actually, we still have a lot of work to do here. I won't go into detail. But if you're interested, you can return with us to our settlement. You'll have to wait a bit until we finish our business here, but it'll give you time to decide whether you want to come with us or stay at the military base, Alex said, giving Rick's group a quick look over. Thanks for the offer. Like you said, we'll think about it and decide, Rick nodded. Can you tell us what's going on at the military base? Alex nodded and began to explain. He knew the situation at the base well, which was under the command of Major Payne. Alex was confident, with someone like that in charge, the base would be in order. Major Payne was a man of iron discipline. He had no tolerance for freeloaders or anyone who treated their responsibilities carelessly. Alex knew men like him well, everything ran like a well-oiled machine, precise, coordinated, and reliable. Rick's group listened attentively. When Alex finished, Rick repeated that they would seriously consider his offer. This conversation also gave Alex a chance to get to know their group better and finally introduce himself properly so he could address them by name without raising suspicion. Casually, he asked where they had come from, to complete the picture. As in the original timeline, Rick's group had followed a similar path with a few differences. Merle hadn't lost his hand, Shane was still alive, and Sophia, the girl who was supposed to become a walker, was still with them. But otherwise, things had followed the familiar pattern. The rest of the group also nodded in agreement with their leader. Alex didn't press them, just shrugged. But their conversation was suddenly cut short, a single gunshot rang out from the street. Alex raised an eyebrow and exchanged looks with Shizuka and Rixa. While Rick's group tensed at the sound, Alex was already up from his chair, heading toward the exit with the girls. Outside, they could hear shouting, fighting, and bursts of gunfire. But as soon as they stepped outside, everything went silent. Rick and the others exchanged glances and cautiously followed Alex. They emerged just in time to see Alex, Shizuka, and Rixa climbing over wrecked cars. The trio headed into an alley, and immediately stumbled upon a scene of carnage. The girls were standing among bodies dressed in white robes. Corpses lay everywhere, some smashed into walls, others hacked apart, a few shot clean through the head. From the clothing, it was obvious, these were Ku Klux Klan members. Alex immediately understood what had happened. Those bastards had clearly brought this on themselves, most likely they'd crossed the line, and his girls didn't tolerate disrespect. Especially not Becca, Rory, Siko, or Revei. If you pushed them, you could expect heads to roll. Alex clasped his hands together as if in prayer, with a hint of irony, hoping those bastards went straight to hell. Rick's group reached the alley and stopped, swallowing instinctively as they took in the wreckage and glanced at the girls. "Well, ladies, what happened here?" Alex asked calmly. "Some idiots showed up, talking nonsense about some Merle, looking for him," Becca began, her eyes flashing. "And as soon as they saw us, they started debating who would fuck whom. So, I blew one of their heads off. The others pulled guns, so I had to respond." "Don't listen to her," Valmont interrupted, rolling her eyes. "She didn't even let them finish talking. One guy even stammered about sleeping together, and got a bullet right in the forehead. It's the same thing." Becca snapped back. "What the hell is wrong with him opening his mouth anyway? I'm only sleeping with my own cupcake." Alex watched the scene with a blank expression. Then his gaze shifted back to the mutilated bodies of the Ku Klux Klan members, and a moment later he heard footsteps behind him. Turning his head, he looked at Rick's group, more precisely, at Merle himself, the one these racists had been hunting. Rick, Merle, and the others clearly heard the girls say the robed men had come specifically for Merle. All eyes in the group immediately turned to him. Merle just snapped back in response to the sudden attention. The girls stopped their argument and immediately tensed when they noticed a new group emerging from the alley. "Looks like, Merle, your buddies weren't planning on leaving you alone," Alex remarked, raising an eyebrow. "What did you do to piss them off so much that they decided to track you down?" "I didn't do anything to piss them off. Daryl's the one who put a bolt in one of their heads," Merle growled irritably, clearly angry about being targeted. Daryl rolled his eyes but didn't bother to explain. "Those guys started shooting first, he was just defending himself." Alex glanced at him and gave a thumbs up, an approving gesture. Watching the series, Daryl always seemed like a decent guy who had saved the group more than once. Now the girls understood who Merle was, the very one the dead had talked about. "Well done, Daryl. So where are you headed now?" "To the military base." Alex asked with interest, addressing Rick's group. "If you're right and it really is safe there," Rick began with a slight smile, "then that's where we'll head first. And then we'll think about your offer to join your settlement." He extended his hand to Alex. "I'm not insisting," Alex replied, shaking it. "We'll be staying in the city for now anyway. You'll have time to think it over." Rick nodded and smiled again. His group headed toward the vehicles they had arrived in and started getting inside. Alex showed them the route on the map, how to get to the military base more safely, avoiding unnecessary trouble. While he was explaining the route, he contacted Payne and informed him that he was sending people their way. As usual, Payne didn't miss the chance to be rude, accusing Alex of sending him another group of freeloaders. Alex ignored the jab and simply ended the call. He had no desire to listen to the grumbling of that tough soldier. After clarifying everything to Rick's group, Alex said goodbye and stepped aside to let the vehicles pass. When everyone had left, only Daryl remained, sitting on his motorcycle, deep in thought. "Why didn't you go with your group?" Alex asked, approaching him. "I'm here to help," Daryl replied calmly, leaning on the handlebars. "I don't like owing favors. Especially since Glenn got hurt because of Merle. And the fact that those guys came after us, your group had to deal with that crap we're involved in." "All right then, I won't stop you. You probably know where your brother's buddies are hiding." Alex asked with a smile, lighting a cigarette and offering one to Daryl. "Of course I do. Before the apocalypse, my brother and I used to visit that old shooting range quite often. I remember once he drunkenly let it slip that his buddy who runs the place was building a bunker for the end of days. Looks like he wasn't wrong. They built something serious there to hold everyone." "Are there many people there?" Chiquita, who had just approached, asked. "Not sure," Daryl shook his head. Alex exchanged a glance with Chiquita. Judging by that, there could be quite a few people there. The other girls also came closer, listening to the conversation. "And who's your new friend who decided to help us?" Ada asked, looking at Daryl. "This is Daryl, Merle's brother. The same one those idiots in robes came after. He knows where their bunker is and decided to help us," Alex explained, introducing Daryl to the girls. Daryl nodded silently. He wasn't much of a talker. The girls nodded back and shifted their gaze to Alex. He spread out the map and pointed out the location of the KKK members' hideout. Seeing the spot, the girls understood he wasn't wrong. "What's the plan? Head there right away? Or keep looking for survivors who haven't been caught yet?" Saya asked, adjusting her glasses. "I think it's better to go there immediately. We already have plenty to do. I'll contact Price and the others to head to the marked point." "We'll meet there," Alex said after a brief pause. The girls nodded and moved toward the vehicles to prepare for departure. Alex immediately got in touch with Price and explained the situation. He and his group had rescued survivors who knew the location of the KKK bunker, and now they were heading there. Price reported that they would arrive soon as well. Their squad had encountered a large group of survivors they planned to bring first to the military base before catching up with Alex and the girls. Finishing the conversation, Alex relayed the information to the girls, who confirmed they were ready to depart. Daryl rode ahead, leading the way so no one would get lost. After some time, he pulled over to the roadside and stopped. Alex and the girls, following in the Humvee, also halted. "What's with the stop, Robin Hood?" Becca asked, peeking out of the Humvee window. "We're a couple of kilometers from their hideout," Daryl replied, pointing down the road ahead. "Better to wait here until your friends arrive. They've got guards there, we'll be spotted quickly." Alex nodded in agreement and stepped out of the vehicle with the others. The girls decided to pass the time chatting among themselves while Alex stared ahead, feeling a strange sensation, as if something interesting was happening right now, and he was missing it. "Maybe we should scout the area while we wait," Rika suggested, tapping the thoughtful Alex on the shoulder. "You mean, Alex, darling, go scout the area while the rest of us girls fool around here, right?" he said, turning to her with a squint. "You're so smart. That's why I love you. You're the most perceptive husband we have." Mwah. Rika smiled and kissed him on the cheek, leaning on his shoulder. Alex glanced at the other girls. They nodded in agreement, clearly not eager to venture into the woods. He sighed, he himself wanted to stretch his legs and check things out anyway. A reconnaissance fit that purpose perfectly. He called over Gir, Mimi, and Stitch, who were sitting on the wolf, and headed toward the wooded area. As he began moving away, Daryl killed the motorcycle engine, slung his crossbow over his back, and followed. "So, you've got robots, huh?" Daryl asked, matching pace with Alex. "You know, I expected a stronger reaction. Usually people are shocked when they see my helpers, but you look like you've seen it all before," Alex replied with a smile. "You've got robots. Well, that's cool." Daryl said it with exaggerated indifference. "Not all of them are robots. Only Gir, Mimi, and the wolf. Stitch is something more complicated. Just think of him as a dangerous pet. Only instead of biting, he sprays automatic gunfire," Alex said, pointing at his group of 4. Daryl glanced at Stitch. Noticing the look, Stitch turned his head, baring sharp teeth, and simultaneously flashed a peace sign with 2 fingers. Daryl smirked, deciding it was easier to pretend he didn't see either the robots or the strange blue dog with a weapon. Now he understood why Alex talked about a strong reaction, especially considering the childlike dog costumes the robots were wearing. As they continued through the forest, Alex decided to chat with Daryl a bit, to pass time and build rapport. The road to the shooting range where the surviving KKK members were holed up was several kilometers long. At first, Daryl wasn't eager to talk, but soon the conversation got going. He started asking questions himself, curious about who Alex and his group were dealing with. Alex didn't hide anything. If Daryl and his people ever decided to join the settlement, they would find out everything from others anyway. "Stop. We're almost there," Daryl suddenly said, stopping in his tracks. "Now let's be quiet and careful. Knowing those idiots, they probably set booby traps all over the forest." Alex nodded and moved cautiously. Even if a mine wouldn't hurt him, the explosion was always an unpleasant experience. He had already seen and suffered enough from explosions in his life. Getting blown up again, even without consequences, was definitely not part of his plans. Daryl walked ahead, carefully scanning every bush and bump in the ground. Alex knew he was an excellent hunter and knew the terrain perfectly. But even experience can fail sometimes. A click sounded. Daryl froze, sharply looking down. Right under his foot, the edge of an anti-personnel mine was visible, partially covered by dirt. "Congratulations, you just won the grand prize," Alex said, stopping beside him and glancing at the trap. "Very funny," Daryl muttered through clenched teeth. "Hope your metal friends can disarm this kind of present. Because personally, I'm not too keen on blowing up." "We'll see," Alex replied with a smirk. "Just don't move. Theoretically, we can sew your leg back on, if it stays intact." Daryl gave a brief nod and stood still, even trying to breathe as quietly as possible. Alex carefully crouched in front of the mine, cleared some dirt from the edges, and with a gentle exhale released a thin stream of magic. Soon the mine's body frosted over, then started to build up a thick layer of ice. When the whole device was completely frozen, Alex suddenly shoved Daryl to the side. Daryl closed his eyes, bracing for the explosion, but nothing happened. Peeking one eye open, he saw the mine was still frozen solid in the ground. Why is it covered in ice?" he exclaimed in surprise. "Oh right, forgot to mention. I'm a ninja. That's something I can do," Alex shrugged as if it was the most ordinary thing. "Are you all right in the head?" Daryl asked skeptically, staring at him. "Completely. But you better not ask the girls, they'll tell you all sorts of crazy stuff. Now I'm going ahead. Just in case you suddenly get an urge for an extreme takeoff." He chuckled and moved forward. As they progressed, Alex started noticing dozens of traps, mines, tripwires, snares. All laid out with frightening meticulousness. Those idiots really decided to mine everything, without thinking that some zombie might accidentally trigger all this, he muttered under his breath. Carefully navigating around obstacles, Alex reached the edge of the clearing that opened onto the shooting range grounds. Crouching down, he looked around. But, no one. No movement, no sounds. Only silence. You said they had lookouts? Alex asked, turning his head toward Daryl. They did. A couple of hours ago they were definitely on duty. Now, it's like they vanished. Alex frowned and started walking along the clearing to get a better look at the entire perimeter. Daryl followed him, along with Gir, Mimi, Stitch, and Wolf. After walking a bit further, they reached a spot with a clear view of the inner shooting range area. Daryl pointed at a nearby building. That should be the entrance to the bunker. Alex peered closely. But even focusing carefully, no souls. No zombies, no corpses, no signs of life. Something's off here, he muttered. The only explanation is they all went down into the bunker. Or, something came here that scared them away. The thought that a horde of zombies or mutants might have arrived gnawed at him. But everything looked too clean. Too quiet. Like before a storm. Now Alex understood why he had felt like he was missing something. Still, he decided to come here only when the others arrived. He stood up and nodded to Daryl. Let's go back. We need to come here with the rest. Knowing myself, I'd end up crawling into the bunker alone and then get told off for ignoring everyone. Good idea, Daryl said, casting one last look at the silent shooting range before following Alex and his helpers back into the forest. To be continued. Chapter 358, Chapter 358, Deadite Who Picked the Wrong Girls to Mess With. After inspecting the shooting range area, where the KKK members had been holed up until recently, Alex and Daryl found no signs of survivors. It was as if the people had vanished into thin air, no bodies, no signs of struggle. Just an eerie silence and abandoned lookout posts. According to Daryl, the place had still been full of people just a few hours ago. Alex concluded that part of the KKK likely decided to pursue Rick's group, hoping to get to Merle, and had moved out right after their escape. Not wanting to dwell on assumptions, Alex gave the area one last look and decided not to interfere for now. He didn't want to hear another round of complaints from the girls about making decisions without giving them a chance to stretch their legs. Nodding to Daryl, Alex turned back and started retracing their steps to the shooting range. As they made their way back through the forest's edge, they soon returned to the familiar trail. Alex kept glancing over his shoulder, torn between the urge to return and investigate the camp thoroughly and the voice of reason. Part of him wanted to charge in, screaming, and deal with everything quickly, but he restrained himself. Navigating past mines, tripwires, and traps, Alex and Daryl finally emerged onto a safe clearing. Lighting a cigarette and offering one to Daryl, Alex started toward the road where the girls were waiting. But they had barely taken a few steps when Daryl suddenly placed a hand on Alex's shoulder. Alex turned, and Daryl gestured for silence. Then he pointed to his ear, "Listen." Alex frowned but obeyed, holding his breath. Through the ambient noise of the forest, broken sounds began to emerge. Someone was running, snapping branches, and another was clearly chasing them. Footsteps. A clumsy rhythm. A pursuit. One fleeing. One hunting. They exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Alex looked to his loyal companions, Gir, Mimi, Stitch, and Wolf. With a soft whistle, he pointed in the direction of the noise. Wolf nodded and extended his steel claws, climbing a tree while his passengers held tightly onto his armored body. If you think I'm climbing after that, forget it. That tree's not for me, Daryl muttered, casting a sideways glance at Alex. No need, Alex smirked. Just clench your teeth, so you don't bite your tongue off. What? Daryl didn't even finish the sentence before Alex grabbed him by the collar. Pushing off the trunk, Alex leaped up onto a high branch in a single bound, setting Daryl beside him in a way that he wouldn't fall off. Daryl glanced down in shock, then looked at Alex. What the hell? He whispered, speechless. He'd only ever seen something like that in action movies. Maybe Alex really was a ninja, just like he claimed. The frozen landmines could still be attributed to his robot tech, but jumping that high with a full-grown man on his shoulder. That defied logic. Alex gave his shoulder a light pat, bringing him back to reality, and motioned for silence. Daryl nodded. They waited. The sound was getting closer. Voices were now audible. One belonged to a man, panting heavily, likely the one being chased. The second voice was cheerful, but disturbingly unhinged, and it sent a shiver down their spines. Alex raised an eyebrow, confused by the scene unfolding below. Moments later, a man burst through the bushes, clearly the one being hunted. He looked like a typical post-apocalyptic survivor, clothes filthy, face drenched in sweat and panic. He hid behind the very tree Alex and Daryl were perched on. The man clutched his chest, gasping for air, trying to calm his breathing. "Where are you running to, little piggy?" came a voice from the forest. Cheerful, male, and disturbingly insane. When the man behind the tree heard that voice, his entire body began to tremble with fear. He pressed his back tightly against the trunk and clamped his hands over his mouth, terrified to even breathe lest his pursuer hear him and find him. Alex and Daryl also heard the voice and instinctively scanned the area, trying to find whoever or whatever was chasing the men. After a few seconds, Daryl tapped Alex on the shoulder and pointed in a direction. Alex followed his finger, and saw something rather curious. A man was walking through the forest at a leisurely pace, as if he were on a pleasant stroll. But what stood out the most was the crossbow bolt sticking out of his eye and exiting through the back of his head. Even more disturbing was the sinister grin twisted across his face. Alex stroked his chin with interest. That man was a deadite, possessed by a Kandarian demon. Now he understood why he had that nagging feeling like he'd missed something, specifically, a massacre carried out by the possessed. In his mind, Alex likened it to a demonic zombie virus. If a possessed bites someone, they become possessed too. How the hell is he alive? I literally killed that guy. My damn bolt is still in his skull, Daryl whispered, pointing at the deadite. How do I put this, and how ready are you to believe the truth? Alex whispered back, careful not to alert the deadite. Spill it. After everything we've seen on the road, I don't think much could surprise me anymore, Daryl muttered, shaking his head. Well, the dude you shot with your crossbow is now possessed by a demon. And most likely, we didn't find anyone back at the range because the bunker turned into a slaughterhouse. Remember we talked about the cult that worships that book? Yeah, this is what that book does. You guys are lucky you bailed when you did, Alex said, nodding toward the deadite with the bolt through his eye socket. Daryl gave Alex a look that said, "Are you serious right now? Demons. Possession." Alex noticed the skepticism and simply nodded, then sat down on the branch to observe what would happen next. Daryl realized Alex wasn't going to explain any further, so he decided to just accept it, that the man he killed was now possessed by a demon thanks to some kind of cult. Alex and Daryl both looked down at the man hiding behind the tree. Meanwhile, the twisted and sinister face of the deadite lit up with joy, like he had finally caught up to his prey. "Don't hide, little piggy. I can smell your fear. You're so close. Come on, give me a little oink so we can stop playing hide and seek," the deadite said in a disturbingly cheerful tone. Alex watched the scene unfold with mild interest, like a bad horror movie where the killer was an idiot and the victims were even dumber. He briefly considered saving the men but decided it wasn't worth the trouble. From the look of him, the guy hiding was probably part of the racist group anyway. In any case, Alex and his team would have killed all the KKK members holed up in the bunker eventually. This deadite just made their job easier, but also handed them a new problem, cleaning up the aftermath. Alex could already tell there were going to be more of these things in the bunker. He and Daryl continued watching as the deadite rambled on about the little piggy, peeking behind trees one by one. The men behind the tree didn't make a sound. Alex never thought he'd live to witness a scene straight out of Evil Dead. Lost in thought for just a second, Alex missed the moment when the deadite suddenly teleported. It was like he was playing hide and seek himself, jumping from tree to tree. After seeing that, Daryl was finally convinced that Alex had been telling the truth. This guy really was possessed. Alex noticed the deadite now stood right next to the tree where the man was hiding, and where he and Daryl were perched. "I found you, little piggy," the deadite whispered from the other side of the tree. They saw the man flinch as he heard the distorted voice right behind him. He tried to run, but there was no chance anymore. The deadite's hand pierced through the tree trunk and passed straight through the man's chest. The bloody hand held the man's still beating heart. Horror and despair were frozen on the victim's face. All his friends had already died and turned into monsters like him. Some managed to flee into the forest, but they were killed one by one until he was left completely alone. He hoped for rescue, but it was in vain. The last thing he heard before dying was a strange, twisted voice whispering terrible things in his head, words that made blood run cold. The deadite pulled his hand out of the dead man's chest and laughed cheerfully. Suddenly, he sniffed the air, as if catching the scent of a new victim. "I smell 2 more little piggies. Where are you hiding?" "If you don't hide, that's not my fault," he said in a playful tone. The deadite began circling the tree, sniffing the air as he went. Daryl, sitting on the branch next to Alex, immediately aimed his crossbow at the possessed man's head, but Alex stopped him from shooting. A headshot with a crossbow wouldn't kill a deadite, it would only make him angrier. Alex shook his head, signaling Daryl to just watch. Daryl frowned but obeyed. Alex turned to Stitch and motioned for him to come closer. Stitch tilted his head in confusion but jumped into Alex's arms anyway. Once in his arms, Stitch heard a whisper in his ear. Within a second, a wide, mischievous grin spread across Stitch's face, and he began nodding rapidly, decisively agreeing to the request. Alex smiled and stretched out his hands, holding Stitch firmly above him. Stitch hovered in the air and started making strange throat movements. Daryl watched in confusion, not understanding what was happening, until he saw Stitch's mouth open wide. Inside, a huge glob of saliva gathered, dripping down his tongue and slowly sliding down, until one big drop fell off and flew straight onto the top of the Deadite's head, who was still circling below. The Deadite, like a predator, amused himself with the chase of his imaginary prey. Making another round, he suddenly felt something slimy and sticky land on his head. Looking up, he saw Alex holding Stitch and standing next to Daryl. "Yahoo!" Stitch said cheerfully, waving his paw. "Well, I've found you, little piggies. One good blow, and your little countryside house." The Deadite began, but his words were cut off by another blob of saliva falling right on his face. A thick glob of Stitch's saliva landed on the Deadite's face, clogging his mouth and nostrils. He started coughing, gasping for air, and wildly flailing his arms. Stitch, Gir, and Mimi burst out laughing at the sight. Alex just smirked, baring his teeth in a half-smile, while Daryl still didn't understand what the hell was going on. "Well, little piggies, you've played your last game," the Deadite growled in an angry tone. He began climbing up the tree trunk where Alex and Daryl were sitting. Alex watched as the Deadite slowly ascended, getting closer and closer. When the Deadite was almost within reach, Alex's face showed no fear, only a playful, even mocking smile, as if he were not the hunter but the prey. "Wolf, take him," Alex said calmly. Before the Deadite could react, something heavy slammed into him from the side and knocked him down. Daryl stared in shock as the robotic wolf crashed into the possessed man, knocked him off the tree, and, biting into his body, began shaking him like a rag doll. The Deadite's screams of pain echoed through the area. Alex grabbed Daryl by the collar and calmly jumped down. "Tear off his arms and legs." "Since he likes waving them around so much," he said, releasing Daryl. At the command, the wolf let go of the body. At the same moment, Stitch, Gir, and Mimi ran over and grabbed the possessed man's limbs. All four, Wolf, Stitch, Gir, and Mimi, pulled in different directions until a sickening crack of bones and flesh was heard. The Deadite's body was literally torn apart. Blood splattered everywhere. Daryl began to wonder if he had ended up in the company of lunatics. He definitely hadn't expected Alex to order the dismemberment of the possessed men. "Looks like they have a lot of experience with this," Daryl said grimly, pointing at the shredded body. "Quite a lot," Alex nodded. "They've quartered plenty of demons. I have some rather playful assistants." Daryl glanced at Alex, then at his four companions. He couldn't quite grasp how such brutality could be called playfulness. Although, on the other hand, the victim really was possessed. Alex whistled to get their attention. Gir, Mimi, Stitch, and Wolf turned to him. Alex made a gesture, cut off the head and stuffed the mouth. Gir nodded, drew his chain sword, and with one powerful strike severed the head. Mimi wasted no time and shoved a pine cone into the mouth of the headless body. "Isn't he already dead without a head?" Daryl asked, pointing out the obvious. No, of course not. "Look, his severed limbs are still moving," Alex said, indicating the broken arms and legs crawling toward them. "The only way to kill a possessed is to dismember them and burn the body to ashes. Because even the skeleton keeps moving." Daryl watched the torn-off limbs slowly crawling toward them. As if realizing they had been noticed, the limbs suddenly sped up and scraped harder, as if determined to reach the living at all costs. But they didn't get far. The limbs were immediately engulfed in fierce flames. A stream of fire burst from the flamethrower, scorching the cursed flesh. The burning limbs twitched until they turned to ash. Daryl looked on with a growing sense of absurdity. Alex, as if this were routine, lit a cigarette and observed what was happening with a different, almost scientific interest. Through special vision, he saw what was hidden from ordinary eyes, the essence of the Kandarian demon tied to the limbs flowing back into the torso and head. Now everything was clear. Even after having its limbs severed, the Deadite could still move. If you looked from the right angle, through special perception, you could see how the demonic entity divided itself, forming separate, fragments of personality that controlled the detached parts of the body. Each limb was like an independent malicious creature. "Now burn the torso. And while you're at it, that one who's already dead." Alex nodded toward the man's body with the hole in his chest. "I don't want him suddenly jumping out of the forest later." "Do you really think possession spreads like a virus?" Daryl asked, raising an eyebrow. "I don't think. I know." Alex didn't turn, still staring in the same direction. "You're awake now, aren't you? Or are you still pretending to be dead, little piglet?" Behind them came a familiar, eerie laugh. Daryl whipped around, and saw the dead man's eyes wide open, his face twisted into that same sinister, insane grimace as the first possessed. The new Deadite chuckled hoarsely, jumped to his feet, and sprinted into the forest. Alex turned just as he began to run. Daryl instantly raised his crossbow and fired. The bolt struck the fleeing deadite in the back, but he seemed not to notice the wound and only laughed louder. "Wolf, bring this idiot back." "I don't want him running around there," Alex ordered calmly. The mechanical wolf growled, dug its claws into the ground, and took off. Moments later, shouts reached their ears, more precisely, a non-stop stream of choice curses echoing through the area. The wolf dragged the deadite by the leg while he writhed, struggling to break free and yelling like a madman. Alex approached and placed his foot on the man's chest. "So, Forrest, didn't get far, huh?" he smirked. "Fuck you, bastard. I'll shove this leg up your ass." "And the leg of that crossbow guy too," the new deadite shouted, choking on his own profanity. "Oh, poor Forrest. Looks like nature forgot to give you brains," Alex shook his head, feigning sympathy. The possessed man kept up his tirade. Alex sighed wearily, then roots burst up from the ground, entwined around the deadite's body, and simultaneously clamped tightly over his mouth. "That's better," Alex said, scratching his ear at the sudden silence. "So what are you going to do with him? Burn him like the other one?" Daryl asked, looking at the root-bound possessed man. "Something like that. But, you know, my head already hurts thinking about how many more clowns like this are wandering around the racist camp. I can just imagine them all yelling over each other." Daryl involuntarily pictured a crowd of demon-possessed shouting maniacs. He shuddered. Alex noticed Daryl's sour expression, sighed tiredly, and laid a hand on his chest, gently pushing him back a few steps. Then, unhurriedly, he blew toward the bound deadite. He immediately burst into flames, breathed fire, thrashed and twisted, trying to escape, but soon the engulfing fire reduced everything to ash. "So you weren't lying when you said you're a ninja. You look like a magician who breathes fire," Daryl said, watching Alex burn the enemy with his breath. "Thanks for the compliment. My daughter likes it when I do this too," Alex replied with a slight smile. Daryl smirked at Alex's words. At that moment, Mimi approached Alex holding the severed head of the deadite, with a pine cone stuffed in its mouth, to keep it from babbling nonsense, and gently tugged on his pant leg. Alex looked down, and his little assistant silently handed him the trophy. He grabbed the head by the hair and met the glare of its maliciously shining eyes, and, oddly enough, smiled faintly. "Are you seriously going to drag this head around with you?" Daryl asked, pointing at it. "Is that your trophy? Or did you decide to get yourself a pet deadite? Remember when I mentioned the cursed book?" Alex replied, lightly shaking his head as if it were a rattle. "Well, this idiot might lead us to it. I'm not planning to comb the entire forest looking for cultists who might have it. Are you sure this thing will even talk?" Daryl glanced skeptically at the dangling head. "Trust me, we're going to become best friends soon, and he'll tell me everything he knows," Alex said cheerfully, spinning the head on his finger like a toy. "I don't even want to know how exactly you're planning to do that," Daryl muttered, deciding not to pry into the details. Alex grinned, scanned the area, and found a suitable stick. Skewering the head like a trophy, he slung the makeshift flag over his shoulder. Meanwhile, Gir and Stitch finished burning the remaining body and scattered the ashes, just in case it tried to reassemble itself. With everything done in the forest, Alex and Daryl headed toward the road where the girls were waiting. Alex hadn't expected a simple reconnaissance mission to turn out with such a catch. It was now clear that the deadites had wiped out the KKK racists, taken over their bunker, and most likely turned it into a den for the possessed. That meant a lot of work was waiting for them there. Soon the road appeared. Alex was the first to spot the girls sitting on the Humvee, chatting casually. As soon as the whole team, including Wolf, Gir, Mimi, and Stitch, emerged from the forest, the girls' gazes immediately fixed on the strange flag Alex carried on his shoulder. Especially on the head impaled on the stick. "Don't tell me you did everything yourself again. Is that why you're late?" Becca said suspiciously, giving Alex a hard look. "And that head," Rory added, pointing. "Is that your latest trophy?" "No. We just did some reconnaissance," Alex shrugged. "And this is not a trophy. This is our new friend. Call him Clarence." The girls stared at the head with interest, and their expressions quickly shifted. Even the pine cone sticking out of its mouth didn't make the face any less disgusting, it was twisted with malice and hatred. Exchanging silent looks filled with mild concern, the girls shared a quiet understanding. They had encountered Alex in his special states before, and such behavior was not new to them. Rixa stepped closer and placed her hand on Alex's forehead as if checking his temperature. "Seems like no fever," she said thoughtfully. "So why did you bring that head? Is this one of your old quirks again?" Daryl snorted. Now he understood why Alex had asked the girls not to ask too many questions about him. They already thought he was a bit strange. Especially now. He noticed shadows of displeasure cross Alex's face, especially when even Becca and Rory, his closest friends, started nodding along in agreement. All right, Alex, Ada cut in, barely holding back laughter. So what's the real reason you dragged that head here? Or did you just want to introduce us to a new kind of undead? No, Alex replied dryly, with wounded pride. Finally, Alex decided to explain why he had brought the head on a stick. It was time to clear up the confusion. He started from the beginning, how he and Daryl entered the forest and reached the shooting range where a group of racists was hiding. Then he told how they heard a strange noise, like someone hunting someone else. And finally, how they saw the possessed man whom Alex nicknamed the Deadite. Daryl confirmed every word, adding details and describing how everything looked from the outside. The further the story went, the clearer it became to the girls. The head on the stick wasn't just a creepy trophy, but a possessed demon, and the reason was the Book of the Dead, which, according to Alex, had ended up in the cultist's hands. When Alex reached the moment where Stitch's saliva accidentally landed right on the Deadite's head, and then in its mouth, the girls collectively exhaled. Someone even twitched an eye. Everyone looked at Stitch, who at that moment was calmly picking his nose as if none of it concerned him. Wait, Saya frowned, if the body of the possessed is destroyed, shouldn't the demon leave? Why is the head still active? Alex sighed and shrugged. It's hard to explain. Simply put, it's like a demonic zombie virus. The scenario's similar, you get bitten or infected, and that's it, you're done for. Only zombies moan, and these guys swear and talk nonsense. Sometimes worse than Becca, he smirked and shook the stick with the head, which slightly twitched an eye. The girls immediately shifted their gaze from Becca to the Deadite. Some even thought there was some truth to it, especially considering how masterfully Becca could reduce anyone with a couple of insults. I don't buy it, Revi said mockingly, crossing her arms. Alex snorted, grinned, and pulled the pine cone out of the head's mouth. Heh. Beauties. Want me to do you a real favor? My tongue reaches places your guys can only dream of, the Deadite croaked, sticking out a long, unnaturally writhing tongue. The girls recoiled almost simultaneously. Their faces showed everything, from disgust to shock. And before Alex could put the pine cone back, the head unleashed a torrent of insults and dirty jokes. Give me that damn head. Becca exploded, pulling a grenade out of her pocket. I'm about to shove this candy down its throat and see how much it talks then. The other girls immediately started rummaging through their backpacks and pockets for something suitable for their own brand of torture, some looking for knives, others pliers, and some just gloves for a serious talk. Alex sighed, raised his free hand to stop them all. Girls, wait. We still need the head. For a little while longer. Patience. He stuffed the pine cone back into the Deadite's mouth, this time with a look as if hoping it would stay there forever. To lighten the mood a bit and boost morale after those humiliating words, Alex took a few steps forward and tossed the head toward Gir, Mimi, and Stitch. You can play football with it. It talks way too much anyway. And, by the way, it insulted your moms. The Deadites had rolled on the ground and hit Stitch's paw with a dull thud, just as he prepared to kick it with a spin. Mimi clapped her paws happily, and Gir cheerfully declared. Heh, this will be fun. I'm going to be the first to kick this heretic's head. Gir, Mimi, and Stitch stared at the Deadite's head, and all three simultaneously broke into wide grins, as if a new toy had just appeared before them. Move aside. I'm the first to kick this chatty blockhead. Becca shouted, running up and kicking the Deadite's head. The head soared into the air, flying over the ground with a dull thump. Gir, Mimi, and Stitch rushed after it with joyful squeals, racing to be the next to kick it. Alex smirked and, looking at the other girls, gave a thumbs up. Some exchanged glances and, without much hesitation, joined in the sinister football game. When the head soared into the air once again, Chumley pushed off from the roof of the Humvee and delivered a powerful kick right to Deadite's face, sending it flying straight toward Yuri. With a wide grin, Yuri caught the pass and immediately volleyed the head away as if playing volleyball. The others who had still been hesitant quickly got involved. The chance to punish the annoying demon was just too tempting. During one of the kicks, the pine cone Alex had stuffed in Deadite's mouth flew out. Without missing a beat, a sharp voice snapped. Damn you, sluts. I'll tear you all to pieces the moment I get free. Here, bite this, you bastard. Ray retorted, swinging her spear shaft like a baseball bat and sending the head soaring again. Screw you, bitch. I'll get you first. Deadite shouted, spinning through the air. Oh, no you won't, not if you don't have any teeth, Seiko said with a cold smile, skillfully bringing her sheath down and striking the teeth. A crunch sounded, teeth scattered like splinters. That only spurred the girls on. Every new scream and insult from Deadite just motivated them to kick harder with even more enthusiasm. Still, they remembered Alex had asked to keep the head at least functional, it might still come in handy. So the kicks were hard but controlled. Away from the chaos, Daryl sat silently on his motorcycle, watching it all unfold. He felt like a character in some crazy horror comedy. Heh. This is what happens when you piss off not just one girl, but a whole team of strong, smart girls, Alex said, sitting beside him. How you even survived among such furies remains a mystery to me, Daryl grumbled without taking his eyes off the flying head. With the power of love, Alex smirked, watching the girls enthusiastically continue the game. Even sweet, usually quiet Shizuka tried a couple of times to kick the head. True, due to her clumsiness, she once accidentally struck Deadite right in the eye with the tip of her shoe, provoking yet another torrent of insults and shrieks. Alex nearly choked on his laughter watching all this madness. Some girls, though not participating, watched the scene with disgust. Yet even they couldn't look away, the suffering of that demonic head was oddly amusing. To be continued. Chapter 359, Chapter 359, the day the little demon princess met the outer god named Yog. While Alex, along with the girls and other team members, was busy solving problems elsewhere, life in the settlement carried on as usual. After their departure, Brunhild, Coco, and Yuriko returned to their duties managing the settlement to ensure everything continued running smoothly. The women understood, once the main threat was dealt with, Alex would leave this world to return home and finally take a well-deserved vacation. That's why they were gradually handing over the reins of leadership to more responsible hands. Nevertheless, each of them continued monitoring the situation to avoid any unpleasant surprises. Meanwhile, work was in full swing at Alex's house as well. Namio and Kiriko, who had taken over care of the home, were busy with a deep clean. Considering how many people lived there, keeping things tidy had become a priority, especially the laundry, since most of the girls trained constantly and went through clothes fast. Fortunately, Alex had equipped the house so well that doing laundry took minimal time, just throw the clothes into the washing machine. While another batch of clothes was washing, Namio and Kiriko were tidying up the second floor. Lucy and 02, however, were busy with perhaps the most important mission, they were sleeping. Without Alex nearby, the girls quickly slipped into a lazy state and only pretended to be super responsible. The red and the white, per Alex's request, were supposed to be reviewing the data log maintained by GIR and Mimi. Little Princess Anya, Alex's daughter, wasn't up to anything in particular. Her only job in the house was to announce when the washing machine finished its cycle. And that was the extent of her duties. Right now, Anya was sitting in the living room with her favorite pet, a small red dragon named Bond, who had cozily settled on her head. Even Alice and Nobukatsu had gone off to train, so Anya was frankly bored. Her only source of entertainment was children's cartoons, though luckily, there was a wide selection. With a packet of sweets in hand, Anya kept one ear tuned to the sound of the washing machine, making sure it was still running. On the TV screen, a cartoon played about a princess with long magical golden hair that would glow when she sang. Anya missed her awesome daddy, who could beat up bad guys and destroy cities with ease. Of course, her mommies didn't approve of such tendencies, they were afraid their daughter would inherit a love of destruction. But to Anya, it all seemed incredibly cool. This will be our little secret, Alex had told her when he promised to take her on his next adventure. Popping another candy into her mouth, she shared the next one with Bond. Then she pulled a pink bunny-shaped purse onto her lap, a gift from her beloved dad. From the purse, Anya took out a small pink notebook with bunny ears, her very own travel journal. Alex had given it to her along with the promise to take her to other worlds. Opening the page labeled, Adventures with Daddy, Anya carefully wrote in a new entry, The World of the Princess with Magic Hair. A satisfied smile spread across her face, and a mischievous sparkle lit up her eyes. She imagined tagging along with her dad, watching him defeat villains with a stick. Giggling like a little gremlin, Anya carefully tucked the notebook back into her purse. Reaching for more candy, Anya suddenly realized the packet was empty. Glancing around like a tiny thief, she checked to make sure none of the moms, especially the tall and strict Alcina, were nearby. Alcina, it should be noted, had a strict no overeating sweets rule. Anya nimbly hopped off the couch and, keeping an eye on her surroundings, made her way to the kitchen. Making sure the coast was clear, she quietly crept toward the sacred snack drawer. Using a tried-and-true method, the girl dragged over a tall chair and quickly climbed up onto the kitchen counter. Opening the drawer, she paused to consider which sweets to take. Bond, what do you think? Which candy should we pick? She asked the little dragon, perfectly mimicking her dad's facial expressions and tone of voice. Daddy likes strawberry ones, but also pineapple and banana. Such a hard choice. Bond cracked one eye open, yawned lazily, showing off his sharp teeth, and immediately closed it again, curling up like a cat. Anya sighed, there was no point expecting help from her pet when it came to choosing candy. Without wasting time, she grabbed a pack of banana-flavored gummy candies. Hearing footsteps behind her, the girl instantly hid the sweets in her pink bunny-shaped purse, jumped off the kitchen counter with practiced ease, and quickly pushed the stool back in place, erasing all traces of her crime. With the final touch to her disguise, she once again looked like the perfect daddy's princess, right as Alcina entered the kitchen. The woman stopped in the doorway, raising an eyebrow at Anya. What are you doing here, child? She asked sternly. Mommy Alcina, I wanted some cocoa, but I can't reach it. Will you help me? Anya replied, flashing her best puppy dog eyes. Alcina kept staring at her suspiciously. Like the other women in the house, she was certain that Anya had inherited far too much of Alex's influence. That innocent look always seemed like a mask for another mischief. And yet, no matter how hard she tried to stay stern, it was almost impossible to resist that sweet expression. Thanks to Anya, Alcina had managed to overcome the deep sorrow of losing her 3 daughters, though it hadn't come easy. With the girl's arrival, warmth had returned to her heart. The other women in the house had become her new family, and Anya, the daughter she would protect with her life. But love didn't mean indulgence. Alcina had no intention of letting her turn into a spoiled brat. That's why the stern look in her eyes remained. Still, a smile broke through. Of course, child. I'll get it. Anya immediately began nodding happily, realizing her clever plan had worked. Alcina reached for the top shelf with ease, grabbed the bottle of cocoa, opened it, and handed it to the girl. Thank you, Mommy Alcina. Anya beamed, hugging the woman's leg. Then, wasting no time, she dashed off, just in case she got caught after all. Alcina watched her with a soft smile and shook her head. The girl was far too clumsy to be a good thief. When she grabbed the cocoa, Alcina had instantly noticed that one pack of banana-flavored gummies was clearly missing. Meanwhile, Anya had settled back into the living room, where the cartoon about the princess was still playing on the screen. She climbed onto the couch, smugly deciding that her crime had gone unnoticed. But it was too soon to open the candy. Mommy Alcina was still in the kitchen. She had to wait for the right moment. Alcina walked through the dining room and into the living room. Her eyes immediately fell on Anya, who was sneaking cautious glances toward the dining room. Spotting Alcina, the girl quickly turned away, acting like nothing had happened. The woman chuckled softly to herself. As she passed by, she gently patted the young thief on the head and made her way upstairs. Anya stayed perfectly still, carefully tracking the sound of Alcina's heels climbing the stairs. Once she heard them on the second floor, she peeked out from behind the couch. At the top of the stairs, Alcina turned for a brief moment and gave her a knowing smile, the kind that clearly said, I know everything. Anya quickly ducked back down, pretending not to understand. A moment later, she heard Alcina's soft, warm laughter drift down from upstairs. Hearing it, Anya realized that the crime hadn't gone unnoticed. But then she remembered the wise words of her other moms, Becky, Revei, Ada, and Rika. They always said, if there's no proof, you didn't do anything. Grinning like a tiny gremlin, confident in her impunity, Anya turned back to her cartoon. Why did Rapunzel go with that silly guy? He's so dumb. I'll tell Daddy we need to go there too. He won't let a dumb guy trick a princess. And we can take the horse, he's cool. Anya said with a spark in her eyes. Anya nodded to herself as if she'd just made an important, almost life-changing decision. She kept watching the cartoon, and when the song about dreams began, the one with Rapunzel and the bandits, Anya started singing along cheerfully. With a joyful smile, she sang the familiar lines, completely immersed in the magical atmosphere. Upstairs, where Nemio, Kiriko, and Alcina were, they could hear her singing. The women exchanged glances, peeked over the railing, and saw Anya singing with a genuine smile on her face. Their eyes softened, warm, maternal smiles bloomed on their faces all at once. They watched her for a few moments, and when the song ended, they quietly returned to what they were doing. Anya, smiling in satisfaction, wiped the sweat from her forehead. She'd sung with all her heart and was a little tired. Taking her cup of cocoa, she took a few sips to moisten her throat and returned to watching, but just then, there was a knock at the door. She turned, set the cup down on the table, and frowned. As if trying to guess who was behind the door, Anya attempted to hear the thoughts of the stranger, but heard nothing. That surprised her. Tilting her head thoughtfully, she subconsciously ran a finger along her chin. The only person whose thoughts she couldn't hear was her daddy. Only his mind was closed to her. She could hear the thoughts of all her moms with ease. Daddy wasn't supposed to be back this early. She whispered. And he wouldn't knock on the door. Intrigued, Anya jumped off the couch and walked to the door. When she opened it, she froze in astonishment. Standing on the threshold was a girl her height, with snow-white hair and golden eyes. She wore a black Lolita-style dress, and slung over her shoulder was a pink bunny-shaped purse, exactly like Anya's. Anya had no idea who she was. She couldn't hear her thoughts, and that scared her. But if Alex and Becca were here, they would have recognized the girl immediately. It was Yog herself. Who are you? Anya squinted, eyeing the duplicate purse suspiciously. I was, I am, and I will be. I have seen, I see, and I will see everything, what was, what is, and what will be, Yog said in a flat, monotone voice. A whole swarm of question marks seemed to appear over Anya's head. Her face showed utter confusion. But before she could say anything, the strange girl walked right past her as if she owned the place. Yog headed into the living room, jumped onto the couch, and began eating the sweets Anya had painstakingly stolen in secret, ones none of her moms were supposed to know about. Though truth be told, Alcina had already noticed the theft long ago, and most likely Nemio and Kiriko had too. But that wasn't Anya's concern right now. She rushed to the couch, climbed onto it, and glared at the strange guest with puffed cheeks as she watched her finish off the banana jelly candies. "Who are you? And why are you eating my sweets?" Anya demanded. "I'm me. And who are you?" Yog asked in return, lazily popping another candy into her mouth and turning her head toward Anya. "I'm Daddy's daughter," Anya declared proudly, lifting her chin. "Descendant of destruction," Yog murmured, exhaling thoughtfully. "Sister will be noisy again." Invisible question marks once again swirled above Anya's head. What sister? What destruction? The more she tried to understand, the more confused she became. But suddenly, it was as if a light went on in her head. She remembered how her mommies and daddy had once said that her father was the embodiment of destruction. At the time, she hadn't understood what that meant. But now, connecting the dots, she looked at Yog with new eyes. You know my daddy." Anya breathed, as if she had just realized something important. "I knew him. I know him. And I will know him," Yog replied in the same mysterious, monotone voice. "You talk so weird. Can you not talk like that? I don't understand anything," Anya complained, pressing her fingers to her temples. Her head was starting to hurt from all the confusing words. "Now it's clear. You're his daughter. You speak like him." Yog nodded and turned away again, as if the conversation was over. Anya was speechless, but she understood one important thing: this strange girl knew her daddy. And that could only mean one thing: only he could deal with this guest. But her beloved daddy was far away right now, off on some mission with the other mommies. Fortunately, Anya had a reliable plan: call daddy and tell him everything. Digging into her little purse, she pulled out a phone. Finding the right number, she pressed the green button, and soon she heard the dial tone. A second later, her daddy's face appeared on the screen. He was in a strange place, with gunfire and shouting in the background. "What's wrong, sweetheart? Already miss me?" Alex asked with a smile, as if not noticing the chaos behind him. "Daddy, where are you? And why is it so loud there? Are you blowing things up?" Anya whispered, glancing at the strange girl, hoping she wouldn't hear. "Haha, no, of course not. Your mommies and I, plus a few others, are storming a demon bunker. That's the noise." "Girls, wave to Anya," he said with a chuckle, turning the camera. Anya saw the camera pan around the room, showing familiar faces, her mommies, intensely focused on battle. Some waved, others blew her kisses with warm smiles. Despite the chaos around them, they found a moment to send greetings to their daughter. Anya grinned from ear to ear, but she still felt uneasy about the strange girl. "So why are you calling, sweetie? Did something happen at home?" Alex asked, turning the camera back to himself. "A girl came. She said she knows you," Anya said quietly, glancing at the guest. "A girl? Who exactly?" Alex frowned. "It's me," a voice beside Anya suddenly said. On the screen, Alex saw Yog standing next to his daughter. He narrowed his eyes, frowning slightly. Her appearance clearly surprised him. He knew Yog wouldn't harm his family, but her unexpected visit still raised questions. "What brings you to my home, Yog? Is your sister Nyan being loud again, so you decided to escape and rest in peace and quiet?" Alex asked with a slight smirk. "My sister is always loud. But I came for payment," Yog replied in her usual monotone, shaking her head. Anya looked at the strange girl, Yog, as her daddy had called her, in confusion. Everything was baffling: the talk of a sister, and especially this so-called payment. Alex frowned too. "Payment? What do I owe you for?" he asked, feeling like he was missing something important. "For help with the king in yellow." "You asked, I helped. My sister beat him, and I sealed his world. He can no longer escape it, even through avatars. That requires payment," Yog said in the same calm voice, leaving no room for argument. Alex immediately understood what it was about. The name Haster clearly indicated who Yog was referring to. He couldn't have imagined that Yog and Nyan would solve the problem so quickly and effectively. Now the King in Yellow would no longer be able to invade other worlds, not even through avatars. This seriously made his life and upcoming missions much easier. He truly appreciated the scale of their help, though at first he didn't understand why Yog demanded payment. After all, wasn't she the gatekeeper, watching over the outer gods? But after a moment's thought, he decided not to dwell on it. If the payment was just a couple of boxes of sweets, it was more than a fair deal. "I'd love to, but as you can see, I'm not home right now and a bit busy with local problems. You'll have to wait or come back later, Alex said, shrugging. I know you have something at home you can pay with. I see it, Yog said emotionlessly, staring at the screen. Alex immediately understood what Yog meant by seeing. He quickly realized she could see the very moment of payment. Sighing, he nodded, realizing where this was going. The only one who could help him now was his little princess Anya, right at home and right next to Yog. While Alex was trying to find the words to explain to Anya what she needed to do, a lively date suddenly lunged at him from behind, trying to disrupt the conversation. Alex stepped aside, grabbed the creature by the back of its head, and slammed it hard against the wall. While date struggled to pull its skull out of the concrete, Alex had a few seconds left to explain everything. Anya, take Yog and go to my workshop. Go straight to my workbench. There will be a locked cabinet with a fire emblem. The key is in the bottom left drawer of the desk. Inside the cabinet, you'll find some boxes, let Yog take them, Alex said with a smile despite the noise behind him. I understand, Daddy. I'll do everything. Anya nodded seriously. I believe in you, my little princess. Now I have to go. These local idiots have gotten way too rowdy and won't let me have a peaceful talk, he added, kicking Date, which was still unsuccessfully trying to free itself from the wall. Bye, Daddy, Anya said, waving goodbye. Alex smiled and ended the call. Anya put the phone back into her purse and looked at Yog, who still kept her emotionless expression. The girl still didn't understand who she was or what the King in Yellow was about. But since Daddy trusted her with an important mission, she would complete it as the most responsible daughter. Let's go. Daddy said I can help you with your problem, Anya said proudly and looked confidently at Yog. Yog looked at her and thought that Anya was remarkably like Alex, the same determination, the same seriousness. Nodding, she slowly jumped off the couch. Anya followed her and led her to her father's workshop. Opening the door, Anya confidently stepped inside. She passed by Mommy Becky's workspace, glancing back at Yog from time to time, who somehow was already holding a new pack of sweets, mysteriously appearing out of nowhere. The girl walked further past Mommy Red's and Mommy White's workstations, not disturbing them. And then, Daddy's workspace. Scanning the room, Anya quickly spotted the cabinet with the fire emblem. Yog was already standing near it, intently watching the door. Anya approached the desk, opened the correct drawer, and took out the key. Then she went to the cabinet, unlocked it, and opened the doors. Inside were neatly stacked boxes. Daddy said you could take these. What's inside? Anya asked, looking at Yog. They're my payment, she replied calmly, beginning to leisurely tuck the large boxes into her small bag. Anya looked at Yog's bag with surprise, then at her own. Both were shaped like pink bunnies, but there were differences. Her bunny had green eyes, like Anya herself, while Yog's had strange yellow eyes, shimmering with unusual, hard-to-describe hues. Did Daddy make you the same one? Anya asked, pointing at Yog's bag. No. I just liked it and made it myself. But thanks for mentioning it. Maybe next time I'll ask him for one as payment, Yog replied, as if thinking out loud. Anya nodded and continued watching as Yog deftly slipped the last box inside her bag. Just a few seconds ago, the once full cabinet was now empty. Payment received. I may leave. See you later, descendant of destruction. Or have we already met? Or will meet. Or have already seen each other, Yog said in her usual mysterious tone. Why do you speak so strangely? Anya couldn't hold back. Ask destruction. He already answered. Or should have. Or will answer any moment now, Yog said calmly and turned away. Anya stood there, pondering the strange words but feeling proud that she had completed an important task. After all, Daddy always said, she could be relied upon. Anya still didn't understand anything, only grew more confused. But Yog wasn't going to explain anything. Her body began to slowly turn transparent, and within seconds, she vanished as if she had never been there at all. Anya remained standing by Alex's desk, feeling complete chaos in her mind. Everything that had just happened confused her. The only one who could explain everything was Daddy. But that would only be possible once he came home. After Alex tasked Anya with delivering Yog's payment in the form of boxes of sweets, he put his phone in his pocket and rubbed his face with his hand. Sighing, he decided not to dwell on the new oddities, there were plenty of those in his life already. He glanced at Date, who was still stuck headfirst in the wall, cursing loudly and spewing a colorful stream of insults while unsuccessfully trying to free himself. Somewhere deep inside the bunker, screams mixed with swearing, crashing sounds, and sharp bursts of pain could still be heard. Fights with the remnants of the KKK group who had turned into Dates were still ongoing. Alex approached Date, grabbed him by the shoulder, and yanked him out of the wall. The creature only managed to open its mouth to once again reveal who Alex's mother was and what he would do with her, before receiving a crushing punch to the face. The date's head exploded like a ripe watermelon, splattering everything around. The body collapsed to the floor, and Alex, with an indifferent expression, stepped on its chest, crushing the insides. Lighting a cigarette, he then set the body on fire with a burning match. The flames eagerly took hold. "Alex, I think we're done here. You weren't lying when you said those bastards love to talk." "My ears are ringing from their chatter," Soap said, coming closer. "Did you think Clarence was the only talking date?" Alex snorted. "Or did someone put soap in your ears?" "No way," Soap grimaced. "One head was enough for me to freak out. Especially considering how nicely she was cussing everyone out. Now I get why when we first met, the girls were kicking that loudmouth so fiercely. I'd have punched her a couple of times myself, just as a precaution," he chuckled. Alex just smiled back, patted his comrade on the shoulder, and moved on, toward where the others were already gathering. Passing by the burnt-to-date bodies, whose remains had almost turned to coal, Alex and Soap entered a spacious room that looked most like a warehouse. It was packed with food, equipment, and other useful things. "So, what are we going to do with all this stuff now?" Ada asked, noticing Alex approaching. "I think we should contact Payne. Let him send his people to pick it all up. They need it more than we do right now," Price said calmly, lighting a cigar. "The old man's right," Valmont nodded. "Our warehouse is already stuffed to the brim." "Alex." Chiquita turned her head toward him. "We give it to Payne," he nodded in reply. "We don't mind." No one objected. Except maybe a couple of guys quietly pocketed a few packs of cigarettes as payment for dealing with some particularly chatty demons. After finishing with the bunker, the team began to head upstairs. Stepping outside, they found themselves in a clearing. In the middle, mounted on a stake, was the head of a date named Clarence. A pinecone was stuffed into his mouth, to keep him from talking. Despite his disgusting nature, Clarence had helped the team by luring some of the dates out of the bunker, which made the cleanup easier. "What now? Burn your little buddy too? Or are you still keeping him for some plans?" Lem asked, pointing at the talking head. "We need to finish off the cult in the forest. Clarence will help us find them," Alex said seriously, flicking ash and tossing his cigarette butt away. "As much as I want to get drunk and sleep, this problem needs urgent attention. You've seen for yourselves what their activity can lead to." "Yeah. I'm still shaking from when that damn severed hand grabbed me by the ankle. I nearly shat myself, honestly," Toji muttered grimly, smirking crookedly. The team burst out laughing. Everyone remembered Toji's piercing scream echoing through the bunker. It was hard to mistake it for anyone else's. Deciding to take a short break, Alex told everyone they could relax. He contacted Payne, explained everything briefly, received a restrained "well done" in response, and ended the call with a shake of his head. Then he told the team that people would arrive in half an hour to pick up the supplies. He set up a folding bed and, with a tired sigh, flopped down on it, deciding to get some rest. The others settled wherever they could, stretching out on the grass, sitting on crates, or leaning against trees. Clearing the bunker full of dates and former racists turned dates had been hard and exhausting work. Especially considering how much damage these creatures could take before finally dying, not to mention their mouths, which spewed an endless stream of curses. To be continued. Chapter 360, The Cabin in the Woods. So, a whole year has passed since the first chapter of this fanfic was published. I can say that it was a really long journey, a whole year long. This year of writing helped me overcome a lot and not to bother with the problems that gnaw at me. I thought a lot about just catapulting myself out the window, so that it would all end. After all, obsessive thoughts visit me every time I go to bed, which makes me suffer from insomnia and depression. I have already lost count of how many times I have disrupted my sleep schedule. But I still want to say thank you to those who have walked this year-long path with me. I am glad that you are with me, my dear readers. Someone came later, and someone with me from the very beginning. But know that you are all very dear to me, and I love you all. You are my motivation to continue writing. After the full sweep of the bunker where a group of racists had holed up, now turned into deadites, Alex and his team discovered a stockpile packed to the brim with all sorts of useful supplies. After a brief discussion, they reached a unanimous decision: all the resources would be handed over to the people from the military base. Alex's settlement didn't need such an enormous amount of provisions, and helping others was more important right now. Once out of the bunker, the first thing Alex did was contact Payne and give him a brief rundown of the situation. The sweep was complete, the threat eliminated, and they had secured a large warehouse full of food, weapons, and ammo. Payne's response was short: "Good job." Alex simply shook his head, put away his phone, and informed the others that Payne's men would arrive within half an hour to collect the supplies. That meant they had a little time to relax. Grabbing a folding cot, Alex set it up in the shade of the nearest tree. He stretched out lazily, watching the clouds drift across the sky. The girls gathered around, deciding to rest as well. Some of them, not particularly shy, sat right on top of him. He could feel their soft bodies against his and raised an eyebrow with interest, giving them a look. But the girls ignored him completely, engrossed in their discussion about the bunker assault and this new type of undead, deadites. Alex listened silently to their chatter and couldn't help but agree. Dealing with a swarm of deadites was like being at a comedy show full of terrible stand-up acts who not only told awful jokes but also tried to kill you. Luckily, the deadite who had been nicknamed Clarence played a key role in the operation. He helped lure most of the enemies out of the bunker. No one wanted to fight aggressive undead in tight corridors. All Alex had to do was use his powers to grab hold of Clarence's essence and squeeze just a little. The pain it caused was so intense that Clarence started screaming like he was being skinned alive. The noise brought all the other deadites running, and the team quietly took them out outside. Afterward, they burned the remains to ensure the threat was completely neutralized. Alex glanced over at the small pile of gray ash, all that was left of the once threatening monsters. He knew the real problem with the deadites would only end once the Book of the Dead was in his hands. Until then, the threat still lingered. He only broke away from the background chatter when he felt Rory, Becca, and Renka comfortably settle themselves onto his body. They sat quite casually, especially Becca, who had plopped herself on his stomach and was occasionally shifting around, enough to stir rather distracting thoughts in Alex's mind. He was starting to suspect they were doing it on purpose just to mess with him. It took all his willpower not to let his thoughts show and to maintain a serious expression. Once Payne's people get here, are we heading out right away to find the cultists? Claire asked, looking at Alex. We really should move out as soon as possible, Rika agreed. It's already getting close to evening, and going into a forest full of cultists at night sounds like a terrible idea. I don't want to go at night either. I mean, I'm no genius, but even I know that heading into a forest after cultists in the dark is just plain stupid, Shizuka added with a nod. The girls burst into laughter, agreeing with Shizuka. No one was thrilled about the idea of hunting down fanatics armed with a magical book under the cover of darkness. Alex glanced at his watch. The day was coming to an end. The trip through the city, clearing the bunker, everything had taken more time than he'd expected. And they still needed to help load the supplies into trucks. Only then could they head out to search for the cult. Alex knew, Clarence didn't just sense the presence of the book for no reason. It was like a built-in radar in every deadite's body, drawing them toward it. That's exactly why he was important for the next step. Lost in thought again, Alex's attention was pulled back by the girls' conversation. Why are they taking so long? Renka groaned. I'm tired of waiting. I want to see what that creepy book looks like. Renka, stop acting like a child. It's barely been 10 minutes since Alex contacted Payne. And you already want to head out. Valmont cut in, giving her friend a stern look. It's not just her. I want to go too. Feels like if we sit here too long, the supplies will vanish, Ray complained as she lounged on the grass. They're not going anywhere, Rika waved her off. But it's still better to wait for Payne's people. Or do you want to listen to that old man's endless complaining? We only met him today, and I've already had enough. 5 more minutes next to him, and I swear I'll snap and shoot him in the face, she added with a laugh. The girls laughed again, and Alex, listening to their chatter, just shook his head. Even he had to admit, spending too much time around Payne was no small test of patience. Let your guard down for a second, and you'd be ready to unload an entire magazine into him just to make him shut up. Still, now wasn't the time for that. Alex knew he'd have to contact Chris soon. But first, they needed to deal with the Book of the Dead. The day wasn't over yet, and the tasks kept piling up one after another. Almost every next step depended on Chris and how far he'd gotten with organizing the resistance against the evil corporation. So far, there was too little information, and Alex wanted to talk to him personally, face to face. While the girls chatted and Alex ran through future plans in his head, military trucks pulled up to their camp. As the engines rumbled, the girls fell silent, and Alex sat up on his cot to see who had arrived. Once he confirmed it was Payne's people, he and the other guys immediately got to work loading the supplies. Even though Payne had sent plenty of men and equipment, the process still took over an hour. There were just that many supplies. When the last box was finally loaded, the convoy of military vehicles headed back to base, leaving Alex and his group surrounded by scorched ash and ringing silence. So what's the plan now? R asked, glancing at Alex. We go hunting cultists to steal some ancient book from them. As much as I'd like to say no, Alex replied calmly, yeah, we still have to move out. Our goal is to find the cultists and take the Book of the Dead from them. And how exactly are you planning to find them? Moira chimed in, shooting him a wry smile. Unfortunately, the trees don't come with signs that say, sinister cult hiding here. That's what we've got Clarence for, Alex nodded toward the severed head mounted on a stick. All the possessed are connected to the book, and Clarence is no exception. Through him, we'll find it. I hope you're not going to pull the pinecone out of his mouth just to make him guide us, Claire said with a grimace. I seriously can't handle another wave of curses from that rotten mouth. Don't worry, he doesn't need to talk. He'll be quiet the whole way, Alex said confidently, giving a thumbs up. A collective sigh of relief swept through the camp. Some of them still had ringing in their ears from the Deadites' venomous speeches, so sharp and vile that a few had even lost the will to kill them quickly. Instead, the temptation to torture them first, just to make them shut up, was becoming very real. Alex approached Clarence's head, still mounted on a stick, and grabbed it, slinging it over his shoulder like a makeshift flag. Walking up to the Humvee, he planted the improvised flagpole into the front of the radiator, so Clarence would lead their path to the Book of the Dead. The others began taking their seats in the vehicles. Alex got behind the wheel, waiting for all the girls to settle in. Rory, without hesitation, made herself comfortable on his lap. He glanced down and met her mischievous smile, replying with a quick kiss on the top of her head. Once everyone was ready to move out, Alex activated his magical vision and soon noticed a thin black thread stretching from Clarence's head into the distance. That would be their guiding line. Starting the engine, he carefully steered the Humvee in the direction of the thread, leading them through forests, fields, and possibly straight into the cult's lair. He drove at the head of the convoy, occasionally slowing down to make sure they stayed on track and didn't accidentally end up somewhere much harder to get out of than to get into. As they continued following the trail, Alex felt it more and more clearly, the Book of the Dead was close. What was especially unsettling was how the closer they got, the faster the twilight thickened. The day seemed to end not by the will of time but by something else entirely. The girls riding with Alex in the Humvee started peering out the windows, clearly uneasy as the sun all but instantly dipped below the horizon. Even the other members of the squad, riding in the neighboring vehicles, began nervously glancing up at the rapidly darkening sky. Alex knew it was the book's influence. Its presence distorted the very perception of reality. The darkness was falling not due to the time of day, but someone's sinister will. Finally, they reached Deschutes Falls Park, but it looked cursed. All the trees were dry, dead, peeling, as if scorched. The atmosphere resembled scenes from the most terrifying horror films. And the worst part, the road ahead was blocked. Massive trees lay across the path, forming a natural barricade. Alex stopped the Humvee and leaned on the steering wheel, silently studying the blockage for a minute. He weighed whether it was worth clearing the way or if they should just proceed on foot. "Looks like we're walking from here," he said, turning to the girls. "Are you serious?" Ada pointed at the forest. "We're supposed to march into that creepy forest, where actual monsters are probably lurking." "Pretty much. Or you can stay here," Alex smirked. "Hell no. I know exactly how things end for people who stay behind. I'm not about to become the first victim like in some cheap horror flick. I'd rather stick with my husband, he'll protect me," Ada said, grabbing onto Alex's shoulders like she intended to fuse with him. "Ha ha ha. Who would have thought you were such a scaredy cat, Wong?" Reveille burst out laughing. "If you're enjoying yourself so much, feel free to stay behind. If you want to act like those dumb chicks from cheap horror movies, be my guest." "Nobody's stopping you," Ada huffed, shooting Reveille a disapproving look. "You're the dumb one. Do I look like one of those idiots who split up and run into the dark screaming?" "No way, I'm coming with you." Reveille shot back, rolling her eyes. Alex struggled to keep a straight face as he listened to their bickering. Their argument over who would become the first victim sounded both ridiculous and endearing. He couldn't understand what they were so afraid of. No one would dare harm his group while he was around. He'd been through enough to know, if a threat appeared, he'd destroy it before it could even take a step. "Alex, what's the status?" came Price's voice over the communicator. "Are we moving or just sitting around?" "We're going on foot. The road's blocked." "We'll leave the vehicles here and move forward," Alex replied. "Copy that. I'll let the others know to gear up," Price said before ending the transmission. Alex glanced at the girls. They had already shifted to discussing who would die first if they were in a horror movie. He just shook his head. Some of them, honestly, were more likely to become slasher hunters than victims. Especially Becca. She'd probably chase the killer through the woods with glee, yelling at him and cursing him out every step of the way. He looked at Rory, still sitting on his lap. She definitely wasn't the type to run away either. If anything, she'd probably just slice the maniac in half before he could even say a word. Stretching, Alex turned off the engine, opened the door, and, lifting Rory into his arms, stepped out of the Humvee. "All right, that's enough arguing. If a maniac really jumps out of the forest, we'll just kill him. End of story," he said calmly. "Sounds like a solid plan." "Hard to argue with that," Cammy replied with a light laugh as she got out of the vehicle. The others exchanged glances. There really was no point in arguing. Anyone stupid enough to attack them would quickly realize they picked the wrong group. One by one, the girls began exiting the Humvee and looking around. The park looked even darker up close than it did from a distance. Everything was drowned in shadow, and thick, heavy fog wrapped around the trees, making it impossible to see what was hiding within. What was strangest was that the fog didn't spill out onto the road. it began only at the forest's edge, as if something was deliberately keeping the interior of the park cut off from the outside world. This fog. It feels alive, Chunli said quietly, staring into the milky haze. It's the book's influence. If you listen closely, you can hear the moans and rustling sounds coming from inside, Alex said, pointing toward the trees. You've got to be kidding. Are we seriously in a horror movie right now? R asked with a smirk, stepping closer to him. Oh, the sudden nightfall at 6 in the evening didn't clue you in. And those creepy sounds from the fog, yeah, just a fun little detail you should totally ignore, Alex replied, his tone dripping with sarcasm. As if on cue, a long, haunting howl echoed from deep within the fog. The entire group instantly raised their weapons, aiming toward the source of the eerie sound. But after a few seconds, nothing happened. No one, and nothing, emerged from the mist. Alex frowned, deciding to investigate what had made that noise. Focusing, he activated his magical sight and spotted translucent figures drifting slowly within the fog, ghost-like beings with horribly disfigured, twisted faces. It looked like they were the source of both the mist and the whispers within it. Narrowing his eyes, Alex raised his revolver and fired at one of the creatures. A piercing shriek rang out, and he watched as the ghostly figure disintegrated and vanished. The remaining entity scattered immediately, but the fog itself remained, thick and menacing as ever. Don't tell me you actually hit one, Sherry asked, tugging on his sleeve. Well, figured I'd try. Never know when luck'll be on your side, Alex replied with a smirk, shrugging. The girls gave him skeptical looks but didn't argue. Not wasting any more time, the group prepared to move forward. Alex took Clarence with him, the dead deadite whose had now served as a kind of compass in the fog. Thanks to the black thread stretching from Clarence, they could find their way through the forest. They climbed over the fallen trees blocking their path and continued along the old concrete road, carefully watching their surroundings. Alex noticed the thread trailing from Clarence beginning to turn into the forest, leading them off the road. We're entering the woods. Stay together, don't stray from each other. Watch your step and keep a close eye on your surroundings, Alex warned, turning to the group. We know, we're not kids anymore, Rika waved him off, patting him on the shoulder. Just a reminder. I have a feeling some of you haven't seen enough horror movies, Alex said with a smile, rolling his eyes. Well, if someone gets dragged into the fog, that's their problem, right? Chiquita grinned dangerously, baring her fangs in a sly smile. The guys all nodded in agreement, making it clear they had no intention of wandering off alone. Although the idea of splitting up to scout was there, now no one wanted to be the first victim in a horror scenario. Smiling, Alex was the first to step into the thick fog. As soon as they moved deeper inside, the ominous rustling and whispers grew louder, seeming to surround them from all sides. The sounds felt both very close and eerily distant at the same time. Shizuka pressed against Alex in fear, practically hanging on his arm, trembling all over. The other girls were uneasy too, but Shizuka was trembling the most, flinching at every noise. Alex wanted to tell her she was safe, that he would protect her from any nastiness that might jump out of the fog, but every time he opened his mouth, Shizuka would squeal, and he fell silent again. Maybe we should leave. Forget about this book. I really don't like this place. She whispered, clutching Alex tightly. Shizuka, we're almost there. Don't be afraid. Whatever jumps out of the fog, I'll just kill it, he said softly, looking into her eyes. That's right, Shizuka. Stop shaking like a scared rabbit. Once Alex has the book, all this will be over, Rika added, patting her on the back encouragingly. Shizuka just nodded, but she still didn't like being in this creepy forest. They had been walking for about 10 minutes with no progress, it felt like they weren't moving forward at all. Alex signaled to stop. Doubts nodded him. Using his magical sight to scan the surroundings, he realized the foggy ghosts were leading them in circles. His eyelids twitched with irritation. These stupid phantoms were playing with them like children. He glanced at his shadow, which immediately came to life, taking the form of a girl with long black hair, Zhangya. She instantly understood what he wanted. Her hair slipped silently from Alex's shadow like snakes and spread in all directions. Within moments, each fog creature was entangled in black, living threads, and at that very instant, crushed. The fog swirled and began to dissipate, revealing a clear path ahead. Looks like it's clearing. Could it be that we finally reached the right place? Mio asked, looking around. Hopefully, grumbled Lutz, scanning the area. I was starting to think we were just going in circles. Not just you. Look at the marks on the tree, we passed here 3 times before the fog started clearing, Ghost said, pointing at the notches carved into the bark. All eyes turned to the tree Ghost was pointing at. 3 clear notches were visible on the bark, proof that they had indeed passed by the same spot several times. The thought that they were walking in circles gradually sank into everyone's minds. Alex didn't explain anything. He silently looked around, trying to sense the direction they should go next. He already felt the book was very close. Having made up his mind, he confidently moved forward, carrying Shizuka on his back, who clearly had no intention of getting down anytime soon. Seeing Alex move ahead, the rest of the group hurried to catch up with him. Now that the thick fog had dissipated, the path was much easier, and their progress deeper into the forest quickened. After just a few minutes, the outline of an old, half-ruined house began to appear ahead. "Looks like we're here." "And you weren't joking when you said we were heading to a cabin in the woods," Soap smirked. "I rarely joke when it comes to cabins in creepy forests." Alex signaled them to be quiet. "From here on, be careful, who knows how many cultists are inside." Everyone silently nodded. The group split up and began to quietly circle the cabin, checking the perimeter. With every step, it became clearer, this place reeked of sticky fear, carried by a heavy, suffocating wind. Alex cautiously approached a window and peeked inside. He saw the classic scene, a crowd of cultists in dark robes gathered around a pedestal on which lay the book. Naturum Demonto, the Book of the Dead. He looked at the others and gave the signal to prepare for assault. Pulling a flashbang grenade from his inventory, Alex waited until everyone signaled they were ready. Receiving confirmation, he smashed the glass with a strike, threw the grenade inside, and in a moment, the room filled with a dull bang, a flash, and screams. Alex jumped inside in one move. Chun-Li, Cammy, and Yuri followed immediately, attacking the nearest cultists. The crack of breaking bones mixed with the roar of gunfire. Within seconds, no one was left alive inside the cabin. Alex approached the book and, without touching it, began to inspect it. On the cover, a shriveled human face grimaced in a silent scream, as if frozen in agony. The girls quickly came over to look at the find, and soon the entire group clustered nearby, staring at the book. Nathan reached out to touch it but immediately got his hand flicked away by Alex. "So this is it, the Book of the Dead. A creepy beast. Or rather, a disgusting abomination," Yuri muttered, peering over Alex's shoulder. "So you missed it when I said it's made from human skin?" Alex raised an eyebrow. "All right, Alex. Maybe put that thing away. It's giving me goosebumps," Ada said with disgust, nudging him lightly with her elbow. "Putting it away now. Guys, drag the cultists' bodies outside and burn them. Just in case. The rest of you, look around, see if you find anything interesting. But don't touch anything until I check it out, who knows, there might be more cursed stuff here." The guys nodded and began pulling out the bodies. No one wanted to risk the dead suddenly coming back to life and attacking them. The girls, on the other hand, went to inspect the cabin, though few hoped to find anything useful. Alex stayed alone with the book. He started flipping through the pages, carefully studying the contents. All he saw were rituals, spells, demonic prophecies, instructions for summoning entities, disgusting things that made him want to wash his hands. If he had to describe Naturum Demonto, he would say it was a typical cursed book. There were plenty of those in different worlds. But unlike others, this book was connected to other copies existing in parallel realities. They were all linked through one dimension, from which the demons described in the text came. Suddenly, a hoarse voice sounded nearby. "Accept me. I will grant you power." Alex snapped the book shut and looked at the cover. The face on it was moving and speaking. "And what kind of power do you offer me?" Alex asked with amused interest. "I grant you the power to rule this world," whispered the sinister voice. "No, thanks. And if you keep talking, you won't like the consequences," Alex smirked, raising his hand. A pale black flame flickered on the tip of his finger. To confirm his words, Alex touched the Naturum Demonto cover with his flame-wrapped finger. A piercing scream of pain echoed, and the disfigured face on the book twisted into an agonizing grimace. Alex knew the Book of the Dead was alive. More than that, it wasn't just an object but a kind of portal. When he withdrew his finger, the scream abruptly stopped. Alex took out a special sealed box from his inventory and carefully placed the book inside, intending to protect everyone from its influence. "Alex, come down here. We found something." Saya's voice called from below. "To where exactly?" he shouted back. "To the basement, dummy. Where else in this stupid cabin could you go down?" Rebecca replied irritably. Rolling his eyes, Alex began searching for the way down. He was curious about what the girls had found to make such a fuss. Finding a hatch with a wooden ladder, he cautiously descended. The basement was dimly lit. The light was so faint it seemed almost non-existent. Guided by the girls' voices, Alex made his way into one of the rooms, resembling a hoarder's storeroom obsessed with keeping everything. But what really caught his attention were the thick clouds of dark miasma emanating from the objects. He raised an eyebrow involuntarily. "Alex, what do you think this is?" Rory asked, showing a strange box in her hand. "A cursed thing," he answered, looking intently at the object. "Bingo. Almost everything here is cursed," Rory nodded and gestured around the cluttered room. Alex nodded silently. At least none of the girls were touching anything. That was already a relief. He himself didn't want to know what horrors those things could awaken. I found some strange box, it looks like a puzzle. Shizuka suddenly exclaimed, drawing everyone's attention. A cold shiver immediately ran through Alex. 2 words, box and puzzle, made the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. He knew how sweet yet insanely clueless Shizuka could be. And she was quite capable of accidentally solving the puzzle. Instantly appearing beside her, he literally snatched the box from her hands and sighed with relief. Shizuka puffed out her cheeks in a pout. Judging by how you teleported over here, you know what that is, Valmont remarked, pointing at the object. It's the Lamarchand box. According to legend, it opens a portal to hell and summons beings you definitely don't want to meet. In short, another cursed piece of crap best left untouched, Alex explained, lazily spinning the box on his finger. Rory also said almost everything here is cursed. Why would cultists need so many dangerous artifacts? Sherry asked, glancing around. What difference does it make now? All the cultists are dead. Now the question is, what do we do with all this junk? Jill sighed. I have an idea, Alex said calmly. Oh, don't tell me you're going to add it to your collection, Rixa said skeptically, narrowing her eyes. Nope. Now, everyone, upstairs. The last thing I need is for someone to accidentally activate a cursed doll, a dagger, or some other damn thing, he replied, starting to usher everyone out. The girls grumbled but obeyed, leaving the basement. As the door closed behind them, Alex smirked. His shadow stirred and took the form of a girl with long black hair. Then the darkness spread over the floor, walls, and ceiling, swallowing everything it touched. Item by item disappeared into the abyss of shadow, dragged by Zhanya, the entity connected to Alex. All this stuff would now be sealed in the Red City, waiting for its time. And if some idiot accidentally ended up there, they'd have a chance to pick one of these toys of fate. Alex didn't forget about the Lamarchand box, it flew into the shadow along with the rest. When it was all over, the shadow returned to its usual shape as if nothing had happened. Just in case, Alex took a black cube from his inventory and tossed it into the center of the room. After a few seconds, a controlled magical fire began, destroying the remains of the room in case anything had escaped absorption. To be continued. Chapter 361, Chapter 361, A Hard Day Comes to an End. When the basement of the cabin was engulfed in flames, Alex slowly made his way toward the steps leading up. Fire crept behind him, consuming everything in its path. By the time he reached the top of the stairs, the entire basement was ablaze, destroying everything that had once been stored within those grim walls. Stepping outside, Alex calmly walked over to the others. The girls had already gathered near the entrance, watching as the cursed cabin turned into a blazing ruin. With the Book of the Dead sealed and stashed away in his inventory, Alex felt like everything tied to the demons had finally come to an end. Almost too quickly. Too easily. He couldn't shake the feeling that it had all gone suspiciously smoothly. The cultists hadn't even resisted. They hadn't realized they were under attack before they were dead. It felt like someone had deliberately made things easier for them. What are you thinking about? Becca asked as she stepped beside him, staring at the burning structure. Don't you think that went a little too easily? Alex asked, lighting a cigarette. Like we were being pushed along. I thought so too, Ada nodded. Way too simple. Like a setup. The other girls also shared their doubts. They all agreed, something about this victory felt unnaturally easy. Especially given Alex's reputation, luck rarely favored him in matters like this. But despite the uneasy thoughts, the facts remained, the Book of the Dead was one of a kind in the universe, and now it was in safe hands. The cultists' bodies were burning with the cabin, which meant that, at least for the time being, there would be no more trouble from that cursed mess. Guess we just got lucky, Alex muttered. Deciding it was time to head back, he gave the girls a signal. They had no more business in this forest. The cultists who served the book were dead. It was done. The group moved out, retracing the path they had taken. Once they reached the road, they found their parked Humvee. Alex was the first to notice that the head of the Deadite named Clarence had finally died for good. That only confirmed that his plan to seal the book had worked. So if there were any other Deadites left, they're gone now too, Alex concluded calmly. And thankfully, we didn't run into Ash. He would have just screwed everything up, like always. So what now? Are we staying at the base or heading home? Chiquita asked, patting him on the shoulder. Doesn't matter to me. If you want to go back, we go back. If you want to stay, we stay. I'm good either way, Alex said, turning to the girls. Staying's fine. Besides, your comfy bed is still in your inventory, Ada reminded him. I'm good with staying too, Valmont added. With your powers, we can teleport home whenever we want. No one objected. After all, they didn't need to spend hours cramped in a plane, they had Alex. Nodding, he started the Humvee's engine. It was time to return to the military base to rest and gather their thoughts. Ever since their arrival, they'd been constantly on the move. Now that the business with the book and the cultists was done, they could focus on the next problem, Chris's growing resistance movement. But first, rest. Alex pulled the Humvee onto the road, tapping his fingers on the steering wheel in rhythm with the tune he quietly hummed to himself. Think any more demons will show up in this town now that we dealt with the book? Chiquita asked, turning to him. No idea, Alex shrugged. Maybe they just didn't want to mess with this place. Maybe someone told them not to. But just in case, we can leave Pain our anti-demon virus. If any servant of the Dark Lord tries anything, they'll drop dead instantly. The girls exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. The demon's behavior had indeed been strange. But now that the book was in Alex's hands, maybe everything would change. Maybe it was the book's influence that had been keeping the other creatures from entering the city. Hey, handsome, what did you do with the cursed items from the basement? Rika asked, narrowing her eyes. Scattered them around the Red City, Alex smirked. So don't worry, no idiot's going to accidentally activate them. Well, unless they're in the Red City. So an idiot will activate them? Becca asked again. Of course. But at least not here, he replied calmly, not hiding his smile. The girls knew about the Red City and understood why Alex had sent all the cursed artifacts there. But what intrigued them most was who, or what, those artifacts could summon. Even Alex couldn't give a definitive answer, he had only glimpsed them before the items were swallowed by Zhangya and became part of the city. The only one he recognized for sure was the Lament configuration, a puzzle box capable of summoning a group of sadistic demons. When Alex told them this, the girls exchanged glances, wondering if they'd misheard. Shizuka pressed her lips together, remembering how she'd nearly activated that very box. Seeing their confusion, Alex repeated himself with a serious face, he wasn't joking. And after a moment of silence, everyone burst out laughing. Alex, if they're sadists, then how do you kill them? Renka asked through tears of laughter. Wouldn't they enjoy being hurt? Well. I said they seem like sadists, Alex clarified, shaking his head. In reality, once they enter the material world, they're bound by its rules. So, a bullet to the head and they're done. Revei asked, pulling out her pistol. Pretty much. Maybe not just one bullet, but yeah. Or you can just blow them up, that works great too, he shrugged. Honestly, I don't even know how to react to all this. Cammy muttered tiredly, leaning against the back of her seat. It's funny, sure, but all those cursed things are part of our reality now. If it weren't for the corporation and their virus, or Weskier opening a portal to another world, we'd already be living in a horror movie. Trust me, there are worse worlds, Alex said with a soft, reassuring smile as he looked at her. Even Zhangya's world is full of ghosts and other nightmares. And I haven't even told you about the ones that are far, far worse. Yeah, you already said there are nice worlds and total crap holes. Nothing we can do about it, Rory replied, comfortably curled up on his lap as he drove the Humvee. Alex nodded in agreement. He had already shared stories of other worlds with them, some where you could enjoy a peaceful vacation with family, and others where ordinary people were treated like livestock, bred for faith and sacrificed without hesitation. And there were far too many of the latter. Even the world where he faced the old vampire in Brunhild belonged to the dark category, grim, brutal, where desires were fulfilled only at the cost of others' suffering. Wanting to change the subject, Alex suggested they play a guessing game, trying to figure out which world they'd travel to for vacation once his current mission was complete. The girls eagerly accepted the idea, and a fun debate broke out, with some guesses surprisingly close to the truth. But Alex kept the suspense, he didn't reveal any details about the future trip. When they arrived at the military base, the group drove through the gates and headed for the parking area to return the temporarily borrowed vehicle. Alex exchanged a few words with the guards and let them know they'd be staying on base for another day. No one objected, everyone was satisfied. Smiling, Alex set off to find Major Payne and report the completion of the mission. He knew the job was done, but he also didn't rule out the possibility of new threats emerging soon. The demons had likely already sensed that the Necronomicon was gone, and the city was no longer protected by its influence. As he walked through the base, Alex was impressed by the level of organization. He hadn't expected anything less, after all, the base was under Major Payne's command, a man known for strict discipline. What would have surprised him more was if chaos reigned here. Stopping for a moment to look around, he realized he had no idea where the Major might be. He needed to find someone who did. His gaze soon landed on a child playing with a group of other kids. It was Tiger, Major Payne's adopted son. He was easy to recognize. Unlike the other children, Tiger wore a miniature version of a military uniform, which made him stand out immediately. Alex walked over to the group of children. They noticed him right away, and he could hear them whispering about the exploits of his team and how they had defeated the bad guys. "Good day, sir." Tiger said cheerfully, saluting. The other kids followed his example. Haha, no need for the sir with me. Listen, Tiger, do you happen to know where Major Payne is right now? Alex asked, smiling. Allow me to escort you, sir, Tiger replied with a serious tone and nodded, signaling that he knew where to go. Alex nodded with a slight smile and gestured for Tiger to lead the way. As they walked, Alex couldn't help but wonder how much Tiger's fate had changed compared to the original timeline. In any case, Tiger was still the adopted son of Major Payne and a psychologist named Emily Walburn, his first and only love. Alex followed Tiger all the way to the headquarters building, where he assumed the Major would be. When they reached the door labeled Major Payne's office, Tiger stopped and knocked. Who the hell's bothering me at this hour? Came Payne's irritated voice from inside. Requesting permission to enter, sir? Tiger asked calmly. Tiger, son, is that you? Come on in. Payne immediately changed his tone, now sounding much more friendly. Tiger pushed the door open and entered. Alex followed, and was greeted by a rather curious scene. Emily was hastily adjusting her skirt. It all made sense now. Payne had clearly been interrupted at a very inopportune moment. No wonder he'd sounded so annoyed. Payne noticed Alex walk in and immediately scowled in frustration. Oh great. What the hell are you doing here? Couldn't you have picked a better time? Benson Winifred Payne. Emily snapped, giving him a stern look. I told you to treat the people who helped you with respect. Or did you forget again? This man saved the city, by the way. Maybe try not being yourself for 5 minutes. Stay out of it, woman, the men are talking. Payne began, but immediately clammed up when he caught her glare. Alex sat down in the chair opposite Payne, watching the exchange unfold like a scene from a sitcom. It was especially entertaining when Payne tried to put Emily in her place, only to be silenced by a single look. Alex could barely keep a straight face as he watched the men squirm in embarrassment. He knew that behind Payne's tough exterior was someone capable of softness, especially when it came to those he cared about. So what brought you here, kid? Payne grumbled, turning to Alex. Emily cleared her throat and gave Payne a pointed look. He rolled his eyes but managed to force something resembling friendliness onto his face. So, why were you looking for me, Alex? He asked, this time with a bit more politeness. I wanted to report that the cultists have been dealt with, and there are no more factions in the city that could pose a threat to you. But. Alex paused for effect. Unfortunately, there's a but. And what kind of but is that? Spit it out already. I don't have all day to play guessing games with you, Payne said, starting to lose his patience. Well, after the Book of the Dead was neutralized, the demons will likely try to break into the city. But there's no need to worry, we have a weapon that can deal with them, Alex said. Payne looked intrigued. A weapon? What kind of weapon? Without saying a word, Alex nodded and pulled a container with a sample of the anti-demon virus from his inventory. Emily and Tiger stared in surprise as he literally pulled the item out of thin air. It's a biological weapon, Alex began to explain. Specifically designed to combat demons. We've already tested it, 100% lethality, effective on everything from small creatures to large ones. Payne listened intently, realizing just how critical this weapon could be in the fight for humanity's survival. Alex also briefly shared his plans, how the virus should be used and in what situations. When he finished, he handed Payne the launcher system and the virus itself, just in case a serious attack ever happened. Oh, right. Almost forgot. Let Chris Redfield know I'd like to talk to him. And tell him his sister, Claire, is here. I think he'll find the time to come, Alex said as he headed toward the door. If you say so, kid. I'll pass it along. Whether he shows up or not, that's not up to me. I just do my job, and he does his, Payne muttered with a wave of his hand. Alex nodded and exited the office. Once outside, he lifted his gaze to the evening sky, lit a cigarette, and stood still for a moment. Thoughts churned in his mind, his mission in this world was nearing its end. Just a few things left to do before making the final move. Blowing out a plume of smoke, Alex mentally repeated, just a little more. His thoughts drifted to Chris Redfield. Maybe the men had intel on the current situation in Raccoon City. That could help guide his next steps. The location of the second priest of the underworld was known, but the third remained a mystery. As he walked slowly toward the barracks assigned to him and his team, Alex noticed a few guys sitting by the entrance. They were casually grilling meat, drinking beer, and chatting about the day. Waving to them, Alex headed inside. The moment he stepped in, he heard noise and laughter. The source of the fun was obvious. Curious, he followed the voices and peeked into a spacious room. The girls were lounging around, in chairs, on windowsills, and even on the floor. And, as it turned out, they had already managed to get their hands on booze and snacks. Hey, pretty boy, what took you so long? You're the only one we were missing. Get over here already, Rika called out, patting the seat next to her while holding a can of beer. Looks like you've already started relaxing. That was fast, Alex chuckled, sitting between Rika and Jill. What did you expect? The day was insane, to put it mildly, Moira scoffed, raising her empty can. First, 5 hours in the air, then straight to a briefing, and after that, tossed into battle with no break. We've earned some beer and something tasty. Exactly. Chiquita chimed in. I need a drink too, especially after dealing with all those talking heads. And if you, Alex, plan on ruining my mood, don't even think about it. I love you very much, and even though you're my husband, I will hit you. No doubt about it. Alex raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised by the threat but quickly realizing it was more of a joke. He wasn't against the girls relaxing. On the contrary, they needed it. After the deadites and all those disgusting voices echoing right inside their heads, some rest was more than welcome. Smiling, he saw Chiquita wink at him and blow him a kiss. Chuckling softly, Alex grabbed a can of beer and a random snack from the table. He took a sip and exhaled with relief. Ah, now that's what I call. Where did you find snacks like this? I never thought any of you liked something like this. That was me, Sherry answered with a smile. I figured someone might want to try smoked cheese. Personally, I really like that kind of snack. I never would have thought smoked cheese could be this tasty, Shizuka admitted, chewing with pleasure. This is definitely going to be my new favorite snack. As for me, I prefer smoked fish. Salty, with beer, it's just perfect, Rika said, leaning against Alex. Catching the clear hint, Alex didn't hesitate. He reached into his inventory and pulled out several pieces of smoked fish, grabbing some napkins as well. As soon as Rika got the fish, she hugged Alex around the neck and kissed him on the lips, not caring about anyone watching. Alex just smiled, sipping his beer. His inventory held many delicious things, and of course, none of it ever spoiled. Seeing this, the other girls immediately started playfully demanding more treats, all at once and in a joking manner. Within a couple of minutes, the once almost empty table was loaded with a variety of food. Wait a minute, doesn't food spoil in your inventory? Moira asked in surprise, gently nudging Alex with her foot. Or am I missing something? Imagine a separate dimension where there are no bacteria, no temperature, or any other factors that cause food to spoil, Alex calmly explained. So, bacteria don't even multiply there? Rekka asked thoughtfully. Damn. Claire sighed. I already told you your inventory is an awesome thing. Is it hard to make? Not really. You just need time and an item to which the inventory will be linked, Alex replied, shrugging. Like Becca's wedding ring. Or the bags of Gir, Mimi, and Stitch. Jill clarified, nodding at Becca's ring. Exactly. That's why Becca can pull things out so easily, as if from nowhere. It's all about the ring, Alex said with a slight smile. When will we get our inventory rings? Ray asked, narrowing her eyes and kicking him lightly on the leg. I think it's about time, or are you waiting for some special moment? Alex glanced at the girls, who were all staring at him, clearly hinting, it's time to finish the rings. He silently took a sip of beer and reminded them he was making the rings by hand, taking into account each of their personal preferences. That required time. The girls nodded, accepting his argument, but it was clear from their looks that their patience was running thin. Alex just sighed. He had never made so many rings at once before, and he knew perfectly well, if he said that out loud, he would immediately face a storm of female anger. All he could do now was promise to try to finish them as soon as possible. The little drinking party continued at its usual pace, but with each glass, the girls became more and more uninhibited. Alex watched with growing unease, sensing trouble ahead. Or rather, he knew exactly how it would end, with nothing good for him. Every time they had a gathering with alcohol, he ended up being the target. He hoped that Jill, Claire, Moira, and Sherry's presence would somehow hold the girls back from turning into a collective army of lustful maniacs. Alex, what are you going to do with that cursed book? Sherry asked, almost sprawling on his shoulder. Yeah, really, Alex. Don't tell me you're going to put on a cloak and start doing rituals, teased a slightly tipsy Saya, nudging him with her foot. PFF. Alex in a cloak, summoning demons and offering sacrifices. I'd pay to see that, laughed Shizuka. It'd be like him working in a call center and trying to call another call center. Alex's eye twitched nervously at that lame joke. He didn't like it at all, but the other girls laughed until they cried. Only Jill and Sherry didn't yet know he was the Demon King. Still, that didn't stop the others from having fun teasing him. Becca even threw a blanket over him to mimic a cloak. Without thinking much, Alex decided to play along. He took on a pompous tone and started spouting outright propaganda nonsense, inviting them to join the cult of the flying spaghetti monster. Oh my god, what a ridiculous name. Claire laughed. And what does this monster of yours look like? Like a flying plate of spaghetti and meatballs, Alex answered without a hint of embarrassment. For a moment, silence hung in the room before it exploded into collective laughter. The girls clearly pictured the absurd scene. Alex chuckled, sipping his beer and finishing his snack. In reality, he had already made up his mind, no rituals. His goal was to destroy all versions of the Book of the Dead across all possible universes. These books were linked like a single vessel, and if he could trace the connection, he could destroy them all at once. That would instantly eliminate many potential threats. While Alex was pondering his plans, the girls wasted no time, quietly opening stronger alcohol. Gradually, the atmosphere became more and more decadent. Alex began to doubt whether he would leave this party alive this time. He still hoped Jill, Claire, Moira, and Sherry would bring some sober reason to the situation. But after an hour, Alex realized he was wrong. Before he even realized what was happening, they attacked him. Clothes, as usual, were the first victim. Again, mercilessly. And though he could have resisted, why bother? He would be a fool to refuse his beloved girl's intimacy. All that was left was to regret the next set of clothes torn apart by impatient hands. Female bodies pressed close. The embraces were warm, firm, and numerous. He slightly opened his eyes, reflecting on the night that had passed, and once again convinced himself, alcohol should be banned. Especially in such quantities. Every time it ended the same way, his clothes torn off and a pack of excited girls turning him into a living toy. He sighed. Moira had made herself comfortable beside him, pressing against him like a plush pillow. Alex quietly groaned, anticipating another awkward conversation with his overprotective father. Barry would surely want to put a bullet in him, or at least 2 magazines. And then Chris, Claire's brother. He would probably want to have a intimate talk, as well. Rubbing his face in anticipation of these talks, Alex carefully tried to slip out of the girls' tight embraces, but they held him too firmly. Any movement, and someone would definitely wake up. He sighed again and decided to lie still a bit longer, waiting for their grip to loosen. Besides, it wouldn't hurt to prepare breakfast. After such a night, the girls would face a harsh hangover morning, and perhaps some vague memories of wild confessions and revelations. When he finally managed to quietly slip out of their embrace, Alex used magic to restore his clothes, or rather, create new ones, since the old ones had been turned to rags. Pulling a coffee machine out of his inventory, he started brewing strong, aromatic coffee. As soon as the bitter smell began to spread through the room, the first groans and heavy sighs followed. The girls started opening their eyes, holding their heads. Ugh, what a night. Who would have thought you're so enduring, Claire moaned, pushing herself up on her elbows. I can hardly feel my legs. Don't even say. I'm stuck somewhere between sweet memories and a headache, added Jill, struggling to keep her balance on the couch. Hey, weaklings. You'll get used to it, snorted Becca, lightly jumping off the couch and immediately rushing to Alex. She confidently grabbed his shirt collar and kissed him. Alex couldn't help but smile. With that much energy in the morning, she was like a hurricane. The other girls slowly got up to reach the table and drink coffee. Alex helped them sit down, receiving a light kiss on the cheek from each. He quickly got to preparing breakfast, something hearty to soothe their stomachs and restore their vigor. So, when can I move in with you? Moira suddenly asked, sipping her coffee. Isn't that a bit soon? Jill immediately interrupted, casting a meaningful glance at her. What's there to wait for? We've already been through all that, and I'm definitely not looking for anyone else. After Alex? No way. He's handsome, strong, and most importantly, damn sexy. Don't pretend you didn't realize that last night, Moira added with a smirk. The girls nodded in unison, affirming every word. Alex theatrically pressed his hands to his cheeks and said with feigned embarrassment. Oh, you're so sweet. I'm really getting shy. You can move in whenever you want. Well, once we get back, of course. Claire, Moira, Jill, and Sherry fell silent, deep in thought. After everything they said to him the night before, living apart already seemed pointless. Alex smiled quietly as he watched them eat breakfast, careful not to reveal what he was thinking. However, he knew the conversation was inevitable. Jill and Sherry still didn't know who he really was. Alex paused for a moment, then nodded to himself and decided to let the others handle it. They would explain everything for him. Of course, he was ready to answer any questions if they came up. Although, to be honest, even Claire and Moira didn't know everything, only that he was the Demon King and why he came to this world. Everything else remained a mystery to them for now. But that was for later. For now, breakfast, coffee, light jokes, and a rare moment of morning calm after a busy day. To be continued. Chapter 362, The Overprotective Brother Chris. While Alex was having breakfast with the girls after a wild night, horrifying changes were taking place in the underground complex beneath Raccoon City. Ever since the head of the analytics department, Caleb Williams, began losing his sanity, everything in the lab had started to shift. He began seeing his late wife, the one who had died many years ago. And with each passing day, her image grew more intrusive, more real. But this madness was only part of a meticulously crafted plan by the mysterious director, known in other circles as the Minister of Monoliths. Every event, from his wife's death to Caleb's mental collapse, had been orchestrated from the start. He was a key figure in the final act. Everything happening now was no accident, it was all part of the design. Madness, like a virus, was slowly consuming the entire underground complex. Anyone who encountered Caleb in the hallways, especially at night when he wandered, whispering to the void, soon became the next carrier of this dark affliction. At first, it was a few staff members. Then dozens. And soon, the entire lab personnel succumbed to collective delusion. They all became obsessed with one thing, building the red marker. But not just any marker, a special one, meant to serve as the trigger for convergence. Caleb, struggling to hold on to the last remnants of his sanity, was to become the key that would activate this dreadful process. Whether he could resist the pull of madness, no one knew. While chaos, death, and construction fever raged below, the Minister of Monolith sat in his opulent yet ominous office in eerie, almost peaceful silence. A soft flute melody played in the background, and the lighting was dim, as if the room existed in eternal dusk. The minister sat behind his massive desk, eyes closed, hands resting calmly on the armrests of his chair. He was either meditating or pretending to. But beyond the windows of his office, which looked out into a massive hangar, unfolded a scene worthy of the most grotesque horror films. The hangar was bathed in crimson light and littered with corpses, used as building materials. The red marker loomed in the center of this meat-soaked chaos, growing with chunks of flesh and bone, screams of agony and terror blended with fanatical chants of shriveled figures resembling living corpses. Their eyes burned with madness, their emaciated bodies clung to their bones, but they kept working. They felt no pain. Only sacred purpose drove them, to complete the marker at any cost. The bodies of the dead were used as raw material, while others, chosen for the next stage, were transformed into necromorphs, guardians of the structure and hunters of fresh flesh. But the Minister of Monoliths did not react. He knew he had planned it all. Everything that was happening was part of a grand play he had directed from the beginning. He had no concern for suffering. He only craved the finale of this performance, to plunge the remnants of humanity into boundless despair. Suddenly, the silence was broken by a sharp crack, like something shattering into pieces. The sound drowned out the flute music. The minister slowly opened his eyes and turned to the chessboard sitting on his desk. But this was no ordinary board. A unique, three-sided chessboard displayed the events of the real world. Each move, each tragedy, each sacrifice turned into a piece. It was a tool of observation, manipulation, and anticipation. One of the pieces fractured and crumbled into dust. It bore the symbol of the Book of the Dead, the very one Alex had recently seized. The dust had barely settled when a second piece beside it also split apart. This one resembled something horrific, as if composed of countless creatures, a nightmare from a horror movie. "Oh," the minister said with a lazy smile. "The mortals dealt with the book faster than I expected. And here I was hoping to watch as their own nightmares devoured them from the inside. What a shame. But no matter. This only speeds up the finale." The Minister of Monolith studied the remaining portion of his chessboard with great care. The pieces were scattered chaotically, and unlike a normal chess game, all of them moved simultaneously, as if by their own will. On one side of the board were the minister's own pieces, where he stood as the king. On another side was the army of Davith, whose king, clad in radiant armor, held a raised sword. And finally, the third side, humanity. There, the king piece was Alex, donned in Gilliman's armor and holding a spear. Another move occurred on the board. Davith's demons had destroyed another red marker. The Minister of Monoliths tapped his finger on the armrest of his chair, watching the unfolding events with vivid interest. His gaze lingered on the side of humanity, particularly on the figure representing Alex. "Interesting," he whispered with a faint smile. "What will the hero of mankind feel when he learns that all of this was just a performance? What expression will appear on his face when he realizes he saved no one? That everyone he loves is doomed?" What he didn't know was that the one he called a hero was far from a savior. Alex was a being who brought ruin to all that served chaos, whether it was the Minister of Monoliths or Davith. The carefully constructed play, meant to pit good against evil, had long since slipped from the director's control. Alex had quietly become the new writer of the script, planting surprises along the enemy's path, all for one goal, the grand finale, a blinding firework that would shake the entire world. While the minister drowned in the illusion of his power and awaited his triumph, Alex was simply having breakfast with the girls. Breakfast was important, especially after such a wild night. The girls hadn't let him rest until dawn, finally passing out from exhaustion. Alex sipped his coffee leisurely, eating strawberry cake, and smiled as he watched the girls attack the food like they'd been starved for a week. He sighed and turned his gaze to Chun-Li and Yuri, who had started a full-on food war. Or rather, Yuri was shamelessly stealing from Chun-Li's plate while the latter tried to reclaim her share. Alex pretended not to notice. The scene reminded him of Horario, where Loki and Hestia constantly snatched food from each other. Then he looked at Sherry. The girl blushed and kept sneaking glances at Alex from behind her mug. The vivid memories of the night clearly still haunted her. Alex caught her gaze and winked. Sherry flushed, but gave him a shy, warm smile. Quiet girls, as always. Alex smirked to himself. The loudest at night. Alex, I think it's time you told the rest of them something, Valmont said, pointing her fork first at him, then at the four girls. Yeah. Jill and Sherry still don't know what they've gotten themselves into, Moira added with a smirk. Jill and Sherry exchanged confused looks. The other girls seemed to be waiting for something, and that something clearly involved the newcomers. Alex set his cup down, nodded, and began speaking. All right, let's start from the beginning. You've already heard a few things, but now it's time to lay it all out. To put it simply, I'm the Demon King. My father is the big boss. And I ended up in this world to solve the problem that's currently escalating. Alex. I know you like to joke, but this is too much. Maybe you hit your head last night when we were hiding in the racist bunker. Jill asked with genuine concern. Alex only sighed. Words, as usual, weren't working. It was time to take action. He ran a hand through his hair, and black horns instantly grew from his forehead. Sherry and Jill stared at him, eyes wide. The others, even though they already knew who he was, raised their eyebrows slightly. Alex had always insisted he didn't have horns. Wait, you said you didn't have horns or hooves. Why the hell did you suddenly grow a pair? Rebecca asked, tugging on one of them. Well. Alex shrugged. I figured I should give a more visual confirmation of who I am. And horns seemed just right. The other girls eagerly joined in, reaching out to touch Alex's horns with interest. They had seen him transform into something between a man and a beast before, but this was new. Even Rebecca, Claire, and Moira, who used to be a bit more reserved about all this, now reached out with excitement. Sherry and Jill, however, still sat with their mouths open, stunned and trying to comprehend what was happening. Meanwhile, Alex stood stoically, enduring the curious fingers poking, squeezing, and tugging at his horns, mentally cursing his own impulsiveness. In the next moment, he quickly dispelled the magic, making the horns vanish. The girls groaned in disappointment. They clearly didn't get enough time to enjoy the new experience. Alex just sighed and decided not to ask what exactly they meant by that. Wait. Sherry finally snapped out of it. So, the horns were fake. Then how are you a demon? Don't all demons have horns and, you know, all that other stuff, she asked, pointing at him. Do you have any idea how inconvenient it is to walk around with horns? Alex began his usual rant. Sleeping is a nightmare. You get stuck in doorways, can't fit in vehicles, and you have to file them down to keep the shape. And that's not even the worst part. The girls sighed in unison. They could tell from his tone that this was going to be a long one. All right, we get it, Jill said wearily. No horns. But maybe now you can actually explain why you're here and what you meant when you called your father the big boss. Alex nodded and began telling the whole story, from who he was, where he came from, and why he ended up in this world. He spoke of his mission, about the being that posed a threat, and then, with grim irony, revealed that it wasn't just one being, but two. The other girls helped fill in the gaps or clarified details he left out. When Jill, Sherry, Claire, or Moira asked questions, Alex didn't bore them with dry explanations. Instead, he created visual projections to clearly illustrate what he was talking about. The story was long, and the questions were many. But Alex noticed the genuine interest in their eyes, especially when they realized he was working to save entire worlds. That struck a chord with them, inspired them, and in some way, lifted Alex's own spirits too. While Alex continued his explanation, something else was happening at a military base. In the distance, a military helicopter approached the facility. On board were three men: Chris Redfield, the leader of the resistance, Leon Scott Kennedy, his loyal comrade, and Piers Nivens, an experienced soldier known for his reliability. Last night, Chris received a call from Major Payne. At first, he didn't think much of it, until he heard the words, "Claire's already at the base." That was enough to make Chris organize a flight immediately, especially after Payne added that the arriving group had brought with them a virus capable of killing demons. At first, Chris didn't believe it. But he knew Payne. He wasn't the type to spout nonsense. And if the virus really did exist, it could be their best hope for victory. Chris, are you sure a virus like that is even possible? Our scientists have already tried everything. They examined the corpses of those creatures, but it all led nowhere, Piers said skeptically. I'm not sure, Chris admitted, staring out the window. But if it's real, it could change everything. Even if there's no virus, Leon smirked, you'll still get to see your sister. Yesterday, you looked a bit too happy when you heard she was okay. Though, not so happy about her getting close to some guy, he added, struggling to hold back laughter. Shut up, Leon. Or it might just happen that the helicopter door suddenly opens, and you accidentally fall out, Chris said, shooting him a heavy, cold glare. You're not serious, we're friends, right? Leon asked, swallowing nervously, his face paling slightly. Exactly why I warned you, Chris replied calmly, not breaking eye contact. Leon chuckled awkwardly and turned away, deciding not to push his luck. Piers shook his head. What interested him most was the virus itself. If it was real, they could turn the tide of the war. Chris's thoughts were also circling around the virus. But something else was starting to take priority, Claire. Payne had told him on the phone not only that she was okay, but also that she'd been spending time with some guy, one who seemed to be surrounded by other girls, no less. As an older brother, Chris was determined to deal with this mysterious suitor. A few minutes later, the helicopter began to land. When it touched down, 3 figures stepped out, Chris, Leon, and Piers. On the ground, Major Payne was already waiting, clearly not thrilled about spending even an extra minute with the trio. Finally. What, were you putting on makeup before takeoff? Payne grumbled, shooting them a glare. Cut the crap, Payne. Where's my sister? Chris snapped, brushing past him. In the barracks. With her boyfriend. Oh, so you're going full Big Brother mode, huh? Just a warning, that guy could probably twist you into a pretzel. No offense, Chris, Payne smirked. We'll see, Chris growled and marched off toward the barracks without looking back. Leon and Piers decided to get a bit more info about the guy Payne mentioned. He gave them a brief description of that one guy Claire was with, and the moment Leon and Piers heard the details, they exchanged a glance. With Chris's temperament, this could end in disaster. Without wasting a second, they rushed after him, hoping to stop the oncoming apocalypse. Chris strode confidently toward the barracks, long determined steps echoing across the base. At the entrance, he spotted a group of guys but completely ignored them and practically kicked the door open as he barged inside. I don't know who that is, but I'm pretty sure he's about to screw up badly, Soap chuckled. How long do you think until that gorilla gets thrown out of the barracks? R laughed, slapping Soap's hand. I'll give him 2 minutes, Lem replied, lighting a cigarette with a grin. The guys at the barracks were just sobering up after last night's drinking and barbecue. Leon and Piers arrived right in the middle of the banter. Meanwhile, Chris was already kicking down doors one by one, searching for his sister. Rage bubbled inside him, he couldn't stand the thought of Claire dating some womanizer. After breaking down yet another door, Chris came face to face with a rather vivid scene, his sister, arms wrapped around a tall guy's neck, kissing him. The guy was holding Claire by the waist, and he looked completely calm. The loud bang of the door interrupted the moment, and Claire and Alex turned their heads in perfect sync. The other girls in the room also turned to look, all eyes locked on the idiot who'd just kicked the door open. A second later, they recognized Chris, and everything immediately made sense. Especially when they saw the way his face was burning with fury. Alex, in contrast, calmly studied him. He took in the details. Chris looked like his Resident Evil Village version, black coat, turtleneck, and most memorably, eyes full of rage. For a moment, Alex didn't understand why, but then it clicked, Chris had caught them mid-kiss. How long do you plan on hugging my sister? Chris growled through gritted teeth. Chris, shut up. I'm an adult. I decide who I date, Claire rolled her eyes. But Chris wasn't listening. Eyes locked on Alex, he began marching toward him, fists clenched. He took a step and raised his arm, ready to strike, but the next moment, his world flipped upside down. Literally. He felt a sharp pain in his back and head. Before he could even process what happened, he was on the floor. Right in front of his eyes, Alex's face, wearing a calm, almost lazy smirk. All the girls had seen was Chris charging toward Alex, and then flying through the air and slamming into the wall. Their laughter filled the room. Wow, Chris. Pretty rude to attack your future brother-in-law just because he kissed your sister, Alex quipped with a grin. Gritting his teeth, Chris jumped to his feet and charged again. The girls quickly backed away, clearing space, or rather, giving Alex enough room to slam Chris into the floor again. Alex dodged every blow effortlessly, barely tilting his head. He knew Chris wouldn't pull out a weapon, this would stay a fistfight. Another wild swing, and Alex, lightly catching Chris's arm, sent him flying again. With a loud crash, Chris hit the wall back first. Chris, just give it a rest. You're not gonna beat Alex. Unless you really want to keep eating dirt, Claire commented, walking over to her brother, who was once again upside down. Stay out of it, Claire. I need to see what this guy's made of, Chris muttered, cracking his neck. Oh, so you want to keep going? In that case, let's take it outside. I think it's going to be fun, Alex said with a wide grin. Chris gave a stone-faced nod and stormed out. The girls looked at Alex, then at Chris's retreating back. All of them had the same thought flash through their minds. Poor Chris. You're not planning to beat up my brother too badly, are you? Claire asked, eyeing Alex. Of course not. I've got something, extremely painful but completely harmless, Alex replied with a mischievous smirk. What the hell kind of thing is that? How can it be both painful and harmless? Moira asked, confused. Alex calls it his idiot stick. A lot of idiots have suffered from that thing. Looks like your brother's next, Rebecca added with a predatory grin. The girls gave Rebecca skeptical looks, then turned in unison to Alex, as if silently asking for confirmation. He just shrugged and calmly pulled out his greatest creation from his inventory, the idiot stick. At first glance, it looked like a simple iron rod, but its entire length was engraved with runes. Alex briefly reminded them that he used this rod to punish adventurers in the dungeon who were less than bright. Rebecca, having witnessed some of those punishments firsthand, immediately recalled the chaos. The others, hearing about it for the first time, perked up with curiosity. Alex figured he'd let Rebecca tell them the war stories later. Right now, he had unfinished business with Claire's brother. Or more precisely, a fight. With a wide grin on his face, he stepped out of the barracks and nodded to the guys in his group. His gaze immediately caught sight of Chris, who was warming up on the training field. Leon and Piers stood nearby. Alex slightly raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected to see Leon and Piers teamed up with Chris. That was, by the way, quite interesting. As he approached, he overheard Leon and Piers desperately trying to convince Chris not to pick a fight, not to do anything stupid, and not to mess with a potential ally. But Chris wasn't listening to anyone anymore. He was focused, his priority clear and definite, to test the strength of the guy who dared to kiss his sister. Well, Chris. You ready? Or do you still need to warm up? Alex asked lazily, tossing his stick over his shoulder. If all you can do is talk, then I doubt you can beat me, Chris smirked, completely forgetting that this guy had already sent him crashing into a wall twice. Alex raised an eyebrow in surprise and then chuckled quietly. He beckoned Chris with his finger, signaling, go ahead, don't hold back. He was genuinely curious to see what else Chris was capable of. Deep down, he saw in Chris not just an irritated brother, no, there was the potential of a hero. His determination, character, persistence, everything spoke to that. And that was exactly why Alex hadn't shut down the conflict from the start. He wanted to test this stubborn guy. Chris took a fighting stance and began advancing quickly, maintaining his focus. Alex just spread a wide grin and gripped his stick tighter. It was time to see how many hits this stubborn guy could take. Chris raised his elbow to block the strike, and the moment the stick touched his arm, he felt a light jolt followed by a powerful, almost burning pain. He gritted his teeth, trying not to make a sound. Alex was a little surprised. He'd expected a yelp or a curse, but Chris remained silent. Looks like your brother's tougher than he seems, Claire, Becca said with surprise. Why do you say that? Claire asked, turning to her. Usually after the first hit from that stick people scream like little girls. But your brother's quiet. Respectable, Becca nodded, not hiding her admiration. Is it really that painful? Mio asked skeptically, watching the fight. Becca nodded affirmatively. She had witnessed people writhe in pain after just one blow from Alex's masterpiece. The girls clearly decided to learn more about this invention later, especially about its victims. What bothers me more is that Chris didn't even notice us. Or maybe his brain was so busy with Claire and Alex's kiss that everything else just shut down, Jill murmured, putting her palm to her forehead. Well, that's Chris for you, Rixa chuckled quietly. Claire, Jill, and Rixa sighed heavily. Meanwhile, the fight was coming to an end. Alex quickly realized what Chris was capable of and with one precise strike to the face sent him into a reset. Chris collapsed unconscious to the ground. Leon and Piers struggled to hold back their laughter, watching Chris get knocked out with a single blow. Alex smirked, approached the body, grabbed Chris by the leg, and slowly dragged him back to the barracks. Now we can talk like adults, he muttered under his breath. To be continued. Chapter 363, having learned the Resistance's plans, it's time to head home. After Alex knocked Chris out with a single precise punch to the jaw, a heavy silence settled over the training ground. Those who had bet on Chris's victory winced, some visibly pained by the loss, especially since their champion had gone down with such an echoing crash. Meanwhile, those already familiar with Alex's capability simply smiled quietly, collecting their well-earned winnings. Alex looked down at Chris's unconscious body and shook his head. He could see his soul, pure, bright, just like a true hero should be. And that gave him mixed feelings. He still hated heroes. In his life, there had only ever been one person he accepted as a true hero, Belle, a part of his family. All the others, with their heroic glow, mostly irritated him. But right now, personal grudges weren't the priority. he needed to talk to Chris and get information, what was happening with the resistance, what state Raccoon City was in, and how soon the final act of this story would begin. Alex felt the endgame approaching. It was time to make the final moves. Walking up to the unconscious Chris, Alex grabbed him unceremoniously by the leg and began dragging him toward the barracks, for a warm, heartfelt conversation, so to speak. Leon and Piers followed, barely holding back their laughter. The sight of Chris being taken down was just too ridiculous to forget. Claire, Jill, and Rixa, watching Alex drag their friend's limp body across the ground, couldn't hold back either. Their laughter was loud and genuine. "Alex, I hope you didn't hit him too hard," Claire asked through giggles. "I'm afraid he might get even dumber." "Don't worry, he's fine." "Just a light tap to the face," Alex replied calmly, smirking. "He'll wake up soon. In the meantime, let's get him somewhere we can talk properly." "Drag his ass straight to the briefing room," Payne said, walking up. "I'd like to hear what news that stubborn mule brought too." Alex shrugged and kept dragging Chris along at the same pace. He realized it wasn't just him who was curious, everyone else wanted to know what the resistance was planning before the final battle. Once they reached the meeting room, Alex placed Chris onto a chair, arranging him carefully so he wouldn't fall off. He even folded the man's arms over his chest, as if Chris had simply dozed off during a boring briefing. Leon and Piers came in behind and nearly burst into laughter. The scene was hilariously absurd. The rest of Alex's group, along with Major Payne, gathered shortly after. Seeing Chris like that, Payne snorted and took a seat against the wall, barely hiding a smirk. Meanwhile, Alex settled into a chair with Rebecca on his lap, lazily stroking her hair. But his thoughts were far away. He had been avoiding Raccoon City for a reason. He didn't want to risk it. If the Minister of Monolith sensed his presence, things would get much more complicated. Besides, he was still hunting for the last priest. After interrogating and ripping the memories from Deeg Nilox's head, he had only managed to locate the second priest, Deeg Granic, now hiding in the former territory of Los Iluminados in Spain. But Deeg Grav was still a ghost, no trace, no hint. Logically, if one was in Europe and another in America, then the third should be somewhere else. But where? Alex's thoughts swirled while he absent-mindedly stroked Becca's hair. Noticing his distant look, she tugged his cheek to bring him back to reality. "What are you thinking about, staring off into space like that?" she asked. The other girls also looked at him with interest. Alex briefly explained that he was thinking about the location of the third priest and why he hadn't been able to track him down. The girls just sighed and nodded. Whenever Alex got lost in thought, it always meant big trouble on the horizon. A couple of minutes passed, and Chris stirred. He jerked slightly, almost falling off the chair, but managed to stay seated. Looking around, he realized he was in a conference room, and everyone was staring at him. Among the faces, he recognized some familiar ones: Jill, Rekha, and of course, his sister Claire, who was sitting next to the guy that had knocked him out with a punch to the jaw. Chris rubbed his chin. The pain from the hit still throbbed unpleasantly. His eyes landed on Alex, who was lazily chatting with the girls at the moment. Alex noticed Chris had woken up and met his furious glare with an amused smirk. "Well, you're awake. Can we talk now? Or do you need another round to help you focus?" Alex narrowed his eyes. Chris's eyes narrowed in return, taking Alex's words as a threat. But before he could say anything, Leon put a hand on his shoulder. "We're not here for that, Chris," he reminded calmly. Chris let out a heavy breath and, after a short pause, nodded. Alex smirked. He was starting to like that Leon was the voice of reason in this trio. It explained a lot. He knew the kind of man Leon was: stubborn, brave, but also level-headed and capable of thinking clearly. A rarity in this crazy world. Still rubbing his sore chin, Chris threw short but warm glances at Jill and Rekha, happy they were alive. Though the girls reacted in their own way, rolling their eyes in unison, as if to say, "Took you long enough." "Payne said you've got a virus that can kill demons. Is that true?" Chris went straight to the point. "Yeah. Our settlement's scientists managed to synthesize it." Though most of the credit goes to Rekha, Alex nodded toward her with a light smile. "She did the bulk of the work. How effective is it? Have you actually tested it or is it all theory?" Piers asked, arms crossed over his chest. "We ran field tests in Rome," Alex answered calmly. The demon mortality rate was nearly total. Most of them died within minutes. Chris frowned, thinking over what he'd just heard, clearly wanting more details. Not wanting to dive into scientific explanations, Alex passed the presentation off to Rekha. She smacked him on the arm, muttered something under her breath, and pulled a portable mini-lab from her backpack, one of Alex's inventions. She still had recordings, schematics, and even a 3D model of the virus's spread. While Rekha explained the infection mechanism, side effects, and data from the Rome experiment, Alex added that once the first demons started dying, the rest quickly began to flee. He advised Chris to prepare for the possibility that during settlement cleanups, the demons might begin a mass evacuation to avoid destruction. Chris nodded in full agreement. He had noticed before that demons acted in a coordinated, calculated way. They had intelligence, and worse, strategy. Since the virus is clear, Alex began, let's talk about the situation in Raccoon City. I need to know what to expect. And why do you need that info? You planning to help with more than just the virus? Chris asked suspiciously. Something like that, Alex waved lazily. I can't just hand you a toy and watch you screw it up. So go ahead, spill everything you know. Chris frowned in displeasure but eventually reached into his coat pocket for a tablet and handed it to Alex. Alex took the device, but seeing everyone crowding around and the screen being too small, he connected the tablet to his phone and activated a projection. A simple hologram immediately filled part of the room, displaying a series of drone images. Most of the demons are concentrated right in Raccoon City. From the looks of it, they're building a real fortress there, Chris explained, pointing to one of the images. Alex studied the projection closely, and his face slowly darkened. This wasn't what he had expected at all. He knew Raccoon City was the domain of the Minister of Monoliths and had assumed that the final act of his grand performance would take place there. But now the demons of Davith were also present, and they were building a bastion, as if preparing for defense. Something was clearly off. If the minister was hiding beneath the city and the demons were constructing fortifications above ground, did that mean they were working together? Or were they preparing for a confrontation? Alex knew both entities could sense each other's presence. But why would either of them allow the other to fortify territory they claimed as their own? The worst part was the possibility that the icon of sin might be hiding somewhere within those ruins. That thought troubled Alex more than anything. He didn't say it aloud, but the tension in his eyes and the tight line of his lips betrayed his inner anxiety. The girls, looking at the images, began whispering among themselves. They knew that every such detail always pointed to something much bigger. The situation in Raccoon City is clear, said Alex, rubbing his face with a hand. What about the resistance? When are you planning the assault? Initially, we were going to prepare thoroughly and hit the city in a couple of weeks, Chris began. I made contact with surviving military bases and survivor groups. My plan was to start with heavy bombardment, then move in with infantry. But now, with your virus, I think it would be better to first clear out the surrounding cities of demons, so we don't get flanked. After that, we move on to Raccoon City. Alex nodded silently. The plan made sense. But he already knew, it wouldn't go according to script. He could only sigh at Chris's words. The idea of clearing nearby towns before storming Raccoon City was sound. But deep down, he knew, no matter how the assault ended, there might not be any victors. The resistance would face something far worse than just hordes of demons. And only Alex understood how serious it truly was. While Chris shared the details of his plan, Alex listened carefully, adjusting his own strategy to match the resistance's advance. Then he pulled out a small box. Inside were vials of the virus and devices for dispersing it. He briefly explained how to use the equipment and handed it all to Chris. This should make things easier for you, Alex said calmly. After all, we're aiming for the same goal. Chris nodded gratefully. But Alex just waved him off. He didn't consider it a favor. It was all part of his own plan. Saying goodbye to Chris, Alex left Claire alone with her brother and headed back to the barracks with the girls and the rest of the team. Yet the uneasy feeling didn't leave him, not for a second. The thought of Davith and the Minister of Monoliths sharing one territory seemed too suspicious. Alex didn't believe in coincidences of that scale. The only hypothesis he could come up with was that the two had indeed joined forces. But why? What could make two such powerful and ambitious entities cooperate? Alex knew of only one possible reason, himself. He was sure, in this world, there was no one else capable of killing both Davith and the Minister, except him. Most likely, they had decided to divide the universe between them before he could reach them. After returning to the barracks, Alex asked the girls to start packing. Their work here was nearly complete. It was time to head home. Soon, they were back in the room where they had spent the night. The girls immediately settled in different spots, trying to digest everything that had happened and waiting to hear what Alex thought of the whole bizarre situation. Alex, Ada was the first to speak, crossing one leg over the other. Are you finally going to explain how two beings who are clearly fighting over this world decided to hang out in the same territory? That's not normal. No idea, Alex admitted, rubbing his chin. I can't even logically imagine why they would join forces. But if they did, it actually makes things easier for me. One city, one big target. Everything in one place. So you want to take out both of them at once? Rika asked, raising an eyebrow. Exactly. But before that, I need to finish my preparations. And yeah, Alex smirked, it's time to go after the second priest. Mummy number 2, Cammy snorted. You're still calling them that? Yep. Take him out of the equation, and the demons will start running around like headless chickens. Most likely, they'll be ordered to retreat or regroup in Raccoon City. And that plays right into our hands, Alex said, raising a finger as if to underline his point. So you want to force them all into one spot, and then end it for good there? Cammy clarified, tapping her chin thoughtfully. Something like that. Better to have both idiots in one place. I don't want one of them escaping and showing up later with some dramatic line like, "I'm back," and a villainous smirk, Alex said, shaking his head in annoyance. You sound like a classic movie villain, Sherry noted with a soft laugh. The girls giggled. Alex just shrugged and confirmed with a grin, yes, he preferred solving problems radically. No chances for sequels. No loose ends. He glanced over at GIR, Mimi, Stitch, and Wolf, his support team. It looked like tomorrow, or the day after at the latest, he'd be heading out to hunt the second priest. Time was running out. A few minutes later, Claire walked back into the room. And her expression was terrifying. One look at her face made it clear, she was angry. Very angry. The girls exchanged glances, and Alex raised an eyebrow with interest. Claire silently approached, sat on his lap, and wrapped her arms around his neck. It was as if she was seeking comfort and support from him. What happened? Jill asked first. You look like you're about to murder someone. Would I be wrong? Claire muttered, still holding on to him. Chris is an idiot. He wants me to leave with him. Because of your relationship with Alex? Chiquita asked with a smirk. Even worse. He wants me to come back and be his secretary. Because apparently, our hero can't handle paperwork and wants to dump it all on me. Oh, Chris. Jill groaned. Classic, Rekha added. 10 years ago he still couldn't tell which side of a report was up. Let him suffer then, Alex said, gently stroking Claire's hair. None of my girls will do something they don't want to. Especially not for an incompetent paper pusher like him. To cheer Claire up, Alex began telling her a few funny stories. Becca joined in, recalling a couple of wild incidents involving her brother Pilar. The room once again filled with warmth and a sense of comfort. But soon the door opened, and Lem peeked inside. Alex, someone's here to see you. Hope I'm not interrupting. Alex waved his hand, indicating that everything was fine. Carefully helping Claire off his lap, he stood up and followed Lem to find out who wanted to talk to him. Stepping outside the barracks, he immediately noticed Rick and his team. They looked focused, clearly, they hadn't come just to say hello. Since you're here, I take it you've made up your minds? Alex asked calmly, surveying each of them. Looks like it, Rick nodded with a slight smile. After Daryl explained how you guys operate. I think it would be foolish to refuse such an offer. Then welcome aboard. We'll be heading back soon, so get ready. Oh, and a tip, don't be surprised by what you see next, Alex added with a light smirk. Rick's group exchanged confused glances. They didn't quite understand what Alex meant. Only Daryl looked at him calmly, he already knew what Alex was capable of. Meanwhile, Lem eagerly waited to see how the newcomers would react to the most interesting part. Meanwhile, Alex returned to the girls and briefly told them it was time to pack up. The mission at the base was over. The girls gladly agreed, no matter what, home was always cozier. Even though the beds Alex pulled from inventory were just as comfortable, the familiar surroundings were closer to the heart. While the girls packed their things, Alex decided to check on the guys to see if they were ready. As it turned out, they had already packed all their gear and were fully prepared. Alex just nodded approvingly and went back to the girls just as they were zipping up their backpacks. They stepped outside, and Alex lit a cigarette, waiting for the others without hurry. Soon Rick's group arrived with their bags. Alex immediately noticed that Nathan had come not alone, but accompanied by Lara. He raised an eyebrow in surprise, now it was clear where Nathan had been yesterday during the group barbecue and drinking session. So, how are you planning to get back? Dale asked, crossing his arms. You said you flew here by plane. Same way back. Believe me, old man, you'll be surprised by the method, Becca giggled with a gremlin-like grin. Everyone in Rick's group exchanged puzzled looks. At that moment, the guys came out of the barracks with their backpacks, fully ready to move out. Alex stubbed out his cigarette and, without a word, summoned Yamato. The sword appearing from thin air made Rick and his people's eyes go wide. But things got even more interesting. Alex swung the sword, and a portal immediately opened in the air. A collective thud sounded, as if a dozen jaws had hit the floor at once. Alex laughed and stepped into the portal first, followed calmly and naturally by the girls. The guys pushed the newcomers in so as not to waste time on shock. Some were practically shoved inside. The next moment, they were already standing on the other side. Against the snowy sky, the buildings of a settlement in Alaska rose. What the? How did we even get here? Merle exhaled, stunned, turning his head around. Alaska is hundreds of miles away. And we just went through some hole in the air. I told you, don't be surprised, Alex replied with a grin. Everyone here's used to it by now. Alex speaks the truth, Lem added, shrugging. We were staring at it at first too, but now it's just a regular Monday morning. Laughter rippled through the rows. The guys headed to their homes to unpack their things. The girls, after kissing Alex goodbye, also dispersed. Claire, Jill, Moira, and Sherry went to gather their belongings to officially move in with him. Meanwhile, Alex called over Rick and his people to give them a tour and lead them to the council building, where they were supposed to be assigned housing. As they walked through the settlement, Rick and his group looked around in surprise. Everything seemed calm, even peaceful. People were going about their business, children ran around as if this was not a post-apocalyptic world, but just an ordinary day in a quiet town. An amazing place, Dale said quietly. So all those radio messages were true? More or less, Alex nodded. Now come in. This is our administrative building. We need to assign you housing. They went inside, and Alex, trusting his instinct, headed for the main hall. There, in the company of Svetlana and Balalaika, sat Brunhilde, Coco, and Yuriko. Seeing them, Alex waved, and behind him Rick's group entered the room. Already back. How was the trip? Yuriko asked with a smile, glancing at him. I'll tell you at home, Alex replied calmly. But for now, we have some newcomers here. We should settle them in. He nodded toward Rick and his team. Brunhilde stood up and approached. So, these guys are with you. Good. We'll find them a suitable place. The women exchanged glances with Rick's group and silently nodded. While the newcomers were being assigned their homes, Alex stood nearby with Brunhilde, Coco, and Yuriko, watching their work. But it took only a minute for him to realize, even in the midst of the apocalypse, bureaucracy was alive and well. Alex sighed deeply, the system doesn't die, it just moves. When Rick's group went to settle in, accompanied by one of the assistants, Alex decided to stay. However, the girls quickly lost patience, they wanted to know in advance what had happened at the military base and what they had been doing there with Alex. Alex told them everything, about the Book of the Dead and the consequences of its activation. He explained what the artifact was, the power it contained, and how it had almost caused a catastrophe. Yuriko, Coco, and Brunhilde only sighed heavily, lamenting human stupidity. Alex continued and spoke about the meeting with Chris Redfield, the state of the resistance, and the troubling situation in Raccoon City. When he finished, concern was no longer limited to just the administrative girls, even Svetlana and Balalaika looked tense. Something in what was happening clearly wasn't adding up. Alex agreed with their suspicions but decided not to go deeper into the topic for now. After finishing the conversation, he headed home. He finally wanted to surrender to laziness and spend some time with his daughter Anya. Just as he approached the house, Claire, Sherry, Jill, and Moira were already coming up the porch, carrying bags with their belongings. Alex smirked, they packed quickly. He opened the door, and they all entered the house together. But no sooner had Alex stepped over the threshold than 3 pink-haired torpedoes flew at him. Anya, Lucy, and 02 clung to him with joyful squeals. So much love right after coming home, Alex said with a smile, feeling literally covered by them. When you're not here, the house gets boring, Lucy cooed, pressing her cheek against his hand. Alex stroked each of the 3 on the head in turn when a sarcastic voice sounded from behind. I see the girls have moved in with us again. Seems like you really can't control what's between your legs, Alcina said with a hint of mockery. Alex quickly covered Anya's ears and shot Alcina a meaningful, reproachful look. She just waved him off with a smirk. Sighing, Alex decided to show the girls their room. Although it wasn't that simple, Anya, Lucy, and 02 were still hanging on him. Lifting them all in his arms, he led Claire, Jill, Sherry, and Moira upstairs. Entering a spacious room, the girls involuntarily stopped in surprise, it was much larger than they had expected. But then, remembering who Alex was, they just nodded and mentally prepared themselves for whatever might await them in the future. Wow, what a convenient wardrobe you have. This must be one of the perks of magic, Sherry said with surprise, peeking inside. Magic can do much more than just spacious wardrobes. But yeah, it seems the main thing for girls is that everything fits, Alex shrugged. Exactly. There's nothing worse than trying to stuff things into a tiny wardrobe, Claire smirked. You're not the first to complain about that, Alex said with a light laugh. Well, with your abilities, I'm sure the wardrobe won't ever get full, Moira added, chuckling. Alex laughed along with her and gave the girls some time to settle in. Carrying the trio with him, he went down to the first floor, to spend some time with the family and finally fully embrace a well-deserved lazy mode. As he sat on the sofa, the girls in the living room enthusiastically told the others what had happened to them at the military base. Alex made himself comfortable, placed Anya on his lap, and 02 immediately nestled by his side, making it clear she wasn't going anywhere today. He stroked Anya's hair, smiling, and simply listened, enjoying the warmth and peace of home. To be continued. Chapter 364, A Day of Rest with My Daughter. After returning home, Alex decided not to burden his mind with unnecessary thoughts about the reasons behind Davith and the Minister of Monoliths joining forces. The only thought that kept circling in his head was that the minister had promised Davith what drove him to start his bloody crusade in the first place, immortality for the people of Jekad. If Davith abandoned his role as the creator or Dark Lord and became an outer god, taking one of the thrones, he would gain the power to grant his people eternal life, or, under the influence of chaos, turn into an even more brutal monster. Thinking along these lines, Alex concluded that this was the most logical scenario. Even though the demon armies were still destroying the red markers, that didn't mean Davith and the minister hadn't struck a truce. Perhaps they were following a more complex and carefully thought-out strategy. When Coco, Yuriko, and Brunhild returned home, Alex immediately pulled them aside. He didn't wait for them to change or rest, he just dragged them into the workshop to share his thoughts. Seriously. You didn't even let us change, Coco muttered on the way. You could have at least made some tea. Yuriko added, taking off her coat. But as soon as Alex started laying out his theories, the girls fell silent, listening closely to every word. The topic was far too important to let fatigue distract them. Alex hadn't chosen these three by chance. He knew they could steer his thoughts in the right direction, see what he might have missed. Alone, he might walk in circles and waste time, but with their help, everything could fall into place. He laid out the chain of possible reasons why Davith and the Minister of Monoliths might have allied, and no matter how he looked at it, everything pointed to one thing, the throne of an outer god. Davith would either create his own throne or take an existing one by force. And with his power, that was entirely possible. The girls, though not fully understanding the philosophy of the outer gods and thrones, had already heard from Alex that Davith was obsessed with the idea of granting immortality to his degenerating people. Which meant the throne was the key to his dream. As Alex continued sharing his theories, he himself began to believe that Davith truly intended to claim the position of an outer god. Alex, sweetheart. Yuriko spoke up, slightly frowning. I didn't understand everything about this story with thrones and gods, but you explained enough. If your theory is right, then they really could have made a deal. But then here's the question, why are the demons still destroying the red markers? Aren't you allies now? It's much simpler than that, Coco cut in. You said yourself that this Davith wants to give immortality to his people. But his people now are just a horde of brainless beasts. Why make them immortal? Exactly, Brunhild nodded. If we tie that in with your theory, Alex, then it looks like he's just sacrificing his own demons to accumulate power. Maybe he wants to help take the throne from that woman, the one who still haunts you and whom you call the Pursuer. And he wants to take an empty throne for himself, or create one, like you said. And if your thoughts are right, and they usually are, I really don't like this idea, especially if one of these two creatures manages to escape while you're busy fighting them. Yeah, Alex confirmed. As for one of them escaping, you don't have to worry. I've got it all planned. But for it all to work and my plan to succeed, I need to capture D. Granick first. Then go and do it, Coco snapped irritably. I'm tired of carrying the burden of this settlement. I married the Demon King, not some office clerk. Why am I stuck in administration, shuffling papers, instead of bathing in rose petals like a true queen? Where's my vacation, Alex? Yuriko and Brunhild silently stared at Coco. Alex froze as well, realizing he had just witnessed a mini explosion of his wife's fatigue. Apparently, it wasn't the first time, judging by how calm the girls looked, pretending nothing had happened. Alex sighed, walked up to Coco, and picked her up in his arms like a princess. All right, my queen. Time to spoil you with some rest. He said gently, stroking her back. Coco immediately nuzzled into his cheek, wrapping her arms around his neck and starting to flirt, as if the emotional outburst had never happened. Alex just smiled, holding her in his arms, and led the trio of women out of the workshop. It was time to relax a little. As Alex, Brunhild, Yuriko, and Coco stepped out of the workshop, the rest of the girls immediately surrounded them with a flurry of questions. Everyone was curious why Alex had so urgently pulled the trio away for a private talk. Seeing no reason to hide anything, Alex calmly shared what he had been pondering all day, the possible reasons behind Davith and the Minister of Monoliths joining forces. After he finished explaining his thoughts, the girls all sighed, and in unison declared it was time to put an end to this madness. Alex let out a heavy sigh. Their collective attack felt like a soft yet firm ultimatum. It turned out he wasn't the only one dreaming of long overdue rest. His women were mentally ready to leave this crumbling world behind and go somewhere far away. The next morning began peacefully. Alex sat in the living room, doing Anya's hair. His little princess always had to look adorable. He was carefully braiding her hair when Brunhild walked by and stopped, reminding him that he had forgotten to discuss something important with Chris, the human factor. After saying this, she left the house along with Coco, Yuriko, and Saya, heading toward the administrative building. Alex was left alone with Anya on his lap, and realized he had indeed missed a critical detail. Wasting no time, he contacted Chris while simultaneously setting up a magical jammer to prevent anyone from eavesdropping. "Chris, are you busy right now?" "Alone?" Alex asked, tapping his knee with a finger. "What kind of calls are these so early in the morning? Is there an emergency? Or are you going to tell me my sister's already pregnant and you just want to brag?" Chris growled through gritted teeth. "No, Claire's not pregnant. Go somewhere no one can hear you." "What I'm about to say is important," Alex rolled his eyes, trying not to match Chris's tone. From the other end, Chris let out a relieved sigh, which made Alex's eye twitch. He almost regretted not showing up to give Chris another disciplinary lesson. While footsteps echoed from the line, Alex watched Anya. The little girl perked up at the word pregnant. She immediately pressed herself against her father, grabbed his cheeks, and chirped happily, imagining how she'd soon become a big sister. Stars practically lit up in her eyes as she pictured taking care of a younger brother or sister, becoming the boss of the house. But after a few seconds, her brows furrowed as she thought, but none of the mommies said anything about this. "I would have heard." Realizing that, Anya looked a bit disappointed, but then resolutely clenched her little fist. She would be ready anyway. After all, the best big sister had to be prepared in advance. Alex watched the changing expressions on his daughter's face with interest, first joy, then confusion, then determination. He caught himself thinking that Anya was starting to resemble the hero of a typical anime where the power of friendship conquers all. He couldn't allow that. He shuddered and quickly shook his head, banishing the unpleasant thought. Meanwhile, Chris reached an empty room where no one could overhear him. He shut the door tightly and activated extra protection. "All right, I'm alone. Talk. But if this is nonsense, I'm dropping a bomb on you," he said with an irritated tone. "Shut up and listen. This is serious. Yesterday I forgot to mention something important." Alex's voice became hard and focused. From Alex's tone, Chris immediately understood, this was going to be a serious conversation. He frowned, irritated that Alex had only remembered something important a whole day later. Still, Chris decided to hear him out before getting angry. "The thing is, I forgot to mention one critical detail. The point is, you need to be careful about who you trust," Alex began. "If you're calling just to state the obvious, I'm hanging up," Chris muttered. "I'm not finished. You think you're fighting one side, but in truth, you have two enemies. And both are extremely unpleasant. You might have already heard about strange red structures spotted all over the world, and the cults forming around demons and these constructs. So, I won't waste time on a long explanation, just know this, there might already be traitors within the resistance. And you need to stay alert so the virus I gave you doesn't end up in the wrong hands." Chris's frown deepened as Alex continued. "The first cult is the marker cult. Its followers are obsessed with the idea of so-called convergence. I'll send you a separate file about that, this isn't the time for a lecture. The second cult worships demons. Their actions are far more dangerous. These lunatics can open gates straight into the heart of your bases. It's through them that demons are entering this world." Alex paused and let out a heavy sigh. "Chris, don't tell me you still don't get it, what's already happened is just a weak warning. The situation is far worse than most realize. The transformation of people into zombies and mutants can be explained by the virus. But demons, that's a whole other story. I'll send you files, along with modules to help track demonic nests and their presence. And one last thing, those who have already become part of the marker cult or the demon worshippers are lost. There's no bringing them back. The simplest way to end their suffering is a bullet to the head. Got it? Send the files, I'll see what I can do. And when are those modules arriving? Turn around. The box with the modules is already there. Inside you'll find instructions, figure it out from there. And remember this, don't you dare die because someone stabbed you in the back. Trusting people is one thing. Believing you'll never be betrayed is another. Good luck, Chris. A lot depends on you. I'm not planning to carry this world on my back alone." "You're hiding something," Chris muttered as Alex was about to hang up. "All in due time. If you live to see the end, we'll talk," Alex said, ending the call. Chris stared at the screen, now displaying "call ended," and let out a heavy sigh. He understood why Alex had said all that, and knew all too well that anyone could be a traitor now. His phone buzzed again, an incoming message. When he opened it, he found 2 files. He immediately decided to share them only with those he truly trusted, Piers and the squad he'd been through hell with. Looking back, he saw a wooden box behind him. Peering inside, he found the very modules Alex had mentioned. Chris still didn't understand how the box got there, but he knew it wasn't time for questions, there were more important things to deal with. Meanwhile, Alex leaned back on the sofa. His face twisted as if he'd just eaten a lemon. He genuinely disliked playing the role of the cryptic helper who spoke in riddles and revealed things in fragments. Rubbing his face with a hand, he silently swore never to fall into that habit again. Still, Alex was glad that Chris turned out to be smarter than he had initially thought. For a moment, he even considered whether to pull Chris into the world-saving team. He'd be perfect as the strike force in worlds where there's no need for overthinking, just smashing monsters and protecting people. But that was a conversation best saved for after the grand finale orchestrated by the Minister of Monoliths. Daddy, you're so cool and mysterious. Like those mentors in fairy tales who help the heroes. Anya said, her eyes sparkling. Anya, don't say that. I don't like heroes. They annoy me. They're just, ugh, Alex grimaced with distaste. I know you don't like heroes. I'm talking about the ones who help them so they don't mess everything up, Anya protested, puffing her cheeks and crossing her arms. Who taught you to talk like that? Alex smiled and poked her puffed-up cheeks to deflate them. Mommy Ada and Mommy Rika. They always say that if it weren't for you, everyone would have messed up already, Anya replied cheerfully, immediately giving up her sources. Alex only sighed and pulled his daughter into a hug, silently thanking fate for the family he had, even despite everything going on. With a playful smile, Alex looked at Anya, who had so effortlessly ratted out the two culprits who taught her those bad words. He just chuckled. He knew full well Anya was still hiding the fact she could read minds and used that ability often. Choosing not to dwell on it, Alex simply pinched her cheek and finally finished the hairstyle for his little princess. Now he needed to find something to do. Picking Anya up, he headed to the second floor, deciding to also check in on the two lazy girls who had been doing nothing lately. Opening the door, Alex found the usual scene, 02 and Lucy sprawled on the couch, both looking completely apathetic. Lucy lay with a bowl of salad on her chest, feeding herself with her vectors while reading a book without even looking up. Meanwhile, 02 was watching a comedy on a tablet and munching on sweets with full concentration. Girls, want to go for a walk? Alex asked, catching both of their attention. Darling, I don't want to move. Unless you've got something really fun in mind, 02 replied lazily, rolling onto her side to look at him. I don't want to get up either. It's finally the climax of the story. I've been waiting forever for the main characters to get together. Everything they did before this didn't bring them any closer, Lucy said, tossing another cherry tomato into her mouth. Why are you even reading that romantic crap? What's so interesting about it? You've got my darling, isn't that enough for you? 02 rolled her eyes. Lucy just gave her a cold look and turned away, not bothering to respond. Alex barely held back a sigh. He could already imagine how their visit to his home world would end. 02 would immediately join the Sweet Tooth Club, and Lucy would probably become friends with Lucina, both adored salads and romantic novels. But what worried Alex more was the new addition to the ranks of dessert hunters. He knew that's where real battles over sweets took place. Deciding to leave those problems to his future self, he tried to shake the girls out of their mood. I'm not promising anything, but we can just take a walk. Who knows where it might lead us, he said with a slight smile. You're inviting us on an adventure? Lucy asked, immediately focusing on him. Last time you both complained that I didn't take you with me when I opened the portal to the moon with Anya and Shigear. What if I decide to continue our journey? Alex threw out the bait. Lucy and 02 shifted their gaze to Anya in his arms. She was beaming from head to toe, smiling like a little gremlin. The girls immediately understood, if they didn't go, they'd definitely miss something. 02 gritted her teeth in irritation. Anya always drew all of Darling's attention. Even though they both were results of the same experiment, Anya always won. Lucy was annoyed by this too. They exchanged glances and nodded simultaneously. Jumping off the couch instantly, both grabbed their clothes and started dressing quickly. Alex watched in surprise. He couldn't understand why they snapped out of their lazy stupor so suddenly, until he looked down and met Anya's innocent expression, as if she had nothing to do with it. Ah, provoking me again, my little gremlin, he muttered and pinched her cheek. We're ready. Let's go on an adventure. Stop wasting time, darling, 02 commanded, practically pushing Alex out of the room. Alex smiled at the sudden burst of enthusiasm from the two girls. He let 02 shove him out of the house without resisting. Most of the residents had already gone about their business. Only Nemio and Kiriko remained inside, keeping order, and Alcina was still playing the mysterious Madame Dracula. Stepping outside, Alex looked around, deciding where to start their little adventure. After a brief thought, he suggested a walk in the nearby forest, to check the traps set for hunting. The girls eagerly agreed without asking any questions. Putting Anya on his shoulder so that 02 and Lucy could hold onto his hands, the four of them headed toward the forest. Walking along the familiar trail, Alex soon led them to the first trap. Inside, a deer was hanging by one leg, alive but already tired from trying to free itself. "Dad, do we really have to eat animals? They're so cute." Anya asked quietly, tugging at his hair. "Kiddo, meat is meat. What difference does it make if it tastes good?" 02 rolled her eyes. "I still prefer salads," Lucy shrugged. Alex smiled gently, then spoke in a calm and measured voice. "Anya, dear, listen. Everything in nature is connected. Predators, including humans, play an important role. They control the population of herbivores. It's part of the balance that can't be broken. Yes, the deer is cute, but in the wild, cuteness doesn't matter, only the strongest survive. Even your teeth show that you should eat not only vegetables but also meat. It's part of our nature. You wouldn't tell a wolf, don't eat it, it's cute. It eats to live. And so do we." Anya blinked, trying to digest what he said. Thoughtfulness flickered in her eyes, and gears clearly started turning in her mind. Alex watched his daughter with interest, wondering if she would understand the point. "Educational," came a voice from behind. Alex, 02, and Lucy turned around simultaneously. Ghost stepped out from behind a tree. Alex involuntarily rolled his eyes. There he was again, appearing silently like a ghost, fitting his nickname perfectly. In Simon's hands was a bundle of hairs and some other small prey, and over his shoulder hung a bow and quiver. "Simon, alone again. I thought you'd already found some friends," Alex said with a slight smile. "Friendship is not words, but actions." "I find it easier alone," Ghost replied calmly, stepping closer. "Fair enough. But I still consider you my friend. Maybe one day you'll even show me your face." "I'd be impressed," Alex smirked. "Maybe. But I doubt you have the patience to wait that long," Ghost responded, his tone unchanged. Alex chuckled and shook his head. He knew Simon considered him a friend too, just not one to say it openly. When Alex offered to help with the game, Ghost refused. "I don't think the child should see what comes next. First, the blood needs to be drained so the meat doesn't spoil." Alex just nodded. He was once again convinced that despite his silence and sternness, Simon was still a good-hearted person. After saying their goodbyes, he, Anya, and the girls continued on, deciding to head toward the bay. "Darling, your friend is a bit strange. Always wearing that mask and so mysterious," 02 said, putting a lollipop in her mouth. "He's not strange. His life just broke a lot inside him. He's lost too much. A hero? Maybe. But he himself is just a trace, a shadow of who he once was." "The mask is all that's left," Alex said quietly, stepping toward the bay. "I don't quite get it, but it's clear you respect him," Lucy said, still holding his hand. "Yes, he's one of those people who knows what needs to be done, and does it. A good man. A soldier through and through. And as a friend, loyal. Those are rare, especially across the many worlds we'll travel through in the future," Alex said with a smile, looking ahead. 02 and Lucy exchanged glances. From Alex's words, they understood that Ghost had been through a lot. That's what made him who he was now. Meanwhile, Alex was thinking about the future. He didn't rule out the possibility of one day offering Ghost to join him, maybe as a fighter or a mentor. But he wasn't sure if Simon would want to leave this world, maybe he'd prefer to retire quietly, in the solitude he had long grown accustomed to. Alex planned to take not only the girls but also some people who had nothing left to do in this dying world. For example, the masters from Ryo Zanpaku. He already imagined them opening their own dojo in Orario. The same went for the Ma dojo. As for the other fighters, it would be enough to tell them that they could fight endlessly against new opponents in the dungeon, and those muscular heads would agree immediately. When they reached the bay, a cool breeze swept over them. Alex approached the water and sat down right on the rocky ground, watching the waves rhythmically crash against the shore. 02 and Lucy settled nearby, enjoying the moment of peace. Alex placed Anya on his lap and simply savored the quiet. However, the calm didn't last long. 02 and Lucy soon got bored and started throwing stones into the water. 02 relied on brute strength, while Lucy, as always, used her vectors. Their competition quickly escalated. They began throwing bigger and bigger stones, causing real splashes. Alex watched with mild interest. He even grew curious, how much weight could they lift, and where was the limit of their strength? But his thoughts were interrupted when Anya gently tugged his sleeve. He looked down. The girl was holding out a flat stone. "Do you want to throw stones into the water too?" Alex asked with a smile, stroking her head. "Yes." "Will you teach me, Daddy?" Anya asked, looking at him with her signature puppy eyes. It was impossible to resist those eyes. Alex smiled, took the stone from her hand, scooped up his daughter with his other arm, and headed toward the shore. Every child should experience this kind of fun. There's nothing simpler or more enjoyable than competing to see whose stone skips the most times across the water. He gently set Anya down and began explaining how to hold the stone, the angle to throw it at, and how to move. Even 02 and Lucy stopped their artillery fire and came closer to listen. When Alex demonstrated his throw, he slightly overdid it. The stone didn't just skip on the water, it bounced so many times that Alex briefly wondered if he might knock something down on the other side of the shore. But he decided not to tell anyone about that. Anya clapped her hands in delight, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Now it's your turn, my girl. Find the right stone, and I'll help you throw it," Alex said, gently stroking her head again. "My stone will definitely skip more times than yours," 02 declared, searching for a flat stone, almost like a frisbee. "You're just a musclehead." "It's all about technique," Lucy snorted, picking up a stone about the same size as Alex's. Alex looked at the two arguing girls and smiled to himself, at least they weren't bored. Meanwhile, Anya found her perfect little stone and happily ran to her father. Alex crouched beside her and carefully guided her hands. The girl focused hard, puffed out her cheeks like a little hamster, and threw the stone. It skipped once on the water, but that was enough for Anya to proudly puff out her chest as if she'd just made a great discovery. Alex smiled, put another stone into her palm, and Anya, more confident now, swung her arm again. This time the stone skipped 3 times before sinking. The girl turned to her father with a triumphant smile. Alex tenderly tousled her hair. He felt his heart literally melt with affection. His little princess was incredibly adorable in these moments, especially with that proud, shining look in her eyes that made him feel warm and peaceful. To be continued. Chapter 365. Chapter 365. Who would have known that a simple day with his daughter would lead to this? After a fun time spent at the bay with Anya, 02, and Lucy, they decided to head back home. As usual, the girls got a little carried away. Their game of, who can throw the rock farther, quickly turned into a competition of hurling entire boulders into the water. If not for Alex, who used his powers just in time to stop the splashing waves, the whole group would have returned home completely soaked. The height of madness came when Lucy, using her vectors, sliced off a massive piece of rock and hurled it into the bay with a thunderous crash. A powerful wave immediately swept over the shore, tossing a sizable amount of fish onto the land. After a moment of consideration, Alex decided to treat it as a fortunate bonus. Using magic to conjure a net, he quickly gathered the fish so none would go to waste. There was so much of it that dinner promised to be quite the feast, grilled, boiled, pick your choice. Alex set some aside for home and decided to take the rest to the settlement so everyone could enjoy some fresh fish. Even though part of the community went fishing daily, he believed you could never have too much in storage, not with so many mouths to feed. The fish for home was stored away immediately, while the rest was taken to the warehouse. There, the locals would figure out what to do with it, dry, smoke, or make soup. Upon returning home, Alex stepped into the kitchen, where Nemio and Kiriko were already busy managing the day's chores. "Alex, where did all this fish come from? Did you go fishing?" Nemio asked in surprise, staring at the pile of fish he'd laid out. "You left with 02 and Lucy, and those two definitely aren't the type to sit patiently with fishing rods," Kiriko added, raising an eyebrow. "Ahem, let's just say they got a little too into things. Maybe not, accidentally knocked a whole cliff into the bay. The wave was big, and well, the fish just flew out of the water," Alex replied in an innocent tone. Nemio and Kiriko exchanged glances and then looked at Anya, who was sitting in his arms. She quickly looked away, pretending to know nothing. The two women sighed. It was obvious who was responsible for not stopping the two overenthusiasts before they started wrecking the landscape. "Let's skip the part where those two caused chaos under your supervision. What were you even doing at the bay? And how did it escalate to throwing rocks?" Nemio asked sweetly, though her smile was anything but kind. "Daddy was teaching me how to skip rocks." Anya cut in cheerfully, slipping from his arms and jumping onto the table. Both women froze, staring at the child. Beaming with excitement, Anya began to describe in great detail how her dad had taught her the technique, how to hold the stone, what angle to use. Alex stood to the side with a small smile, but inside he sighed. He still wasn't planning to admit that the first demonstration rock he threw, using a bit of dramatic flair, had accidentally hit one of the red markers stationed by the shore. He realized it when one of his surveillance networks suddenly went offline. That unfortunate stone was the culprit. As Anya continued her enthusiastic storytelling, Nemio and Kiriko watched her with soft expressions, momentarily forgetting the usual chaos that followed her mommies. "What's all this noise in the kitchen? Oh, seems like we're having fish for dinner. And child, why are you standing on the table shouting so loudly? Did you forget what you were taught?" came a familiar voice, Alcina, entering the kitchen. Everyone turned their heads at once. Madame Dracula's eyes immediately fixed on Anya, who still stood on the table like a tiny commander. Watching the scene unfold, Alex couldn't help but note Alcina's strict, aristocratic approach to parenting. She took Anya's status as his daughter, the princess of demons, very seriously, and wanted her to grow up as a proper lady, with dignity, manners, and poise. "Sorry, Mama Dracula." Anya squeaked and jumped off the table so fast not everyone even saw her move. Alex chuckled quietly. One way or another, the day had turned out to be eventful, fun, loud, and, as always, full of unexpected consequences. Alcina's eye twitched, and a pulsing vein appeared on her forehead, right at the moment Anya cheerfully called her Mama Dracula. Nemio and Kiriko quickly turned away, doing their best not to burst into laughter, but their trembling shoulders gave them away. Alex was barely holding it in himself, a wide grin was already tugging at his lips, and if he gave in, he would surely incur the wrath of his wife, whose claws were sharp in more ways than one. Anya, meanwhile, stood there with the most innocent look on her face, as if she had no idea she'd said anything inappropriate. "Child, who taught you to call me that?" Alcina asked sweetly, though the nervous tick in her eye and the clenching of her fingers betrayed her irritation. "Mommy Becca and Mommy Reveille. That's what they call you," Anya blurted out and bolted from the kitchen at full speed. "You," was all Alcina managed to exhale as she watched her little victim vanish from the room like a flash of light. Alex was barely keeping a straight face. He knew perfectly well that Anya had just masterfully pulled off a distraction tactic, the same one Becca and Reveille had shown her. Only now the student had clearly surpassed her teachers, expertly redirecting Alcina's anger away from herself. Alcina sighed in frustration and turned her gaze to Nemio and Kiriko, who were still trying not to laugh out loud, then to Alex, whose satisfied smirk was now in full bloom. "My dear husband, you seem to be having a lot of fun," Alcina asked sweetly, tapping her claws against her palm, sending out tiny sparks. "Oh come on, Alcina," Alex replied innocently. "You know, you're not the first woman in my life who prefers staying home. Take Hestia, for example, she only comes out if there's free food involved. And if no one drags her out, she won't even leave her bed. And Nyx. I'm pretty sure she's still locked in her room and hasn't poked her head out all day. I suppose I'll have to have a friendly chat with those two," Alcina grumbled, retracting her claws and crossing her arms. "I'm getting tired of these, Madame Dracula, jokes." Alex laughed. This time, openly and loudly. The jokes about Madame Dracula were as immortal as Alcina herself. She rolled her eyes and sighed, but a faint smile tugged at her lips. She knew the girls teased her with affection, otherwise, the jokes would have ended in blood long ago. Meanwhile, as laughter filled the house, far away in Orario, two lazy goddesses sneezed unexpectedly. Hestia, sprawled out on the couch with a bag of chips, didn't even flinch from her show. Nyx, who had fully embraced her role as the goddess of recluses, lazily wiped her nose and kept watching another horror movie from Alex's vast collection. Neither paid attention to the sudden sneeze, they were too used to being talked about behind their backs. By evening, the rest of the girls started returning home. Everyone already knew dinner would be fish, but the main question was, where had they gotten so much of it? That's when Anya, chin held high with pride, stepped forward and eagerly took on the mission of telling the whole story, how they'd gone to the bay, how her dad had taught her to skip stones, and how a totally accidental wave had thrown all the fish onto the shore. The girls didn't hold back their praise as they listened. With every kind word, Anya beamed brighter, she was practically glowing like a Christmas tree. But things took a turn when Shigyur, tilting her head thoughtfully, said, "I could teach Anya to throw stones even better." That one phrase was the spark that ignited the powder keg. All the girls with a background in martial arts immediately turned their challenging gazes on Shigyur. In less than a minute, the situation escalated to the point where Chunli, Kami, Renka, Mio, Yuri, and Shigyur herself were ready to rush back to the bay to prove who truly deserves to teach their shared daughter how to throw stones. Anya, sitting to the side, was clapping her hands and laughing. Clearly, she was enjoying the madness. "What a loving family I have," she thought, glowing with happiness. Meanwhile, Alex was doing his best to stop the fired-up crowd from launching into an immediate charge. He could already picture the shoreline shaking under their strikes, boulders flying into the sea, and the entire village once again left without a single fish. He turned to the other girls, hoping for support, but they only smiled and watched with keen interest, clearly more entertained by the show than inclined to intervene. And so, trying to save the evening from descending into another bout of chaos, Alex battled his own harem for the right to simply enjoy a peaceful family dinner. He barely managed to stop the girls, but he knew full well the competitive fire hadn't gone anywhere. And that's what scared him the most. He knew exactly what could happen if word of this reached the rest of the settlement. What if they find out, he thought grimly. Then it'll be a full-blown boulder massacre. Alex wasn't worried for himself, he feared that if rumors spread about a new rock-skipping tournament, every musclehead in town would come running to the bay, desperate to participate. And he knew exactly how that would end, with a full-scale event featuring the masters from Ryozampiku. Especially Hayato, who was always happy to indulge his great-granddaughter, and Kensei, who would seize any chance to show off his skills to his granddaughter. And right behind them, the rest of the crew would follow. And, of course, the very next day, exactly what Alex feared happened. News of the girls' competition spread through the settlement faster than Ghost could vanish into the shadows. The result? A sudden spike of enthusiasm and a tidal wave of volunteers ready to prove who the true stone-throwing master is. As expected, Hayato and Kensei were the first to arrive. Madame Ma didn't even try to stop them. In fact, she smiled sweetly and admitted she also thought Anya was a delightful girl who absolutely must be spoiled. Soon after, others followed: Ryu, Ken, Jean, and more representatives of the Muscle Brain Brotherhood. The excitement was so massive that the community made a unanimous decision to declare a village-wide holiday and host a big beach festival. Some took part in the competition, others simply enjoyed the moment. It was a great excuse to gather with friends, family, or at the very least, a perfect reason to drink in good company. The one who suffered the most was Alex. One way or another, he was the indirect cause of all this madness, which meant all the organizational work fell squarely on his shoulders. At first, he tried to protest, but under the pressure of Yuriko, Brunhild, Coco, and Saya, he had no choice but to surrender. The women operated like a well-coordinated army. He never stood a chance. With the expression of a man headed for the gallows, Alex made his way to the bay, where participants and spectators were already gathering. The group of eager contestants looked like a pack of hungry wolves thirsting for competition. Realizing it was far too late to stop any of it, Alex decided to at least turn the chaos into a proper spectacle. He added rules, set up targets, placed obstacles to maneuver around, and devised a scoring system. Now it wasn't just throw a rock and be happy, but a true test of skill and power control. While he was setting everything up, the other villagers weren't sitting idle either. Someone dragged out a commentator's table, and of course, Red and White were immediately appointed to the role. The two of them dove into it with enthusiasm, analyzing every contestant's move and adding the flair of a real sports show. Massive speakers were brought to the beach so everyone could hear things like, "Oh! And there's a triple skip with a rightward drift. True artistry." Anya was proudly seated on Sandalphon's throne, an honorary spectator and the prize all in one. Alex tried to object, but, as usual, no one listened to him. Everyone was already involved, and the crowd buzzed with anticipation. How did a simple beach walk with Alex turn into this? Katsui muttered in bewilderment, watching the crowd. "No idea," Valmet replied calmly. "But the important thing is that people are having fun. They've worked hard for the settlement. They need a break, some kind of celebration. Let this competition be exactly that." "You're not planning to join?" Ada asked lazily from a lounge chair, a cocktail in hand. "Not a chance. I can feel the heat of those muscleheads' fighting spirit even from here," Valmet said, shaking her head. "Well, at least Anya's having the time of her life," Beatrix added with a laugh, pointing to the little girl who was glowing with happiness like a Christmas tree and waving enthusiastically at everyone from the throne. The women looked at Anya sitting on the massive stone throne. On either side of her stood Gir, Mimi, and Stitch, her personal guard. Even Wolf lay curled at her feet, completing the scene. A little demon princess with an intimidating entourage, that's exactly how she looked. The girls couldn't help but laugh. The image was so cute and so imposing at the same time that it was impossible not to melt. Meanwhile, on the other side of the beach, the competitors were preparing for the start of the contest. Everyone was trying to focus, pump themselves up, and get ready for battle, because their main opponent was well known to all, the legendary martial arts master, Old Man Hayato. One look at his blazing gaze made it clear, he had no intention of going easy on anyone. To make things even more intense, the elders of the Sunwoo clan joined in, clearly not planning to spend their twilight years in peace. The younger generation was only more excited by this turn of events. For them, fighting legends was an honor. "Don't even dream of winning, Hayato," Kensei said seriously, locking eyes with the old man. "If I don't win and spoil my granddaughter, my wife will skin me alive. Literally." "Ha ha ha. Kensei, you've still got a long way to go." Hayato laughed heartily. "You think I'd let you take this chance from me? Today, you'll see the strength of a true master. Ho ho ho. Who would have thought, Hayato, that you'd get so fired up over your granddaughter," said Quan JQ, standing on the shore with his hands behind his back, gazing at the sea. "Old man Quan, don't tell me you're joining in too." Hayato raised a brow in surprise. "I thought I'd spend my final years in peace here," JQ replied. "But looking at all this commotion, I realized, now's not the time to grow old. Especially when my granddaughter is watching from the stands. I won't embarrass myself." A surge of powerful energy burst from the elder's body, stirring up the wind. Hayato smirked and released an equally strong wave in response. The clash of power swept across the beach, forcing spectators to step back and shield their eyes from the swirling dust. The other competitors, seeing this, didn't flinch. Instead, they grew even more pumped up, releasing their own auras in preparation for battle. The competition hadn't even started, and the air already pulsed with the spirit of an epic showdown. And all of it, because of one little girl sitting on a stone throne, swinging her legs and snacking happily while her guards kept vigilant watch over the chaos. At that moment, Alex had just finished setting up the competition area. He'd taken everything into account, from the strength of the participants to their temperaments, to create fair and entertaining conditions. Walking across the water toward the shore, he looked peaceful and slightly exhausted. All he wanted was a bit of peace. But when your life turns into chaos just because you taught your daughter how to skip stones, well, all you can do is go with the flow. He walked up to his throne, picked Anya up, and sat down with her on his lap. Resting his elbow on the armrest, he leaned his cheek against his fist and watched the spectacle unfold with quiet resignation. His gaze swept across the beach and settled on a group of girls. They were chatting cheerfully, sipping drinks, laughing, and commenting on the participants. Then he noticed something, both expected and utterly crazy. Becca, Revi, and Moira had once again set up a full-fledged betting table. People crowded around, shouting the names of their favorites and placing bets. Alex just sighed and pretended not to notice. He continued stroking Anya's hair without taking his eyes off the crowd. By the campfire, the festivities were in full swing, meat sizzled on the grills, alcohol flowed freely, laughter and merriment filled the air. Even Rick's group was here, which surprised Alex. They quickly blended into the general atmosphere. Considering how many strong and wild guys the settlement had, these kinds of guys adapted frighteningly fast. But something else caught Alex's attention. Among the people, he spotted a woman, the same one he had seen last when he destroyed Weskier's island. Back then, she had shed a tear looking at the ruined island sinking beneath the waves. And here she was again, Alex Weskier. Jake was standing nearby, and now everything became clear. So that's why she seemed familiar. Alex realized. She wasn't just an observer. She was part of the madness Albert had plunged into. The woman seemed to sense his gaze. She turned and met his eyes. Alex just nodded, no words needed. It was too late to apologize. Explaining was pointless. Always getting yourself into trouble, huh? Came Shino's voice, leaning against the stone throne. Hey, I was just spending time with my daughter, Alex grumbled. Who knew skipping stones would start a world tournament? And why aren't you competing? Or is this another I can do it all anyway episode? Yeah, he shrugged lazily. What's the point if I'm gonna win anyway? Let the people have their fun, I'll watch. Oh, our eternal champion, Shino grumbled, settling on the throne's armrest and covering her eyes. Alex smiled faintly and let Shino stay close. Anya, being the kind and sweet daddy's girl she was, immediately offered the girl some sweets, a sharing gesture. Shino couldn't resist and gladly accepted the treats with a gentle smile. Scanning the crowd, Alex noticed the Itami group. Itami himself, surrounded by his fighters, stood next to Aoi. Alex still couldn't tell if they'd rekindled their relationship or were just getting along well. It looked like a classic shonen-style romantic story, a reunion after separation. But what truly made him sigh was how both of them looked at his stone throne with almost religious reverence. Alex immediately understood the otaku couple had unmistakably recognized Sandalphon's throne. He shook his head and moved his gaze further to Mari, standing among his girls. She had already noticed him and waved. Alex smiled warmly and returned the gesture. Welcome to the first official competition of the Zombieland settlement, came the voice of Red, speaking into the microphone with perfect even tone. Today, our beach hosts outstanding warriors with no less outstanding skills. And all this was made possible thanks to our husband, Alex, who prepared the arena for the contest. Let's give him a round of applause. The beach filled with approving cheers and loud applause. Alex raised his hand in a restrained greeting but felt awkward inside. He felt, almost like a king watching his people's game from a throne. Shino, sitting on the armrest and chewing sweets, barely held back laughter at the expression on Alex's face. When the ovation died down, the android girls continued their improvised broadcast. Alex caught a glimpse of Brunhilde handing White a sheet with a printed text and listened with interest. Originally, it was supposed to be classic, who can make the stone skip the most times on the water, White began. But, considering there are masters among the participants with decades of combat experience, we decided to complicate the rules a bit. Before you now is not just smooth water, but a full obstacle course, Red took over. The participant must throw the stone so that it not only reaches the goal but does not touch any obstacles even once. Every obstacle touched costs 10 points. Points are awarded for the number of skips, accuracy, speed, and style. And now, the most interesting part, White paused dramatically. The grand prize, the winner's any wish fulfilled, by our husband. Yes, you heard that right. Second and third place will receive personalized weapons crafted to their own design. And the consolation prize for the others, an upgrade or complete overhaul of their current gear. Alex exhaled quietly upon hearing all this. Now he understood exactly what the girls had written on that sheet. Obviously, Brunhilde, with her ability to read his thoughts, had flawlessly grasped how to make the competition exciting for everyone. Excitement among the participants soared. Now they weren't just playing, they were fighting for a dream, for cool weapons, and the chance to make a wish. Even losing here meant gaining something. Meanwhile, Alex thought events like this could be held in Orario too. Instead of endless dungeon crawls, adventurers could relax, have fun, and entertain the crowd. Catching that thought, Alex decisively lifted Anya from his lap and deftly handed her to Shino. She, not understanding what was happening, suddenly found a child in her arms, and herself on the throne. "Hey! Where are you going? Don't leave me alone with the kid." Shino shouted indignantly, watching Alex calmly disappear into the crowd. Alex paid no attention to Shino's shouts behind him. Quickly jumping over to Brunhilde, Coco, Yuriko, and Saya, he silently grabbed all four and pulled them aside, away from the others so no one could eavesdrop. A new plan was already forming in Alex's mind, a grand idea that could change Orario forever. His goal was to add something beyond the dull routine of endless dungeon runs: fun, competitive spirit, and excitement. Especially considering he has wives capable of turning even the craziest ideas into reality. "So why did you drag us out?" Coco broke the silence first, rolling her eyes. "Another crazy idea brewing in your brilliantly twisted mind. You do know where I'm from, right?" Alex asked, raising an eyebrow. "Just in case, so you get the context." "You mean Orario?" Saya clarified. "The city with the deep dungeon, adventurers, arrogant gods, and a bunch of weirdness. The one you've almost leveled to the ground a couple of times." "Exactly. So?" Alex squinted slyly. "I've already implemented something like this in Brunhilde's world, remember? Where a bunch of muscular brutes love throwing punches around. And now, looking at this whole circus on the beach, I thought, why not create something similar in Orario?" "Wait a minute," Yuriko interrupted, narrowing her eyes. "So you dragged us out just because we're your working team for executing crazy schemes?" "Well, yeah. You got that right," Alex smiled innocently. "Uh-huh. Go on," Saya smirked, pulling out a notebook and pen. As Saya said, the gods in Orario always meddle where they're not wanted, just to fight boredom. So what if we organize a series of competitions between families as official games? Tournaments, contests, festivals. And the key, to monopolize all of it. You want to take over the market and bend it to your will." Coco sneered. "Lord, that sounds like a supervillain's plan. I'm in. Making money off gods. I'm already imagining the profits." Alex laughed along with her, almost theatrically, as if they truly were plotting world domination. But he knew not all gods were fools who could be easily fooled. There were kind ones in Orario too, though their kindness often made adapting to the harsh reality harder. Such competitions could be a chance, a way to give their children more, better weapons, resources, recognition. Stopping his laughter, Alex went on seriously. "I can already imagine Hestia and Loki happily joining in. Hestia once she realizes it's profitable. Loki because she'll just have fun teasing everyone. Freya will see it as an opportunity to play her game, and Hephaestus will finally get rid of all that unsellable weapon stockpile. Everyone wins." Meanwhile, Saya was actively taking notes, capturing every point of the plan. Her seriousness said a lot. If she's writing it down, the idea really had potential. The more he explained, the more the girls realized Alex's scheme was more than realistic. The gods would hardly refuse such entertainment, especially if prestige, fame, and rewards were involved. But there was one serious obstacle remaining: unfinished business in this world. Alex knew that all too well. He felt the moment approaching each day when Chris and the Resistance would launch a full-scale assault on Raccoon City. He had at most a couple of weeks left to wrap everything up. And now he was determined to finish this mission, return to Orario, and blow it up with his new idea. To be continued. Chapter 366, The Hunt That Ended with a Castle Robbery. While the stone-skipping tournament with increasingly complex rules continued on the beach, Alex was hard at work with Brunhilde, Coco, Yuriko, and Saya on a new plan. This wasn't just about entertainment, they were developing a detailed strategy to reorganize leisure activities in Orario. The first obstacle, of course, was that Alex hadn't finished his business in this world yet. But that worried him the least. The most important thing was forming a solid plan. He could always return home later. Alex shared everything he knew about the world of Orario so the girls could better adapt the ideas to local conditions. Fortunately, Orario and Brunhilde's world had quite a few similarities, which made things much easier. Alex was an endless source of ideas, while the girls served as calm and logical strategists. They decided which proposals were feasible, which ones should be shelved, and which ones were better off scrapped entirely. But during the discussions, Alex became more and more aware of one thing: without a particular woman, all of his ambitious plans might come to nothing. He needed her, his beautiful and dangerous wife, the goddess with more influence than any other in Orario. He needed Freya. Without wasting any time, Alex pulled out his phone and dialed her number. At first, the girls exchanged surprised glances, unsure who he'd suddenly decided to call. But when the line picked up and a chillingly enchanting female voice came through the speaker, Alex's entire expression changed. He looked exactly like a child caught red-handed. Coco, Yuriko, and Saya turned to Brunhild in perfect sync, silent questions in their eyes. Brunhild sighed and said simply, "That's Lady Freya. His wife." The moment they heard that name, the girls immediately understood the gravity of the moment. After all, they'd heard plenty about Freya. Beauty, power, charisma, all in one being. And now they were hearing her voice live. As it turned out, Alex had called her at a rather inopportune moment. Freya was in the middle of a divine assembly, summoned due to recent events. After Alex had killed Erebus, who had possessed the one-eyed dragon, and partially damaged the dungeon, anomalies began occurring once he restored its core. The dungeon grew deeper. What used to be the lowest floor no longer was, and the new depths remained unexplored. Monsters became stronger, and the magic crystals they dropped grew more potent. This chaos affected both the guild and the gods. Adventurers began progressing faster, and the balance of power started to shift. All of this had become a massive headache for Freya, especially since she had taken on the responsibility of managing the situation while the other gods were, otherwise occupied. Hestia, as usual, was off in her daydreams, Loki was entertaining herself, and Hephaestus was buried in her forge work. Alex awkwardly cleared his throat, pretending that this was all part of the plan. Finally, after getting everything off her chest, Freya coldly asked, "So why did you call?" "I have an idea," Alex began calmly. "And I want you to be the first to hear it." He explained the essence of the plan, shared his observations from the beach, and detailed how a similar system could be implemented in Orario. Before he even finished, Freya already understood where this was going. She knew what he was capable of. Everything he had done in Valhalla, she remembered down to the smallest detail. This wasn't just a plan, it was business, politics, power, and entertainment all at once. Without wasting a second, Freya left the divine assembly, ignoring the annoyed looks from the others. Once alone, she said, "Talk." Alex switched to speaker mode and introduced Coco, Yuriko, Saya, and Brunhild. The girls froze for a second, hearing the goddess's live voice, but quickly composed themselves. After all, they were standing beside the Demon King, and their future father-in-law was one of the scariest men in their own world. No room for panic. The discussion moved quickly. Alex and the girls took turns explaining how a system of divine familia competitions could be introduced. Freya listened with growing interest. Orario truly was suffering from stagnation, and a tournament system could be more than fun, it could change everything. "I'll need to see the full plan in detail," she said after a brief pause. "It will take time, and I want to know where to begin." "I'll send it as soon as we're finished," Alex replied. With the business side wrapped up, Freya's tone shifted. "Now tell me, darling, when are you coming back? A few things left to take care of. Give it 2 weeks, max, and we'll be home. Let's just say the final act has begun, and all the players are on stage," Alex said, lighting a cigarette. Then don't take too long. I want to see our new daughter too," Freya said with a soft laugh. Alex froze. "How do you know?" he asked, staring at the phone. "My sweet GIR records and sends everything. Did you really think we were leaving you alone out of kindness?" "No, my love. We know everything. So finish what you need to do and come home. We're waiting." With that, she ended the call, leaving Alex slightly stunned, and smiling. He stared at the phone, trying to figure out when his loyal little helper GIR had turned into a traitor feeding everything back home. Then again, knowing GIR, the answer came quickly. He had always been a mama's boy. Most likely, he'd just answered Freya's call when Alex wasn't around, and it probably took no more than a few kind words from the girls to convince him to send regular reports. Alex sighed heavily, realizing his own assistant had joined the ranks of spies. But one thought still lingered: how exactly had GIR been recording everything? He often disappeared at random times. Then it hit Alex, of course. GIR had 2 inseparable allies, Mimi and Stitch. That trio had probably built some kind of surveillance mechanism, recording everything, editing the footage, and sending it all back to Orario so the girls could watch his every adventure. He almost wanted to praise their creativity, almost. But he still planned to give them a good scolding for snooping in his phone without asking. Never thought a goddess could have such a mesmerizing voice. "Gave me chills," said Coco, rubbing her arms in admiration. "Why be surprised? It's Freya, goddess of love, beauty, fertility, and war," Brunhild remarked calmly. "There's a reason she's called the most beautiful woman in the world Alex came from." Whatever the case, her voice really is magical, Saya added, agreeing with Coco. All this is lovely. Yuriko sighed. But none of you seem fazed by the fact that she already knows who we all are. And it's all because GIR spilled the beans. So he sent a few recordings, so what? We're in a relationship with Alex just like the goddesses. No need to worry, Coco shrugged, clearly unbothered. Don't worry, girls, Alex smirked. Freya's a good woman. She just gets a little jealous, she wants to escape Orario and have her own adventure too. She just shows it, in her own way. The girls exchanged intrigued glances, clearly interested in the story of this mysterious goddess, and Alex was more than happy to share it as they walked back to the others on the beach. Hearing the tale helped them better understand Freya and the reasons behind her hidden longing for freedom. When they returned, the tournament was in full swing. Alex decided not to explain where he'd taken the girls, he figured they could tell the story themselves. He simply made his way back to Shino and Anya. As he approached, he noticed something surprising. Shino had somehow managed to bond with Anya. That was especially unexpected, considering Shino's usual temperament. Reaching the throne, Alex couldn't help but give GIR, aka the tiny traitor, a light kick. GIR turned around in confusion, but the moment he saw Alex holding his phone, he immediately threw his paws up over his head and started whistling innocently. Why did you kick your assistant? Shino asked. He's a little traitor, Alex replied, narrowing his eyes at GIR, who was still playing dumb. And what did he do exactly? She asked, raising an eyebrow. I'll explain later. But I see you've made a new friend. Didn't know you had such a sweet side, Shino. Shut up. You left me alone with a kid. I had no choice, she snapped, her eyes flashing with irritation. Alex just smiled and gently patted her head. Shino hissed like a cat, but to his surprise, she didn't push his hand away. That gave Alex a wild idea. In one swift move, he scooped up both Shino and Anya, placing Shino on his lap and Anya in hers. The result was a living matryoshka, Alex holding Shino, who was holding Anya. At first, Shino didn't even realize what had happened. But once she understood where she was, she tried to get up, only to freeze when she felt Alex's warm hands around her waist. For some reason, the desire to resist vanished. Alex smirked. He hadn't expected her to give in so easily, but honestly, he liked it. And so the three of them sat together, watching the tournament, the very one Alex had unwittingly started. A week passed since the beach competition. In that time, life had been buzzing. The tournament ended with Hayato's victory, as expected. Elder Quan took second place and generously gave his prize to his granddaughter, Ginny. As for Hayato, he claimed his reward, a full day to spoil his great-granddaughter, Anya. At first, Alex wasn't thrilled about the idea. Trusting his daughter to someone like Hayato, along with Sasaki Shio and the other muscleheads from Ryo Zanpaku, was, at best, a risky move. But he relaxed when he learned that Mio, Renka, and Shigeru would be accompanying her. Before they left, Alex reminded the girls, Mio and Shigeru were to discuss the idea of moving to Orario with their masters, while Renka would talk to her mother, Madame Ma, about the same. Once everything in this world was wrapped up, Alex wanted to bring them all with him. The girls agreed without hesitation. Alice joined them as well, and she, in turn, dragged Malka and Anoka along, against their will, but with firm determination. The next day, Alex received the long-awaited response from the girls, and it was positive. The masters of Ryo Zanpaku, as well as Madame Ma's dojo, had agreed to relocate to another world. For now, Alex wasn't in a rush to set the rest of his plans into motion, everything had its time. It seemed like everything was finally going according to plan, and he could focus on hunting the second priest of the underworld, who was hiding somewhere in Spain. But just as the thought crossed his mind, someone appeared at the doorstep of his home, Takashi, formerly known as David. Alex immediately became alert. The timing was far from ideal, and Takashi's sudden appearance clearly wasn't just a friendly visit. The sly look on the man's face only confirmed Alex's suspicion, he had come with a request. And Alex was right, Takashi had invited him and Namio to a family dinner. At first, Alex thought he'd misheard. But the dark bags under Takashi's eyes made it clear, the invitation was real, not a product of his imagination. The word dinner instantly triggered Alex's sense of impending doom. And it was justified the moment he and Namio crossed the threshold of Takashi and Yuki's home. Yuki still had no idea about Takashi's past. And without so much as a blink, Takashi shoved Alex under the metaphorical bus, dumping the entire responsibility for explaining everything right on him. If it hadn't been for Namio, who gracefully diffused the tension and calmed Alex down, Takashi might have ended up with a lump on his head, or a stick to it. Thankfully, it didn't come to that. Yuki took the truth better than expected. In fact, she even volunteered to help Takashi. Namio, of course, was happy for her son. But Alex was clearly less than thrilled, and made sure to give Takashi a parting smack to the back of the head for offloading the dirty work onto him. The next day, just as Alex was preparing to go hunt the second priest, his plans went straight to hell. The entire group of participants from the beach stone-skipping tournament showed up at his door, demanding to cash in their prizes. It was almost the last straw for his patience. But he took a deep breath and decided to go with the flow. A promise is a promise. Even Ginny came to claim the custom gear she rightfully earned after her grandfather gave her his prize. Amid all that, another piece of news surfaced. Chris had successfully uncovered traitors within the resistance. The surveillance modules Alex had previously sent, which detected demonic presence, proved instrumental. Thanks to them, Chris managed to prevent the creation of a demonic nest right inside their base. Alex wasn't particularly surprised, but he was glad Chris handled it. Afterward, Chris ordered similar checks at other resistance bases to hunt down potential threats. The week had been intense. Shigeru also insisted that Alex's workshop get a separate blacksmithing area, built in traditional Japanese style. Alex didn't argue and honored the request. When the forge was finally completed, Shigeru lit up with joy like a kid unwrapping presents on New Year's morning. A week passed, and Alex finally felt free. It was time to move. The second priest of the underworld, known as D. Granick, was waiting. He immediately messaged Chris, warning him the demons might start getting active, or even be drawn toward Raccoon City. Chris replied, confirming that his people would be ready for anything. Alex began to prepare. He summoned his loyal four, Gir, Mimi, Stitch, and Wolf, and ordered them to get ready. Wearing his iconic Virgil-style outfit, smoothing back his hair, and double-checking his gear, Alex was ready. Gir, Mimi, Stitch, and Wolf were already suited up and standing by. "Well, it's about time you remembered you have a job," Ada remarked with a smirk. "A little longer and there'd be nothing left to save." "Funny, I don't remember any of you complaining when I was spending time with you," Alex grinned, descending the stairs and eyeing the girls. "That's different," Seiko replied sweetly. "You're our husband, so spending time with us is a duty. How you balance that with your work? That's your problem. Better tell us what you plan to do with the second mummy." "You've been silent all week," Chun-Li added, voicing the question on everyone's mind. "That's a secret," Alex smirked. "I'll just say this priest, D. Granick, will be a gift. An offering. For a potential ally. An offering. And who's this mysterious ally?" Ray asked curiously, looking at Alex. Alex didn't say anything more. He wasn't going to reveal the details of his further plans. The girls were displeased, especially about the fact that Alex kept secret who exactly he intended to offer the underworld priest to as an ally. But despite their dissatisfaction, he kissed them all goodbye and promised to return as soon as possible. Stepping outside, Alex got on his motorcycle and waited until Gir, Mimi, and Stitch settled on Wolf's back. When everyone was ready, he started the engine and left the settlement. It was time for the hunt. Alex had considered taking more people with him to clear the area in Spain where D. Granick was hiding. But, as before, he decided to handle it alone. Outside the settlement, he summoned Yamato, traced the air with his blade, and opened a portal. Passing through it, he found himself near the village where Leon had started his journey, the place from Resident Evil 4. But now everything looked much darker. In the direction where Salazar's castle used to rise, a blinding pillar of argent energy shot into the sky. Alex immediately sensed a familiar atmosphere. It had been the same in Africa when he hunted the first priest. But now something was off, there wasn't a single demon around. Pretty empty. Not a single demonic creature lurking nearby, Gir muttered suspiciously as he scanned the area. That means we're on the right track. The path leads to the castle. Taking over an already built fortress instead of constructing a new citadel, that's pretty creative, don't you think? Alex smirked, looking at his companions. Gir, Mimi, and Stitch exchanged glances and looked at him like he was a complete idiot. After all, Alex had his own castle. But Alex was thinking about something else, the possible treasures of the Salazars that might have survived in the ruins. When the helpers heard the word treasures, a golden gleam sparked in their eyes. Alex just rolled his eyes and accelerated toward the castle. Passing through the deserted village, he felt only a heavy emptiness. No people, no demons, just the oppressive presence of argent energy. They reached an old stone bridge leading to the castle. Alex silently hoped to meet the legendary merchant with his iconic phrase, "Watcha buyin'," but his hope was in vain. There was no sign of the merchant in this world. Stopping by the bridge, Alex looked at the majestic, though partly ruined, towers of the Salazars and snorted, "My castle is still cooler." The Valkyries, watching his thoughts from the spirit realm, all rolled their eyes in unison. "What do you think awaits us there?" Alex asked, lighting a cigarette. "Whoever's waiting, we'll have to shoot them anyway," Stitch grinned cheerfully. "No matter how many demons stand in our way, they're all just dead men who haven't realized it yet," Gir said grimly, activating his ultramarine mode. Dad, we'll just burn them all, Mimi said, giving a thumbs up. Alex scratched his cheek and sighed. Why am I even asking you guys? He dismounted and put the motorcycle into his inventory. Walking made less noise, less attention. Raising his hand, he pulled an imaginary string, the wooden drawbridge creaked down, opening the way into the castle. They entered. Inside was strangely quiet. Not a single demon. Only a dim, ominous glow emanated from the depths of the castle. Alex glanced at his helpers, who had already started acting like kids in a toy store. Don't scatter. I don't want to have to find you all later in the dungeons, he said, but was ignored. Wasting no time, he used a magical rope to tether the trio of treasure hunters to himself before they could tear half the castle apart searching for gold. Of course, Alex wouldn't have minded grabbing a few artifacts himself, but priorities came first. Moving cautiously from memory, he advanced carefully. There could be an ambush, a trap, or something worse somewhere ahead. The last thing he wanted was to encounter demons infected with Las Plagas. He regularly glanced upward, checking the glowing pillar of energy, their clear waypoint. They found themselves in one of the central halls, with numerous doors opening before them. But the biggest headache was his three helpers, who were grabbing everything not nailed down, and if it was nailed down, tearing it off with chunks and stuffing it into one large enchanted bag. I'm still going to ask. Alex grumbled, narrowing his eyes. Did we come here to catch a priest or to rob someone else's castle? Alex watched as Stitch deftly unscrewed a massive crystal chandelier inlaid with gold. At the same time, Mimi, and Wolf stretched a tarp to catch the chandelier so it wouldn't break. Everyone diligently ignored his earlier question, until the chandelier suddenly crashed down with a muffled whistle. The trio caught it like an experienced rigging crew and quickly packed it into a box. Dad, Mom asked me to bring a souvenir. A chandelier is a souvenir. We're not robbing. You can't steal something if it doesn't have an owner, Mimi said, hiding the box with the chandelier in her mini bag. So you're saying ripping golden lamps from the walls, taking down paintings, and literally prying precious stones from the masonry is just collecting souvenirs? Alex asked in a flat, almost tired tone. Yes, Stitch replied, landing on Alex's head straight from the ceiling. Alex wearily ran his hand over his face and lifted Stitch off his head. He decided to just turn a blind eye. Conspiracy. Whatever. With his strength, he could easily afford to rob castles, even if they hadn't had owners for a long time. Sighing, he began inspecting the souvenirs glittering in the dim light of the castle. Judging by the collective forehead slap echoing in his head, the Valkyries were not thrilled by this turn of events. Filling their pockets with souvenirs, Alex and his helpers moved onward. After wandering the corridors a bit, they reached the spot where, according to Alex's memory, there used to be a huge nest of bugs. It should have been stuck to the ceiling, but it was gone. Instead, a powerful pillar of argent energy shot upward. Being so close to the source of this energy for the first time, Alex felt extremely uneasy. Inside the pillar, he heard screams of pain, echoing from the very core of the machine installed below. It was a device for extracting argent energy from souls, slowly and painfully turning their suffering into fuel. Alex frowned. He wasn't a hero, but such a sight disgusted him. Pulling a bomb from his inventory, he dropped it right inside. The explosion shook the base of the column, and soon the pillar's light began to fade. Well, now we're definitely detected, Alex said in a matter-of-fact tone. Brilliant, just brilliant. Alvitor's sarcastic voice echoed in his mind. Alex just rolled his eyes, making no comment. He continued onward, they were heading to the place where he sensed D. Granic's presence. Crossing another stone bridge, they came before a massive door adorned with carvings. Alex didn't waste time, he kicked the doors open, and they crashed inside with a bang. The room was spacious and empty. Alex scanned it with his eyes and soon spotted the reason he had come here, D. Granic. The priest looked withered and exhausted. His skin had turned ashen gray, his eyes glowing with a dull red light. He sat on his throne, leaning on his staff, like a puppet who had lost its will. His burgundy pauldrons, heavy gold-adorned collar, and crimson helmet with a halo only emphasized his belonging to a fading clan. I've been waiting for you, false savior. It was foretold that you would come for me. But you're too late, Rannick said in a hoarse voice, raising a dim gaze to Alex. Sorry. Who knew there were so many unattended treasures in this castle? Decided to take a few souvenirs, Alex said lazily, waving his hand without even trying to hide his mockery. Alex's words puzzled Rannick. He fell silent for a moment. Meanwhile, Alex scanned the hall, searching for guards or traps. No one moved. He slowly advanced. Well then, D. Granic. Pack your things. I need you alive. There's one ally who will find use for you. Either you come willingly, or my guys will pick you apart bone by bone and turn you into a piñata, Alex said, clapping his hands. You're a fool. False savior. It was foretold your arrival, and your demise. You think he didn't prepare for your visit? Rannick sneered. Alex was about to roll his eyes at the usual bravado, but at that moment his instincts kicked in. He sharply stepped back, as a wave of energy rushed past his face, leaving a deep furrow in the floor. Alex quickly turned his head. On the opposite side of the hall stood a figure radiating immense power. His lips spread into an anticipatory smile, as if he had found a new toy. Interesting. Alex whispered, baring his teeth in a wide, almost beastly grin. To be continued. Chapter 367, Chapter 367, The King of Curses or Just an Ordinary Thief. After the shockwave barely missed Alex, he turned his head. His eyes widened for a split second, and a toothy, beast-like grin spread across his face. Standing before him were 4 figures, 4 that he had already killed once. Han Chunwoo, Heihachi Mishima, Akuma, Karl Heisenberg. Alex immediately understood why he had felt uneasy on Weskier's Island in the presence of their corpses. Now it all made sense. The 4 had returned, but no longer as humans. Their bodies now resembled empty shells filled with demonic energy that sustained their pitiful existence. All that remained of their former selves were scattered fragments of memory. But what struck Alex most wasn't the quartet of the undead. His eyes were locked on the one standing before them, Ryaman Sukuna, in his final form. Above his head shone a halo, one of the 10 sacred treasures, the very same that allowed Mahoraga to adapt to any threat. But what truly drew Alex's attention were Sukuna's eyes. They were blue, the eyes of the Gojo clan. The longer Alex stared at Sukuna, the wider his grin grew. To him, Sukuna was nothing more than a thief, a parasite envious of another's strength. Ho! The King of Curses. How far you've fallen, Sukuna. Attacking from the shadows. Though I shouldn't be surprised, you're filth. Just a jealous thief, Alex sneered, baring his fangs. Talkative savior. You're the one they all whisper about. Annoying. Just like him. The moment I saw you, I wanted to slice you apart, hissed Sukuna, unfazed by the provocation. TCH, boring. And you, the walking corpses. I see you're still twitching. Not that you'll be saying much, Alex stepped forward and pointed to himself and his companions. Well then, looks like 5 versus 5. An exhibition match, isn't it, Sukuna? These mindless puppets mean nothing to me. Even without them, I'd gladly tear you apart. I want to see what the so-called strongest in this world is really capable of. So far, all you do is yap, Sukuna replied with contempt, staring down at him. I just like to chat with idiots before I kill them. Same with you, Rom, first quiet, then completely silent, Alex yawned. You know, Sukuna, everyone breaks. Torture, death, no one walks away from that unchanged. I wonder if you'll break too, or just keep your tongue still till the end. Sukuna's eyes narrowed. He knew Euron was dead, but not how. Alex wasn't even trying to hide his boredom. He lazily kicked a stone at his feet, and it shot toward Sukuna's head like a bullet, and stopped midair. There was no surprise on Alex's face, he expected Sukuna to use the limitless technique, now that he possessed Gojo's 6 eyes. Sukuna scowled, swatted the frozen stone aside, and stared at Alex. If not for the limitless, he would have been decapitated. Sukuna licked his lips, a sinister smile spreading across them. Perhaps it's time to change the stage. A bit cramped in here, said Alex, lighting a cigarette. Wouldn't want to get in my crew's way while they rip apart your resurrected corpses. That's your problem, not mine. If you're scared for them, don't bring them, Sukuna smirked, bracing for combat. That wasn't a suggestion. It was a command, Alex's voice turned steely. We're switching locations. Or did you forget your place, filthy mutt? The next moment, an immense surge of energy burst from Alex's body, cracking the very walls of the castle. Gir, Mimi, and Stitch exchanged glances, they recognized this level of fury. Silently, the trio put their paws together in a prayer, mourning the fool who had angered their father. Rannick, still seated on his throne, was pinned in place by the crushing pressure, as if a mountain had landed on his shoulders. Sukuna felt a true rush of battle excitement. But before he could make a move, Alex vanished. The next thing Sukuna sensed was a presence directly behind him. He spun around, ready to activate the limitless technique. But it was too late. Alex's fist slammed into Sukuna's face with the force of a sledgehammer, flattening his nose. In the same instant, his body was hurled across the hall, blasted through the castle wall, and sent hurtling toward the mountains at terrifying speed. Alex dusted off his palm and looked at his companions. All right, kids. Those 4 are yours. Knock yourselves out. And you, Rannick, Alex turned his gaze to the priest, you're going to the Red City. Just in case you get any ideas about running. I've got enough problems already. Rannick didn't understand what Alex meant by Red City, but the answer came almost immediately. The shadow beneath Alex's feet began to stretch toward the priest. Before Rannick could even process what was happening, bloodshot eyes stared up at him from the darkness, full of rage, malice, and hunger. Pale, slender hands shot out from the shadow. They seized the priest, clamping his mouth shut before he could scream. The last thing Rannick saw before he was dragged into the void was Alex's glowing, rainbow-colored eyes burning in the half-darkness. He wanted to shout, to command the puppets his master had left him, but he couldn't. His mouth was sealed shut. Alex turned his attention to the 4 bodyguards standing behind. Without orders, they didn't move, like broken toys. He was about to leave, ready to return to his fight with Sukuna, when he noticed something strange. The bodies of his former opponents began to change. Alex narrowed his eyes. Someone else had issued a command. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, trying to figure out who could have interfered, but quickly decided not to waste time. With a wave to Gir, Mimi, Stitch, and Wolf, Alex disappeared, granting his companions full freedom to act. He knew the 4 of them could handle the demonic puppets, which no longer retained a shred of their original identities. He wasn't even surprised that Weskier wasn't among them. Alex already knew where that idiot Albert had ended up, and more importantly, what he was being prepared for. Meanwhile, Sukuna, flung by the devastating punch, crashed into the mountain opposite the castle. His body smashed through the rock, leaving a gaping hole as debris tumbled down behind him. Feeling pain, real, physical pain, he grinned. Been a while since I felt that. Every bone in his body ached. Just one hit, and his entire frame was rattling. Releasing a bit of cursed energy, Sukuna turned the falling stones to dust. He stepped out of the mountain, standing tall. Overhead, the 10 sacred treasures spun slowly. That could mean only one thing: adaptation had begun. Interesting, how did he bypass my infinity? After only seeing it once. Sukuna muttered, cracking his neck. Not that great of a technique, Sukuna. You bypassed it yourself, eventually. I don't even need to think to break through it, came Alex's voice from behind him. After all, your new master knows how to bypass it too. Or did you think that halo above your head had adapted to everything already? Don't make me laugh. Sukuna whipped around. Alex was calmly sitting on a boulder, lazily holding a cigarette between his fingers. Smiling, Sukuna formed hand signs and waved his hand. Slash that cuts the world. An invisible wave of energy tore through the air, slicing everything in its path. Behind Alex, the mountaintop trembled, and began to slide downward, as if cut clean by a colossal blade. Alex simply exhaled a puff of smoke in Sukuna's direction. Not a scratch on him. Sukuna frowned. An attack capable of cutting through reality had missed entirely. Alex's body dissolved into white smoke. Don't be surprised, Sukuna, came his voice from nearby. I simply wasn't there. Sukuna instantly turned and slashed the air with dismantle, but a hand grabbed his wrist. He'd bypassed infinity again. Sukuna could feel the technique still active, stones were still hovering around him, unable to touch his body. But this man had broken through the defense a second time, a defense even nature itself couldn't overcome. Grit your teeth. Here comes another one, said Alex, tightening his fist. He struck. The punch slammed into Sukuna's face with the crunch of breaking bones. Sukuna tried to recoil, but Alex was still holding onto his arm. Yanking him back, Alex delivered a second punch, smashing his face into the rocky ground. Letting go of the limp wrist, Alex stepped back, watching the ring of 10 sacred treasures rotate slowly once again above Sukuna's head. He pondered, I wonder, where's the limit of that adaptation? When will these relics finally break? When will he start to fall apart himself? Alex was certain, Davith would never bother fighting Sukuna seriously. What would be the point? To Davith, Sukuna was just a slightly stronger, more vicious mutt. Maybe with sharp fangs and a few tricks, but still a mutt. And no matter how much power a dog had, it wouldn't change its nature. Alex knew Davith. He was a being of promises. Sukuna, though, he craved power. And ambition wasn't something he lacked. Alex wouldn't be surprised at all to learn Sukuna was already plotting to get rid of his current master, completely unaware of just how powerful that master truly was. If Davith hadn't taken an interest in Sukuna, the so-called King of Curses would have already been turned into fuel for Jakad, a source of endless argent energy. Hey, stop pretending you're dead, Alex said lazily, kicking a stone toward Sukuna's body. That halo above your head gave you away. Not a bad hit, Sukuna rasped, slowly rising. Not a single scratch on his body. But I've realized something, fighting you brings me closer to my goal. Oh really? Alex raised an eyebrow. And what's your grand goal? World domination. Or do you just want to become so strong no one can step on you or chain you again? Soon I'll tear the leash off myself, Sukuna said quietly. And you'll help me. This fight with you, it's my path to the next level. Alex shook his head tiredly. You're as naive as a puppy. You think your master ever fought you seriously? You ever hear the fable about the frog in the well, Sukuna? That's you. You look up at the tiny patch of sky above you and think it's the whole world. You can't even comprehend how vast the multiverse is, or what's really going on in it. Sukuna narrowed his eyes. Seems like you know more than the rest, false savior. Since you love to talk, why not share a little before I devour you? Oh, give it a rest. With your teeth, you wouldn't even get a bite off me, Alex smirked. And if you really think you can defeat the one holding your leash, then I pity you. He's not just stronger. He's the creator. He made worlds, a race, the world tree, you could call him a god. And you? You're a pathetic thief jealous of what others have. A nothing who forgot his place. Sukuna's eyes filled with blood. Those words. They were almost identical to what he'd heard that day, when Davith destroyed his world. He had said the same thing, you are nothing, a wretch who doesn't know his place. And then, he gave a choice, serve, or be erased. Sukuna had chosen to serve. But only now did he begin to understand who he had really allied with. The thing that destroyed his world wasn't a demon or a curse. It was the living concept of creation and destruction, something far beyond comprehension. Yet there was no fear in Sukuna. Only greed. A hunger for power that could create. That could give rise to entire races, worlds, continents. Alex saw the burning desire in his eyes to claim what didn't belong to him, and he couldn't help but laugh. You look like a spoiled child, Alex said coldly. All your life, all you've done is take what belongs to others. Your brother's power, you devoured him in the womb. Yuji's body. Then Megumi's. Satoru's eyes. And even. Alex cast a glance at Sukuna's hand. Yuta Okatsu's ring. Seriously? Even a ring? That's low, even for you. Sukuna glanced at the ring and smirked. You reek of greed and envy, Alex continued. It's not just part of your soul, it is your soul. You steal because you've never had anything of your own. That's why you can't stop. You envy. Sukuna burst into laughter. Loud, mad, hoarse. Envy. Me. Puffed. Ha ha ha. You serious? That's hilarious. You really think the strong don't have the right to take what they want? In this world, might makes right. The demons came, and they took. I'm no different. I take because I can. I do because I want. Envy is for the weak. And I am not weak. I'm a king. Alex didn't even bother listening to the rest, it all sounded like mindless drivel. It would have been hypocritical of him to say that taking from others was wrong. He'd done it himself more than once. But unlike Sukuna, he didn't look like a hurt child desperately trying to prove he mattered. Only those with broken egos and hidden grudges against the world talk like that. To Alex, Sukuna's words were nothing more than pathetic attempts to justify his own worthlessness. He lifted his gaze to the bright moon hanging above, then shifted it toward Salazar's castle, where the distant sounds of battle echoed. His companions were busy fighting resurrected puppets from the past. You know, Sukuna, why I didn't kill you the moment I saw you. Alex looked at him again. I was curious what you really were. And now that I've seen, I'm not impressed. Trash is still trash, no matter the world, no matter the power. Then show me your full strength. Show me why they're afraid of what you might become. And when you fall, your power will be mine, Sukuna said, eyes locked onto him. Killing you is like snapping my fingers. But fine, I'll show you the difference between us. You'll understand why they call me the Demon King, Alex said, his gaze cold and emotionless. The false savior thinks he's a demon king. Amusing, Sukuna smirked. Laugh while you can. Soon you won't be able to. Azeft, Dairo, Alex said calmly, activating the spell. A magical circle flared beneath his feet, spiraling upward along his body. In that instant, the transformation began. Crimson greaves materialized around his legs, reaching his knees, glowing emerald gems embedded at the center. A long, scale-covered tail burst from his back, ending in a sharp, barbed tip. Gloves appeared on his hands, resembling dragon claws with emerald-like stones embedded in the palms. 2 sharp horns grew from his head, and his hair changed color, from black to crimson. When the transformation was complete, Alex exhaled a stream of thick flame, revealing sharp, predatory teeth. Sukuna instantly recoiled, teleporting away using his technique. His instinct screamed, this was something else. Alex paid no attention to the retreat. He looked at his hands, feeling the dragon's power coursing through his body. For him, it was an interesting experiment, to summon a creature from another world and allow it to merge with him for strength. He raised his gaze to Sukuna, hovering in the air, surrounded by the infinity barrier. In his eyes, Alex read caution and fear. The great Ryaman Sukuna ran away. Pathetic sight. A coward, Alex said, flames bursting from his mouth with every word. What kind of power is this? If all you're capable of is a transformation, I'm not impressed, Sukuna snapped, ignoring the taunt. Since you asked. Alex raised his hand. The combination of Azeft and Dairo spells lets me summon the power of a dragon into my body. But there were no dragons in this world, so I had to borrow one from another. Not just any, one of the celestial dragons, capable of killing even gods. Now you'll find out what that means. Prepare yourself. Sukuna's eyes narrowed until they were slits. But what truly alarmed him was the sword that appeared in Alex's hand, a blade forged from pure flame. The next moment, Alex vanished. The spot where he had stood was literally wiped from the face of the earth. Sukuna felt heat behind him and sharply bent forward, the blazing sword passed mere millimeters from his body. Even that was enough, the heat was intense enough to burn skin. He hoped the 10 sacred treasures would adapt quickly, but things didn't go as planned. Alex kept attacking. Each swing of the flaming sword left molten trails on the ground. Stones melted simply from the weapon's proximity. Sukuna tried to dodge, but soon his body was covered in burns. One of his hands disappeared, turning to ash from a mere touch. He expected the treasures to adapt and turn the tide. But instead, he heard cracking. He teleported away, looked up, and froze. The 10 sacred treasures above his head were covered in cracks. It seemed they would shatter at any moment. The next adaptation never came. Instead, a sharp creak rang out, the cracks widened, and the treasures crumbled to dust. That's the limit of your adaptation, Sukuna. Alex slowly approached, holding the flaming sword. You think I missed by accident? I wasn't hitting you. I was hitting those toys. I'm not Satoru, I'm not going to give you a chance to get stronger. I like breaking toys while they're still toys. Not when they start thinking they're alive. Sukuna just smirked at Alex's words. He realized Alex knew far more about his powers than he let on. But it didn't dampen his fighting spirit. Activating his reverse curse technique, Sukuna restored his severed hand, flesh grew back over bone as if nothing had happened. He was ready for the second round. This time, he intended to fight seriously. Noticing that Sukuna had no plans to retreat, Alex rushed into battle without losing a second. Meanwhile, inside Alex's spiritual realm, something else was happening. A new presence appeared, a massive red dragon peacefully sleeping in the shadows. Feeling the change, the dragon opened one eye and immediately realized, this place was unfamiliar. The name of this dragon was Draig the great celestial dragon, one of the 2 strongest of his kind, and the eternal rival of the white dragon Albion. Once, Draig had been sealed inside an artifact, an enhancing equipment that passed from one owner to another. But now he sensed that he had awakened again. And reconnected with a new soul. Yet the soul of the previous owner hadn't died, which meant this wasn't a completely normal process for him. With eyes wide open, Draig looked around. His attention was drawn to female voices discussing something. He turned his head and saw a group of women dressed alike in white, watching the battle. They carried the scent of Scandinavia, gods, runes, ice, battles. But there were also other, faint aromas hinting at different pantheons. Sisters, it seems the red dragon summoned by the older brother has awakened. Gal was the first to speak. The Valkyries turned simultaneously. Their gazes fixed on Draig. Proud as he was, he naturally tried to assert his dominance, his body glowed red, his scales tensed, and he was ready to demonstrate his power. But something went wrong. A chill ran down his spine. He felt a threat. Not from all the Valkyries, only from one. A woman resembling a holy maiden stood in the center. Her eyes were cold as northern ice, and her gaze, pierced to the bone. For the first time in a long while, Draig, the celestial dragon, felt fear. He couldn't even understand why. It was something primal, instinctive. A natural terror of a being that should not be angered. Don't try to play the great dragon here. You're just a guest. And if you try to make a mess in my husband's soul, I will personally tear your heart out. Hope I was clear enough, dragon. Gondal said, not averting her gaze. I am the great celestial dragon. I will not listen to a woman who reeks of the Scandinavian pantheon. Answer me. Where am I? How did I get here? Draig growled indignantly, lifting his head. Idiot, the other Valkyries said in unison. What? I'll tear you all apart if you don't. I said, you're an idiot, Hlock repeated coldly, looking at him like a foolish puppy. You'd better listen to my sister. Because here, we are not the main threat. And definitely not you with your inflated power. Then who? Draig frowned and instinctively closed his mouth. A woman. The only one whose patience runs out very quickly. She hates the likes of you. And, she's coming, Gyralol smirked. Pray, dragon. Pray to stay alive. Draig didn't fully understand which woman they were talking about. But the cold, calm, slightly mocking gazes of the Valkyries irritated him. Deep inside, he boiled with the desire to show why he was called the strongest dragon. However, at that very moment, he felt an unprecedented cold and a grim thirst for blood coming from somewhere behind him. Turning his massive head, Drake saw a crimson sphere, inside which flickered a distorted image of the Red City. The sphere radiated primal terror, and at the same time, he sensed a familiar destructive energy. An energy he knew only from one ancient clan of devils. But he didn't have time to ask a question. His body suddenly froze, as if something invisible wrapped around him, immobilizing him. And before he could react, a woman appeared on his snout. Pale, as if carved from marble. Wearing a scarlet dress stained with blood. Her hair floated in the air, and her eyes radiated such fury and malice that even Drake, the great celestial dragon, involuntarily shuddered. This was the second time in such a short time that he had been frightened by a woman. He realized clearly, if the other dragons found out about this, they would laugh for centuries. I warned you. You should have been quieter. But you didn't listen. And now you have awakened. Zhangya, Gondal said coldly, without even looking at him. If you want answers, be silent and listen. You are bound to the owner of this world, and his soul is the place where you now stand. If he allows it, you will be able to see his memories. Drake snorted but still followed the advice. Closing his eyes, he concentrated, and in the next moment opened them in horror. His massive body began to tremble. What he saw shook even him. He learned why he ended up here. And understood whom he was now bound to. The demon king named Alex, a being for whom family meant everything, and for whom he was willing to destroy the world. This was not just a master. This was a storm. An abyss. A merciless and furious force that was at once terrifying and mesmerizing. But what shocked Drake the most was the fact that Alex had summoned him. Not from this world, not from a familiar reality, but from another dimension. He tore him out of another space, bound him, subdued him. And now, owned him. Even if temporarily. Drake's green eyes flared with admiration. He felt awe, even excitement. This power. It's indescribable. Albion, wait. I'll have something to sink my teeth into. He thought with a sly grin. He lowered his gaze to the massive projection screen showing Alex's battle against Sukuna. As he sifted through his memories, Drake realized that his connection to this master was temporary. But even being with such a being for a while was an honor. A chance. And an opportunity to indulge his dragon ego, especially when the moment came to remind Albion who he would never measure up to. Drake quietly giggled like a satisfied child, then suddenly froze. His face lengthened, his scales dimmed slightly. The memories revealed who he was in Alex's world, a mere entity, an insignificant shadow of former glory. What's with that dragon? You could tell from his face, he was just happy, and now he's disappointed, Randgriz smirked, pointing at Drake. Don't mind him, Gyrolol waved her off. They're all like that. More arrogance than common sense. Drake wanted to roar in response, to declare he heard everything. But alas, his maw was tightly bound by black hair. His whole body was entwined by it like chains. The hair of Zhangya, alive, cold, menacing. From Alex's memories, he understood just how dangerous this girl was. And what could have happened to him if he kept acting as usual? His survival instinct outweighed his pride. He fell silent. And simply watched. To be continued. Chapter 368, Chapter 368, Declaration of War on the Dark Lord. While Alex was staring at Sukuna after the destruction of the 10 sacred treasures, he had no idea that the boisterous, smug dragon in his spiritual space had already been put in his place. Drake was now quieter than a shadow, practically invisible, doing everything he could not to provoke the wrath of the furious women around him. At that moment, Alex was fully focused on his opponent. He watched Sukuna carefully. Despite losing his greatest trump card, the King of Curses didn't look defeated at all. On the contrary, his fighting spirit burned brighter than ever. Alex raised an eyebrow in surprise. He was beginning to understand, this was Sukuna as he had been at the beginning of his path. Almost the same, only now he possessed the techniques of the Gojo clan and others, thanks to the power of Yudo Katsu, whose ability Sukuna, it seemed, had also absorbed. Alex dispelled the flaming sword. There was no point in fighting in that form anymore, the treasures were destroyed, and there was nothing left to adapt to. The two stood facing each other. Sukuna was analyzing his opponent, trying to figure out what he was dealing with. Alex, on the other hand, took his time lighting a cigarette. So, was it worth it, Sukuna? Challenging me, he said, blowing out a thin stream of smoke. You've lost your ace. What's next? Your arms, your legs, or your life? Bastard, Sukuna hissed. You think I challenged you? You think destroying my treasures made you stronger? You attacked me from the shadows and took on the power of some dragon. Even without the treasures, I was the strongest. And you're just food. I'm actually curious, what does a dragon taste like? I'll start by tearing off your scales. Let's see how tough they really are. Seems like what I said about killing you with a snap of my fingers went right over your head, Alex chuckled. Must be those blows to the skull. You've gotten dumber. But you're not the first idiot I've fought. People like you sprout like mushrooms after the rain. They all charge in and talk nonsense. Here's some advice, Sukuna, don't blink. Or you won't even notice when your head flies off your shoulders. With that, he flicked away the cigarette butt. The smoke mixed with the fire escaping his mouth. The dragon tail protruding from his back swayed gently and thumped against the ground. At that moment, Sukuna's eyes narrowed, his instinct screamed of impending death. Alex took a step forward and vanished. No flash, no afterimage, just complete disappearance. Sukuna sensed his presence to the right and immediately swung his hand, using dismantle. Alex reappeared exactly on that side but tilted his torso in time, letting the deadly slash pass by, carving a trench into the ground and splitting a mountain behind him. Sukuna wasted no time and launched into close combat. He spun into a kick, channeling dismantle through his leg. Alex swatted it away, lightly, as if brushing off an insect. Sukuna was hurled back, and the bone in his leg cracked with a snap. He instantly healed it using reverse curse technique. Alex looked at the grinning Sukuna, visibly surprised. I broke your leg with a flick, and you're smiling because you healed it. Are you a masochist? He dismissed the thought and rushed into an attack. Getting in close, Alex threw a punch. Sukuna blocked the blow and simultaneously tried to land one of his own. Without losing momentum, Alex suddenly spat a thin beam of compressed air straight into Sukuna's center of mass. Sukuna's punch missed his face entirely, but Alex's attack hit dead on in the shoulder. 5 fingers pierced into flesh, and blood spilled forth. With a single motion, Alex swung his arm, and Sukuna lost his. Blood splattered across the ground, and the severed limb fell nearby. Without pausing, Alex followed up with a kick, dragon armor glinting with clawed ferocity. Sukuna barely managed to leap back, but not without consequence. A deep gash tore across his abdomen, nearly spilling his insides. Alex glanced at the severed arm at his feet and gave it a casual kick back toward its owner. Take your trash. No need to leave it lying around. How noble, Sukuna snorted, picking up the limb and restoring it with reverse cursed technique. Chop off a limb, then give it back. Unlike you, I'm actually a king, not a pitiful wretch with a god complex. I could have killed you from the very start. But I gave you a chance. Be grateful, and get on your knees. You love making others do it, don't you? Your turn. Alex pointed his finger downward. We'll see who kneels. Sukuna began, but his voice suddenly cut off. He felt it, a crushing, unimaginable pressure descending on him, as if the very fabric of space was forcing him down. Cracks spread beneath his feet while Alex, still silent, kept pointing, as if delivering a sentence. The ground beneath Sukuna fractured further, unable to withstand the invisible weight. Veins bulged across his cursed body, muscles tearing under the sheer force radiating from Alex. He used every ounce of strength to resist, but the pressure only grew. Bones began to creak and snap. Bloody tears burst beneath his skin. Blood streamed from his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. Then, at last, with a thunderous crack, his leg bones gave out, and Sukuna collapsed to his knees. Alex began walking forward. His steps were slow, heavy, deliberate. Sukuna looked up, first at the crimson greaves adorned with emeralds, then at the massive tail covered in scarlet scales, then at the gauntlets with golden claws and the same green gemstone at their core. As Alex drew close, Sukuna had to lift his head to meet his gaze. 2 long horns jutted from Alex's forehead like a crown, and his face held a look of icy contempt. See. You're on your knees. That's exactly how you should thank me for not destroying you instantly, for wasting my time on you, Alex said coldly. Sukuna sneered and slammed his palms into the ground. A burst, his dismantle technique spread out like a web. The ground around them shattered, and Sukuna used the opening to retreat and begin healing. Alex led him. He was curious, what else did this opponent have up his sleeve? Suspended in midair, Sukuna used the limitless technique to support himself not on the ground, but on the very fabric of space. Alex noted how his upper hands formed the Enma-10 seal, while his lower hands formed the seal of Satoru's domain. Alex narrowed his eyes with interest. He's going to cast 2 domains at once, he muttered, lifting a brow. Domain expansion, unlimited malevolent shrine, Sukuna declared. In the next instant, the world changed. Behind him appeared a Buddhist shrine adorned with skulls, and the entire environment twisted and lost its familiar form. Alex stood inside a warped space, where all would begin and where all was meant to end. At the center of this horrific domain stood the Temple of Death. He immediately felt the distortion of reality, space around him was slashed into countless ribbons. Alex understood, the Gojo clan's eyes had significantly empowered Sukuna. Before, with Maharaga's adaptation, he could cut through space itself. But now, with the 6 eyes, Sukuna's potential had multiplied. One of the spatial slashes sliced right past Alex's head, leaving behind a warped hole that quickly sealed itself shut. Alex tilted his head slightly to dodge the next slash. The spatial tears were growing fiercer, and Sukuna, at the center of this madness, only smiled wider. "Why aren't you striking back, temporary partner?" came Drake's voice from the gauntlet on Alex's hand. "With your power, you could shatter this domain. What are you waiting for?" "Just observing," Alex replied calmly, still dodging. "You don't see something like this every day. If you watch closely, you can see reality itself being sliced. I'll admit, it's a decent trick, for a mutt." "Ha, I still want to punch that four-armed show-off. Just looking at his smug face makes me sick," Drake growled, the emerald embedded in Alex's gauntlet glowing brighter. "You sure are talkative today. Something bothering you?" Alex asked mockingly, raising an eyebrow as he struck forward. His fist pierced the air, and the space ahead of him trembled. The slash didn't come. Alex's strike distorted the domain, repelled Sukuna's power, and prevented it from cutting through. Alex started to notice that, despite its strength, the combined domain was unstable. The speed of the attacks was slower than in a typical malevolent shrine. That gave him time to analyze, and opportunities to counterattack. He understood now, even Sukuna had to use this technique cautiously. One misstep and the collapse would destroy not only the domain but Sukuna himself. "It's not like I'm chatty," Drake grumbled. "No one ever talks to me. Everyone attacked me." Complaining like a child, Hawk sighed within Alex's consciousness. "My sister just told him to behave like a guest, and now he's whining to you. What a disgrace of a dragon." At that moment, Drake started complaining even louder, about how he wasn't welcomed, wasn't treated like a guest, and was immediately threatened. The Valkyries didn't let it slide. Hawk, Alvitor, and Gyrolol led the verbal assault, cutting each other off as they tried to outdo one another in sarcasm. Their barrage of taunts quickly drowned out Drake's lone voice. A real debate had erupted in Alex's spiritual realm, all of it echoing in his head, threatening to overload him. "For God's sake, quiet down. Or at least don't all talk at once. Girls, leave the dragon alone. And you, Drake, don't mess with the Valkyries. Or I'll revive you, just to turn you into steak," Alex muttered, trying to end the chaos. "Fine, as long as that dumb lizard doesn't start screaming again," Gyrolol grumbled, echoing her sister's mood. "You're the dumb, uneducated Valkyrie." Drake snapped, clinging to the last remnants of his pride. "Did I stutter when I said shut up?" Alex said, his tone now harder. "No," Drake replied shortly, and immediately fell silent. Alex sighed heavily and dodged another spatial slash. All the while, he kept watching Sukuna, feeling the cursed king was preparing something big. His instincts were soon proven right. The space around him began cracking, and this time, it didn't heal. Unlike the usual effects of a domain, these slashes remained, triggering a spatial collapse, dangerous, unstable, and escalating. Alex realized, the effect was only active around him. Meanwhile, the space near Sukuna was becoming denser and more stable. Everything made sense now. Sukuna was using the blue technique to pull reality toward himself, reinforcing its stability, while injecting red into the fractures, preventing space from mending. He was literally weaponizing reality itself against Alex. Clever. If you can't kill your enemy directly, let reality do it for you, Alex nodded with a faint smirk. But all this, it's child's play. He clenched his fist. "Boost," came Drake's voice from the gauntlet. Alex's arm turned a deep crimson shade. He threw what looked like a simple, straight punch. But to Sukuna, it was anything but ordinary. The space around Alex's fist warped like molten glass. And when the blow landed, reality itself cracked, like a glass shell shattering under pressure. A wave of force surged forward, tearing through the domain, ripping apart space, erasing everything in its path. Sukuna felt the impact. The world around him disintegrated. The domain collapsed, and everything within was wiped down to nothing. Half of Sukuna's body vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. Only by reacting at the last second did he manage to save part of himself from total annihilation. Crying out in pain, Sukuna dropped to his knees. His gaze locked on Alex, who was already lowering his fist. He gave a bloodied smirk, his mighty technique destroyed in a single strike. "You know, Sukuna, you impressed me," Alex said as he slowly approached, stopping just a few steps away. "Never thought it was possible to combine two domains. It really opened my eyes. But how? How were you able to resist unlimited void and dodge my slashes that tear through reality itself?" Sukuna asked, spitting blood, trying to buy a little time to regenerate. "It's not that hard. My eyes process information far faster than Gojo's 6 eyes. And your slashes? I just saw them. Nothing special. I can do the same thing, Alex answered lazily with a casual wave of his hand. Heh. I's better than the Gojo clan, impressive. But this isn't over yet. Sukuna rasped, trying to stand. No, Sukuna. It is over. I'm bored with this game. Your domain may have caught my interest, but it faded fast. You've become a broken, boring toy. And it's time to throw you away. The hair on Sukuna's neck stood on end. He activated his regeneration at full power, but it was painfully slow. Something was interfering. And then he realized the souls he had devoured, Yuji, Megumi, Satoru, and Yuta, they were awakening inside him. The souls he had kept imprisoned were now resisting, hindering his recovery, disrupting his regeneration. Did you really think you'd get away with it? Gojo Satoru's voice echoed in Sukuna's mind. For my eyes. For my students. You're going to pay. Good luck on the other side, King of Curses, if you even make it there. See ya, loser, added Yuji Itadori's voice with vengeful mockery. Sukuna gritted his teeth, cursing the damned ghosts in his head, desperately trying to force their souls back into dormancy. But even partially absorbed, they still had enough power to fight back. Their resistance stalled Sukuna's regeneration, making healing impossible. Alex watched him, fully aware of what was happening. He'd seen from the beginning that 4 souls were trapped within Sukuna, and he knew exactly who they were. Looking at his enemy's face, twisted by rage and despair, Alex only shook his head. A pathetic end for an even more pathetic creature. He clenched his fist, preparing for the final blow. Boost. 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 Boost, Drake's voice repeated 4 times from the gauntlet. Sukuna looked up. His eyes were full of everything, fury, fear, and a desperate refusal to die. And in his mind, Satoru's mocking voice kept ringing, never missing a chance to torment him. Alex's fist was wrapped in a dense crimson aura. He delivered what appeared to be a completely normal punch forward. No thunder, no wind, no shockwave of destruction, just a soft pop, like a soap bubble bursting. But with that strike, everything in front of Alex vanished. Countless mountains, the landscape, the very earth, all disappeared, leaving only a perfectly flat desert. Alex lowered his fist, and his dragon transformation dissipated. He returned to his normal form. Surveying the destroyed battlefield, he was about to leave when he noticed soft flickering lights rising from the ground. Looking closer, he realized they were souls. In a moment, the lights took shape. Before him stood Satoru, Megumi, Yuji, and Yuta. Their faces showed calmness and gratitude. Alex smiled. Megumi, as reserved as ever, simply nodded and vanished. Yuta bowed his head in respect and dissolved into the air. Yuji gave a wide toothy grin and gave a thumbs up before disappearing. Only Satoru remained. Alex took a strawberry candy from his pocket and casually tossed it. Even in spirit form, Satoru caught the sweet, immediately popped it into his mouth, leaned back with his hands behind his head, turned around, waved goodbye to Alex, and then vanished. Alex hadn't expected to see them again, not in a situation like this. He clasped his hands together, praying that Satoru, Yuji, Megumi, and Yuta would find peace in their new lives and live peaceful, happy lives where they would no longer have to fight, sacrificing themselves for the world. When the prayer was finished, he took a step away. Then came the sound of footsteps, heavy, uneven, as if a giant zombie was approaching. Alex turned around and saw the Baron of Hell. The demon moved unnaturally, like a puppet controlled by someone else's will. Interesting performance, came the distorted voice filled with malice from the demon's dead mouth. You really surprised me, false savior. Even he wasn't wrong, you truly are a hero born into this world. Alex immediately understood, this was not the demon itself, but only its puppet. Behind the Baron of Hell was the real puppeteer. He knew the name. Davith. One of those who should never have learned the truth about him. But thanks to his meeting with Azric, the Prince of Hell, Alex had managed to strengthen the concealment protective spells on both his body and soul. He had thought of everything. If Davith realized who he truly was, the time left before this universe's end could be measured not in days, but in hours. Or minutes. Who exactly are you? Alex asked, playing the part of a simple hero. You really don't know. Davitha's voice echoed from somewhere behind the demon. You killed my warriors. My chosen. And now you ask who I am. So you're the master they kept talking about, the one they begged me to kneel before. Alex tilted his head slightly. Why didn't you come yourself? Afraid? Or are you nothing without your army? Ha 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 ha. Davith laughed. You're amusing, mortal. I just don't want to dirty my hands. But if you crave dying by my hand, prove you're worthy. Alex smirked, and for the first time in a long while, a true hero's expression crossed his face. So let it be war. Though it takes the last drop of my blood. He said quietly, as if commanding the world itself. War. Davatha's voice dropped, solemn and grand. So be it. Let's see if you can protect this world, or fall like all the rest. I'll be waiting for you where it all began, hero. Don't let me down. You're more interesting than all those worthless creatures who came before. When you fall, I'll kill everyone you tried to protect. I'll tear apart everything you hold dear and use their souls as fuel, for my ascension. Davatha's final words dissolved into the air. After his voice finally faded, the Baron of Hell's body, which he had controlled, went limp, like a puppet whose strings had been cut. Alex silently watched the fall, lighting a cigarette. He took a deep drag and exhaled smoke, focusing to confirm that Davatha's presence had truly vanished. He felt his suspicions were confirmed. Davatha had indeed begun striving toward a new goal. This meant only one thing: he and the Minister of Monoliths had united to ascend to the level of an outer god. Though the Minister was the avatar of one of the outer entities, Nyan, that made him no god, but merely a shadow seeking usurpation. Alex had long realized that Nyan deliberately instilled in her avatars the belief they could claim her throne in chaos. She gave them power, and false hope. Their struggle was part of her game. And now he too had become a player in it. Just one encounter, and he was at the center of her amusement. A woman who wouldn't relent until she grew bored. He sighed deeply and shook his head. So, how do you like my hero act? Alex asked lazily, addressing the inhabitants of his spiritual space. I'd give you a 7 out of 10, Regan Leaf replied with a smirk. Your lines weren't the best, and you forgot to really anger that Dark Lord. You always try to drive your opponents mad, so they hate you till the end of days. I'll give you an 8, Gaul said softly. You almost nailed it, big brother. That was terrible, Alvik snorted, don't do that again. The hero role doesn't suit you. Your pompous lines give me goosebumps. Alex rolled his eyes without commenting. He took out his phone and sent a signal to Gir, Mimi, Stitch, and Wolf to come over. Then he glanced toward the ruined Salazar castle. What had once been a majestic fortress now looked like a pile of stones after a siege. Alex didn't even want to know what those four had done while he was busy fighting Sukuna. While waiting for his teammates to arrive, he decided to talk to the temporary occupant of his spirit. Hey, Drake. You still here? Still here. As long as your spell holds, I can't leave, the dragon's voice echoed in Alex's mind. I'll let you go soon. Just want to know, who's your partner now? And how much time has passed since the tripartite war? A long time has passed, Drake began thoughtfully. I've had more than one master during that time. My current partner is a girl. A human. She goes to a school where demons attend. A girl. Not a guy. Yes, a girl. And incredibly stupid. A walking disaster. I awoke when she was still a child and have been trying to protect her ever since, but I'm afraid her foolishness will get her killed someday. Alex raised an eyebrow in surprise. From Drake's tone, it was clear he hadn't just protected her, he'd grown attached. And when the dragon mentioned the name Isami Hyoto, Alex understood, this was not the original timeline, but a parallel one. He just shook his head. Whatever the case, it was uncertain when he could visit that world to see how things would end there. I think it's time to let you go, Drake. Isami won't last long without you. My advice, start training her as early as possible. You can't hide her forever. And I think after my summoning, the power of the enhanced gear awakened, which means she's already being hunted. Damn it. The dragon grumbled. This is all your fault, Demon King. If I come back and she's dead, what am I supposed to do then? I've already started getting used to this stupid girl. Just train her. You got to dig through my memories. I think you picked up a few useful tricks. She'll get strong fast if she listens to you. You're right about that, Demon King. Drake agreed. Your methods will definitely help. All right. Send me back. And I hope we meet again. Maybe, Alex nodded. If I ever want to check on your world, see how you're holding up. Drake laughed, fully aware that Alex was the kind of lazy guy who only gets involved in trouble when absolutely necessary. Alex nodded to himself and released the dragon, sending him back to his world. Almost immediately, he heard approaching footsteps. Turning around, Alex saw Gir, Mimi, and Stitch casually sitting on Wolf's back. Judging by their satisfied faces, the battle had given them quite some fun. Alex smirked and waved his hand, urging Wolf to hurry up. When they got closer, Alex summoned Yamato and with a few swift gestures opened a portal straight to his home. He didn't want to waste extra time on the road. Stepping through the threshold, he immediately felt the gazes. All the girls in the house were staring only at him, waiting. The room was thick with an atmosphere of anticipation. Yo, girls. What are you all gathered here for? Alex said lazily, raising his hand in greeting and motioning for his companions to enter the house. You're a little late, Ada said calmly but with clear interest. But we want to know, who are you going to sacrifice as the second priest? I told you already, Alex replied, sitting down on the couch between Sherry and Nobuna. The second priest will help me find another ally. We'll need all the support we can get if we want one of the two, let's say, troublesome enemies not to escape. And who is this ally that can go toe-to-toe with such monsters? Nobuna suddenly grabbed him by the collar and started shaking him. You're my husband. You have to tell me everything. Alex started rocking back and forth like a rag doll. He glanced at the others. All the girls were eagerly waiting, unable to hide their curiosity. Who was this mysterious ally capable of standing next to Alex in such a battle? Finally detaching Nobuna from himself with some effort, he sighed. All right. I'll tell you, he muttered, calming his energetic wife. That's how you should have started. Coco grumbled, tossing a candy at him. You should remember how demons are always whining about some monster. Even the lords of hell didn't dare speak his name aloud, Alex said with a hint, shooting a sly look at the girls. I kind of remember, Ada pondered. You once mentioned a guy who slashed demons by the dozens, and even they were afraid of him. Just can't recall the name. Exactly. I'm going to get Doomslayer's support. He's got a long-standing grudge with the Dark Lord, Alex said with a wide, almost predatory smile. Silence fell over the room. Those who had already heard stories about Doomslayer went quiet, even their breathing became softer. The others, hearing the name for the first time, exchanged surprised looks. They grew curious, who was this Doomslayer if even Alex considered him a worthy ally? While the girls were eagerly discussing what they'd just heard, Alex pulled out his phone and sent a message to Chris, wanting to check how things were on their end. Putting his phone back into his pocket, he realized the reply would take some time. But for now, it was the perfect moment to tell the girls how his battle with Sukuna went. Who knows, maybe they'd be impressed. To be continued.